Chapter 1. Ashore. Mom, I have wonderful news to share, Tian Xiaoju exclaimed over the phone to her mother. You've successfully made it? Her mother's voice resonated from the other end, causing Tian Xiaoju's eyes to flicker with surprise. Her mother always seemed to know what she was about to say, leaving her slightly disheartened. Then can I go out tonight to unwind a bit? Perhaps a spa treatment would suffice, she added sweetly into the phone. The reason for her desire to indulge in some personal leisure was that her mother was rather strict, enforcing a curfew of 10 o'clock, with relentless calls beginning at 9:30. Having just received such delightful news today, Tian Xiaojun was convinced that her mother would allow her a little time to relax. Still relying on her parents, she found herself obediently adhering to their wishes, as she currently lacked any income of her own. Though her family was not exceptionally wealthy, they lived comfortably, possessing a home and a car, with both parents receiving pensions. Tian Xiaojun, on the other hand, was merely a novice in the working world. Initially, she had secured a stable job after graduating from university. However, this position offered a meager salary that barely covered her monthly expenses, leaving little room for savings. Following the neighbor's daughter's success in securing a civil service position, her mother began insisting that Tian Xiaojun resign and focus solely on preparing for the civil service exam. Content with her circumstances, Tian Xiaojun changed her outlook after seeing a post from someone she had long admired. She resolved to take a chance. Should she succeed, she would confess her feelings to this person. You can go out to unwind, but you must return by midnight. That if you dare to stay out past curfew, just wait and see if my feather duster doesn't come flying your way. Her mother's voice interrupted Tian Xiaojun's chaotic thoughts. All right, she replied, barely registering her mother's words. Years of practice had honed her ability to let her mother's admonitions flow in one ear and out the other with remarkable finesse. Tian Xiaojun glanced at her phone, noticing the modest earnings she had accumulated from reading novels and earning coins on a certain platform, quite a decent sum for her, totaling a few hundred. Additionally, the money earned from recommending books brought her close to 1,000. She couldn't help but think that earning this paltry sum was far from easy. She ran her fingers over an aged jade bracelet, said to have been passed down from her great-grandmother, which she had worn for many years. Its quality was exceptional, with a white jade base adorned with naturally occurring purple patterns resembling auspicious clouds. Previously, someone had offered a handsome price for the bracelet, but she had declined. It was a family heirloom, after all, and she could never part with it. Now, with a modest fortune in hand, Tian Xiaojun decided to visit the mall, where she purchased a rather alluring outfit that she deemed sexy and had a quick hairstyle done. Tonight, she was intent on reveling at a bar. When she re-emerged into the public eye, she was no longer the girl in black-rimmed glasses and a white t-shirt with jeans, but rather a vision in a form-fitting black backless dress, featuring a deep neck that hinted at the curves beneath. Her hair cascaded in glamorous waves, her lips painted a fiery red, and she adorned herself with a pair of sleek black high-heeled shoes, elegantly revealing a glimpse of her fair legs. Though Tian Xiaojun was not unattractive while not strikingly beautiful, she possessed a fresh allure. She had simply never taken the time to enhance her appearance, which had rendered her somewhat unremarkable. After capturing a stunning photo of herself, she shared it on social media, discreetly blocking her mother from viewing it, as her accompanying caption was a tad too audacious. Tonight, a wild celebration alone, she wrote, paired with the photo she had just taken. Once posted, she set her phone aside and ventured to a nearby CF, where she ordered a cappuccino. After taking a sip, she found it lacking in flavor, yet felt reluctant to waste the expensive drink. Slowly, she finished it while mentally critiquing, wasn't it just coffee-flavored milk tea? It paled in comparison to actual milk tea. She deemed it deserving of a poor review. She then pulled out her phone, opening WeChat, only to discover numerous messages awaiting her. Point one caught her. It was from the very person she had admired for quite some time, a senior from university. To this day, she was unsure how she had managed to add him on WeChat. The message read, Xiaojun, what have you been up to lately? I'm in your city, and it's been a while since we last met. Shall we grab a meal together? Upon checking the timestamp, she realized he had sent the message before she had posted her own on social media. Had she been so engrossed in her vanity that she had overlooked his message? Curious, she scrolled through the likes and comments on her post, surprised to see her usually reserved friends expressing interest. Many female classmates were asking if she had undergone cosmetic surgery, while the males simply commented on her beauty. She chose not to respond to their comments and opened a few more messages that had come through, noting they were all variations of compliments on her transformation. She casually replied to a few, but quickly diverted her focus back to the message from her longtime crush. Having just resolved to confess her feelings if she managed to succeed, fate had seemingly delivered him to her doorstep. Should she meet him? Or should she meet him? After much contemplation, she finally decided that a meeting was in order. If she still felt that familiar flutter at her heart, she would confess. If not, it was no matter after all. She was not yet 23 and was in no rush to find partner. "Where are you, senior?" she inquired via WeChat. His prompt response came, "At the China World Trade Center. Are you free?" "Yes, I'm free," she replied. "Where are you? I can come and find you," he offered. "And Onid I'll come to the China World to meet you." "I'm not far from there," she assured him. She soon received his location. He was in a store at the China World Trade Center. "I'm here, but I still have some work to finish. If you arrive, just message me, and he'll come out to greet you," he said. "All right." Tian Xiaoju caught a glimpse of her reflection in a large mirror at the mall and suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of meeting her senior in such attire. Should she change back? No, she had promised to celebrate, and it was too late now. She had already posted it on social media, and she noticed that her senior had liked it. Thus, she resolved to go, as there was no shame in it. Chapter 2. Meeting the object of infatuation. Tian Xiaoju adjusted her dress, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Although she still felt a touch of discomfort, she couldn't help but think she looked quite lovely, offering herself a soft smile. She then hailed a taxi to the Gourmet Plaza. Although it was merely a 10-minute walk, her sky-high heels made it somewhat inconvenient to stroll. Before long, Tian Xiaoju arrived at Gourmet Plaza, observing the bustling crowd hurrying by, none of whom seemed to notice her attire. Everyone appeared preoccupied with their own affairs. She took out her phone to message her senior. "Tian Xiaoju. Senior, I have arrived." "Senior? Great, please wait a moment. I'll be down shortly." After reading his message, Tian Xiaoju refrained from responding further and stood by the fountain in the lobby, waiting. Before long, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she indeed found her senior standing behind her. A broad smile spread across Tian Xiaoju's face as she exclaimed, "Senior, it's been a while." Her senior returned her radiant smile, replying, "Xiaoju, it's been too long. You've become even more beautiful." "Oh, not all. I'm still the same. Are you here on a business trip?" Tian Xiaoju inquired. "Yes, the headquarters sent me here, and I'll likely be working for about a month. I remembered hearing that your family is from this area, so I thought I'd reach out. How have you been?" he asked, his eyes sparkling as he looked into hers. Tian Xiaoju, slightly flustered, couldn't help but notice how handsome he had become, even more so than during their school days. Her heart raced. Should she confess her feelings? It seemed rather inappropriate. For now, she decided to remain casual, thinking to herself that she was merely a bystander while he had become a leader in a large company. Sensing her sincerity, her senior shifted the conversation. "What do you feel like eating? Do you have any recommendations? I'm not familiar with this place, so I'll rely on you as my guide. How about we go to a nearby Hunan restaurant? The dishes there remind me of the food from our school cafeteria," Tian Xiaoju suggested after a moment of contemplation. "All right, let us head to the restaurant you mentioned," her senior agreed. The two strolled leisurely to the Hunan restaurant, which was bustling with patrons. The main dining area was fully occupied. Her senior then inquired with the staff about a private room, and they were escorted to one. They ordered several signature dishes from their school days, as Tian Xiaoju had claimed the flavors were reminiscent of their alma mater. "Would you like something to drink?" her senior asked, glancing at her. Tian Xiaoju had initially planned to revel in a bar alone that evening, but considering that drinking was part of the experience, she nodded in agreement. Her senior subsequently ordered a bottle of red wine. As they awaited their dishes, they began reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their school days. Although their interactions had been sporadic, Tian Xiaoju was pleasantly surprised at how vividly her senior remembered those moments. Laughter echoed within the private room, and Tian Xiaoju felt a surge of joy at the prospect of meeting her senior today. A flutter of excitement coursed through her as she prepared to muster the courage to confess her feelings. Just as she was about to speak, a waiter entered, interrupting the moment. The previously gathered resolve deflated like a punctured balloon, and the words of confession that had been poised on her lips vanished in an instant. As the dishes were served, the two began their meal, yet an unusual tension enveloped the atmosphere. The room, once filled with laughter, was now silent save for the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls. Tian Xiaoju could almost hear the rapid beating of her own heart. "Senior, you go first, no?" "You go first," the two playfully insisted, their mutual understanding infusing the awkwardness with a subtle shift. In an attempt to mask her fleeting impulse, Tian Xiaoju raised her wine glass and took a sip of the red wine. However, lacking experience with alcohol, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she felt a slight dizziness wash over her. She felt grateful she hadn't ventured to a bar, where even a single drink could have a stronger effect. In such a chaotic place, dressed as she was, she might have compromised her innocence. Now, in the company of her senior, she believed she was safe. With this thought, her previously muddled mind began to clear slightly, and she unsteadily rose to leave. Upon seeing her struggle, her senior quickly stood and steadied her. Once in the lobby, he helped her to a seat before heading to settle the bill, returning afterward to assist her outside. "Xiaoju, where do you live? Let me take you home," he offered. He hadn't anticipated her low tolerance for alcohol. She was not merely tipsy, but nearly incapacitated after just one sip. He had initially hoped to confess his feelings while sharing a drink, but that plan seemed thwarted. With a sigh, he lamented that he had finally secured this opportunity to work nearby, only to find himself unable to express his long-held affection. Now, he wondered when they might meet again. Perhaps he would have to invite her out once more tomorrow. Had Tian Xiaoju been privy to her senior's thoughts, she would have been elated. Yet now, as she stepped outside into the fresh air, her mind was a complete haze, rendering her oblivious to everything he had just said, lost in a fit of giggles. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, followed by a deluge of rain. As they were still making their way back, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting Tian Xiaoju directly. Miraculously, she was not harmed by the lightning. Instead, it transported her into a state between consciousness and dreams, where she fancied she was already in a car on her way home. Meanwhile, her senior, witnessing her inexplicably vanish before his eyes, was struck by panic. What would he say if the authorities came looking for her? That she had simply disappeared after a lightning strike? This is quite strange. Tian Xiaoju floated within the spatial tunnel, her bracelet shimmering with flecks of silver, gradually enveloping her body. After an indeterminate passage of time, when she awakened once more, she found herself surrounded by a group of peculiarly dressed individuals, all gazing at her. Chapter 3. Have I transcended time? As Tian Xiaoju observed the eccentrically attired people staring at her, she pondered whether this was a theatrical performance. She voiced her thoughts aloud. "Is this a play?" A woman clad in traditional attire responded, "My dear, what do you mean by a play? We have grand operas here. Would you care to watch?" Tian Xiaoju was bewildered by the woman's words. Could this not be a performance? What on earth was happening? Had she somehow transcended time? She glanced left and right, up and down, realizing that everyone around was dressed in ancient garb, making her modern clothing seem out of place. Her memories lingered on the previous night, dining and drinking with her senior. Yes, they had indulged in wine, but what had transpired afterward? Why couldn't she recall? She tapped her head, striving to jog her memory, but to no avail. Turning to the woman, she inquired, "Excuse me, where am I? What era is this?" The woman, puzzled by the girl's questions, nonetheless replied, "This is the great Liang Dynasty. We are in the capital, Kyoto." "My dear, you are not suffering from amnesia, are you? Should we seek a physician? The great Liang? The one from the southern and northern dynasties? Liang Wudi?" Tian Xiaoju rifled through her recollections of the Liang Dynasty, admitting to herself that her grasp of history was rather tenuous, and she struggled to remember these dynasties. "What are you talking about? The southern and northern dynasties? There is no Liang Wudi. Our emperor's surname is Li, not Liang." "My dear, I think you truly need to see a doctor. Your speech is rather muddled," the woman remarked, finding Tian Xiaoju's words rather peculiar. By this time, many onlookers had dispersed, leaving only the woman beside Tian Xiaoju, who, noticing her dazed expression, still wished to assist. Upon hearing the woman's comments, Tian Xiaoju felt further perplexed. If this was not the southern and northern dynasties, then when was it? She had returned her history textbooks to her teacher on graduation day. What was she to do? All she remembered were Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, the three kingdoms Jin, the southern and northern dynasties, Sui, Tang, the five dynasties, the 10 kingdoms, Song, Liao Jin, western Xia, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Then came modern history. She tapped her head, still feeling the remnants of a hangover, contemplating the possibility that she had traversed to a parallel dimension, to a dynasty that was absent from her history books. Could such a bizarre occurrence truly exist? Noticing her bag, she rummaged through it and found a few remaining 100 yuan bills and her mobile phone. Yes, her phone. Perhaps she could search online. The woman, intrigued by Tian Xiaoju's rummaging, leaned in as she withdrew a thin, rectangular object, curious to see what she was up to. Tian Xiaoju unlocked her phone only to discover a no-signal display. It dawned on her that having arrived in a parallel, ancient world devoid of signal towers, it was impossible to expect any mobile reception. Alas, this was the consequence of her habitual reliance on technology. It appeared she would have to gradually acclimate to a life without smartphones or computers in this alternate time and space. "Excuse me, may I stay at your home for a couple of days?" she hesitantly inquired. The woman, unfazed by the request, was rather delighted by the endearing way the young girl referred to her as sister, which warmed her heart. Approaching 50, it was a pleasant surprise to be addressed as such, and she quickly agreed. On her very first day in the Liang Dynasty, Tian Xiaoju found refuge with kind-hearted strangers. She felt fortunate not to have encountered any unscrupulous figures who would compel her to resort to performing or selling her talents. With only theoretical knowledge and no practical skills, she realized her sole asset was her culinary expertise. Adapting to this new temporal environment would be a gradual process. The routine of rising with the sun and retiring at dusk would require some getting used to, especially after having been accustomed to binge-watching dramas late into the night. Before long, the woman led Tian Xiaoju to her home, where her daughters, Daya, Arya, and Sanya, promptly emerged to serve tea upon the arrival of guests. Observing the woman's abode, Tian Xiaoju noted its cleanliness and neatness. Though not from a distinguished family, the house appeared quite charming, with 2 rooms on the east side and 2 more on the west, while the central part boasted 4 rooms. The structure faced south, allowing ample light to pour in, and the courtyard was adorned with vibrant green vegetables and an array of blooming flowers in the corner, creating a picturesque scene. Soon, the 3 daughters returned with tea and snacks. Tian Xiaoju placed the tea on the table and said, "Come here for the next couple of days. This sister will be staying with us. Please take good care of her." "Yes, mother," they chorused in unison. "Dear girl, you needn't call me sister. My name is Wang Yuexiang. You may refer to me as Aunt Wang. I am of an age with your mother, and it feels rather awkward to be called sister," she said with a warm smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Tian Xiaoju found Wang Yuexiang to be quite genuine and replied, "Aunt Wang, I am Tian Xiaoju. You may simply call me Xiaojun. What a lovely name you have. As for me, I am rather unrefined and lack the knack for naming. Just look at my daughter's names, Daya, Arya, and Sanya," Wang Yuexiang remarked. Tian Xiaoju had always thought her parents had whimsically assigned her name, finding it rather rustic. She even questioned whether she had been adopted, given the casualness with which they chose her name. To her surprise, in the eyes of these ancient people, her name was considered beautiful, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of gratitude. "Are their names really Daya, Arya, and Sanya?" Tian Xiaoju asked, puzzled. Upon seeing them gnawed vigorously like little chicks pecking a grain, she mused that this naming convention was even more casual than her mother's approach. Others typically consult a dictionary when naming their children. Yet her mother, upon witnessing a delicate chrysanthemum bloom on the day of her birth, whimsically bestowed the name Xiaoju upon her. The 3 girls gazed at Tian Xiaoju's attire, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, though they dared not approach too closely. Sensing their admiration for her garment, Tian Xiaojun contemplated offering it to them. However, she was left with no other clothing to wear, leaving her in a quandary. In this unfamiliar world, devoid of resources, how could she navigate her way to a fulfilling existence? Chapter 4. A display of skill. Tian Xiaojun beckoned the girls to her side. Do you happen to know where ready-made garments can be purchased? Do you believe anyone would buy the clothes I'm wearing if I were to sell them? The trio nodded in unison, affirming that there would indeed be buyers. If such garments could be produced, it might yield a handsome profit. Yet, the question of sourcing materials loomed large, as the fabric for these clothes was absent here. This notion, it appeared, was somewhat impractical. Having been in this place for several hours, Tian Xiaoju observed the attire of passers-by and noted a relatively open-minded culture. Women ventured out without veils, their clothing, while modest, revealed arms and legs in a decorous manner. Her mind was awash with thoughts of how to earn money and establish a sustainable life here, for she could not rely on the hospitality of others indefinitely. After a day or two, she would need to find her own lodging. Daya, Arya, Senya, come help with the fire and prepare the meal, called Wang Yuexiang from the kitchen. The group made their way to the kitchen, with Tian Xiaoju joining them. Though she was unfamiliar with tending to the fire, she could assist with washing vegetables, and perhaps she could eventually learn to cook. Noticing how adeptly the sisters tended to the fire, fetched water, and chopped wood, Tian Xiaoju realized these tasks were part of their daily routine. Once the fire blazed, Wang Yuexiang ladled water into a clean pot. As the water boiled, she added the greens. Tian Xiaoju was initially puzzled as to why water was necessary for sought vegetables. She had not anticipated that cooking involved a boiling process. Annie Wang, is this how you typically prepare vegetables? Just boiling them until they're done? Tian Xiaoju could not contain her curiosity and posed the question. Indeed, for some vegetables, a pinch of coarse salt is also added, Wang Yuexiang replied, while transferring the cooked greens into a bowl. Annie, do you have ginger or garlic? Tian Xiaoju inquired. There is some over there, a remnant from when someone gifted it to me. I've yet to figure out how to use it. So it's just been sitting there. Wang Yuexiang pointed to a basket near the cupboard, where a large piece of ginger and several cloves of garlic lay. Tian Xiaoju approached, breaking off a small piece of ginger and taking a clove of garlic. She had just observed Wang Yuexiang preparing greens, which turned out to be lettuce. To her surprise, she had discovered lettuce in this parallel world. A vegetable, she remembered, was brought from Europe. She found the combination of lettuce and minced garlic to be delightful, and Tian Xiaoju had a particular fondness for the dish, especially suitable for those seeking to lose weight, as it is low in calories yet delectable. After crushing several cloves of garlic with a knife and finally chopping them, she turned to Wang Yuexiang, who was about to serve the dish she was currently cooking, and said, Auntie, let me take over. You should rest for a while. No, you mustn't cook. You are a guest, Wang Yuexiang insisted, declining her offer. Auntie, if you continue like this, I won't feel comfortable staying in your home. I have no money to pay for the room, but I can certainly help with some tasks within my ability, Tian Xiaoju replied sincerely, looking at Wang Yuexiang. Seeing no alternative, Wang Yuexiang relented and stepped aside, allowing Tian Xiaoju to stir-fry. Noticing the prepared meats nearby, Tian Xiaoju selected a few pieces of fatty meat and tossed them into the pan. Soon, the oil began to sizzle, and she swiftly stirred, applying pressure with the spatula to extract the rendered fat. Once the meat turned a golden hue, she added the minced garlic. In no time, the aroma of garlic wafted through the air, and she added the lettuce, quickly stir-frying it before sprinkling in some salt and serving it. Mother, what delectable dish are you cooking today? It smells so good, Sanya exclaimed as she carried a bundle of firewood inside, inquiring of Wang Yuexiang. Your sister Xiaoju is the one cooking. It truly smells wonderful, making one eager for a meal, Wang Yuexiang agreed, taking the firewood from Sanya and placing it next to the stove. Her gaze remained fixed on Tian Xiaoju as she expertly prepared the dishes, swiftly recreating the two dishes that Wang Yuexiang had just cooked. As for the prepped meat, Tian Xiaoju deemed a meat soup sufficient. Her pace was impressive, and soon she had finished cooking all the ingredients Wang Yuexiang had prepared. The enticing aroma of the dishes made the young girls a bit envious, though they did not show it overtly. The meals were placed on a stone table beside the courtyard, and rice was served. Once everyone was seated, Wang Yuexiang announced that it was time to eat, prompting the girls to pick up their chopsticks. Captivated by the fragrance of the dishes prepared by Tian Xiaoju, they could hardly contain themselves once they tasted the food, devouring their meals without uttering a word, fully engrossed in their feast. In no time, The 3 dishes and soup were entirely consumed, leaving the plates empty. Tian Xiaoju felt a surge of happiness, as it validated her culinary skills. In this alternate realm, after finishing dinner and as dusk approached, Tian Xiaoju noticed they were beginning to wash up. She planned to wash herself after they were done, but to her surprise, Thea brought her a basin of water for her to wash her feet. After freshening up, Tian Xiaoju returned to the guest room that Wang Yuexiang had arranged for her, lying down early and listening to the sounds of cicadas and frogs outside. She began to drift into contemplation. At this very moment, Tian Xiaoju remains utterly perplexed as to how she has found herself in this alternate realm, with no recollection of the events that led her here. All she knows is that she had indulged in a bout of inebriation, after which her memories seemed to have turned a page. Having perused various novels about time travel and reincarnation, she notes that others are often bestowed with extraordinary abilities, be it systems, spaces, or other advantages. Why has she been granted none of these benefits? And is her sole fate to inhabit this strange world? As she touches the bracelet adorning her wrist, the only possession she can potentially convert into currency, she resolves to keep it safe. To her astonishment, the moment her fingers graze the bracelet, she is whisked away to yet another world. Before her stands a bamboo house, with a babbling brook flowing nearby, bordered by a plethora of vibrant flowers and plants. The scenery is enchanting, a feast for the senses. Pushing open the door to the bamboo dwelling, she discovers a room filled with an abundance of books. In the center lies a table upon which rests a piece of paper densely inscribed with text. Approaching it, Tian Xiaoju wonders if this document might contain some form of guidance. Chapter 5. Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable. As she draws nearer and picks up the note, she scrutinizes its contents, which read, "Welcome to the Lingyu space. Congratulations, fortunate member, on unlocking the Lingyu space. All items within this space are available for your use. Should you uncover hidden tasks, new functionalities may be activated." The paper is laden with descriptions and instructions regarding the Lingyu space, essentially outlining a realm filled with items of dubious utility and an ineffective system that requires the discovery of hidden tasks to function. Tian Xiaoju feels less like a fortunate individual and more like a jinx, having stumbled into this extraordinary world without a clue. Though this realm lacks cultivators, it resembles a dynasty, the specifics of which remain a mystery to her. She is engulfed in darkness, navigating her path blindly. In her previous readings, she envied characters who transcended time and space, each equipped with golden opportunities, like a mystical spring that could revive the dead with but a sip. She recalls the introduction mentioning the spring's properties. It could be consumed directly or utilized for irrigation and aquaculture. Dismayed, she questions whether her eyes deceive her. Surely, the water outside, fraught with the threat of parasites, cannot serve such purposes? This seemingly inconsequential space may possess a modicum of utility. If she were to engage in any nefarious deeds and risk discovery, she could always retreat into the confines of this realm, confident that no one would find her. Tian Xiaoju feels as though fate is playing a cruel joke on her. Reflecting on the novels she once read, where characters thrived post-reincarnation, she reassures herself that she, too, has merit. At least her culinary skills are adequate, ensuring she will not succumb to starvation. Once again wandering through this space, she stumbled upon an orchard brimming with an array of fruits. Yet, Tian Xiaoju noticed the absence of durians and muttered to herself, "Why are there no durians?" To her astonishment, not far away stood a durian tree, adorned with several ripe durians. Had she truly witnessed something extraordinary? Did her thoughts manifest into reality? She uttered the name of another fruit, only to find that it did not materialize. Was it merely an illusion? Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed through the void, announcing that the opportunity to plant a wish for the day had been exhausted and to return tomorrow. Could it truly be so? Tian Xiaojiao found it hard to believe her ears. This space was not without merit. At least she could conjure the fruits she desired, which was rather delightful. Feeling fatigued from her explorations outside, she returned to the bamboo house, scooping a ladle of water to drink. The taste was sweet and refreshing, far superior to plain water. She also noticed small fish swimming in the stream, formed by the spiritual spring, though they were no larger than her fingers. Imagining them fried was tantalizing, and she could hardly suppress her salivation. After quenching her thirst, she ventured into the bamboo house to explore further. She discovered a plethora of books on the shelves and casually pulled one out. Its cover read Culinary Guide. Upon opening it, she found a collection of exquisite recipes, each capable of being a signature dish in any fine dining establishment. She placed the book on the table, intending to delve deeper into it when time permitted. Having roamed for what felt like ages, Tian Xiaoju decided it was time to leave the bamboo house. Realizing that dawn must be approaching, she returned to her room, assuming the same position as when she entered, lying on the bed and gazing at the still dark sky, adorned only with the twinkling stars. Since others who traversed into this realm could not return, she resolved not to squander her energy seeking a way back. Instead, she would conserve her strength, indulging in food and drink, embracing her present circumstances. Tomorrow morning, she would seek out opportunities to earn some coin. As Tian Xiaoju settled into this foreign world, she enjoyed a restful slumber in another's home. The following morning, she awoke to find Wang Yuexiang and her family already bustling about, breakfast in the process of being prepared. Tian Xiaoju, the last to rise, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she observed their industriousness. Awake at last? You must not have slept well last night. It's quite different from your own home. I assenti it. By the way, Xiaojiao, can you recall anything from your past? Perhaps you should consult a doctor? Wang Yuexiang remarked, noticing Tian Xiaojiao still rubbing her eyes. Auntie, there's no need for that. I don't have any money on me right now. I'll go out shortly to see if there's any work available to earn some wages. Once I have some silver, I can consider visiting a doctor. Tian Xiaojiao replied, knowing she couldn't explain to Auntie Wang that she had traversed from another place. Such a notion would be too far-fetched. Upon hearing Tian Xiaojiao's response, Wang Yuexiang chose not to press further and returned to her breakfast preparations. After finishing breakfast, Tian Xiaojun, under the guidance of the began to stroll through the streets of Kyoto. Yesterday's hurried pace had prevented her from truly appreciating the vibrancy and liveliness of the city. Observing the attire of the locals, she noted a resemblance to the costumes seen in dramas depicting the Tang Dynasty. The women here did not embody the frail, willow-like figure she had imagined. Rather, they were neither overly plump nor unattractive and adorned themselves quite beautifully. Before leaving home, Tian Xiaojun had changed into the outfit prepared for her by Wang Yuexiang. Had she worn her previous attire, it would certainly have drawn attention. Although her hair was not long enough, she managed to style it elegantly with a simple wooden hairpin, which turned out rather well. She even discreetly captured a few photographs with her phone. However, she realized that this device might soon be rendered useless, as there was no electricity available. While she was aware that wind and water could generate power, she was clueless about how to harness it. It seemed that her phone would merely serve as an unwieldy brick in this new world, evoking a sense of nostalgia for her previous life. Tian Xiaojun mused about the absence of a charging facility in her own space. Others had supermarkets, while her own provisions consisted solely of fruits and vegetables. Though she found it somewhat lacking, she acknowledged that possessing such a space, even if considered trivial, was better than having nothing at all. At least, the produce could be exchanged for currency. As she walked, Tian Xiaojun was drawn to a gathering of people ahead, curious to witness the commotion of this foreign land. She clasped the Yu's hand and made her way through the crowd, their petite frames allowing them to navigate the throng with relative ease. Upon reaching the center, she discovered that a red paper was being posted, presumably a notice, which instantly diminished her interest. Just as she contemplated leaving, she overheard someone mention that the Rong Wangfu was seeking cooks. It was said that the old prince had been lacking in appetite for several days, prompting the young prince to search far and wide for talented individuals who could entice him with a meal, offering generous rewards for such efforts. I could never do that. I've never even set foot in a kitchen. Let us just go to the Zue Xianglu for a drink. Tian Xiaojun had yet to read the notice, but the prospect of a reward for cooking piqued her curiosity. It seemed too fortuitous to pass up. After all, there was no risk involved in trying. She quietly inquired of Dia, "Do you know where the Rong Wangfu is?" "Why do you ask about the Rong Wangfu?" Dia replied with a hint of skepticism. You're not actually considering applying, are you? Why not? Tian Xiaoju retorted. All right then, if you say so. Dia was uncertain how to respond. Although she had never visited the Rome Wangfu, she was familiar with its location. Rumors suggested that the young prince was quite remarkable, rivaling the old prince in his youth. Yet few had ever caught a glimpse of this elusive figure. Two individuals struggled to extricate themselves from the throngs of people, with Dia guiding Tian Xiaoju towards the direction of the Prince Rong's residence. This area was evidently inhabited by dignitaries and nobles, as evidenced by the grandiose architecture that spoke of affluence and status. Upon arriving at the vicinity of the prince's estate, Tian Xiaoju's gaze fell upon the gleaming characters that adorned the entrance, prompting her to ponder whether they were truly crafted from gold. The allure was so enticing that she almost wished to transport those characters back to her home. Alas, her current impoverished state left her devoid of resources and status, compelling her to seek a patron to facilitate her ascent in society. The main gate was closed, and as Tian Xiaoju approached and knocked, a small door swung open, revealing a steward who inquired, "Do you young ladies have business here?" Tian Xiaoju replied, "We just saw the notice stating that the Prince Rong's residence is in search of a cook, and I have come to try my luck." The steward assessed both Tian Xiaoju and Dia and instructed, "Follow me, but do exercise caution around the young prince. Do not wander aimlessly. Continue along this path until you reach the area bustling with people, where the interviews are being conducted. Avoid straying elsewhere." Grateful for his guidance, Tian Xiaoju responded, "Thank you, kind sir. If I succeed in the interview, I shall treat you to a meal." The steward, slightly bashful, replied, "You are most welcome." Tian Xiaoju grasped Dia's hand and ventured further into the prince's estate. Dia, filled with trepidation, could scarcely believe she had entered such a prestigious place, keeping her head down in fear of being noticed. Observing Dia's demeanor, Tian Xiaoju remarked, "You might as well bury your head in the ground. The steward merely advised you to refrain from wandering, not to stop looking around. Why hide your head so low?" Dia hesitantly lifted her gaze but remained timid, contrasting sharply with Tian Xiaoju, who strolled about as if in a park. Unbeknownst to them, two figures perched atop a nearby rooftop were observing their every move. "That girl possesses a certain intrigue," remarked a gentleman clad in a moon-white robe to his companion, dressed in azure. "Regardless of her culinary skills, her audacity is commendable." The azure-clad man remained silent, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he drained his glass. "Let us proceed to investigate," he suggested after finishing his drink. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju and Dia arrived at the interview location, inquiring about the specific requirements. The first task was to demonstrate their knife skills. Tian Xiaoju, having honed her abilities in this area, felt prepared, recalling the countless carrots, radishes, and tofu she had practiced with at home. To showcase her knife skills, she believed that the most fitting dishes would be the literary tofu and chrysanthemum tofu. As she surveyed the ingredients prepared by the prince's kitchen, she indeed found suitable tofu for both dishes. The chrysanthemum tofu, a hallmark of Huayan cuisine, involves slicing the tofu into exceedingly fine strands that, when immersed in water, bloom like a chrysanthemum. During her solitary practice at home, Tian Xiaoju discarded a considerable amount of tofu. Although it was deemed wasteful, the tofu remained edible. Thus, despite the failures in crafting the flower-shaped tofu, its purpose was ultimately fulfilled. Through repeated attempts and failures, she gradually unearthed the secret to success. Perseverance bore fruit, and Tian Xiaoju eventually mastered the intricate skill required for this culinary challenge. Dia, observing Tian Xiaoju select a piece of tofu, was perplexed about the purpose behind it. How could tofu possibly test one's knife skills? Just as her curiosity lingered, she heard Tian Xiaoju request her assistance. "Dia, please fill this large bowl with clean water," she said, deftly slicing the tofu. Everyone watched her with bated breath, uncertain of how the tofu could be cut, wondering if it could indeed be fashioned into a flower. It was only when Tian Xiaoju completed her cutting and submerged the pieces in water that they realized she had indeed transformed the tofu into a floral creation. Tian Xiaoju's hands moved with such swiftness that it appeared as though she was recklessly hacking away at a mountain of tofu. The onlookers mused that if her method could yield results, surely they could replicate it as well. Once Dia brought over the water, Tian Xiaoju halted her motions, carefully placing the sliced tofu into the bowl filled with clear water. The spectators, intrigued by her technique, wondered about the significance of submerging the tofu. As the delicate strands unfurled in the water, resembling blooming chrysanthemums, the beauty of her creation became apparent. Those who had previously scoffed at the notion of slicing tofu into a floral shape now recognized her remarkable skill. The exquisite presentation, akin to autumn chrysanthemums, defying the frost, raised the question: had Tian Xiaoju's knife skills passed the test? She turned to the overseer and inquired, "Is my knife work satisfactory?" "Indeed, young lady. Your knife skills are commendable," the overseer replied. "You have advanced to the next round. Prepare a signature dish. If the elder can consume 3 bites or more, you may remain." The overseer, impressed by the chrysanthemum-like tofu, believed her culinary abilities were promising. On another rooftop, 2 spectators, captivated by Tian Xiaoju's creation, couldn't help but commend her knife skills. The man in light blue attire remarked to his companion in green, "Her knife skills are quite impressive. I wonder how her cooking fares." The man in green responded, "Once she completes her dish, if the elder is not pleased, you might as well give it a try. After all, you have faced rejection before." As they observed from above, Tian Xiaoju seized the moment to inquire with the overseer, "May I ask if the elder has any particular cravings or perhaps an ailment that affects his appetite?" The overseer, taken aback by her inquiry, felt a sense of satisfaction. None of the other candidates had the audacity to ask such questions. Most, after passing the first round, became overly confident, hastily preparing their signature dishes. This young lady, however, displayed a thoughtful approach, earning her a few more points in the overseer's estimation. With a smile, he remarked, "The old prince now dreams daily of the battlefield, envisioning hearty feasts of roasted lamb and copious amounts of wine. Alas, my dear, we cannot roast a whole lamb here, but we do have lamb meat available." Upon hearing the steward's words, Tian Xiaoju mused that even if a whole lamb were present, she would be unable to roast it. However, since the steward mentioned lamb, it must surely be what the old prince craved. Yet, the family cook might not replicate the flavor he desired. A spark of inspiration ignited within Tian Xiaoju as she contemplated preparing lamb palma, which might delight the old prince. She was uncertain if this delicacy existed in these parts. Yet she had savored authentic lamb palma before, and it was undeniably exquisite. She set out to gather the necessary ingredients to create lamb palma. One must select not only lamb, but also bones and flour for the bread. This culinary endeavor, while rewarding, required considerable time. Once she had gathered the essentials, she meticulously cleaned the lamb bones and soaked them in water for an extended period. Knowing this would take a while, she initiated the soaking process, with Dia assisting her in preparing the ingredients. Dia peeled garlic while also washing the other vegetables that required cleaning. However, some ingredients were lacking, and she had to substitute them with whatever she deemed suitable. For instance, she noted the absence of sugar garlic and green garlic. She recalled that garlic was also an exotic variety, perhaps introduced from elsewhere, and she was unaware of its various preparations. As the lamb bones and meat soaked, Tian Xiaoju began to knead the flour. The texture of the flour felt somewhat coarse, unlike the fine flour they typically consumed, but its aroma was quite pleasant, more authentic than that produced by modern processing methods. She added a bit of sourdough starter, kneaded the flour thoroughly, and then set it aside to ferment. While the dough rested, she utilized some additional flour to knead the lamb bones and meat, facilitating the extraction of blood and impurities. She rinsed them thoroughly with clean water until the liquid ran clear. "Dia, could you please kindle fire?" Tian Xiaoju requested, observing Dia's unease. In truth, no one remained to supervise them, save for the steward, as others had gone about their tasks. Yet, Dia felt a lingering discomfort, prompting Tian Xiaoju to encourage her to engage in work to distract her. Should she succeed in her application, Tian Xiaoju vowed to repay Wang Yuexiang and her family. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoju's request, Dia promptly set to work. Feeling awkward merely standing idly, she quickly approached the stove and ignited a fire. She placed the lamb bones into a pot, adding enough water to submerge them. While waiting for the water to boil, Tian Xiaoju retrieved the risen dough, portioning it into equal pieces before rolling them out into flatbreads. She then proceeded to fry them in another pan until both sides turned a golden hue. The pancakes have been expertly cooked on one side, and the lamb bone broth has begun to simmer. With a spatula, she deftly skimmed off the froth that had surfaced, allowing it to boil for approximately half an hour before introducing the fragrant spices, continuing the gentle simmer. Tian Xiaoju felt that time was ample. To prepare only this dish seemed rather insufficient, so she selected various additional ingredients and commenced crafting other dishes. She was determined not to waste the tofu she had sliced earlier and, upon noticing some fresh mushrooms, decided to pair them with chicken, creating yet another culinary delight. The two individuals on the rooftop observed Tian Xiaoju's incessant movements as the pot gradually began to emanate a tantalizing aroma, stirring a sense of anticipation within them. "Do you not feel a tinge of excitement?" inquired the man in the moon-white attire to his companion. "You're not new to this. Would you really leave now?" replied the man in green, though his gaze remained fixed on Tian Xiaoju. Should Tian Xiaoju have caught sight of the two on the rooftop, she would undoubtedly remark, "You young scamps, I'm far older than you. Call me sister and let me hear it." However, at that moment, she was wholly devoted to her culinary endeavors, leaving no room for distractions. The steward, too, caught a whiff of the enticing aromas wafting from the pot, nearly succumbing to the temptation of drooling. He hoped that Lord Wang would soon ask him to sample the dishes. The scents were simply irresistible. Time passed swiftly, and Tian Xiaoju had nearly completed her preparations. The chrysanthemum tofu, resting atop a savory chicken broth, was adorned with a few green vegetables and garnished with goji berries, presenting a visually stunning dish that evoked an impulse to admire rather than consume. While fetching water, she had discreetly utilized the mystical water from her space, recalling that the text she had read extolled the virtues of meals prepared with spiritual spring water. Though perhaps not as exaggerated as the account suggested, the flavor was indeed delightful. She prepared several appetizing, tangy dishes to whet the appetite and shredded the chicken into small morsels. The infusion of mushroom essence rendered the chicken exceptionally delectable. She had never experienced such exquisite flavors in her modern life. Yet, she merely sampled a taste, refraining from indulging excessively, for she did not wish to give the impression that she had feasted on the dishes intended for Lord Wang. Once the lamb had cooled, she sliced it into thin pieces, and the bread had been broken into fragments. She poured the lamb broth into the pot, bringing it to a boil. Although there were no noodles available, she spotted sweet potato starch and opted to substitute it, adding it to the broth along with the sliced lamb and torn bread, allowing it to cook for about 2 minutes before sprinkling some greens on top. Having completed all her dishes, Tian Xiaoju arranged them artfully on a platter and addressed the steward. "It is ready now. Shall I carry it myself?" Enchanted by the alluring fragrances, the steward nodded vigorously, saying, "You carry it. Let us proceed together." With great care, Tian Xiaoju arranged all the dishes on a large wooden tray and followed the steward, stepping confidently behind him. Chapter 8. Success and Employment. The two individuals on the rooftop had already departed to the courtyard of the old lord by the time Tian Xiaoju followed the steward with a tray in hand. Upon entering the courtyard, the steward led Tian Xiaoju and Daya to the sound of laughter and merriment, with the old lord's laughter resonating, indicating his jovial mood. The steward approached the old lord, offering a respectful bow, and announced, "Your Highness, the young lord and young master Yu. The meal is prepared." "Grandfather, allow me to assist you," said the gentleman clad in white. Was that delightful aroma? The old lord inhaled the enticing scent, evoking a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of flavors he had longed for. "Grandfather, it seems we are in for a treat today," remarked the gentleman in green, supporting the old lord on the other side. "Come, since there is delicious food, let us enjoy it together," the old lord said to the two, aware that their presence was likely motivated by the prospect of a meal. Though he had little appetite, these two often indulged heartily. After Tian Xiaoju arranged the dishes, she awaited their arrival. Upon entering, Daya tugged at her, prompting her to kneel and greet, "Your Highness, young lord, young master Yu." Following the steward's lead, she mimicked the formal address. Rise. Which of you prepared these dishes today? The old lord waved his hand dismissively. He had always held disdain for such formalities. Your Highness, it was I who prepared them, Tian Xiaoju replied. Impudence! How dare you presume to speak before the Lord? The steward admonished sharply. Initially, Tian Xiaoju had thought the steward to be amiable, but she soon realized he wielded his authority. The old lord remained silent, yet the steward felt compelled to reprimand. Startled by the outburst, Dia once again pulled Tian Xiaoju down to kneel. Your Highness, spare her. Xiaoju was injured recently and has suffered memory loss. Should she have offended you, let me bear the punishment instead, Dia quickly interjected, bowing her head fervently. Tian Xiaoju, bewildered, thought to herself, was it a crime to refer to myself? If merely speaking of myself incurs punishment, then I am truly wronged. Rise, I do not concern myself with such trivial matters. As long as the food is delectable, I shall overlook it. If it is not, then punishment shall follow, the old lord said with a warm smile, his demeanor remaining amicable. As Tian Xiaoju stood, she remarked, I knew it. No, I am certain that your Highness possesses a magnanimous spirit and will not hold grudges. Ha! This little girl is quite amusing. Pray tell, what inspired you to prepare these dishes? They do not resemble the specialties of any single region, the old lord observed, eyeing the array of dishes on the table, their presentation appealing and the aroma inviting. Yet, he wondered if the taste would match the flavor he remembered, as he had recently struggled to muster any appetite, prompting his grandson to issue a notice. Upon hearing that the prince had once led troops in the northwest during his youth, the servant girl, Tian Xiaoju, was inspired to prepare a dish reminiscent of her past experiences in that region. This lamb palma, she remarked, though I cannot ascertain whether the prince had tasted it during his time, it remains etched in my memory as a significant culinary delight. The old prince, reflecting on her words and the earlier comments made by the other maid, inquired, the girl just mentioned that you have lost your memory. How then do you recall your journey to the northwest? Realizing she had inadvertently forgotten the earlier assertion of her amnesia, Tian Xiaoju replied, Your Highness, I indeed suffer from partial amnesia. However, certain memories, particularly those associated with food, remain vivid, while others elude me entirely. That dish looks well prepared, the old prince remarked, pointing at the chrysanthemum tofu. I find it quite visually appealing and am reluctant to disturb it with my chopsticks. Tian Xiaoju, touching her head, candidly explained. The initial challenge was to demonstrate my knife skills, necessary for cooking for your Highness. This tofu was prepared during that test, and, not wishing to let it go to waste, I also simmered a chicken soup with mushrooms. The chrysanthemum tofu, infused with the essence of the chicken broth, is truly delectable. I invite you to sample it. Such embellishments, commented the young master, Rong Xiaowang. The old prince, intrigued, noticed that this was the first instance of his grandson conversing with a woman other than his mother, as his attendants were predominantly male. Tian Xiaoju refrained from speaking carelessly, mindful of the potential repercussions. She sought allies, not adversaries, especially not one wielding such considerable power. Rong Xiaowang was taken aback by her silence, allowing him to belittle her culinary creations without retort, which diminished his interest in teasing her further. He proceeded to inquire about other dishes, to which Tian Xiaoju provided thorough explanations. However, when faced with Rong Xiaowang's taunts, she chose to ignore him, enduring his mockery without confrontation, for she preferred to avoid conflict. After some time, the old prince deemed his grandson's trial sufficient and instructed Tian Xiaoju and her companion to wait outside. Eager to leave the room, Tian Xiaoju hastily ushered her companion out. Although the old prince appeared amiable, she sensed a cunning nature beneath the surface. Fully aware that he had permitted his grandson to vex her for an extended period before releasing them, the steward willingly accepted the task of sampling the dishes. However, after tasting the exquisite flavors, he found himself in a state of torment. The tantalizing taste lingered on his palate, yet he could not indulge further. He longed to devour the entire meal, marveling at its deliciousness. He regretted having scolded Tian Xiaoju earlier and pondered whether she would be amenable to preparing a meal for him in the future. It seemed he would need to extend an apology to her later, after sampling all the dishes without any reservations. The old prince and his companions began to indulge in their meal. Upon taking the first bite, the old prince regretted having left these two capable eaters among them. These dishes were so delectable that even if he were offered 2 more bowls, he could easily consume them. Each of them ate in silence, including young Prince Rome, who was entirely absorbed in the feast, completely forgetting his earlier jibes and sarcasm. The flamboyant tofu was the most devoured among them. Fortunately, Tian Xiaoju did not witness this. Had she seen it, she would have wanted to spit in his face, that hypocritical fellow. Chapter 9. Successful application. The dishes on the table were soon devoured, and the old prince, patting his belly, said, "Call that young girl in. She shall be richly rewarded." Tian Xiaoju was summoned by the steward, and upon seeing the obsequious expression on his face, she realized that her dishes had likely won the old prince's favor. Otherwise, how could the steward, who had just been so sharp-tongued, suddenly don such a flattering demeanor? Following the steward inside, Tian Xiaoju performed a respectful bow, not a kneeling one, and stood waiting for the old prince to speak. "My dear girl, is there anything you desire?" the old prince inquired, gazing at her. "Anything at all?" she asked. "As long as I can procure it, yes," he replied. However, before she could respond, young Prince Rome interjected, saying, "Don't be too greedy. It is a tremendous favor for grandfather to reward you at all." Tian Xiaoju shot him a glance. She was still hoping to find a patron, and this young prince was too miserly. Perhaps she should seek someone else. Nevertheless, since the old prince had said anything was permissible, she thought it prudent to request her identification. "Your Highness, I have lost my identity token. Could you assist me in obtaining a new one?" After speaking, she observed the old prince's expression. She had heard that identity tokens here were akin to modern identification cards, necessary for lodging and such. Having traversed to this world with nothing but wealth to stay at an inn, she realized that the most crucial matter at hand was acquiring that identity token. Seeing the old prince's demeanor remain unchanged, he instructed Xiaowen, "Make arrangements for her identity token." Young Prince Rong scoffed, "What a nuisance." Tian Xiaoju restrained herself. If she could not contain her frustration, she might slip poison into his dish to silence his unpleasant remarks, even though he appeared rather handsome. "Is that all?" the old prince asked. Tian Xiaoju waved her hand, replying, "That is all. I have but this one request." Satisfied with her response, the old prince nodded, appreciating her contentment, and said, "Stay on and cook for me. You need not concern yourself with the meals of others. Just prepare mine. I will provide you with 100 taels of silver each month, covering your food and lodging." Tian Xiaoju pondered for a moment. Although she was unaware of the purchasing power of 100 taels, she believed she could manage even a single tael a month, especially since it included meals and accommodation, along with protection from bullying. Furthermore, with the earnings, she could repay the kindness of Wang's family. After a moment's consideration, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, I am willing to serve." Then they heard the old prince say, "That girl can join as well. She can assist you, but the wage is merely 10 taels of silver. Is that acceptable?" The elder girl was somewhat incredulous, pointing to herself and asking me, "A servant?" Upon seeing the old prince nod, she joyfully embraced Tian Xiaojun, her delight evident. "You both return and prepare. Come back tomorrow. Xiaowen, arrange accommodations for them within my courtyard. Just find a room here. I feel a hunger coming on and wish to have them nearby. Remove the notice outside. With this girl cooking, it is more than sufficient. You may all take your leave. I am weary and wish to rest." The old prince stifled a yawn, rising to retire to his chambers. After a hearty meal, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Tian Xiaojun and the elder girl, having received their instructions, performed their curtsies and exited. At that moment, Tian Xiaojun took note of the exquisite furnishings of the house, the intricate carvings, each detail vividly brought to life, truly embodying the art of dragon and phoenix, utterly beautiful. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were equally refined, blooming splendidly, accompanied by an artificial mountain and a pond, which housed fish and water lilies, all exuding elegance. Tian Xiaojun thought to herself that the aesthetic sense of the ancients was indeed remarkable. No wonder future generations claim that while there are no luxuries in Huaxia, it is because such luxuries cannot be purchased even with wealth. Only skilled artisans could spend countless hours to create them, some of which have even been lost to modernity. As she walked alongside the elder girl, admiring the scenery of the royal residence, she realized just how vast it was. She estimated she had been walking for over 10 minutes and still had not reached the entrance. She truly had no idea how she had entered, seemingly following in the footsteps of others. The bustling street outside stood in stark contrast to the nearby Rome Wangfu. Tian Xiaoju resolved that once she had saved enough money, she would depart. Although the prince was affable, the young prince was not so agreeable. As long as she remained in the royal residence, an encounter with the young prince was inevitable. She was enduring it now, but could not continue. Thus, she would hide, choosing not to compare herself with these dignitaries. For she possessed nothing. This current compromise was merely a temporary strategy. Upon returning to the elder girl's home, she excitedly announced to Wang Yuexiang, "Mother, mother, I have wonderful news." Wang Yuexiang was busy cooking, and after waiting for quite some time without seeing them return, the second and third girls had grown hungry and started preparing a meal. Wiping her hands on her clothing, she noticed the elder girl's beaming smile, almost stretching to her ears, and inquired, "What is all this commotion? Why are you so loud? People outside can hear you. What is the cause of such joy?" "Xiaojun has found work, and I have work too. 10 taels of silver a month." The elder girl replied with a grin. Upon hearing the figure of 10 taels a month, Wang Yuexiang was astonished at such generosity, enough for the family to enjoy a good meal for quite some time. Yet, she prudently asked, "Where will you be working that offers such high wages?" As Wang Yuexiang observed, there was an unusual expression on her face. Tian Xiaoju remarked, "Aunt, today fortune smiles upon us. As I stepped out, I happened upon a notice from the Rome Wangfu, seeking a chef. I have been selected." The old prince, in his delight, even allowed Dia to accompany me to assist with the tasks. "That is splendid. You two shall go together. It gives me peace of mind knowing you have each other for company. Do your utmost. I have heard that the old prince is quite amiable. If you work diligently, you shall not be treated poorly," Wang Yuexiang replied. "All right, mother. I am quite hungry now. Is dinner ready?" Dia tugged at Wang Yuexiang's hand, playfully seeking attention. It was the first time Tian Xiaoju witnessed such a display between the mother and daughter, feeling a tad embarrassed as Dia, being of considerable age, still indulged in childish affection. In this modern era, many would find such behavior somewhat awkward, yet they exhibited it so freely, which she found rather delightful. "Very well. We shall wait for you two. Arya, Sanya, please set the table. It is time for dinner. Your elder sister and Xiaoju have returned." Wang Yuexiang called out into the room. Chapter 10. Handmade noodles as they gathered to dine. Wang Yuexiang addressed Arya and Sanya, saying from now on, "Your elder sister will be at the Rome Wangfu, working alongside Xiaoju. The household matters shall remain your responsibility." "Sister, is the Rome Wangfu large?" Sanya inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, it is vast and exceedingly beautiful," Dia responded. Wang Yuexiang rapped the table gently and continued, "If there are questions or things you wish to discuss, save them for after dinner. It is not polite to speak while eating. You should count yourselves fortunate that your father is not present. Had he been, his rod would have already found its mark." Instantly, the table fell silent. Arya, who had intended to ask something further, refrained from speaking, and the only sounds that filled the air were the sounds of food being chewed. After the meal, Dia and Tian Xiaoju began to tidy up, for they were to reside at the Rome Wangfu starting the next day. They needed to prepare clothing and other essentials. Of course, Tian Xiaoju possessed nothing of her own. She was merely assisting Dia with her preparations, planning to share Dia's belongings until she earned her wages to acquire a new set for herself. As they organized their items, Arya and Sanya remained by Dia's side, engaging her in conversation. In truth, there was little to pack. As their home was not particularly affluent, they managed to gather what they could. The following morning, after breakfast, the two of them, just as the day before, made their way to the entrance of the Rome Wangfu with their luggage, perhaps in anticipation of their arrival. Tian Xiaoju noticed that the steward who opened the door was the same as yesterday. "Greetings, steward," Tian Xiaoju acknowledged, despite her personal disdain for the individual. Yet, one could not underestimate someone who had achieved such a position within the royal household. "Come with me," The old prince is already awaiting your arrival, the steward instructed. Tian Xiaoju and Dia followed closely behind the steward, remaining silent as they walked. They arrived once more at the same courtyard. It was familiar enough, albeit requiring a bit more time to navigate. As they entered the courtyard, they spotted the old prince seemingly awaiting their presence. Tian Xiaoju and Dia bowed respectfully, greeting. We pay our respects to the old prince. As the guests arrived, the venerable Lord Wang remarked, Please prepare me something to eat. I am quite famished. Yes, I shall attend to it at once, replied Tian Xiaojun, although she was still unfamiliar with the location of the kitchen in this courtyard. Follow me. The kitchen is this way, the steward instructed. Thus, Tian Xiaojun and her companion followed the steward towards the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, Tian Xiaojun quickly formulated her breakfast plan. Since the old lord was hungry, she decided to prepare a simple yet hearty meal. In the kitchen, Tian Xiaojun took charge, locating the flour and commencing the dough-making process. This step was pivotal. She used warm water to knead the dough. She scooped some flour into a large bowl, ground some coarse salt into a fine powder, added an egg, and began to knead. Water was to be added gradually, allowing the dough to come together slowly until no dry flour remained, resulting in a smooth and non-sticky dough. Daong, please boil a pot of water for me, Tian Xiaojun requested. She needed to prepare the accompaniments while allowing the dough to rest, after which she could roll and cut the noodles. She minced the pork and finally chopped the vegetables, setting them aside. As the water in the pot neared a boil, Tian Xiaojun had everything else ready. She rolled out the rested dough into thin sheets and sliced it into long, delicate noodles. When the water reached a rolling boil, she dropped in the noodles, cooking them until just tender. Next, she stir-fried the minced pork with seasonings, and just before it was fully cooked, she added the sauté mixture atop the noodles, garnishing with cilantro, which made the dish quite enticing. Daong, will you join me? Tian Xiaojun inquired. No, I will stay here and tidy up, Daong waved her hand, preferring to remain in the kitchen where she felt more at ease. Tian Xiaojun carried the bowl of noodles into the courtyard, where Lord Wang was already drawn in by the delightful aroma. Upon seeing what she brought, he could hardly contain his saliva. Your Highness, I had no time to prepare an elaborate meal, so I made you hand-pulled noodles. Please make do with this, and I shall prepare an array of dishes for you this evening, Tian Xiaojun apologized. Lord Wang gazed at the noodles before him, adorned with vibrant greens and other colorful accompaniments, and hesitated to indulge. Grandfather, what are you eating? It smells divine. Young Master Yu, drawn by the fragrance, discovered that it emanated from Lord Wang's courtyard. Evidently, this chef possessed some skill. Shu, go play. You have a nose like a dog, catching even the faintest scent, Lord Wang exclaimed, cradling the bowl before him. Young Master Yu pouted and said to Tian Xiaojun, Please prepare me a bowl of the same noodles that grandfather is enjoying. Reluctantly, Tian Xiaojun returned to the kitchen to make another serving of hand-pulled noodles, grateful that she had cut extra earlier. She only needed to boil them. Entering the kitchen, she saw Daong ready to discard the water and quickly intervened, saying, Don't, it will still be useful. Daong, come help me rekindle the fire. Dia set down the large pot and went to help Tian Xiaoju kindle the fire. As everything was prepared, the cooking proceeded swiftly, and soon another bowl of noodles was ready. When she handed the bowl to young Master Yu and returned, she noticed that the old prince had already finished the soup in his bowl. The taste was delightful, worthy of a reward. Zibai, go ask the steward to select 2 identical small items as a reward for them, the old prince instructed, with noodles still in his mouth. Yu Zibai spoke in interrupted phrases. I'll go after I finish my noodles. Shortly after, he too finished his bowl and sought out the steward for the promised reward. He held a genuine admiration for the young lady, as her culinary skills were truly remarkable. He felt he could eat much more after finishing that bowl. He presented a collection of jewelry to the old prince, saying, Grandfather, do you think this is enough? Girl, come here, the old prince beckoned to Tian Xiaoju. She approached him, and he commented, Today's noodles were exceptionally well made. I'm glad you liked it. If you wish for anything else next time, just let me know, and I will prepare it, Mu Rongxue replied. Take all of these. They are your reward. The old prince gestured towards the jewelry on the table, addressing Tian Xiaoju. Thank you, your highness. I only need 2. One for myself, and another for my companion, Tian Xiaoju replied with a courteous bow. Chapter 11. Rosecake. Old Prince Rong observed Tian Xiaoju's lack of greed, which pleased him even more. He decided there would be no need for lunch preparations. And for dinner, anything required could simply be arranged by the steward. He waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. "Grandfather, why are you being so kind to them?" the young prince asked as he approached, noticing the difference in his grandfather's demeanor towards the two girls. "They're not like you, always wearing a stern face. These two girls are perceptive, polite, and ungrasping. I find them quite admirable, especially with such exceptional culinary skills. If I were to scare them away, where would I find someone else to prepare such delicious food for me?" the old prince remarked, still savoring the memory of the noodles he had just eaten. "Is it really just 2 meals that have won you over? Here, take this." The young prince humorously thrust Tian Xiaoju's identity token into the old prince's hand, appearing somewhat exasperated. "With your petty demeanor, who was it that ate the most yesterday, and then asked if there was any food left in the evening? If you dislike her so much, simply send her away and stop mooching off my hospitality," the old prince retorted. "I never said to send her away. I just don't see the need to be so nice to her," the young prince mumbled. The old prince shot him a glance, finding his grandson's awkwardness somewhat amusing. He rose and walked away, disregarding the awkwardness of his grandson. "You missed out on the noodles that girl made today. They were simply exquisite. I still crave another bowl." Yu Zibai remarked. "Is your moon palace out of cooks? You come to my house every day to feast," the young prince quipped. "It seems that the finest chef has been summoned to your royal residence, leaving me no choice but to seek sustenance here. My grandfather mentioned dinner, and since lunch is not to be had at home, I shall return in the evening." Yu Zibai, observing the visibly irked young prince, quipped before soaring away. If Tian Xiaojun had witnessed this, she would surely exclaim that she finally witnessed the legendary art of flying across rooftops. How exhilarating! She would wish to learn it as well. After departing, Yu Zibai returned to the Moon Palace, while the young prince, with a flick of his sleeves, exited the courtyard. Having listened intently to the commotion outside, Tian Xiaojun sensed the absence of conversation and emerged from the kitchen. She was not keen on encountering the young prince, finding him rather petty. It was perplexing how anyone could have praised him for his valor. Such accolades seemed ill-fitting for this young noble. Upon entering her room, she discovered that Dia had already prepared the bedding and other necessities. The room was spacious, accommodating only the two of them, unlike others where numerous occupants resided. Dia efficiently tidied the room once more and began dusting. Tian Xiaojun, tapping into her spatial abilities, retrieved 2 cherries and offered one to Dia. "Sister Xiaojun, what is this delightful fruit?" Dia inquired, having never seen a cherry before, yet captivated by its vibrant red hue. "This is a cherry. It is quite delicious. Do try it. But we have only 2, one for you and one for me," Tian Xiaojun replied, regretting her earlier carelessness in revealing such a rarity. Aware that Dia was not one to gossip, as she bit into the cherry, its sweet juice flooded her mouth. In her previous life, she had relished cherries, though their high price limited her indulgence. She once dreamed of owning a cherry orchard to savor them daily. Now, with access to this space, the fruits were abundant, yet she had to be discreet, especially with Dia around, who might arouse suspicion if she were to indulge too freely. For Dia, this was her inaugural experience with cherries. Though she had only a single one, it left her wanting more, and she licked her lips, savoring the taste. Despite her desire for another, the novelty of the fruit was such that it was not found here, compelling her to refrain from further requests. After tidying up for a while, the two felt satisfied with the cleanliness of their surroundings. Noticing the sun overhead, Tian Xiaojun recalled that although the old prince had declared no lunch would be served, she still needed to address her own hunger. As she entered the kitchen, she encountered the steward from that day, who approached with a plump hen in hand, smiling brightly at Tian Xiaojun. "Xiaojun, would you be so kind as to stew this chicken for me? I truly apologize for my previous remarks. I only feared you might incur the old princess' ire. Please do not hold it against me." Tian Xiaojun thought to herself how he had once underestimated her, taking advantage of his position. Now that he realized she had some influence with the old prince, he sought to ingratiate himself, asking her to prepare the chicken, oblivious to the peril of trusting her. Upon reflection, It is preferable to offend a gentleman than to provoke a scoundrel. Such individuals are best avoided. As for you, will you pluck the feathers? I can only cook, not handle the chicken. You see, it is still alive, and I dread live poultry. Once you have prepared it, I shall assist you in stewing it, as I find myself with time to spare since the old prince does not require my culinary services for lunch. Even if Tian Xiaoju is capable of slaughtering and plucking the chicken, she would rather not do it herself. The fact that she can assist in the stewing is already quite generous of her, for she harbors a grudge. Very well, I shall take care of it. You may simply assist me in stewing it, the steward replied. With that, he grabbed a knife and began the process of slaughtering the chicken. Tian Xiaoju, indifferent to how he managed the task, focused on the necessity of filling her stomach. It could not be done haphazardly. Here, she could not indulge in her phone, nor partake in any entertainment. Reaching distant places required riding horses or taking carriages. In modern times, one might lament the slowness of transport, but having recently entered this era, she found it somewhat disconcerting. Since discomfort lingered, she resolved to soothe her wounded spirit with delectable cuisine. Prior to her journey through time, she had been enamored with a content creator who had chosen to forsake city life for rural living, inspiring envy with her courage. Yet, Tian Xiaoju recognized that this creator earned a livelihood through her videos. Daily, she indulged in watching her content, especially captivated by the myriad of exquisite dishes she crafted. Now, having arrived in a time where one must toil for sustenance, she found herself reminiscing about electronic devices, yet also perceived this as an opportunity to showcase her skills. She wondered if the old prince would permit her to utilize the flowers in the courtyard. She had noticed roses while passing by and yearned to make rose pastries. Uncertain if permission would be granted. If the old prince consents, she would prepare rose pastries for the evening. For now, a simple dish of chive pockets would suffice, as she had spotted a bunch of fresh chives among the prepared ingredients. Let's get started. Dia, could you please pluck this bunch of chives? Which ones are the chives? Dia inweeded, perpliet. Tian Xiaoju, equally confused, wondered if they were not called chives in ancient times, and thus held up the bunch to ask, is this not it? What do you call it? This is called yang xiao, but it isn't very tasty. Are you certain you wish to use this for cooking? Dia questioned incredulously. Tian Xiaoju was at a loss for words. After all, Wang Xiaozi cooked it by boiling and adding a sprinkle of coarse salt. Hardly a delectable method. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that merely having enough to eat was commendable. You simply haven't tasted it prepared well. Wait until you try my cooking. You will surely enjoy it. Tian Xiaoju declared with confidence. Wiping the sweat from her brow, flour dusted her face, giving her a playful appearance. Dia was taken aback, suddenly realizing how beautiful Tian Xiaoju truly was. What is the matter? Do I have flowers on my face? Tian Xiaoju asked, puzzled by Dia's unwavering gaze upon her. Dia rose to assist Tian Xiaoju in wiping the flour from her face, remarking, there are no flowers, just a bit of wheat flour. Thank you. Tian Xiaoju expressed her gratitude. This interaction was witnessed by the newly arrived Prince Rong, who pondered the nature of their relationship. Had Tian Xiaoju known the prince's thoughts regarding her and Dia, she would have surely spat in his face and declared her orientation to be quite normal. Unlike certain individuals who seem to be in constant company with one another, could they not be perceived as a little submissive? Unbeknownst to Tian Xiaoju, she remained oblivious to Prince Rong's musings. After Dia had wiped the flour from her face, Tian Xiaoju resumed her battle with the flour. Once the dough was kneaded to perfection, she covered it with a cloth to let it rest while she turned her attention to the leeks. Gazing at the impeccably cleaned leeks, she mused that if Dia were to venture into the modern world, many would likely consider her a neat freak. After all, through their days of interaction, Dia had established herself in Tian Xiaoju's mind as someone meticulous about cleanliness. The handkerchief Dia had used to wipe off the flour now basked in the sunlight. Moreover, even though Tian Xiaoju had deemed the room tidy, Dia still took it upon herself to tidy up further. After chopping the leeks and cracking a few eggs into a bowl, she called out, Dia, could you please light the fire? Keep it on a low flame. Once the eggs were scrambled and combined with the leeks and seasonings, she set the mixture aside for later use. At this point, Tian Xiaoju began to knead the dough again, dividing it into equal portions and rolling them into thin sheets. She filled each piece with a seasoned filling before commencing to shape them. As a series of identically sized and beautifully crafted items appear before Dia, her eyes widened in astonishment at their beauty. Dia, is the fire still okay? Please keep an eye on it. It shouldn't be too high, just a gentle flame. Tian Xiaoju instructed, pouring some oil into the pan. She tested the temperature with her hand before placing the filled leek dumplings into the pan to fry until golden brown on both sides. Just as she finished preparing the dumplings, the steward arrived with a processed chicken in hand. "Steward, please attend to your duties. Return in 2 hours to collect this broth," Tian Xiaoju said, accepting the chicken from him. Once the steward had departed, Tian Xiaoju and Dia commenced their feast on the leek dumplings. However, it seemed some individuals, perhaps with feline instincts, could not resist the enticing aroma and approached. "What brings you here, young master you? Is the old prince not having lunch today?" Tian Xiaoju implied that there was nothing for him to eat today and suggested he take his leave. Nevertheless, the young master, a confirmed foodie, pointed at the leek dumplings in her hand and inquired, "What do you have there? Would you like to try this?" Tian Xiaoju asked, "Dia, could you please hand one to young master you?" Noticing Dia's silence as she enjoyed the dumplings, Tian Xiaoju requested. It was Dia's first experience with such delectable food, and she devoured 2 or 3 in quick succession. The outer layer was crispy, while the filling was savory and delightful. So delightful, in fact, that even someone with a diminished appetite would be tempted to have another. "Here, this one is for you. Once you're finished, please return the plate to me." Tian Xiaoju carefully placed several chai boxes onto another plate and handed it to Yuezi Bai, who graciously accepted it with a simple thank you. She then took the delicious dish to seek out the young Prince Rome. As for how the young prince would react upon tasting the food, she chose not to dwell on it. After all, they were not particularly fond of each other. In the evening, the old prince returned, enticed by the delightful aroma wafting from the courtyard. His long empty stomach began to protest. Upon seeing the old prince's arrival, Tian Xiaoju hurried over and inquired, "Old prince, you have returned. The evening meal is nearly ready. May I ask if it is permissible to pick some flowers from the courtyard? I would like to prepare something delicious for you. Can flowers be eaten? If so, go ahead and pick them. However, if the dish turns out to be unsatisfactory, there will be consequences." The old prince replied, "Understood. I shall ensure your satisfaction." She responded playfully, offering a slight bow. Fortunately, the old prince was easygoing. The simple roasting oven she had spent the afternoon crafting had turned out well. Perhaps later she would build a larger one and dismantle this smaller version. In fact, Tian Xiaoju had beautiful roses in her space, flourishing splendidly. But it was unwise to take them out recklessly. Instead, she picked some rose petals from the courtyard and supplemented them with a few from her hidden collection. The task of cleaning the petals was entrusted to Dia, as she needed to roll out the dough. The dough's texture was crucial. It required both water and oil layers, as well as oil pastry. By the afternoon, she had prepared everything, leaving only the rolling of the dough. With the dough rolled out and the flower petals cleaned, the next step was to make rose petal jam. Although the pickle version was more fragrant, using rock sugar to simmer, it would suffice and be quicker. Once the petals were transformed into rose jam, Tian Xiaoju completed her preparations and began crafting the floral cakes. At that moment, she wished fervently for a refrigerator to store any leftover jam. Swiftly wrapping the cakes, she instructed Daya to stoke the oven until the flames danced vigorously, ensuring the cakes would emerge with an irresistible aroma. Chapter 13. Rose Petal Cakes. She placed the uniformly sized rose cakes into the oven. Though it was more of a roasting furnace, she utilized it as an oven. Having seen a similar method in a video, she adapted it for her simpler needs, driven by an intense craving for these rose cakes. Tian Xiaoju resolved that starting tomorrow, she would delegate all culinary tasks to Dia. After spending a year here, she intended to leave. She had no desire to remain under anyone's control. With money in hand, she could eventually purchase a home and open a shop to sustain herself. As she envisioned her future, the familiar, delicate scent of roses began to waft from the oven. This was the aroma she had longed for throughout the day, and just the thought made her feel as if she could devour several. She had made plenty, intending to save a few for herself and Daya. In the room, the old prince, captivated by an alluring fragrance, ventured into the courtyard, where the aroma became even more intoxicating. He called out, "Xiaoju, is this the rose pastry you mentioned?" Emerging from the shadows, Tian Xiaoju replied, "Indeed, esteemed prince, it is the very rose pastry I spoke of before." "When will it be ready?" the old prince inquired, his anticipation palpable. "Very soon. Shall I serve it now?" Tian Xiaoju asked. "Hurry, I am famished," interjected Yu Zibai, who had just entered the courtyard. "You rascal, how dare you come here again to mooch off me?" the old prince remarked, eyeing Yu Zibai with a mix of amusement and reproach. "Don't run. You've declared that you wouldn't partake in the dishes that girl prepares. Yet here you are," retorted the young prince, who had just arrived behind him. Tian Xiaoju caught this exchange and rolled her eyes. If he did not wish to eat, then so be it. She had not begged him to partake. What was he, after all? Just a young prince, not the emperor. Turning back to the kitchen, she resumed her tasks, indifferent to his preferences. She had no desire for this young prince to sample her culinary creations. "Xiaoyu, please serve the dishes. Prepare an additional set of utensils," commanded the old prince. Yet, Tian Xiaoju harbored some doubts. Aside from a few servants tidying the courtyard, it was merely her and Dia present, with no other attendants in sight. The old prince exhibited no airs, resembling an ordinary grandfather. Conversely, the young prince carried himself with an air of superiority, always accompanied by a retinue of servants. She genuinely questioned the authenticity of the tales that spoke of his bravery and prowess, supposedly inherited from the old prince. Together, Tian Xiaoju and Dia brought forth the evening's lavish spread. The ingredients had been procured and delivered by the steward, requiring only a request from her to have what she needed. Upon seeing 2 sets of utensils laid out on the table, the young prince's expression darkened. "Prepare another set of utensils," he demanded. Tian Xiaoju remained unmoved. She had no intention of complying. Just moments ago, he had declared that he would not eat her cooking, and now he expected her to prepare utensils for him. Was this not an egregious display of hypocrisy? Her refusal did not deter others. Dia, hearing the request for another set, promptly rushed to the kitchen. Tian Xiaoju disregarded it. What others chose to do was no concern of hers. Upon reaching the kitchen, she was enveloped by the intensified fragrance of roses. She extinguished the flame and waited a moment before lifting the lid. Not minding the heat, she retrieved one of the pastries. Breaking it open to admire her success, the outer crust was golden and flaky with distinct layers. She took a few more for herself, and then arranged the remaining dozen or so on a platter to present to the old prince and his companions. "Ah, how delightful! Allow me to taste one and discern its flavor," the old prince exclaimed, reaching for pastry. "Wait, it is quite hot. Perhaps you should finish your meal first and let it cool a bit before tasting," Tian Xiaoju advised. Tian Xiaoju observed that the dishes on the table had nearly been devoured. The combat prowess of these 3 individuals was formidable. She had merely stepped out for a brief moment, and upon her return, only remnants remained. "My dear girl, your culinary skills have only served to increase my appetite. I am utterly sated. Yet the aroma of these pastries still beckons me," remarked the old prince. Tian Xiaoju found herself at a loss for words, only to hear the old prince continue, "Ah, here, take this. Be sure not to misplace it next time." Upon examining the item he handed her, she realized it was an identity token. She hastily knelt and bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed prince. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Rise," he commanded. "I have said before, there is no need for such formalities here. Should you kneel again, you shall be punished." "Yes, I shall not kneel again." "I understand my error," Tian Xiaoju replied, relieved that she need not perform the gesture, as her knees ached. She mused that aside from the practice of kneeling, life in this ancient setting was bearable. After speaking, the old prince picked up a rose pastry, inhaling its fragrant aroma, which made his mouth water. He took a bite. The outer crust was crisp, and the rose filling was fragrant, leaving a subtle sweetness that was not overly cloying, simply delectable. The other 2 individuals remained silent, engrossed in their meal, particularly one of them, whose smacking lips echoed as Tian Xiaoju watched him finish one rose pastry, then another, and then a third. She couldn't help but wonder if these were not her creations he consumed. Whose were they? Once the trio had satisfied their appetites and retreated to the courtyard to digest, Tian Xiaoju and Dia began to tidy up the messy table. Fortunately, Dia was not one for idle chatter, speaking only a few words throughout the day. She was a diligent worker. By the time Tian Xiaoju had only washed 2 bowls, Dia had already completed cleaning the rest. After washing the dishes, Tian Xiaoju's stomach growled with hunger. Stretching, she retrieved the leftover meal and rose pastries she had set aside, sharing them with Dia. Dia, starting tomorrow, I want you to learn from me as I cook. You must pay close attention. Once you master it, I will leave the prince's residence, and you will earn a monthly salary of 100 taels. Dia gazed at her in disbelief. No, there's no need for that. This is your skill. I cannot learn it. Seeing Dia shake her head vigorously, Tian Xiaoju sighed. Once you have learned, I will feel secure in my departure. This place does not belong to me. Sister Xiaojing, where will you go? Is the prince's residence not good enough? Dia asked, puzzled. Chapter 14. Heart to heart, this place is lovely, but it confines me. I do not belong here. I desire a home that is solely mine, where I can earn my living independently. This grand estate merely serves as an impediment. Tian Xiaoju confided her thoughts to Dia. Dia did not comprehend, but she was at a loss for words, remaining silent. The two finished their meal, cleaned the kitchen, and with their tasks completed for the day, they were free to attend to their own affairs. Tian Xiaojun boiled some water, deciding to indulge in a soothing bath. Having spent 2 days in the kitchen, she felt the lingering scent of her surroundings. Fortunately, there was a bathing tub in her room. She filled it with water, mixing it to the right temperature, and added some leftover rose petals. Dia looked at Tian Xiaojun, puzzled, and asked, Can these flowers really be used for bathing? Indeed, you should also join me in this fragrant experience. Afterward, we'll be irresistible to the men, Tian Xiaojun replied with a smile. Dia's cheeks flushed at her words. Sister Xiaojun, you're quite mischievous. Realizing her comment might be inappropriate in such a conservative era, Tian Xiaojun awkwardly laughed and said, My apologies, I misspoke. Sister Xiaojun, you enjoy your bath. Call me when you're done. I'll be outside keeping watch, Dia said, her face still rosy. Thank you, Dia, Tian Xiaojun responded, though she held back the urge to express her affection with a playful kiss. She feared Dia might ignore her if she did. Once Dia stepped out, Tian Xiaojun retreated into her private space, using the spring water for her bath and adding some rose petals from her collection, cautious not to reveal her secret. After a refreshing soak, she felt utterly rejuvenated, indulging in fruits while bathing. It was sheer bliss, and she mused how wonderful it would be to watch television, though she acknowledged that one cannot have it all. Upon finishing her bath, she donned an old outfit gifted by Wang Yuexian. While she didn't mind its vintage nature, she longed for the exquisite style she admired in videos, particularly the elegant hanfu worn by young ladies, reflecting the refined aesthetics of her ancestors. She resolved to purchase several sets once her salary arrived, lamenting her current financial constraints. Nevertheless, she was grateful not to worry about basic needs. Otherwise, she would have felt overwhelmed. Dia, you should take a bath too. It will help you sleep better tonight, Tian Xiaojun suggested. Seeing the old prince return from his stroll, without any entourage, she boldly approached him. Old prince, may I plant some vegetables in this open space? Do you know how to garden? The old prince inquired, regarding her with interest. This girl seemed capable and industrious. Yes, indeed, Tian Xiaojun nodded vigorously, anxious to gain his approval. Very well, but do not disturb the flowers I've planted. They are special to me, the old prince cautioned. Thank you, your highness. I promise not to, Tian Xiaojun replied, stepping away to seek the steward to inquire about tools for her gardening endeavors. After navigating through the corridors, she finally found the steward, who, as the rumors suggested, was surnamed Li. It seemed he was a distant relative of the old prince, which explained his earlier arrogance. However, she noted that Mr. Li would likely not provoke her now, especially after having savored the delicious chicken she prepared for him that day. Mr. Li, may I ask where I can find a hoe? I wish to garden, and the old prince has given his consent, but without a hoe, I cannot till the soil, Tian Xiaojun stated. He deliberately mentioned that the old prince had consented, leading one to believe that managerly would not pose any difficulties. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoju's words, managerly replied, "When do you need it? I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Tomorrow morning would be ideal. I will send you some breakfast then." Tian Xiaoju said. Since he had agreed so readily, she thought it wise to sweeten the deal a bit. For one must feed the horse if they wish to make it run. Satisfied with her approach, managerly smiled and said, "I will have it delivered to you before breakfast." "Thank you, managerly. I shall take my leave now," Tian Xiaoju said, turning to depart. Upon returning to her room, she found that Dia had already finished bathing. The fragrant scent in the air suggesting that she had indeed followed Tian Xiaoju's advice and indulged in a rose petal bath. As night fell, the two lay in bed, and Tian Xiaoju asked, "Dia, do you have any plans for the future?" Dia's eyes flickered with a momentary spark before dimming again, though Tian Xiaoju failed to notice. "I'm not sure. What about you, Sister Xiaoju? Are you planning to marry?" Dia inquired. "I wish to purchase a house, with a deed in my name, allowing me to choose who resides within. I envision opening a pastry shop where I can open and close at my leisure, sharing my delicacies with whomever fate allows. I also desire a piece of land where I can cultivate whatever I please, eating what I grow and discarding or sharing the excess as I see fit. I want to live life on my own terms," Tian Xiaoju expressed. Dia was intrigued by Tian Xiaoju's vision, though such thoughts had never crossed her mind due to her upbringing. Yet, Tian Xiaoju did not seek Dia's understanding. She merely shared her aspirations. "Do you not wish to marry?" Dia asked. Sensing an underlying meaning in Dia's words, Tian Xiaoju probed further. "Do you have a suitor?" Noticing Dia's sudden stiffness, as if she had touched upon a sensitive subject, Tian Xiaoju hesitated, but was met with a sigh from Dia. "Actually, my family arranged a betrothal for me, but the very next day, he departed with the army, and it has been many years without a word," Dia revealed, her voice almost drowned by her tears. Tian Xiaoju sensed the weight of Dia's sorrow. An engagement in their time effectively bound two individuals together. She had previously wondered why Dia had not married. Now, it became clear that her betrothed was absent, making marriage impossible. "Isn't your father in the military as well? Does he not know?" Tian Xiaoju asked. "My father? He is no longer my father, I fear," Dia said with a hint of self-mockery. Tian Xiaoju thought to herself that perhaps this was not the best moment for a heart-to-heart with Dia, as the revelation was quite startling. Was there another man involved? Did Aunt Wang know? Were Arya and Sanyo aware? A flurry of questions arose in her mind. Chapter 15. Cultivating the land for vegetables. Having heard Dia's revelation, Tian Xiaoju had intended to inquire further about her circumstances, but upon hearing Dia's steady breathing, she ultimately chose to swallow her words. Unable to sleep, Tian Xiaoju lay in bed, torn between the desire to enter her space and the fear of being discovered by Dia. She discovered that her mental prowess could only retrieve objects, but not penetrate barriers, which was a distinction that set her apart from others. The bored Tian Xiaoju ultimately succumbed to slumber, counting sheep under the cover of darkness. At dawn, before the sun had risen, she was abruptly roused by Dai, who exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoju, it's time to prepare breakfast for the old prince. You must get up." Groggy and disoriented, Tian Xiaoju momentarily believed she had returned to the modern world, mumbling, "It's the weekend. Why rise so early? Are we going shopping?" Dai, perplexed by Xiaoju's words, tugged at her arm and replied, "Sister Xiaoju, do you wish to go to the market? Today is not a market day. It won't be entertaining. You need to get up and prepare breakfast for the old prince." As Tian Xiaoju was pulled from her slumber, her eyes fluttered open, and upon recognizing Dai, the realization struck her that she remained in ancient times. The prospect of returning to the modern era seemed increasingly unlikely. "What time is it?" she inquired, shifting her position, still feeling fatigued. Despite having gone to bed early, she wondered why she felt so drowsy. "It is the hour of the tiger. If you do not rise now, it will be too late," Dai informed her. Internally, Tian Xiaoju scoffed, thinking that Dai could rival the likes of Tang Sung in persistence. She longed to return to her dreams. What did the hour of the tiger even mean? In the traditional Chinese timekeeping system, it spanned between 3 and 5 o'clock. Upon realizing it was merely between 3 and 5, she felt a sudden surge of alertness. She had never risen this early before. How could ancient people manage to awaken at such an hour? It was as if the crowing of a rooster signaled the start of their day. She hurriedly dressed, washed up, and splashed cold water on her face, feeling considerably more awake. Seizing the opportunity, while Dei was distracted, she discreetly drank some of the miraculous spring water. Although it did not possess the mystical qualities that others claimed, it certainly tasted superior to ordinary water. What to prepare for breakfast was another dilemma. She ventured into the kitchen and discovered an abundance of ingredients. Realizing she had indeed woken up a bit late, as the others had already procured the necessary provisions. Noticing Dei was already boiling millet porridge, she decided to whip up a few refreshing side dishes and fry some egg pancakes. A breakfast of light porridge and simple dishes would suffice. Dei, come here. I will teach you, Tian Xiaoju called out, eager to impart her knowledge so that when the time came for her to leave, she could do so without concern. Dei approached Tian Xiaoju, gathering 5 eggs, a bowl of flour, a handful of scallions, and a carrot. As Tian Xiaoju directed her, Dei swiftly followed the instructions. Tian Xiaoju handed her a larger bowl and said, "First, wash and chop the carrot and scallions. Dice the carrot and finely slice the scallions." Some individuals, if willing to learn, could grasp new skills with remarkable speed. Observing Dei's nimble actions, Tian Xiaoju felt a pang of regret for Dei's fiancé, who had lost such a wonderful partner. Yet, she believed that Dei deserved an even brighter future. Observing Dei's culinary skills, Tian Xiaoju deemed her a promising talent, which brought her a sense of relief. She felt fortunate that in the modest kitchen of the old prince, there were no others but themselves, allowing her to teach without much concern. Tian Xiaoju guided Dei through the necessary ingredients, the art of seasoning, and the technique of making pancakes, demonstrating twice before allowing Dei to attempt it herself. The first 2 attempts were unsuccessful, yet the third showed slight improvement. Some endeavors require a leap into action to ascertain one's capability. After all, failure is the mother of success. Tian Xiaoju believed that with practice, anything was achievable. As she observed Dei gradually grasping the technique, the pancakes began to resemble the appropriate size, indicative of a basic level of mastery, progressing from simplicity to complexity at a measured pace. The imperfect pancakes would serve as breakfast for both of them. Uncertain if yellow beans were available, she did notice some tofu and contemplated making soy milk. A breakfast of soy milk paired with fried dough sticks, along with boiled eggs and a bowl of millet porridge, although slightly high in calories, was permissible since it wasn't an everyday affair. She also instructed Dei on how to prepare several refreshing dishes: spicy and sour diced radish, cold cucumber salad, and shredded celery salad. Notably, she remembered that the old prince had a penchant for spicy food, as evidenced by his hearty consumption of yesterday's meal, which contained chili. Just as breakfast was prepared, the old prince entered the courtyard to practice his martial arts. Tian Xiaoju mused that this was likely the reason for his robust spirit. Daily exercise was indispensable. Reflecting on a younger generation of her time, herself included, she noted the stark contrast. While some engaged in physical activity, others preferred the comfort of lounging on sofas, absorbed in their mobile devices. Elderly folks often took to dancing in public squares, highlighting the polarization of lifestyles among the youth. She remembered a saying that circulated online: "Today's youth enjoy without hardship, while today's elderly endure without respite," which aptly reflected the contrasting mental states of the younger and older generations. After arranging the breakfast in the dining hall, Tian Xiaoju and Dei had just finished when the old prince walked in. With a thoughtful gesture, Tian Xiaoju handed him a cloth to wipe his sweat, while Dei poured him a glass of water. "You two may leave. There's no need for service here," he said, waving them off. As Tian Xiaoju and Dei stepped out of the dining hall, they felt their stomachs rumble in unison and made their way to the kitchen to eat. Just as they began their meal, stewardly sent someone over with farming tools. Tian Xiaoju graciously offered the breakfast she had prepared to the messenger, and even set aside some for him, recognizing that fostering goodwill could prove beneficial in the future. After all, sharing a little food that didn't cost her anything was indeed a delightful gesture. As soon as the individual departed, the two resumed their meal. Tian Xiaoju, having finished eating, needed to return to the fields, believing that a hearty breakfast would serve her well. Before long, the remnants of their meal had vanished into their stomachs, leaving them pleasantly satiated. Chapter 16. Cultivating land for vegetables. After finishing breakfast and sipping some water, Tian Xiaoju grasped her hoe, ready to venture to the plot of land she had earmarked for cultivation. She had recently noticed a generous supply of seeds among the farming tools delivered to her, including seeds for cabbage. The current temperature was just right for cabbage seeds to germinate, and she planned to plant some shortly. Additionally, she had radish seeds, which could be sown to yield tender sprouts that were delectable. If they matured, they would grow into radishes, aligning with the adage that states, "When radishes emerge from the earth, physicians find no business." This adage underscored the value of radishes. Beneath the fragrant osmanthus tree, a woman clad in yellow diligently turned the soil with her hoe. Although her technique was not yet refined, her earnestness was unmistakable. Tian Xiaoju felt a surge of pride. How had she not recognized her innate talent for gardening before? Perhaps it was the awakening of her lineage from the divine farmer. Though weary, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment as she rested beneath the osmanthus tree, gazing at the freshly tilled earth that had once been overrun with weeds. Reflecting on how this patch had transformed from a wild thicket to cultivated ground, she took a sip of the spring water, revitalizing her spirit, ready to till several more acres. The osmanthus blossoms were still sparse, but the faint aroma of the golden flowers evoked memories of the modern world, where the season of fragrant osmanthus coincided with mooncake feasts and family reunions. She wondered if this place celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival. Her parents must be missing her this year. Would they report her disappearance? Would her mother be so distressed as to suffer from high blood pressure? Pondering such matters seemed futile. Tian Xiaoju realized it was only her few days here yet, and her longing for home suggested she needed to immerse herself in her work to regain focus. Once she had sown all the seeds, Tian Xiaoju fetched 2 buckets of water, discreetly mixing in some spring water. Though uncertain of its efficacy in promoting growth, she reasoned it bore no adverse effects. After the old prince finished his breakfast alone, he settled in a pavilion to rest. Within the pavilion was a rocking chair, exquisitely crafted. Tian Xiaoju mused that the rocking chairs of her time paled in comparison to this one. The exquisite carvings were clearly not of ordinary origin, and the fragrant wood was made from yellow pear, a combination that would surely fetch a fortune in her own era. Observing Tian Xiaoju laboriously tilling the soil, the old prince felt increasingly satisfied. This time, he had finally recruited someone to his liking, someone who not only prepared delicious meals, but also exhibited a commendable work ethic. It was not that previous hires had been indolent. They merely appeared industrious, yet their results rarely aligned with his expectations. Having completed her land cultivation, Tian Xiaoju returned to the small kitchen to prepare some snacks. The green bean she had steamed that morning inspired her to create a delightful green bean cake, which she planned to pair with a pot of tea for a moment of bliss. "Daya, come here and help me turn these mung beans into a paste for His Highness the Old One," Tian Xiaoju said, gazing at Dia, who was lost in thought. Startled, Dia hurried over, taking the mung beans from Tian Xiaoju's hands and began to mash the steamed beans in a stone mortar. Unable to find white sugar, Tian Xiaoju noticed only large chunks of rock sugar, which were cumbersome to dissolve, so she took it upon herself to crush the rock sugar with a wooden pestle. The two of them busily worked away, one mashing the mung beans and the other crushing the sugar. Once everything was prepared, Tian Xiaoju instructed Dia, "First, start the fire. It doesn't need to be too strong. We will stir-fry the mung beans to evaporate some moisture, making the mixture easier to work with later." With the fire lit, Tian Xiaoju began teaching Dia how to stir-fry, while also monitoring the heat. Add a little oil, not too much. Yes, that's enough. Swirl the pan so that the oil coats all sides. This will prevent sticking when we fry. "Is this all right?" Dia asked, turning the pan to ensure every surface was greased. After a nod of approval, Tian Xiaoju said, "Good. Now add the mung bean paste slowly. Stir until most of the moisture is gone, but it should still hold its shape when pinched." The rhythmic clinking of the spatula against the pan filled the kitchen, and the two fell into a comfortable silence, listening and watching intently. Observing Diya's earnestness, Tian Xiaoju saw a glimmer of confidence in her, realizing that those who work diligently are indeed the most beautiful. Keep going, add the sugar, she encouraged. As they neared completion, Tian Xiaoju stated, this is the right consistency. Add the remaining crushed rock sugar and mix well. Once done, set it aside to cool before we proceed. After half an hour of bustling in the kitchen, they fashioned the mung bean cakes without molds, simply rolling and flattening them into small patties. They brewed a pot of rose tea, made from the rose jam prepared the day before, its aroma intoxicating. Unable to resist, Dia took a deep breath. Would you like some? Tian Xiaoju asked. Dia nodded. Her is sparkling. It dawned on Tian Xiaoju that Dia was indeed a foodie. Whenever food was mentioned, her eyes lit up, explaining her diligence in learning to cook. They brought the mung bean cakes and rose pastries to the pavilion where the old Wang was resting. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance, the old Wang opened his eyes. He looked at the delicately presented mung bean cakes and the steaming teapot exuding an enticing aroma. Tian Xiaoju poured a cup of tea for him, placing it before him. Your Highness, do try this floral tea. If it doesn't suit your palate, I can fetch something else. No need, this is quite delightful, the old Wang replied, lifting the cup to sip. He found it slightly sweet, yet perfectly agreeable. He then pinched a piece of mung bean cake, savoring its sweet, soft texture that lingered on his palate, perfectly complemented by the tea, a truly exquisite pairing. Unable to resist the allure of the delicacies before me, I found myself yearning for more. Just as I finished the second piece, a certain individual, akin to a hound with an acute sense of smell, approached, drawn by the delightful aroma. Is the Moon Palace truly devoid of talent? You, of all people, are coveting my grandfather's green bean cake? Cease this at once. It belongs to me, exclaimed the old prince, irked by the sight of Yu Zibai, who had never tasted such delights before. Grandfather, the Moon Palace is indeed lacking in skilled chefs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here daily to partake of your culinary offerings. I have engaged several cooks, yet their creations have failed to meet my expectations, leading to their dismissal. Presently, I am without a single chef at the Moon Palace. Would you consider sending someone my way? Yu Zibai continued, undeterred by the old prince's ire. Chapter 17. Is the Moon Palace truly empty? If your palace is devoid of people, perhaps it would be best to disband. It would certainly save trouble, the old prince retorted, clutching the green bean cakes protectively to his chest. Grandfather, that's rather unfair. Why not ask that cook, Xiaoju, to prepare another batch for me? Yu Zibai pouted charmingly at the old prince. Rolling his eyes at the audacity, the old prince replied, Are you not concerned that your palace staff might discover your antics? The illustrious Moon Palace's master has resorted to such childish charm. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaojun felt her senses heightened over the past few days. In the kitchen, she overheard the conversation between the old prince and Yu Zibai. What exactly was the Moon Palace? A sect in the martial world? The master of the Moon Palace must certainly be the highest authority therein. Pondering this peculiar situation, she felt as though she had stumbled upon secrets not meant for her ears. Ignorance would surely be bliss. If Yu Zibai desired more of the green bean cake, she could simply provide him with additional servings, as she had made plenty. Could it be that the spiritual spring truly had some effect? Perhaps it enhanced her perception? It was no wonder she felt increasingly clear-sighted without her glasses. She had not noticed, until now, that since removing her contact lenses, her vision had remained unobscured. It seemed that the accounts in books were not entirely fictitious. There was indeed some merit to them. She resolved to consume more of the spring water, curious if it might grant her extraordinary perceptiveness akin to the legendary sharp-eyed and keen-eared. The more she contemplated, the more absurd her thoughts became. Tian Xiaojun regretted not pursuing a career in writing web fiction. Her imagination was indeed fertile, and it would be a shame not to put it to use. Noticing her deep contemplation, Dia approached, perplexed by her alternating expressions of shaking her head and nodding, punctuated by laughter. Sister Xiaojun, what is it that has you smiling so? You seem to be drooling. Upon hearing the mention of drool, Tian Xiaojun quickly wiped her mouth with her sleeve, only to realize there was no drool at all. She laughed, realizing Dia was teasing her. Ah, Dia, you've learned to be playful. I thought you were merely rigid and formal. Sister Xiaojun, if only I could be like you, so carefree in thought and unconcerned with burdens. Look at you. Even with amnesia, you live so joyfully, Dia remarked, a hint of melancholy lacing her tone, concerning the inexplicable melancholy enveloping Dia. Tian Xiaojun found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was not the one directly involved. The tribulations Dia had experienced were foreign to her. As a modern individual thrust into this alternate parallel universe, she felt as though she had regressed in time. She needed to offer some solace to her own resilient heart, pondering how she could confront this matter with such equanimity. Some issues may seem monumental, yet if one refrains from dwelling on them, they may become insignificant. Do not overthink. All will pass. What is destined to return shall come back, and what is meant to depart will indeed leave. Tian Xiaojun lamented her ineptitude in providing comfort,
finding it quite vexing. It's all right, Sister Xiaojun. I find myself quite content at present. Here, I have enough to eat and wear, and with my monthly allowance.
I can send some money home. It's rather good. Dia managed to force a smile, though it bore a tinge of bitterness. At this moment, women seemed to play an ambiguous role, akin to the historical accounts she had perused. In a patriarchal world, the status of women was indeed quite low. The history books scarcely chronicled the achievements of women. She remained unfamiliar with the intricacies of this society. Was it one of polygamy or monogamy? The women she observed on the streets seemed to have the freedom to venture out, leading her to believe that this era might be more favorable than the history she knew. Yet, she could not form a definitive judgment at this juncture. Dia, please prepare lunch. Make sure to prepare ample dishes. I suspect that young master you will also dine here, Tian Xiaojun said, diverting the conversation away from the previous topic. Sister Xiaojun, what shall we cook for lunch? Upon the mention of food, Dia's demeanor brightened, reminiscent of her earlier joy. Tian Xiaojun mused that indeed, culinary delights could heal the heart's sorrows. If one dish failed to suffice, perhaps two would do. Surely, there existed a dish capable of mending a fragmented spirit. She rummaged through the ingredients delivered by the suppliers, noting the variety available: chicken, duck, fish, meat, and an abundance of vegetables. There's a crucian carp. Can you gut fish? Tian Xiaojun inquired. I will give it a try, though we seldom eat fish at home, Dia responded. Let me handle it. You chop the meat into fine shreds while I take care of the fish, Tian Xiaojun suggested, taking the fish to the back for processing. Her movements while gutting the fish were remarkably deft, akin to an artist crafting a masterpiece. Even the act of scaling the fish was aesthetically pleasing. As she scraped the scales, her thoughts wandered to the living conditions of Dia's family, which appeared quite decent. The house was spacious, accommodating 4 women who lived together while the men had gone to the military. At first glance, it seemed satisfactory. Yet, the revelations from Dia left Tian Xiaojun pondering the timeless truth that, be it in ancient times or modernity, infidelity lurked in the shadows. The notion of a lifelong commitment between 2 souls seemed a rare achievement. Lost in thought, she had already finished cleaning the fish. Entering the kitchen, she found that Dia had completed slicing the meat, yet she appeared uncertain about the next steps. Sister Xiaojun, it has been prepared. What shall we do next? Dia inquired. Peel the garlic, wash the ginger, and while you're at it, cleanse the eggplant, cucumber, and chili peppers, Tian Xiaojun instructed, gesturing towards the items. Dia was somewhat perplexed. Every time Sister Xiaojun named the ingredients, they did not correspond to the name she was familiar with. Had she misnamed them once more? What is this called? Tian Xiaojun asked, holding up an eggplant. Luosu, Dia replied. And this? She queried again, grabbing a handful of chilies. Lotzi, Dia responded. Finally, Tian Xiaojun understood why Dia always seemed taken aback after she named the dishes. It turned out they were referred to differently in this locale. Please wash all these vegetables, and I will teach you how to prepare them shortly, she resolved, deciding to refrain from discussing the names further, lest she misstate them repeatedly and have to explain herself. Dia took the basket from Tian Xiaojun and proceeded to the sink to wash the vegetables, while Tian Xiaojun began steaming the rice. For their own meal, she also steamed some sweet potatoes, which she quite enjoyed for their coarse fiber that aids digestion. Hey, make a bit more for lunch. I shall come over to dine with grandfather. Munzi Bai, clad in red, knocked on the kitchen door and said, "Yes, I understand," Tian Xiaoju replied, returning to her tasks. Chapter 18. A banquet of delicacies. Once Munzi Bai departed, Tian Xiaoju muttered to herself, "I heard every word you said. Not a single one escaped my attention." Unfortunately, Munzi Bai was oblivious to Tian Xiaoju's thoughts. However, Munzi Bai did covet Tian Xiaoju's culinary skills. Had she not been under the old prince's patronage, it would have been delightful to bring her to the Moon Palace. Regrettably, Tian Xiaoju lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, she would have spat in Munzi Bai's direction and retorted with a line from a film. Shameless. Having set the rice to steam, Tian Xiaoju sat before the stove, watching the flames and contemplating how to arrange the dishes. The old prince had previously instructed that not too many dishes were necessary for each meal. 3 dishes and a soup, or 4 dishes and a soup, sufficed unless special circumstances arose, in which case she would be informed in advance. She deliberated on preparing fish-flavored eggplant, cucumber in a straw coat, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, and Crucian carp tofu soup. In the midst of her thoughts, Daya had finished washing the vegetables. Tian Xiaoju began to instruct Daya on how to cut the vegetables, whether into strips, cubes, or rolling cuts. With all preparations completed, she took the Crucian carp and, after cleaning it, placed a few slices of ginger inside its belly and sprinkled some scallions on top to marinate, which would eliminate the fishy odor. The eggplant was cut into long strips, approximately 7 or 8 centimeters in length, and soaked in salt water to remove its bitterness, enhancing the flavor when stir-fried. The key to slicing the cucumber for the straw coat was to ensure it remained intact while cutting. Daya, pay close attention. Place a pair of chopsticks on either side, and, this way, it will not break while you slice. As the knife descended, it was imperative to maintain a straight trajectory, slicing through with precision. Once one side was completely cut, it was essential to flip it over and tackle the other side, albeit at an angle. As demonstrated by Tian Xiaoju, she executed the movements swiftly, while Daya absorbed the technique with great diligence. After Tian Xiaoju's demonstration, she passed the knife to Daya, who emulated her mentor's actions and soon completed a cucumber. Upon inspection, Tian Xiaoju found it commendable for a first attempt. For each vegetable, Tian Xiaoju meticulously showcased the cutting process before guiding Daya step by step, demonstrating her dedication to teaching. With all the ingredients prepared, Tian Xiaoju instructed Daya to commence cooking, offering guidance along the way. The Crucian carp soup required simmering to achieve a milky white hue, necessitating boiling water to create a delectable broth. Heat the oil in the pot, place the Crucian carp inside, and fry until both sides are golden. Subsequently, pour in a bowl of boiling water and watch as it transforms into a milky white color. Add salt and tofu, continuing to cook for a few more minutes before serving. Garnish with chopped scallions, and the exquisite Crucian carp tofu soup was complete. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the old Prince Wang Yi and Yu Zibai, engrossed in their chess match, found their concentration disrupted by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, rendering their game less appealing. They occasionally glanced towards the kitchen, eagerly awaiting the completion of the dishes. After several dishes were prepared, both men felt as though they had been starving for an eternity, ready to indulge in a hearty meal. Tian Xiaoju first placed the fish soup on the table, ladling a bowl for Wang Yi while Daya brought in the other dishes. As Wang Yi received the bowl from Tian Xiaoju, he blew gently on the surface before taking a sip. The first taste made his eyes narrow in delight. The flavor was simply extraordinary, rich, fragrant, with a lingering sweetness, showcasing the freshness of the fish and the tenderness of the tofu. He eagerly picked up a piece of the fish-flavored eggplant, contemplating how it would pair perfectly with rice, capable of prompting multiple servings. Tian Xiaoju, noticing his delight, presented him with a bowl of rice. This dish is a perfect accompaniment to rice. It truly enhances the meal. What do you think? Does it suit your palate? She inquired. Delicious, truly delicious, Wang Yi replied, his chopsticks moving with a speed that perhaps outpaced his thoughts. Beside him, Yu Zibai remained silent, savoring each bite. He had a penchant for joining in on meals. And Tian Xiaoju noted that he had been dining here more frequently than Wang Ye's own grandson. whom she had yet to see today. After ensuring that Wang Yi was well-fed and satisfied, Tian Xiaoju, along with Dia, began to tidy up the remnants of their meal. With Wang Yi retiring to his room and Yu Zibai departing, they were left to manage the aftermath of the feast, surrounded by the remnants of their culinary endeavors. After tidying up, the two individuals set up a simple table in the kitchen and began their lunch, which consisted of extra portions prepared for the old prince. "This soup is delicious," remarked Dia. "The key to making this fish soup lies in using boiling water. Using cold water results in a less appealing milky white color and inferior taste. The fish must be thoroughly fried until both sides are a golden hue." As they dined, Tian Xiaoju guided Dia on the intricacies of preparing these dishes, particularly in this ancient setting where seasonings were scarce. Only vinegar, coarse salt, and wine were available, with other spices needing to be made from scratch. Tian Xiaoju noted that the same ingredients yielded different flavors when cooked in ancient times compared to modern methods. Despite the advancements of contemporary technology, she found that the food prepared in the past tasted distinctly superior. Once their lunch concluded, Tian Xiaoju returned to her room to rest. Having risen early that day and yearning for sleep, she forced herself to stay awake, reluctant to succumb to slumber. She needed to recuperate, otherwise she would lack the energy to prepare dinner later. Although she drank some revitalizing spring water in the morning, which helped to invigorate her, she was cautious not to overindulge, lest it raise suspicion. Dia insisted on continuing her work, prompting Tian Xiaoju to assign her the task of chopping some ingredients in preparation, allowing her to practice her knife skills. Lying in bed, Tian Xiaoju soon drifted into sleep, only to awaken once more as the sun was nearly setting. It was time to commence dinner preparations. In Chapter 19, day after day, Tian Xiaoju had spent months in a routine where Dia awakened her each morning, and she collapsed into bed each night without difficulty. She had harvested several crops from the garden she cultivated. One day, she was roused by the cold, noticing light streaming through the window. Upon opening it, she discovered a thick blanket of snow covering the ground. No wonder it felt so frigid. The snowfall had come unexpectedly. She wondered if there was charcoal available, and as if in response, some appeared before her. Recently, her space had been behaving erratically. Whatever she desired would materialize with just a thought. Observing Dia sleeping soundly, Tian Xiaoju decided to return the charcoal to her space. Firstly, she was not adept with fire, and secondly, burning charcoal consumed a significant amount of oxygen. She didn't want to risk suffocating in her sleep. The winter sweet flowers bloomed, adorned with a delicate layer of snow, appearing exceptionally beautiful, prompting Tian Xiaoju to gaze at them for a while longer. She had been in this foreign world for several months, experiencing the changing seasons and learning the rules of this society and dynasty. Previously, she had contemplated whether this realm adhered to monogamous marriage. After her observations over time, she concluded that this dynasty practiced monogamy. Concubinage was not permitted. Not even the emperor took multiple wives. In the event of widowhood, one could remarry, provided it was sanctioned with official documentation. From this perspective, the dynasty appears rather commendable. At least she finds the institution of monogamy quite agreeable. During her outings, she noticed the absence of brothels, though she was aware of tea houses where performers sang and danced without engaging in illicit activities. As long as one possessed commendable skills, opportunities to earn a living were plentiful. Of course, some individuals might take on lovers outside, much like the father of Dia, who neglected his family and rarely returned, sending only a meager sum of silver each month, barely sufficient for the sustenance of the mother and her daughters. Walking alone in the snow, she reflected on the myriad events of recent times. The Wang residence seemed harmonious, at least from her perspective, with everyone united in purpose, save for a few individuals exhibiting less than virtuous behavior. However, these people were mere transients in Tian Xiaoju's life, and she paid them little heed. For her stay at the Wang residence would not be prolonged. It served merely as a respite to gather the necessary funds and establish her identity. Once the snow melted and spring blossomed, she would discuss her departure with the old lord. Moreover, Dia had become quite adept at preparing dishes, often infusing her own creativity to innovate new recipes. In her modern hometown, snow had become a rarity. So experiencing it for the first time in this unfamiliar realm filled her with a sense of excitement, even under the cover of night. The pristine white snow was still visible. Though Tian Xiaoju had not formally trained in dance, she had participated in various school activities. So performing a simple dance was well within her capabilities. Humming a melody while dancing amidst the falling snow, she became a vision of beauty, one dancer and a crimson plum blossom, one song and a lifetime of emotions, all woven together in a splendid display. In this dance, she unveiled a different facet of herself, captivating the heart of an observer. Feeling weary, Tian Xiaoju returned to her chamber. The day after receiving her monthly silver, she ventured out to procure bedding. Although she still shared a room with Dia, they no longer slept together. Shaking off the snowflakes that had settled upon her, she removed her outer garments and allowed herself to rest for a while. She awoke to the sounds of snow being cleared, as numerous individuals had gathered in the courtyard to sweep away the fallen snow. Soon, she observed that the ground was cleared, with all the snow piled into corners. Losing her desire to venture outside, as the snow had vanished and the risk of slipping loomed, she opted to retreat to the kitchen and prepare some delightful dishes to soothe her spirits, which had been dampened by the snow clearing. As the cold persisted, the variety of vegetables dwindled significantly. Aside from radishes and cabbages, it seemed there was little else available. The vegetables she planted in the courtyard appeared to thrive, possibly due to the nourishing spring water, showing no signs of distress despite the sudden drop in temperature. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Ian nearly finished preparing breakfast. It was evident that the apprentice had mastered her craft, allowing the master to rest, as Dia had chosen not to rouse Tian Xiaoju from her slumber, wishing for her to enjoy a little extra sleep. Tian Xiaoju initially struggled to adapt to the rhythm of this new life for a brief period, but after some time, she adjusted and has since become accustomed to it. Having spent a considerable time in this unfamiliar world, her visits to the space have been few and far between. She remains unaware of any changes within it, only extracting a few drops of the spirit spring each day to drink, careful to avoid detection. Thus her actions are shrouded in secrecy. "Good morning, Dayu." Tian Xiaoju greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Xiaoju. I prepare breakfast. Take a look and see how it is." Dayu replied, her tone brimming with an unspoken pride, akin to a child seeking praise. Tian Xiaoju glanced at the meal and gave Dayu a thumbs up, saying, "It's truly splendid. You're ready to venture forth. Soon enough, you'll be able to manage everything on your own without my assistance." "It's all thanks to your guidance, Sister Xiaoju. Without you, I would be able to work here," Dayu responded. "It is your own diligence that has brought you this far. In due time, I shall speak to the old prince about my departure, and you will handle the kitchen independently. I know you're sensible. Let's focus solely on our responsibilities. We must not meddle in matters beyond our scope. We are here to work, not to create adversaries." Tian Xiaoju spoke earnestly. "Understood, Sister Xiaoju. Where do you plan to go? Will you return?" Dayu inquired. Upon mentioning this, Tian Xiaoju felt a heaviness in the air, and looking at Dayu's reddened eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. All she could express was that no gathering lasts forever. Eventually, parting is inevitable. There was little more she could do. "Perhaps I will remain here in the capital. Or I might venture out to pursue my own business. I desire nothing more than to sustain myself. I do not seek great wealth, merely enough to live comfortably," Tian Xiaoju declared, not at all concerned that the resources she had accumulated during her time at the royal residence would suffice for a lifetime. Dayu embraced Tian Xiaoju and asked, "When do you plan to inform the old prince? Let us discuss it after the new year. If you have any questions during this time, remember to ask me. I will impart all that I can teach you," Tian Xiaoju replied. "Understood, Sister Xiaoju. I plan to return home today. Would you like to join me?" Dayu asked. "I shall not intrude on your family gathering. You should enjoy your time with them. There is no need for you to worry about the kitchen. I will take care of all the dishes today," Tian Xiaoju assured her. She felt immense gratitude towards Dayu and her family for their kindness upon her arrival in this strange world. They provided her with a meal, a bed for the night, and even lent her clothes to wear. Though she was merely a stranger to them, their generosity spoke volumes about their character. As Dayu departed from the royal residence, she carried a multitude of items. Life within the palace had treated her well, and her meals had been plentiful. The once slender Diyu now bore a healthier appearance, adorned with a bit more flesh, making her look considerably more vibrant. With wealth, one can acquire beautiful garments, and Diyu appears considerably more radiant. Under the gentle guidance of Tian Xiaoju, she has also come to terms with the fact that her betrothed has not taken her into his home. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence, Tian Xiaoju busily engages in washing, chopping, and cooking vegetables. When no one is able to assist her, she finds the tasks somewhat overwhelming. However, the old prince does not require an abundance of dishes. 3 or 4 dishes accompanied by a soup suffices. In this era, there are no out-of-season ingredients. The variety of fresh vegetables and fruits is limited to each season's offerings. Occasionally, Tian Xiaoju worries about how to manage, as the repetitive appearance of the same dishes leads the old prince to express his discontent, declaring that he does not eat such fare. Therefore, she must continuously experiment with new recipes to avoid his complaints. Today, she dedicates herself to devising new culinary delights, often contemplating utilizing the vegetable from her own space, as the pressure to innovate can be quite taxing. When Diyu returns to the Wang residence in the evening, Tian Xiaoju notices her reddened eyes and inquires, "What is the matter? Have you been crying?" Diyu embraces Tian Xiaoju and bursts into tears, lamenting, "Sister Xiaoju, am I truly so unworthy? He no longer wants me. He has come to cancel our engagement. Do not cry, Diyu. His decision is his loss, not yours. He has lost such a fine young woman, capable of gracing the parlor and managing the kitchen, while also earning a living. Is that not his misfortune? Rest assured, you will find someone far better than him, someone who will be infuriated by your departure." Tian Xiaoju reassures her, patting her back. Diyu seems to absorb Tian Xiaoju's words, her sobs gradually subsiding. Tian Xiaoju continues to comfort her, and soon Diyu drifts off to sleep. Tian Xiaoju gently assists her onto the bed, tucking her in before quietly exiting the room. Sitting on the steps at the entrance, Tian Xiaoju gazes at the moon in a state of reverie. The snow has long ceased, and the moon hangs large and round in the sky. In just half a month, the new year will arrive, much like in her homeland. Although there is no lava festival here, she still prepares lava porridge, garlic, and beans for that day. The ground feels cool, yet her heart is warm, knowing that soon she will leave this place, departing from the Wang residence to establish a home of her own. Though she misses her family dearly, returning is not an option. She must choose to live earnestly here and create her own brilliance. On the following morning, Diyu's spirits have largely returned to normal. Tian Xiaoju observes that after spending considerable time together, Diyu's temperament has changed significantly. Seeing that Diyu no longer exhibits a melancholic demeanor, Tian Xiaoju feels a sense of relief. One cannot allow an individual to dictate the quality of one's life. External factors are secondary. The primary focus must be on strengthening oneself. After observing Diyu's sustained positive state over the past few days, Tian Xiaoju finally feels reassured. As she observed the Wangfu becoming adorned with festive decorations in recent days, Tian Xiaoju was pleasantly surprised to find couplets and paper cuttings being displayed here as well. The handcrafted paper cuttings were indeed lifelike. Regrettably, she lacked the skill to create such art and felt she possessed no artistic flair. With the festival approaching, the old prince had requested her to prepare 4 or 5 signature dishes to be enjoyed in the main hall, for it was the new year, and he could not possibly celebrate alone in his courtyard. Typically, the old prince preferred to remain in his own quarters, seldom venturing into others. And Tian Xiaoju rarely visited other courtyards unless there was a pressing matter requiring her presence. She preferred to avoid the complexities of court intrigue that often plagued the inner residence. Tian Xiaoju felt she would not survive more than 10 minutes in a palace drama, fearing she would meet her demise swiftly. Although the era upheld a monogamous system, there were still whispers of concubines lurking in the shadows. Her primary focus remained on cooking and saving money, for such a generous salary warranted her diligence. The kitchen would undoubtedly prepare chicken, duck, fish, and meat, so she chose not to join the bustling kitchen. Instead, she informed the old prince of her intention to explore the nearby mountains in search of wild game. Just a short distance behind the Wangfu, there lay a modest hill. Previously, She had ventured up the mountain and returned with 2 rabbits, hoping for luck again. With only 2 or 3 days remaining until the new year, she thought it would be splendid if she could find some wild delicacies. If fortune did not favor her, she could always retrieve some fresh produce from her own space and claim it as a mountain find. Dia, you keep busy today. I will wander into the mountains and see if I can find some wild game, Tian Xiaoju said, donning thick clothing and shouldering a large bamboo basket to carry any finds. All right, go ahead, Sister Xiaoju. I will ensure not to disappoint you. Please be cautious while climbing. Safety is paramount during this festive season, Dia replied, offering a respectful bow. Very well, I shall return with treats for you. How about the roasted goose from the house at the front? Tian Xiaoju waved farewell to Dia as she stepped outside. Sister Xiaoju is the best. Yan exclaimed it. Turning back toward the kitchen, Tian Xiaoju made her way towards the mountain, the recent snowfall still lingering on the ground, and with new snow falling. She treaded carefully through the white blanket, noting the scarcity of footprints in the snow. It took her half an hour to reach the foot of the mountain, and she found herself surprisingly unwearied. The path upward had been completely obscured by snow, so she fashioned a makeshift walking stick from a nearby branch to assist her ascent. Suddenly, she heard the distant sounds of a scuffle. Crouching low, she stealthily moved towards a concealed spot, striving to remain silent as she inched closer to the source of the commotion. Concealed behind a tree, she covered her mouth in disbelief at the sight that unfolded before her eyes. Who could she possibly have seen? She now only wishes to express her identity, her location, and the sheer fortune of encountering a person who bears an uncanny resemblance to Xiang Lu from the television series Chang Xiangxi. Every strand of hair mirrors his. Moments ago, witnessing a fierce battle scene, she speculates that this Xiang Lu-like figure must have sustained an injury, fighting alone against numerous adversaries. Has he acquired enmities? His prowess is astonishing. He has managed to repel at least 10 men clad in black. Come out. Do not hide behind that tree, the man resembling Xiang Lu commands, his gaze directed towards the tree where Tian Xiaoju is concealed. Reluctantly, she approaches him, finding that the resemblance intensifies with every glance. Each feature aligns with her aesthetic preferences. You are remarkably perceptive, having discovered my hiding place, Tian Xiaoju exclaims, her words laced with naivety. If he were to succumb to infatuation, there would be no saving grace. Her eyes are almost glued to him. Chapter 21. Captivated before her stands a man with striking features, his arched brows and starry eyes, his visage more exquisite than that of any woman. Every breath he takes captivates attention, and his flowing silver hair dances in the wind, a sight of extraordinary beauty. Tian Xiaoju feels her heart skip a beat. Her excursion up the mountain in search of game has unexpectedly led her to such a mesmerizing man. During her summer binge-watching, she had been enchanted by the silver-haired Xiang Lu. Little did she expect to traverse into another realm and encounter a living embodiment. Though he is not Xiang Lu, merely a striking doppelganger. Has her elder brother crossed over? The man observes Tian Xiaoju's infatuated demeanor and, sensing her lack of inner strength, deduces that she is merely here to forage. This is not a place for you. You should leave, he states, his tone devoid of the earlier menacing chill, though still retaining a frosty quality. I am searching for game for the old prince. I cannot return empty-handed. You just drove away those villains, did you not? I am merely seeking some wild delicacies, she replies, her gaze imbued with a hint of pleading. This man bears such a striking resemblance to her idol. If she were ever to return, it would surely evoke envy. Upon hearing the mention of the old prince, the man glances again at the veiled woman before him, as if peering through the fabric to discern another soul. On a snowy night at the Wang mansion, someone had danced beneath the red plum tree, leaving a profound impression upon him. Noticing the man's silence, Tian Xiaoju inquires, "Are you injured? Is it serious? Would you like me to bandage it?" The man remains reticent, prompting Tian Xiaoju to discreetly retrieve some supplies from her bamboo basket, feigning to have taken out medicine and cloth from within. With a hint of suspicion, the man asks, "Why do you carry such items with you? What is your name? Could it be that I should simply call you Feeder?" "This item is kept in my backpack to tend to my wounds should I injure myself in this forest," Tian Xiaoju remarked. preparing to approach the man to apply the medicine. "Stop! Do not come near me. Toss the medicine to me. I shall manage it myself," the man replied. "You have yet to share your name with me." Tian Xiaoju inquired once more. "How can a young lady inquire about a man's name?" The man responded. "Is it inappropriate to ask?" Tian Xiaoju questioned, her curiosity evident as she gazed at him. "My surname is Li," he stated, his demeanor warming slightly. Having just used Tian Xiaoju's medicine, he felt a noticeable reduction in pain. "Li, may I ask what your full name is?" Tian Xiaoju pondered aloud, realizing that in the capital, those with the surname Li often had royal connections, leaving her curious about his identity. Li User remained silent, finding the woman somewhat irksome. He regretted engaging in conversation with her. "Here is your medicine back. Thank you for it, but I must take my leave. Do not speak of my injury. Otherwise, you shall regret it," Li Yuza warned, though the threat held little weight. From a moment he initiated conversation with Tian Xiaoju. The wheels of fate had begun to turn, transforming the improbable into the possible. Tian Xiaoju accepted the medicine, and upon glancing up, she found that the man had vanished without a trace, truly swift. Could this be the legendary lightness of foot? It seemed almost too quick. With his absence, she resolved to seek out mountain goods. Although she possessed no extraordinary abilities, foraging for food was her forte. In the snow-covered mountains, where a thick blanket of snow obscured the ground, she would have to search above. Tian Xiaoju felt as though she were blessed with fortune. She had not ventured far before spotting wood ear mushrooms and fragrant shiitake mushrooms atop a tree trunk. These wild mushrooms, once dried, exuded a delightful aroma, but even fresh, they were quite delectable. The wood ears were also crisp and delightful. She had already filled half of her basket with these finds, and she even stored some in her spatial dimension, along with a piece of wood for future use. After collecting her bounty, Tian Xiaoju ventured deeper into the woods, where she soon heard a series of grunts reminiscent of wild boars. This was a creature she could not contend with. Lacking martial prowess and inner strength, an encounter could prove disastrous. As the sounds grew clearer, she surveyed her surroundings and discovered 2 young wild boars in a pit, grunting and repeatedly ramming against the walls. Was this a real-life version of the fable of the boar awaiting its fate? Observing the 2 young boars, she noted blood beginning to seep from their heads. They seemed impervious to pain. Tian Xiaoju instinctively touched her own head, feeling a twinge of discomfort. After a while, the 2 wild boars finally collapsed. Tian Xiaoju, attempting to utilize her mind, sought to transfer the boars into her spatial dimension, for she could not lift them physically. Unexpectedly, upon contemplation, the wild boar truly entered. "It seems I can indeed manipulate my thoughts to allow external entities into my personal space. I wonder if anyone else, aside from myself, could also gain entry." As the sky darkened ominously, Tian Xiaoju resolved to return home, intending to revisit the site the following day. The bounty of wild delicacies she gathered today was not insignificant. In modern times, wild boars have become protected species. One cannot even dream of consuming their meat, having never seen one alive except through the lens of television. I have heard that the meat of wild boars possesses a coarser texture compared to domesticated pigs, imparting a stronger flavor. However, I have yet to taste it myself, and thus lack the authority to comment on its culinary merits. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Tian Xiaoju sought out the steward, Li, requesting assistance in processing the wild boar. She promised to send him a portion of the finished product, to which Li eagerly agreed. Delighted at the prospect of enjoying Tian Xiaoju's cooking once again, Tian Xiaoju extracted the smaller of the 2 wild boars, which still weighed several dozen pounds. The larger one must weigh around 100. As the others began to prepare the boar, she observed attentively, learning as she went. The boar's hide was remarkably thick, and she contemplated the possibility of treating it to fashion a bag, especially since the skilled butcher had removed the hide so expertly and intact. Creating a bag from wild boar leather would surely appeal to the refined young ladies of society. This craft of bag making she had learned from a friend who specialized in handmade bags. Although she had not mastered many skills, she had certainly acquired this one, allowing her to save a considerable amount of money on purchasing bags. Should a new design from a prestigious brand emerge, she could replicate it, thus conserving a great deal of capital. It was rumored that to purchase a certain luxury handbag, one must also acquire tens of thousands of dollars worth of other goods. And even then, there was no guarantee it would be the desired model. In any case, she had never deceived those less fortunate. She had never visited luxury boutiques. Whenever a new collection was released, she would peruse images online, and if something caught her fancy, she would create her own version, adhering to her personal taste. During this frigid winter, the outdoors served as a natural cold storage. Tian Xiaoju sliced a generous piece of fresh wild boar meat for the helper, while the remainder was cut into manageable portions, wrapped, and placed in the snow to freeze, ensuring its preservation. Xiaoju, you are so lucky. I wonder if wild boar meat is any good, Dia remarked as she approached Tian Xiaoju. Take some of this to your mother, so you can enjoy a splendid meal during the new year, Tian Xiaoju said, slicing off a piece to hand to Dia. Thank you, Xiaoju. I knew you were the best sister, Dia replied gratefully. All right, enough banter. I'll add this dish for dinner later. Have you prepared the other dishes? Tian Xiaoju inquired, her hands continuing to slice the meat deftly, transforming a large chunk into thin, delicate slices, which she then tenderized with a rolling pin. This step is intended to break down the fibrous structure of the wild boar meat, making it less likely to get stuck in one's teeth while eating. Chapter 22. Wild boar meat. After tenderizing the meat for a while, it was held up to the light, appearing translucent yet intact, exceedingly thin. It was then placed into a bowl to commence the marinating process. As scallion and ginger water was poured in, the meat was stirred in one direction, allowing it to fully absorb the flavors. Following this, salt was added for seasoning. Tian Xiaojun prepared to check in the yellow soybeans she had bought 6 months prior to see if the fermentation process had reached completion.
This was her first attempt at making soy sauce, learned from watching videos, and she was uncertain of its success. Previously, when she had checked,
it seemed to lack some depth of flavor, but given the time that had passed, it should be ready now. Upon lifting the lid of the fermentation jar, a rich aroma wafted out, indicating that the process had succeeded. However, further sun exposure was necessary for concentration. Unfortunately, the weather had not been favorable, with either overcast skies or snowfall. Nonetheless, Tian Xiaojun scooped some out, knowing that while sun-drying would yield better results, she could still reduce the moisture by simmering it, thus enhancing the color and flavor, albeit to a lesser degree. After simmering the extracted soy sauce to evaporate some moisture, the color deepened. She tasted it. Although still not ideal, it was certainly better than having none at all. She added some soy sauce to the slices of wild boar meat, enriching their flavor. With this step completed, Tian Xiaojun set the meat aside and sat by the stove to warm herself. Dayang had gone home to deliver the wild boar meat to her family. The Wang residence appeared festively adorned. However, it lacked genuine liveliness, at least in Tian Xiaojun's eyes. Her thoughts drifted back to the young man she had seen on the mountain, surnamed Li, a name associated with the royal family in the capital. He appeared youthful, yet exuded an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual, perhaps even a prince. As dusk descended, a figure clad in a striking red garment approached. "You Zibai?" He greeted Tian Xiaojun, saying, "I heard you went up the mountain today and returned with a wild boar?" "Indeed, young master you," Tian Xiaojun replied, rising to bow respectfully. "Will we be having wild boar for dinner? Be sure to prepare extra. I will stay for the meal," Yu Zibai stated before departing the kitchen. Tian Xiaojun found his attitude rather baffling, as he seemed to regard himself as the master of the Wang residence, summoning her at will every time he visited. Although she was aware of his identity, she could not condone his behavior. Yet, since the old lord never spoke up, she felt she had no standing to voice her concerns, being merely a worker. Lost in her thoughts, Dayang entered, noticing Tian Xiaojun staring blankly at the stove. She approached and gently tapped her shoulder, asking, "Sister Xiaojun, what are you pondering? I called you several times with no response." Tian Xiaojun shook off her scattered thoughts and turned to Dayang, inquiring, "Have you delivered the meat to your mother and sister?" Dia nodded, a smile gracing her face as she replied, "Indeed, Sister Xiaoju, Arya, and Sanya both put on quite a bit of weight lately. There's enough meat here for them to feast on for several days. Observing the cheerful countenance, Tian Xiaoju felt resuscitate, knowing that this return would be free of unpleasant encounters. Now that you're here, please keep an eye on the fire while I prepare a new dish. With that, she ignited the stove and brought a pot of water to a boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she delicately submerged the marinated slices of meat, allowing them to blanch for a few seconds before retrieving them and plunging them into ice water. In another large bowl, she combined chopped scallions, cilantro, salt, and the broth from the boiled meat, adding a generous spoonful of lard before placing the cooked meat slices into the well-seasoned mixture. After preparing 3 pots in total, she reserved one for herself and Deya in the kitchen, then proceeded to stir-fry the remaining dishes before they could be served. As Tian Xiaoju and Deya carried the platters towards the dining hall, they spotted Yuzi by eagerly awaiting their arrival along the path. Soon, they had set all the dishes on the table, and the old prince's eyes immediately fell upon the fragrant wild boar meat soup, adorned with scallions and cilantro, which looked utterly delectable, though its true flavor remained a mystery. As she watched the old prince begin to eat, Tian Xiaoju longed for some form of feedback, whether positive or negative. She believed in learning from each experience. However, instead of the critique she anticipated, she observed the old prince and Yuzi by each taking a bowl of the meat soup for themselves. Back in the kitchen, Tian Xiaoju picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled a piece of meat. It was indeed delightful, not at all tough, but tender and flavorful. She ladled a generous portion of meat into the Yuz bowl, noticing how plump she had become over recent days, and found this version of Deya even more charming. After finishing their meal and clearing the table, she glanced at the dining hall, pleased to see that every dish had been consumed without waste. Even the soup had been entirely enjoyed. The new year was just 2 days away, and in the spirit of welcoming the new, Tian Xiaoju prepared herself a festive outfit. Though she was unfamiliar with the local customs, she was well aware of the traditions from her homeland. Was there not a song that proclaimed, "During the new year, everyone smiles, dressed in new clothes and hats, while all enjoy merriment and joy"? That day, the sky hinted at impending snowfall. After someone returned from the mountains with a wild boar, others attempted to seek out similar delicacies, but returned empty-handed. On New Year's Eve, Deya rose early to awaken Tian Xiaoju. While not all the dishes fell to their responsibility, they still needed to rise early and commence their preparations. Tian Xiaoju began chopping meat for meatballs, eager to create a hearty soup. She had already learned how to handle wild boar meat, even though she had never tasted it in modern times. In this ancient setting, she had savored it more than once. Overall, the flavor was quite satisfactory, albeit tougher than domesticated pork and slightly more cumbersome to prepare. Nevertheless, once she grasped the technique, it proved to be quite manageable. As long as she could prepare 4 dishes, the ingredients gathered from the mountains would suffice. One could saute the wood ear mushrooms, and the shiitake could be stewed with chicken. A few days ago, she had smoked some wild boar meat, though it was not yet ready for consumption. The menu comprised a wild boar meatball, a wood ear mushroom and scrambled egg dish, a chicken and mushroom stew, and a meat slice soup. After the two of them served the prepared dishes in the main dining hall, they departed from the space. As Tian Xiaoju exited the dining hall, she unexpectedly collided with someone. "I'm sorry, my apologies," she exclaimed, flustered. Liuza, upon realizing the person who had bumped into him was Tian Xiaoju, felt an unrecognized flicker of joy within him. Hearing his voice, Tian Xiaoju felt a hint of familiarity. She looked up and indeed recognized him as someone she had encountered in the mountains a few days prior. "It's you. I'm really sorry. I didn't TC you," she hurriedly apologized, feeling the weight of the encounter. Liuza's attendant, overhearing his master engage in conversation with a woman, was astounded. He had never witnessed his lord initiate dialogue with anyone, much less with someone of such humble status. From her appearance, she seemed merely a kitchen maid from the Rongwang residence, which made the attendant ponder the unexpected preferences of his master. Tian Xiaoju, however, had long retreated from the scene, aware that this was a place of complications she wished to avoid. Although she harbored feelings for Xiang Lu and her elder brother, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother, making her hesitant to pursue any connection. As Xiao Yao once remarked, She feared that he might inadvertently enter her dreams. Yet he was someone she felt should remain distant. Tian Xiaoju was cognizant that this individual was best admired from afar. There were numerous noble ladies awaiting his attention. As a mere kitchen maid, she felt fortunate enough to prepare a meal for him. Upon returning to the kitchen, she instructed Dia to return home to reunite with her family, assuring her that her presence was sufficient. There were no pressing matters at hand. She merely needed to tidy the dishes and clean up. Once Dia departed the royal residence, Tian Xiaoju found herself alone by the stove, warming herself against the chill of the evening. On New Year's Eve, while everyone else gathered with loved ones, she sat by the flickering flames, lost in thoughts of an unreachable distance. Over the past 6 months in the Roan Wang residence, she had found the old prince to be rather pleasant, and the courtyard tranquil. By avoiding excessive interaction with others, she had managed to steer clear of the intricate webs of deceit and rivalry. Nonetheless, she had inevitably come to know a few individuals, as her work within the palace necessitated some acquaintance. Though she often found her mother's nagging irksome, she found herself missing those familiar words of concern during moments of solitude. As the last of the diners finished their meals, Tian Xiaoju joined others in clearing the table. She seldom mingled with them, feeling somewhat out of place among the crowd. After tidying up, she returned to her room, choosing not to engage in their discussions. But she could still hear murmurs about the regent and how extraordinarily handsome he was. Could that individual be the regent? Tian Xiaoju pondered with her head lowered, entirely unaware that someone had been observing her intently since she entered the room. Although Liang was engaged in conversation with the old prince, his gaze remained fixated on a particular spot, contrasting her dejected demeanor with her lively grace beneath the plum tree on that fateful day, as well as the cunning glimmer she exhibited on the mountain. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind, as she appeared lost in reverie. The old prince, noticing that his youngest brother had ceased to listen, turned his head and saw Tian Xiaoju pushing the door open to enter her chamber. Could it be that this younger brother has taken a fancy to that girl? Although royal unions are not left to personal choice, his brother is an exception. All that is desired now is for him to wed. Even if he wished to marry a sow, there would be no opposition. Yet this girl, she cannot be retained here. She had recently expressed her desire to leave the palace and venture into the world. After exchanging a few more words, seeing that no one was inclined to emerge, Liang resolved to return, knowing there would be ample opportunities to meet again. That evening, the palace remained festooned with lights and decorations. Tian Xiaoju gazed at the flickering fireworks above, relishing the festive atmosphere of this otherworldly celebration, which was not so different from the New Year festivities of her modern life, save for the absence of the spring festival gala. However, the affluent could always invite a theater troupe. Indeed, the palace had engaged a troupe, but Tian Xiaoju deemed it more prudent to retire for the night, locking her door and retreating to her spiritual space, yearning for a rejuvenating soak in the spirit spring to wash away her fatigue. Upon entering the spirit spring space, Tian Xiaoju noticed some changes. The pond appeared to have more fish, and the space itself seemed larger. Initially intending to bathe right away, she decided to explore the altered surroundings before indulging in relaxation. After a brief tour, she confirmed the expansion, where she had previously planted vegetables at the edges. A considerable area had opened up, perhaps an additional 2 or 3 meters. It was a mystery what rules governed this space, allowing for such sudden enlargement. After her exploration, she plunged into the spirit spring, luxuriating in the warm waters, emptying her mind of all thoughts. Time slipped by unnoticed as she soaked, feeling utterly refreshed before finally rising to change into a new outfit. The garments here were quite fashionable, reminiscent of Tang Dynasty RU skirts. She recalled having modeled a similar set in her modern life, though the quality of these clothes far surpassed those. The vegetables in the garden thrived remarkably, sprouting vigorously upon the mere scattering of seeds. If only she were in charge of procurement for the palace, she could reap considerable profits. Moreover, the maturation time for produce in this space was significantly shorter than outside, and most importantly, even when harvested, they remained fresh for an extended period. After changing her attire, she ventured to the orchard to pluck some fruits, lamenting her lack of appetite. Such delectable fruits lay before her, yet she had scarcely indulged, fearing discovery. Yu will not be returning in the coming days, allowing her to indulge in the pleasures of food and drink in peace. This brings to mind a certain lyric, "Let me love enough in one go." She wishes to modify it to, "Let me eat enough in one go." After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she intends to retire to her room for rest, although there is a bed within. The passage of time in that space differs from the outside, prompting her to prefer sleeping outside for a more restful slumber. In recent days, Tian Xiaoju has found herself with little to do, as the old prince has been quite occupied and seldom resides in the palace, thus sparing her from the task of preparing meals, rendering her days rather leisurely. Once the Lantern Festival passes, Tian Xiaoju plans to discuss her departure with the old prince. After all, she has not signed any indentured servitude contract. A few months prior, she had already informed him of her intention to leave and had trained a successor to take over her culinary duties. "Your Highness, I am deeply grateful for your kindness during this time and for your acceptance of my humble culinary skills. I now wish to venture out into the world, and I hope you will grant me permission to leave," Tian Xiaoju said respectfully as she stood beside the old prince. He glanced at her and had long suspected that she was destined for greater things. The fact that she had delayed her announcement of departure likely stemmed from her gratitude for the identity card he had arranged for her. Nevertheless, he could not compel her to stay, for fruit that is forced to ripen will not be sweet. However, if you ever return, do share with me some innovative recipes. I do enjoy your creative dishes. If only all the chefs in this palace possessed your dedication to the craft, the old prince remarked. Indeed, once I have experienced the splendor of the world, I shall return to this capital to find a suitable place and open a restaurant. At that time, whatever you wish to dine on, just send a message to the steward, and it shall be done, Tian Xiaoju replied. Take Xiaoju to the accounting office and settle her wages, and ensure to provide her with 2 additional months' pay, the old prince instructed the steward nearby. Thank you, Your Highness, Tian Xiaoju said with a bow, following the steward. The staff in the accounting office had all savored her culinary creations and treated her with respect, swiftly presenting her with 300 taels of silver. For the first time, Tian Xiaoju felt the weight of the money, yet she could not store it in her space just yet. Thus, she carried it with her and offered some pastry she had prepared the previous day to the staff, acknowledging that one should not bite the hand that feeds. As she handed over 3 boxes of pastries to the steward, he regarded them with increased interest. These individuals were astute, and one could never know when they might prove useful in the future. It was wise to avoid offending anyone. Tian Xiaoju returned to her room with the silver and began to pack her belongings. Upon seeing Yu smiling at her, she stepped forward to embrace her, saying, "From now on, this place will be entrusted to you. If you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to inform the old prince. It is perfectly acceptable to request assistance." Sister Xiaoju, I truly feel reluctant to see you go. Managing the kitchen alone makes me somewhat anxious. With you around, I could always seek your guidance whenever I had questions, but now that you are leaving, I will no longer have that opportunity, Yu replied, mimicking Tian Xiaoju's embrace. At this moment, a subtle closeness seemed to blossom between the 2 young ladies. However, the uncertainty of when they might meet again lingered in the air. Tian Xiaoju gathered her meager belongings, consisting of little more than a few garments. Once her modest luggage was prepared, she stepped toward the door, not for a leisurely outing, but for a genuine departure. Just as she reached the threshold, she encountered Liuza. Yet, Tian Xiaoju refrained from approaching him for a greeting, likely anticipating that their paths would diverge from here on out. Liuza watched her leave with her bundle, pondering what her intentions might be. Was she venturing to the mountains again? But did one truly require a bundle for such a trip? Noticing her lack of inclination to acknowledge him, Liuza dismissed his curiosity, disembarked from the carriage, and entered the Wang residence. As soon as Tian Xiaoju stepped out of the estate, she concealed all her valuables within her spatial pouch. Although she harbored no malicious intentions, she felt a prudent instinct to remain cautious, particularly since so many within the Wang residence were aware of her recent financial windfall. If even a whisper of her wealth escaped, the money she possessed could swiftly become uncertain. Chapter 24. A new beginning. Having left the Wang residence, Tian Xiaoju sought out an inn. In her few months in this unfamiliar realm, her excursions beyond the estate's gates had been remarkably rare. Usually, her outings consisted solely of procuring a few garments, as she deemed it unnecessary to squander her funds on frivolities, preferring instead to save her money for more significant purposes. Upon discovering an inn named Xian Kalai, she stepped inside, greeted by a young attendant who was wiping down tables with a white cloth. Upon her entrance, he draped the cloth over his shoulder, resembling the familiar scenes often depicted on television. "Will the esteemed guest be dining or seeking lodging?" inquired the young attendant. Tian Xiaoju surveyed the inn's environment, noting its cleanliness and brightness, with a bustling dining area indicative of good business. "I seek accommodation. Please provide me with a room of superior quality," she replied, though the establishment did not require unmarried women to veil their faces. Tian Xiaoju nonetheless wrapped a silk scarf around hers, obscuring her features. After all, a young lady must be prudent in safeguarding herself. Should someone take an interest in her, trouble could ensue. She somewhat regretted not purchasing a set of men's attire. "Very well, please follow me," said the young attendant, leading her towards the staircase that ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, Regent Liuza was engaged in discussions with the elderly Prince Rong and casually inquired, "Brother Wang, what has that young lady ventured out for?" The old prince understood precisely whom his brother was referring to and responded, "She expressed a desire to explore the outside world, so I permitted her departure. After all, she has not signed a bond of servitude. If she wishes to leave, I cannot possibly detain her." As he spoke, he scrutinized his brother's reaction, noting his composed demeanor. The elder prince was at a loss for words. His brother had always been remarkably steady. Had it not been for his disinterest in the imperial throne, he would have been the one to inherit it when their father passed the mantle. Regrettably, the tranquil days were fleeting. Before his demise, the late emperor entrusted his younger brother, the fourth prince, with the significant responsibility of serving as regent to assist the current young emperor, the sole heir left by the late monarch. Liuza had no choice but to accept this daunting task, for the emperor had but one child who was still a minor and bedridden due to illness, ultimately succumbing to his afflictions. Thus, merely days into this newfound tranquility, the weight of duty was thrust upon him. Moreover, the widow, mourning the loss of her brother, soon followed him in death, leaving behind her young son to shoulder the nation's fate. Consequently, Liuza began to navigate a life where he was not an emperor, yet was compelled to undertake the responsibilities of one. The late prince remained oblivious to his brother's sentiments and remarked, "Xiaoju expressed a desire to explore the world. Perhaps she shall never return to the capital. Brother Wang, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Liuza declared before vanishing from sight. Left alone in his rocking chair, the late prince gazed into the distance with a smile, aware that his younger brother harbored a budding interest in the young lady. Despite their royal lineage, they were unbound by societal class distinctions. Affection was paramount. Their father had chosen to wed a commoner, loving her throughout their lives without quarrel, while their mother took care of them. As the regent left the palace, he felt deceived by his brother. Nonetheless, having departed, he decided to seek his fortune and perhaps discover the young lady. Yet, what would he say upon finding her? That he had taken a liking to her? He had only seen her a handful of times. To claim affection felt rather presumptuous. At most, he could admit to a keen interest in her character, wishing to delve deeper into her life. Unbeknownst to her, Tian Xiaoju was being searched for. After checking into the Xian Kalai Inn, she secured her door and retreated to her private space, relishing the solitude. She indulged in some fruits to satiate her hunger, then reclined in her bamboo cottage, preparing for slumber. When she heard a knock at her door, she emerged from her sanctuary and inquired, "Who is it?" "Esteemed guest, I have brought you water," came the voice of the innkeeper. "Please leave it at the door," she replied. After hearing the sound of the items being set down, she waited until the footsteps faded before opening the door to find a jug of water left outside. She had not requested any, and she wondered if the innkeeper assumed her solitary presence made her vulnerable. Should the water be tainted, it posed a significant risk for her. A lone woman without the company of a man. Setting the water on the table, Tian Xiaoju changed her attire and ventured out. as she urgently needed to purchase several sets of men's clothing to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Simultaneously, she strolled through the streets, contemplating the purchase of a residence, uncertain if her finances would suffice. If not, renting a storefront would suffice for conducting business, and once she amassed enough wealth, she could acquire a home. After procuring her garments, as she meandered through the streets, the regent spotted her from a distance, perplexed by her activities, and instructed his subordinates to inquire about her pursuits. Go and inquire what she desires. See if there is anything she requires assistance with, the regent instructed one of his subordinates. Upon hearing the prince's words, the subordinate bowed and responded, "Yes, my lord." Following the command, he approached Tian Xiaoju, seizing the opportunity to engage her in conversation. "My lady, what are you searching for? I am renowned here for my ability to gather information. Should you face any difficulties, feel free to consult me. I charge a mere coin for my services. If I fail to resolve your issue, I will not take a single cent." Tian Xiaoju regarded the man before her, finding no hint of malice in his demeanor. Intrigued, she considered the arrangement he proposed, a fee for successful assistance, with no charge for failure. Compared to her previous world, where one might pay for services that yielded no results, this offer seemed far more appealing. Noticing her unwavering gaze, the subordinate endeavored to maintain a composed facade, as any sign of weakness could lead to dire consequences upon his return to the prince. "I am in search of a storefront, preferably one that is bustling and located on a main street. Could you help me discover if any such properties are available for transfer, lease, or sale? Additionally, I would like to inquire about courtyards that are available for rent or purchase, ideally already cleaned for immediate occupancy. I am currently residing at the Xian Kelly Inn. Should you find anything, you may come there to seek me. My surname is Tian," she explained. "Very well. I shall investigate on your behalf," the subordinate replied before departing. Upon returning to his master, he addressed the regent. "My lord, that young lady wishes to acquire a shop and a courtyard. Shall we assist her in her search?" "Indeed. Prepare the properties located at the heart of Front Street and tidy them up. You shall return to her tomorrow with news of our findings. As for the pricing, the annual rent will be 20 taels of silver, and if she wishes to purchase, the total for both the courtyard and the shop will amount to 500 taels of silver," the regent stated, his curiosity piqued regarding the young lady's intentions for the shop, while the courtyard would serve as a residence. After changing into male attire, Tian Xiaoju examined her reflection in a copper mirror, pleasantly surprised by how appealing she appeared in men's clothing. From now on, she resolved to adopt this guise when venturing out. Satisfied with her masculine appearance, she retreated to her space to indulge in some food. She dared not touch the water on the table, fearing unforeseen complications, and opted instead for the refreshing spring water in her mystical sanctuary. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Tian Xiaoju lay in bed, listening to the rustling sounds outside. Unperturbed, she discreetly entered her space, eavesdropping on the conversation of the people outside. "Are you certain that girl possesses such a substantial amount of cash? I have come here only to aid you. If she lacks the silver and discovers our intentions, it could lead to dire consequences," one voice, reminiscent of an innkeeper, cautioned. "I have indeed seen the cash on her person. The late prince even ordered an additional sheep in gratitude for her assistance," replied another voice, resembling that of a gatekeeper from the Rome Wang mansion. "Where did this fragrance originate?" one inquired. "Just a bit of incense. It poses no harm, merely inducing a deep slumber," the innkeeper responded. Tian Xiaoju, concealed within her space, was startled as she overheard their conversation. In Chapter 25, the true essence of fear is unveiled. The water that was brought to her remained untouched. She pondered whether the intoxicating fragrance had indeed rendered her unconscious. She found herself curious about the young girl's appearance, noting her commendable figure, yet uncertain of the experience that awaited her. The innkeeper's lewd voice echoed in her mind, filling her with disgust. Now, hidden away, she could hear the commotion outside, but was unable to see the figures involved. Had she been able to witness the innkeeper's expression, she would have likely felt compelled to slap him. By daylight, he hardly seemed a villain, making her wonder how he could summon the audacity to engage in such nefarious actions. Truly, the world is fraught with peril, and human hearts are inscrutable. Tian Xiaoju had come to grasp this reality. Yet, she could not shake off the unsettling thought that the individual who had offered to assist her in finding a home and a shop might be deceiving her. Meanwhile, a certain prince in the company of a young emperor sneezed. The emperor inquired, "Uncle, are you unwell?" The regent touched his nose, contemplating who might be cursing him. He reassured the young emperor, "It is nothing. You need not accompany your uncle in reviewing the memorials. Eunuch Wang, please take ear to rest." He affectionately patted the emperor's head, feeling a mix of compassion and uncertainty. At just 3 years old, the child was far too perceptive. Although he could not fully comprehend the memorials, he would sit beside him during the reviews, and the regent would impart his knowledge. Yet, how much of it he truly grasped remained a mystery. Noticing that the pile of memorials on the table had dwindled, he donned a cloak and made his way outside. He pondered the whereabouts of the girl, recalling that not long ago, there had been reports of guests losing their valuables at the Shinko Inn. Had the matter been resolved? He was perplexed as to why the establishment had reopened its doors for business. "Your Highness, where are you headed?" inquired a subordinate following behind. "Return at once. There is no need to accompany me." The regent gestured dismissively. "Understood." The subordinate, sensing that the regent had matters to attend to that warranted solitude, promptly retreated. Disobeying the order would be unwise, for the regent was not one to be trifled with. Once the regent was assured of his privacy, he lightly leapt into action, scaling the walls toward the direction of the Shinko Inn. Outside, 2 individuals, having deemed the time ripe, began to skillfully manipulate the latch of the door, revealing their expertise. Within her concealed realm, Tian Xiaoju listened intently to the sounds of the door being opened, which soon fell silent. It was likely that the 2 intruders, wary of disturbing her, had muffled their movements. Determined to instill fear in the hearts of these 2 men, Tian Xiaoju let her hair cascade down in a disheveled manner. She changed into a flowing white garment and used rouge to paint tear-like streaks upon her cheeks, the crimson trails resembling blood weeping from her eyes. She then rendered her complexion a ghostly pallor, preparing to confront her intruders. Entering the bamboo house, she found a bronze mirror and gazed into it, feeling a sense of satisfaction with her current appearance. In the impending darkness, while it might not scare them to death, it would certainly startle them half to death. Those who dared to scheme against her needed to be taught a lesson, she mused. Listening to the rustling sounds, a voice inquired, "Have you found her bundle? Where's the silver?" "No, check if it's on the bed," responded another unfamiliar voice. "I haven't found the bundle here, either. Go take a look on the bed." "My little beauty, your brother is coming." The lewd voice of the innkeeper sent waves of nausea through Tian Xiaoju. How had she not realized the repulsiveness of this man upon entering the inn? Truly, one must not judge a person solely by their appearance. As she heard the footsteps approaching the bed, Tian Xiaoju felt the moment was ripe for her to emerge. She was determined to frighten these 2 into a state of sheer panic. If she did not, she would no longer bear the surname Tian. "My little beauty, your brother is coming." The innkeeper's voice echoed once more. Dressed in white, with her hair cascading down, she suddenly appeared atop the bed, terrifying the 2 men into a state of near death. "A ghost! A ghost!" they screamed, rolling on the ground in terror before hurriedly attempting to flee, only to collide with one another in their haste. Tian Xiaoju thought to herself, "Ouch, that must have hurt. Such a loud crash. They may very well have a sizable bump now." She emitted a chilling sound, deliberately trying to frighten them further, and to her surprise, they were indeed susceptible to her scare tactics. She could hear the sound of water dripping. Perhaps one of them had lost control of their bladder. She chuckled inwardly. "Give me back my life. Don't come after me. I didn't administer the drug. It wasn't me. Don't approach. Don't come after me. This is not just my affair. I only intended to rob, not to harm you." Hearing this, she deduced that the speaker was likely someone from the royal house of Rome, realizing that he harbored malevolent intentions upon discovering the considerable amount of silver. "Don't come near me. I mean you no harm, I swear." "A ghost!" the innkeeper cried out. A dramatic scene unfolded in the room. Other guests in the inn, drawn by the cries, began to stir and move toward the source of the commotion. The regent, having just arrived, also heard the screams and hastily entered the inn, locating the room from which the noise emanated. He kicked the door open, and those who followed him ignited the oil lamps, illuminating the previously dark room, revealing the unfolding tableau. Having sensed the disturbance, Tian Xiaoju had already retreated to her space, changing back into her original attire before escaping through the window. The innkeeper and the terrified man from the royal house of Rome were still shrieking, nearly fainting from the shock of the regent's sudden entrance. With so many people now present, the puddle of water on the floor became glaringly conspicuous. What is happening here? The regent's authoritative voice boomed, accompanied by an aura of pressure that instantly revived the two men from their stupor. The servant from Rong Wang's residence recognized the regent and hurriedly knelt down, prostrating himself without regard for whether the ground was wet with water or urine, prioritizing his reverence. The ghostly figure, clad in white, trembled as she repeatedly uttered, "A ghost! A ghost! What ghost in white?" The regent inquired. "Right over there on the bed." The man pointed, gesturing toward the bed. The crowd followed his finger, but saw nothing, turning their eyes back to him. "What nonsense is this? Where's the ghost you speak of?" the regent demanded. The man glanced back at the bed, indeed finding nothing there, rubbing his eyes in disbelief and murmuring, "Where did it go? Was it truly a ghost?" At that moment, Tian Xiaoju squeezed through the crowd, asking, "Why is everyone gathered at my door? What is happening?" The regent looked at Tian Xiaoju, pondering her involvement. Could it be that these two had been so frightened they lost control? There is no spectacle left to behold. Everyone should return to rest. It seems these two have merely encountered some misfortune. Dismissed, Tian Xiaoju declared. The innkeeper and the servants of Rong Wang's residence scurried away, fearful of a ghost pursuing them. Only the regent remained still, waiting until everyone had departed before approaching the table and leisurely speaking. "Now, tell me, what transpired?" Seeing his calm demeanor, Tian Xiaoju hesitated to respond, questioning his reasons for being there so late at night. Was he merely seeking entertainment? She held her doubts close, not daring to voice them. "Perhaps you simply encountered some spirits and were momentarily dazed. What do I know? Why is the prince here stirring up trouble instead of attending to state affairs?" she replied, though internally she thought if only he would devote his time to more beneficial endeavors for the people. "You believe your fabricated tale can deceive others. You think it could deceive me?" the regent remarked, observing her with leisurely scrutiny, curious to see what fanciful story she would concoct. "If you doubt my words, you may investigate and verify the truth for yourself. What is it you wish for me to say?" "I was not in the room just now," Tian Xiaoju retorted nonchalantly. The regent drummed his fingers on the table, silent, maintaining his gaze upon her. With each tap, Tian Xiaoju felt her heart racing, as if drums were pounding within. Ultimately, she withstood the pressure and remained silent. Noticing her stubbornness, the regent lazily remarked, "What a charade." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, flinging the window open. Tian Xiaoju instinctively glanced toward the window, where her footprints remained, indicating the regent had already noticed them. Little did he expect that he had come merely to check on her, only to witness such a dramatic display. It appeared that she possessed not only culinary skills, but also a talent for instilling fear. Seeing her reluctance to speak further, the regent stood and approached Tian Xiaoju, halting just 2 steps away. Due to his height, he leaned slightly, his slender fingers delicately lifting her chin. "Are those footprints on the window yours?" he asked. "Be more cautious next time. Fortune does not always favor." With that, he soared away from the window, leaving Tian Xiaoju gazing blankly outside. He had just traced his finger along his chin, and in that fleeting moment, he was struck dumb, as if jolted by an electric shock. Touching his chin, he could still sense the lingering warmth of the regent. To Tian Xiaoju, the regent was not merely a figure of authority. He was the beloved Xiang Lu. Having had his chin delicately traced by the one he adored, she felt as though her very soul had been ensnared. Yet, something puzzled her. His hair had been black just moments ago. Had he dyed it? In her eyes, the silvery white hair was far more enchanting. Meanwhile, the departing regent sneezed on his way, oblivious to the chaos left behind by Tian Xiaoju, who remained lost in thought, indifferent to the unsightly mess left by the 2 ruffians in her room. The following morning, Tian Xiaoju approached the innkeeper, requesting a change of rooms. The previous night, the innkeeper had been absent and was unaware of the night's events. Upon his arrival that morning, he noted the absence of the errand boy and inquired among the staff, only to discover that the lad had encountered misfortune. "Innkeeper, you must expedite a room change for me. I could hardly sleep last night due to the foul stench left in my quarters. If you do not provide me with a clean room, I shall report you to the authorities." The regent himself is aware of this situation, Tian Xiaoju declared, eyeing the innkeeper at the counter. Upon hearing that the regent was informed, the innkeeper, who initially hesitated, gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, I shall arrange a superior room for you, and the cost of last night's stay will be waived." "Now, that is more like it," Tian Xiaoju responded. The innkeeper then led her to a far superior room compared to the previous one. Satisfied, she nodded and said, "This will suffice." "Thank you, innkeeper." As the innkeeper exited the room, he could not help but curse under his breath. This girl had invoked the regent's name, although he had not encountered the regent himself. He had indeed heard whispers of a noble prince's arrival that morning. This girl must have some connection to the regent. The errand boy had clearly bitten off more than he could chew, attempting to pilfer from her, only to find himself in a most unfortunate predicament. After inspecting her new room, Tian Xiaoju descended to the dining area for a meal. At that moment, one of the regent's subordinates, the very one who had struck up a conversation with her previously, approached her. Spotting Tian Xiaoju seated in a corner, he made his way over. "My lady, I have some news for you. There's a shop for sale on Front Street, complete with a courtyard. The rear can accommodate residents, while the front serves as a business premises. It aligns well with your requirements, though the price may be a concern," he said. Tian Xiaoju, noticing his hesitance, swallowed the morsel of bun in her mouth and replied, "How much? Speak plainly. No need for such ambiguity. Would you like to see the place first before I disclose the price?" he inquired. Tian Xiaoju remarked, "All right, I will go after I finish eating. Have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a meal? By the way, what is your name? How should I address you? I cannot simply call you Hey." The man replied, "My name is Chi Yi, and I have already eaten. Please take your time. There is no rush." Noticing his genuine lack of urgency, Tian Xiaoju leisurely continued her meal. The food at this inn was quite delightful, especially when compared to the technologically advanced offerings of our modern society. Although the variety was limited, the absence of artificiality allowed the natural flavor of wheat to shine through. However, even the most delectable dishes here paled in comparison to those from our own space, which boasted not just appealing appearances, but also superior taste. The vegetables from her space were so fresh they were enjoyable raw, although she still preferred them cooked. Occasionally, she would pluck some leaves directly from her space, clean and crisp without needing any washing. Once she finished her meal and took a sip of water, Tian Xiaoju stood up and said to Chi Yi, "Let us go, I am done eating." Chi Yi also rose and led her towards the main street. Although Chi Yi internally grumbled about the prince's attempts to win the girl's favor by offering the courtyard for free, he understood that if she caught the prince's eye and became their future mistress, his efforts to please her would not go unrecognized. Of course, Tian Xiaoju was oblivious to Chi Yi's thoughts. She was preoccupied with wondering how much the shop on the bustling main street would cost, given its thriving business. She felt puzzled, but decided it was best to hold her tongue until she saw the place for herself. Soon, Chi Yi brought her to the location of the shop on the main street. "Miss, we have arrived. It is right here," he said, pointing to a shop situated at the heart of the street. Tian Xiaoju surveyed her surroundings. The shop was perfectly located, making its potential sale perplexing. It was clear that a business in such a prime spot could be profitable. She couldn't fathom why anyone would want to sell such a lucrative establishment. Meanwhile, the foolish owner was in the imperial study, sneezing repeatedly and causing the young emperor to fret over calling for the royal physician. At that moment, the shop was closed, but Chi Yi seemed to sense Tian Xiaoju's thoughts and quickly opened the door, gesturing for her to enter. "Please take a look inside." After a moment's hesitation, she decided to go in. During the day, she reasoned, there was little chance of danger with so many people around. Had Chi Yi known her thoughts, he would have scoffed, thinking, "I would protect a woman favored by the prince. How could I ever harbor ill intentions?" The intricately carved windows and the freshly varnished walls exuded a pleasant aroma of tung oil, indicating recent maintenance. The building was remarkably well preserved. Tian Xiaoju often marveled at the wisdom of ancient people. Such wooden structures could endure for years without decaying or being eaten by insects, requiring regular upkeep. Much like modern vehicles that, without proper maintenance, would also succumb to wear and tear. The establishment features 2 levels. The first floor comprises a spacious hall, unobstructed save for a central load-bearing pillar, adorned with a few tables and chairs that seem to hint at a past purpose now lost to time. Shall we venture upstairs? Ji invited. Let us ascend, replied Tian Xiaoju. In proximity to the rear of the hall, a staircase led to the second floor. Even the intricately carved banister echoed the floral designs found on the upper level, both showcasing a beautiful bloom, the species of which Tian Xiaoju could not identify. It was undeniably charming. Upon exploring the second floor, she discovered a series of rooms, reminiscent of an inn, though they could equally serve as private dining quarters. As some esteemed guests preferred the intimacy of enclosed spaces for their meals, facilitating private conversations. The more satisfied she felt about the establishment, the more perplexed she became. It seemed the individual selling this place must be rather foolish, as any business conducted here, provided it was not deceitful, would likely yield profit. After all, in modern terms, this location would be a veritable goldmine in a bustling commercial center. Chapter 27. The Foolish One with Abundant Wealth. Yan Wang Gong. Please summon the imperial physician to examine the prince's pulse. At last, the young emperor, having heard the regent sneeze, instructed the attendant at his side to fetch the doctor. No need, there's no trouble. Your uncle is merely experiencing a fleeting discomfort. Perhaps someone is simply invoking my presence, the regent remarked, rubbing his slightly irritated nose as he spoke to the young emperor. Unbeknownst to Tian Xiaoju, her casual muttering had unintentionally led the young emperor to believe that the regent was unwell. After completing her tour of the upper level, she followed Qi toward the backyard. As they stepped through the door leading to the rear, a rich floral fragrance enveloped them. Amidst the chill of the early spring, blossoms persisted, and upon lifting her gaze, she beheld plum blossoms. Though she could not discern the variety, she found them exquisite. Only days prior, snow had blanketed the ground, and with the temperature still low, the plum trees bore a dusting of snow that contrasted beautifully with the yellow blossoms, creating a scene akin to a painting. Previously, she had only encountered red plums, never expecting that the yellow variety could surpass their beauty. Even the Wang family estate was adorned with red plums, and during the first snowfall, she had danced joyfully among them. As she reveled in the beauty of the garden, Tian Xiaoju felt it did not resemble a space long abandoned. Rather, it appeared as though it had been hastily tidied for departure, intensifying her curiosity. She felt inadequate as a time traveler. While others amassed fortunes in mere days, she had struggled for months to earn a modest sum, and she had yet to fully explore this street, a place entirely unfamiliar to her. Observing the immaculate condition of both the first and second floors, as well as the pristine state of the backyard, devoid of even a trace of withered branches or fallen leaves, she remained convinced that the individual selling this property must possess a rather deficient intellect. The backyard room is quite spacious, and there is a door leading outside, connecting to a river, which makes washing clothes rather convenient. Additionally, there is a well in the courtyard, further facilitating access to water. Tian Xiaoju is quite pleased with the place. What do you think, my dear? This courtyard certainly meets your selection criteria, Qi inquired. This courtyard is rather impressive. But tell me honestly, why is it up for sale? Tian Xiaoju asked, gazing at Qi. Qi scratched his head and replied. He feels the courtyard is too dilapidated, and having acquired a new one, he simply wishes to dispose of this one cheaply. However, he thought to himself, it is because our esteemed prince has taken a liking to you and wishes to present you with something fine, yet prefers to remain incognito, thus sending me to do the legwork. Upon hearing Qi's words, Tian Xiaoju concluded that the owner must be an individual with more money than sense. How could someone consider such a splendid establishment too shabby? If that were the case, she would indeed be willing to purchase the courtyard, though she wondered if they could agree on a price. How much do you intend to sell it for? She inquired, aware that if it were too expensive, she could not afford it, having only a few hundred taels on her. The owner stated that the house is to be sold to a fated person. How much do you think is appropriate, my lady? He asked, genuinely perplexed, as the prince had mentioned to simply collect a nominal fee, but he was uncertain what that might entail. Tian Xiaoju was taken aback. Such a method of negotiation was indeed unconventional. Delighted, she extended her hand, initially intending to suggest 500 taels, but what she heard next left her incredulous. Was this truly the price for a house? It was akin to buying cabbage. 5 taels, just 5 taels. It shall be sold to you, my lady, the fated one. It is a deal. Now, let me take you to the government office to complete the transfer of ownership, Chi remarked, misinterpreting her gesture as an offer of 5 taels. Holding the deed in her hands, Tian Xiaoju felt as though she had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Purchasing such a house for merely 5 taels was akin to hitting the jackpot. It was only later, after marrying a rather foolish man, that she realized the depth of someone's scheme, as every step had been meticulously calculated. Upon returning to her newly acquired home, she wandered from the upper to the lower floors, exploring the front facade to the backyard, increasingly satisfied with her find. She murmured to herself, I wonder who this foolish man is, selling such a fine house for so little. It's truly an extraordinary bargain, even at such a price. The clothing she wore was worth more than that. However, she was not yet ready to open a shop. She had previously mentioned wanting to explore the outside world, and she intended to do just that, to witness the mountains and rivers of this otherworldly realm. A rare opportunity indeed. With some spare money in her possession, she felt no anxiety. Upon finding the kitchen, she discovered pots and pans readily available. After fetching some water from the well to wash up, she began to prepare a meal. In the serene expanse of her space, she retrieved a few vegetables and ventured to the spring to catch some small fish. She pondered whether these fish were destined to remain diminutive, for since she had first discovered this realm, they had consistently appeared no larger than her finger. Lacking rice, she decided to steam some sweet potatoes, all of which were uniformly sized, devoid of any blemishes, and had a remarkably smooth surface. After washing off the dirt, she placed them into the steamer. The most valuable skill she had acquired in this foreign world was the ability to ignite a fire. Previously, she had never encountered such a stove. Her home had always relied on gas. This earthen stove was a novelty to her, having only seen it on television. And while rural areas surely possessed such stoves, her family lived in the city, with no relatives in the countryside. The first time she used this rustic stove left her covered in soot, resembling a calico cat, but fortunately, she had Dia to assist her, or the kitchen might have ignited before the flames even caught. Once the sweet potatoes were steamed, Tian Xiaoju commenced her culinary endeavors with a simple meal of greens and fried fish. Sampling the fish for the first time, she initially found it bland, but after taking a larger bite, she savored the delicious, sweet flavor. Most notably, there were no bones to contend with, allowing her to enjoy it with ease. Merely needing to remove the head, the exterior was fried to a golden crisp while the flesh remained tender, achieving a delightful contrast of textures. Sated, she sought out a room with a bed, unpacked the bedding from her space, and arranged the bed before succumbing to slumber. This fleeting moment of leisure was a rarity. Had she been in the modern world, her mother would undoubtedly have chided her for idleness. Drifting into a dream, Tian Xiaoju found herself transported back to the present. Wife, our son has recently started dating someone and intends to bring her home for us to meet, her father announced. Surprised, she regarded him as the only daughter. How could she possibly have a son? Then she noticed her mother emerging from a kitchen. Old man, it's wonderful that our son is dating. Where's this girl from? How old is she? I'm not sure. He merely mentioned bringing her home, and I didn't have a chance to ask. He hung up so quickly. That mischievous boy must be feeling nostalgic for stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Observing a family portrait hanging on the wall, she noted a handsome boy within, somewhat resembling her. This image had once contained only her and her parents. Could it be that her absence had altered the original world? If so, perhaps it was not entirely unfortunate, as her parents would not have to mourn the loss of their daughter. In her dream, she saw her parents, their hair now gray, yet they appeared spirited and well. It seemed their son was thriving, sparing them from worry. Time passed, and she witnessed a boy arriving with a girl, both bearing gifts. Tian Xiaoju felt an uncanny resemblance between herself and the girl, noting a striking similarity that evoked a sense of familiarity. Upon encountering her family, basking in their harmonious and joyful demeanor, Tian Xiaoju felt a peculiar void within her heart. It seemed she no longer needed to fret about her inability to return and the fate of her parents. A dream had provided her with the answer. Her parents were thriving. Not with her as their daughter, but rather with a son who had found a girlfriend and was contemplating marriage. This arrangement, it appeared, was rather agreeable. At least she found solace in it. Chapter 28. Gathering by the hearth with wine upon awakening from her slumber, Tian Xiaoju felt an immense lightness, as if a long-burdening concern had finally found resolution, granting her a profound sense of relief. As long as her parents were well, even in a reality devoid of her presence, it was still a positive outcome. Her sudden departure would not bring them sorrow. Perhaps it was her destiny to traverse this alternate realm, experiencing the splendor of the modern world only to return to an ancient time, one that lacked the overwhelming technological advancements of her own. Though it was not the same world, it could very well be a parallel dimension. Gazing out at the sky, she noticed the possibility of impending snow. In her modern life, she had seldom witnessed such a phenomenon. Thus, she marveled at how distinctly the seasons changed in this world. Yet, as the saying goes, a timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year ahead, and she anticipated that this year would yield fruitful harvests. It seemed her desire to venture outside would have to be postponed until spring graced the land with its blooms. In the meantime, she resolved to contemplate the facade of her future establishment, pondering what type of shop she would open and what name it would bear. Once she returned from her explorations, she would set plans into motion. With no pressing matters at hand, she admired the exquisite plum blossoms in her courtyard, suddenly yearning for a pot of wine to savor. Tian Xiaoju, a true gourmand, might delay other pursuits, but when it came to food, her impulses compelled her to act immediately. She donned a striking red cloak adorned with a ring of white rabbit fur, its beauty accentuated by embroidered plum blossoms that bore a striking resemblance to those flourishing in her courtyard. She marveled at the embroidery skills of the ancients. The intricate designs were so lifelike they could easily be mistaken for the real thing. Such artistry was beyond her own capabilities, a skill she would never master. After all, during her time in the modern world, cross-stitching had been all the rage, and while she had purchased materials, not a single piece had been successfully completed. Errors plagued her attempts, leading her to avoid any hands-on crafts, save for culinary endeavors. Tian Xiaoju believed her only true talent lay in the realm of gastronomy. She could carve a radish into the shape of a flower, but could not replicate the beauty of an embroidered blossom. As she stepped outside, she had barely gone far when she spotted a wine shop. Entering, she was enveloped by the rich aroma of alcohol, intoxicating even before a sip was taken. "Good sir, what varieties of wine do you offer? Please enlighten me," she inquired, her eyes wide at the sight of numerous jars of varying sizes. Having only experienced wines, such as those from grapes or cocktails, this was her first venture into the realm of spirits. "Miss, however, the elders at home desire to partake in some wine, and we possess exquisite daughter red, both 10 and 20 years aged." Upon noticing a well-dressed young lady approaching to purchase wine, the shopkeeper presumed she was sent by her elders and inquired, "Do you have any wines suitable for young ladies?" "My elder sister is hosting a gathering for her friends and has sent me to procure some wine," Tian Xiaoju replied, her deceit delivered without a hint of embarrassment. The shopkeeper, slapping his forehead, exclaimed, "Ah, my dear girl, you have indeed come to the right place. I have just the wine appropriate for young ladies, brewed by my wife for her own enjoyment." She found it delightful and decided to brew a larger batch for sale. "What type of wine is it? Might you present it to me, so I can sample its flavor before deciding how much to purchase?" Tian Xiaoju inquired with a smile. The shopkeeper, slightly plump and possessing a kindly demeanor, appeared amiable. However, Tian Xiaoju felt uncertain about her ability to judge character. Seeing her inclination to buy, the shopkeeper retrieved a hefty wine jar from beneath the counter, demonstrating considerable strength. He then poured some wine into a cup, and Tian Xiaoju caught a whiff of a plum fragrance. Could it be plum wine? Offering the cup to her, Tian Xiaoju accepted it and, upon inhaling the scent, asked, Is this wine indeed plum wine? The shopkeeper, amused by her discernment prior to tasting, chuckled. Ah, my dear girl, you are truly remarkable. It is indeed plum wine. My wife, seeking to make use of our sour plums that are unpalatable when ripe, devised a method to brew wine from them before they matured. And to our surprise, it turned out splendidly. In her modern life, Tian Xiaoju had only tasted a certain brand of plum wine, sweetened and fragrant, quite suitable for women. Taking a sip of the shopkeeper's offered plum wine, she found it far superior to the modern variant, with a more robust plum aroma and a softer texture. Each sip lingered on her palate, pleasantly intoxicating without overwhelming her senses. Dear shopkeeper, I shall take the entire jar. However, I wonder if you might assist with the delivery? Tian Xiaoju proposed. Certainly, we can deliver. May I inquire where you wish the wine to be sent? I will arrange for it immediately. The shopkeeper responded eagerly, keen to secure the sale. Just ahead, across from the tailor's shop, will suffice, Tian Xiaoju replied. Upon hearing her specified address, the shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly, and with a hint of trepidation, he assured her, I shall dispatch someone to deliver it promptly. And I hope you will not hold it against me if the delivery takes a bit longer. Tian Xiaoju felt an inexplicable bewilderment. She had merely registered a certain place, and yet the innkeeper's demeanor had transformed dramatically. What was once respect had now morphed into a cautious timidity, as though he feared that any misstep on his part might provoke ire. Although she harbored some confusion, Tian Xiaoju refrained from voicing her thoughts, speculating that perhaps the former owner was not an easy individual to contend with. After settling her bill, she departed from the tavern, intent on procuring a small stove, for she needed it to gather around and brew wine. She was still lacking in both stove and charcoal. She wandered through a general goods store, purchasing the stove and charcoal, which were also to be delivered. The attitude of this establishment mirrored that of the tavern's innkeeper, further deepening Tian Xiaoju's perplexity. Meanwhile, the regent had just concluded his governmental duties and was preparing to return home. He had no necessity to pass through Frontgate Street, yet he deliberately took a detour in that direction. Through the carriage's curtains, the regent caught sight of Tian Xiaoju, the one clad in a red cloak, traversing the snowy ground. Who else could it be? However, he made no effort to greet her. As the carriage rolled by, Tian Xiaoju discerned the identity of the occupant within. It was none other than her admired Xiang Lu. Although she harbored feelings for the regent, she was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Hence, she had never dared to hope for anything more than the occasional glimpse. The carriage continued its journey, and Tian Xiaoju pressed onward, not daring to look back. After all, such a man was truly unfit for her dreams. Yet it seemed many in the capital held him in high regard. Though she shunned gossip, her maid was quite fond of it, daily regaling her with tales of how the regent charmed the young ladies of the capital with his power, beauty, and bachelorhood. Indeed, he was a quintessential diamond bachelor. Alas, such a man was ill-suited for an ordinary person like her. Upon returning home, she found the wine had arrived at her doorstep. Lacking the strength to move the heavy barrels, she seized the moment when no one was watching to swiftly stow the wine in her bamboo cottage within her space. Standing at the entrance, she awaited the arrival of the individual delivering the stove and charcoal. After a while, she spotted someone leading a horse, laden with various items. As the figure approached, Tian Xiaoju recognized him as the one bringing the charcoal and stove. She opened the door and allowed him to deliver the items to her yard. In gratitude, she offered him some pastries, which he initially declined, but accepted upon her insistence that they were merely some snacks. By this time, the snowfall had ceased, and Tian Xiaoju set up the stove in a pavilion, eager to ignite the charcoal, her anticipation for a small drink bubbling within her. As she gently fanned the embers to encourage a brighter flame, she placed a mesh atop the coals, reminiscent of modern barbecuing techniques. Spotting this apparatus while cooking in the kitchen previously, she had brought it along, finding it quite useful. She wondered what sort of business had thrived here before. It seemed rather foolish to sell such a fine establishment and courtyard unless one were indeed a fool with an abundance of wealth. Having retrieved an assortment of vegetables and fruits from the space, she also procured some small fish produced within it. The bamboo skewers, which she spotted at the general store, were likewise purchased for the purpose of barbecuing. The wine, gently warmed over the stove, began to exude the fragrant aroma of green plums. Though the scent of the wine was not overly pronounced, it was quite clever of the tavern keeper's wife to think of brewing wine from green plums. As she grilled the fish and vegetables, sprinkling them with her secret barbecue seasoning, originally intended for a barbecue at the Rhone prince's residence that had unfortunately been delayed, she remained unaware of how many had been drawn to the enticing aroma of her cooking. While she was grilling the fish, a voice suddenly interrupted her concentration. "Sister, may I come in? What are you making? It looks delicious." A small boy perched on the wall of the courtyard gazed eagerly at her, unable to resist such an adorable child, especially upon hearing him refer to her as sister. Her heart melted. She had always adored children, particularly those as endearing and chubby as he was. "Of course, little one, you may enter through the main gate. Do not climb the wall, as it can be dangerous. I will come to open the door for you. So be careful," she replied, setting aside her utensils and making her way to the entrance. "Oh dear, my little master, how could you climb so high? What if you fall? Your uncle would surely have my head," exclaimed a sharp-voiced attendant, gesturing dramatically. The little boy leaped down from the wall and headed toward the main door, tossing back a quick remark, "Don't follow me. I can return on my own later." The child dashed away, leaving the anxious servant behind, who, despite being ordered to stay, could not stray far and instead lingered at a nearby inn, waiting for his young master. As soon as she opened the door, the chubby little boy rushed toward her. "Why are you running so fast? Is someone chasing you? Why are you out here alone? Where are your family?" she inquired, glancing behind him and noticing the absence of any adults, which sparked a flicker of concern within her. "My family is at the store buying things. I came because I smelled something delicious wafting from your courtyard. Sister, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Can I have some to eat? Come inside. But remember to return home promptly after you finish eating. Otherwise, if your family reports me, I won't be able to explain myself." She led the little boy into her abode. As he followed her, he reveled in the delicate scent of plums that emanated from her, far more delightful than even the finest spices. "Sister, you smell wonderful," he exclaimed innocently. His words caught her by surprise. "Do I truly smell good?" She pondered. Why can't she perceive the fragrance? She raised her hand to take a whiff, but detected nothing. She then said, "Sister cannot smell it either. Little one, can you tell me what scent I possess?" It smells like plum blossoms. Very delightful," replied the little one. "Can't you smell it, sister?" As he noticed the food laid out before them, he dashed towards it. Though the little one was quite greedy, he first inquired, "Sister, is this cooked? Can I eat it?" "Of course you may. But tell me, what is your name, little one? You can call me sister, and feel free to visit me often to play. There are plenty of delicious treats here," she encouraged. Tian Xiaoju observed the child, who clearly longed for the food yet held back, finding him utterly adorable. She had always been fond of charming little children in her modern life. Unfortunately, as the only daughter in her family, she had no siblings. She had once dreamed of marrying and having 1 or 2 children to play with, yet without a boyfriend. She found herself in this foreign realm. After much effort, she had finally secured a civil service position, only to find such an unexpected twist of fate. Indeed, she was not destined to dine on the government S fare. In this other world, she still could not partake of it. "Sister, my name is That is what my family calls me. You can call me too," the little one exclaimed, his eyes eagerly fixed on the roasted delicacies. While he answered Tian Xiaojun's question, "Can you handle spicy food?" Tian Xiaojun asked, no longer teasing the little one. The child named was, in fact, the young emperor who had sneaked out of the palace, now preoccupied with thoughts of how many delicious morsels he could consume while within the palace. The maids were frantic over his disappearance. "Have you found him?" one of the older maids inquired of a younger maid. The maid shook her head, and the elder pulled her aside, saying, "Go find a regent and inform him that the emperor is missing. Ask him to arrange for a search outside the palace." "Yes, ma'am," the maid responded, hurrying out. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaojun and the young emperor were enjoying a feast, one sipping wine, the other relishing Tian Xiaojun's homemade beverage, both savoring barbecue delights while admiring the scenery of the courtyard, utterly blissful. They were blissfully unaware that many outside were anxiously searching for the young emperor, fearing the regent's wrath might fall upon them, endangering their lives. Aren't your family worried? You've been out for quite a while, Tian Xiaoju inquired, noticing that the little one seemed disinclined to return. She didn't want the authorities to suspect her of child abduction. The young emperor patted his round belly and replied, "Sister, your food is even better than that of the royal kitchen. It's the best in the world, so delicious, I'm stuffed." Upon hearing such praise, Tian Xiaojun chuckled and said, "Have you actually tasted the royal kitchen's dishes?" "Alas, I have not and do not know their flavor." Realizing he nearly revealed his identity, the young emperor quickly clarified, No, I just think your cooking is exceptionally delicious. I'm so full. I can't imagine the royal kitchen-esque fare could ever compare to yours." "Haha, dear sister, your praise brings me great joy. The day is growing late. You must return home. Would you like me to escort you?" Tian Xiaojun felt a surge of happiness. This little one certainly knows how to speak. No. I will come to visit you again another day and bring you some delightful treats from my home. Farewell, sister," the young emperor exclaimed before dashing outside. As he ran, he murmured about almost revealing his secret, feeling relieved. He hurried to the gates and spotted a figure in the distance. "Come, let's return home." Just as the young emperor reached the palace gates, he encountered the regent, who wore a dark expression as he strode out from within. Upon seeing the young emperor, the regent's anger flared to the surface. He scooped up the young emperor and playfully swatted his backside, saying, "How dare you venture out like this? Have you grown bold?" The young emperor, stroking the regent's face, replied, "Uncle, today I met a sister whom I believe would make a splendid aunt. Should you not consider her?" The regent rolled his eyes at this suggestion and retorted, "If you dare to sneak out like this again without a word, beware. For I shall instruct the royal kitchen to withhold your treats for 3 days. Uncle is a villain, denying your delicious food. I shall not introduce that beautiful sister to you. When I grow up, I will marry her," the young emperor stated earnestly. Chapter 30. Is she also a traveler? Then can tell uncle what delights he enjoyed outside the palace today? The regent inquired softly, lifting the young emperor into his arms. It is well known that the regent is cold-hearted, yet he dotes on the young emperor, who has spent more time with him than with the late emperor. The young emperor counted on his fingers, licking his lips, and said there were meat skewers, vegetable skewers, and delicious drinks, all made by the sister. They were truly delightful. His face lit up with pure bliss. Upon hearing meat skewers and vegetable skewers, the regent imagined a long stick covered in meat, a rather daunting prospect. How could one consume such a thing? Merely contemplating it made the regent feel he could hardly manage it. However, children often speak with a touch of exaggeration, and he felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint the exact discrepancy. Eventually, the regent discerned that the young emperor referred to small pieces of meat and vegetables threaded on his skewers and grilled over a fire, seasoned to perfection. A delightful treat indeed. As he carried the young emperor back to the palace, he felt a pang of sympathy for the child, who at merely 3 years old had lost both parents and bore the heavy burden of the nation's responsibilities. At an age meant for carefree joy, he was compelled to learn the art of governance. This little one rarely took notice of anyone, yet today he had willingly spoken to the outside world. It seemed this girl must possess a certain charm, for it was no small feat to capture Ear's attention. Though young, he was not easily deceived. Listening to this little fellow, even in his dreams, he seems to be savoring some delightful treat. One cannot help but wonder what delectable flavor could linger in his mind, compelling him to dream of feasting moments after having dined. Truly, he is a little gourmand, ever preoccupied with those treasured morsels. Upon escorting the young emperor to his chamber, he addressed the maidens stationed outside, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over Ear. If he wanders off and you cannot locate him, none of your heads will remain intact, he warned, before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. A sudden craving for the dishes crafted by Tian Xiaoju struck him, as memories of his last visit to the Prince Rong's residence lingered in his mind. Unbeknownst to Tian Xiaoju, someone had begun to yearn for her culinary creations. At this moment, she was engaged in a rendezvous with the Duke of Zhou, having indulged herself thoroughly and now seeking the embrace of sleep. She nestled in her soft bed and soon drifted into slumber. When the regent arrived, he found the courtyard eerily silent, devoid of conversation. The gate was locked from within. suggesting that everyone had succumbed to sleep. He did not linger and departed from the place. Upon awakening once more, the night had descended. Tian Xiaoju, disinclined to rise and light a lamp, retreated into her space. Given the preservation capabilities of this realm, she began to harvest everything she could, freeing up land for the planting of other crops. Surveying the cultivated plots, which were filled with a variety of crops, wheat, rice, sorghum, corn, and more, she took stock of her bounty. The green plum wine had also been relocated to her space, infused with some spring water, and she carefully bottled it before burying it in a designated spot, leaving some unburied. After cutting some rice, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She pondered. While the space was indeed a blessing, the labor required was taxing. When would she finish harvesting such an abundance? Muttering to herself, she wished for a feature akin to that of a penguin farm, an instant harvest option, so she wouldn't have to bend over to cut rice. As she contemplated this, all the crops in her space were neatly arranged before her in an open area. Tian Xiaoju was taken aback. Could it truly be this simple? Had she exhausted herself for nothing? If harvesting was effortless, then surely sowing could be equally so. Contemplating what to plant in each section, she later discovered that indeed, every plot was sown with the very crops she had envisioned. Tian Xiaoju, seemingly tireless, found the experience quite enjoyable. With mere thought, she could operate this miraculous space, which alleviated her concerns about sustenance. After a considerable time of diligent work, she emerged to sleep. Although she had spent what felt like an eternity in the space, only a brief moment had passed outside. Perhaps due to her recent exertions, she felt overwhelmingly fatigued. As she collapsed on her bed, the aftermath of her mental exertion manifested in a profound weariness that necessitated immediate rest. This was her sole reflection before surrendering to slumber, the need to pace herself in future endeavors. After a restful sleep until dawn, the weariness in Tian Xiaoju's body dissipated, and she felt invigorated enough to tend to several acres of land. After freshening up, she prepared herself a simple breakfast before heading out to the streets. The weather still bore a chill, with no signs of the snow melting on the thoroughfares. Thus, her desire for an impromptu journey would have to be postponed. She resolved to explore the city of Kyoto during this time, a grand center of the Liang Dynasty, which she had yet to properly discover since arriving here. If she were to return to the modern world, she would surely be the subject of ridicule for her ignorance. Across from her shop was a ready-to-wear boutique, aptly named Beautiful Garments, which struck Tian Xiaoju as quaint and rustic, much like her own name. Pushing the door open, she found the store rather empty, save for a stylishly dressed woman at the counter, snacking on sunflower seeds and tending to a fire. Upon noticing Tian Xiaoju's arrival, the woman quickly rose to greet her. "Young lady, what a surprise to see you here so early. Are you here to browse ready-to-wear or to select fabrics for custom tailoring?" The proprietress inquired as she approached Tian Xiaoju. Upon observing the shopkeeper, Tian Xiaoju noted her appealing appearance. Her attire was quite fashionable, a rarity for the streets. A sheer fabric barely concealed her décolletage, complemented by a fur coat draped over her shoulders. The dress beneath was short, reaching her thighs, and her legs were clad in stockings reminiscent of modern thigh-highs, albeit of a different material. Seeing Tian Xiaoju's gaze linger, the shopkeeper smiled and teased. "Are you admiring my outfit?" Startled, Tian Xiaoju replied, "Dear sister, I merely wondered how you managed to stay warm in such attire." She recalled her own experiences in the modern era, where she had never dressed in such a manner, although classmates occasionally did. However, she noticed that they all had heating pads affixed to their bodies, leaving her perplexed. Did they truly prioritize style over comfort? Wouldn't they suffer from cold legs in their later years? The shopkeeper beamed at being called sister, her charm enhanced by the grace of her slightly matured beauty. "Not at all. My dear sister, I am well wrapped in fur, and there's a pot of charcoal burning here. It's quite warm. What type of garments are you interested in?" "Custom orders are also available," she assured. "I would like to see ready-to-wear options, preferably something warmer," Tian Xiaoju responded, as she preferred comfort in the biting cold rather than the cool, figure-revealing styles that were ill-suited for her. "Certainly, we have plenty of options. It all depends on your taste. Since you just called me sister, I shall offer you a discount today," the shopkeeper declared. Tian Xiaoju marveled at how fashionable people in ancient times could be, even aware of discounts. Perhaps this shopkeeper, like her, was also a traveler from another time. The shopkeeper then led Tian Xiaoju to the section showcasing ready-to-wear garments, and she was taken aback by the rows of clothing that bore an uncanny resemblance to modern styles. We all have a home, known as Huaxia. You and I exchanged smiles, as if we had discovered kindred spirits, and embraced each other with excitement. Sister, where are you from? When did you arrive here? Are you accustomed to this place? Tian Xiaojun inquired, grasping the hand of the female shopkeeper. Dear girl, I hail from the land of Shu. And you? The shopkeeper replied. I am from Hunan province. My surname is Tian, and my given name is Xiaojun. How shall I address you, sister? Tian Xiaojun continued. In that case, I am Linglan. It is fate that we have met. How long have you been here? Linglan asked. I have been here for about 8 or 9 months. And you, sister? Tian Xiaojun responded. All in all, it should be close to 10 years for me. Linglan pondered before answering. Sister, these garments in your shop are quite lovely. You must be quite familiar with this place, right? How large is Liang Kingdom, and what are its customs like? I have been here for so long, yet haven't even strolled down this street, Tian Xiaojun sighed. You have been here for such a duration without exploring? Where have you been? I have traversed the entirety of Liang Kingdom. Its layout is not dissimilar to our modern world, though its territory is indeed more expansive. While I am not well acquainted with the world map here, I have roamed through all of Liang Kingdom. To the west, it resembles what we know as Kazakhstan. The northern regions encompass Outer Mongolia and even parts of Russia, while the northeastern areas, once the territory of the Korean Peninsula, now belong to Liang Kingdom. I have spent 10 years exploring this vast land. Aside from the challenges of transportation and communication, it is rather splendid here. You should seize the opportunity to see it. Langlan Vima, you have stirred my interest, sister. My home is right across the street. What was it used for before? Tian Xiaojun asked. Across the street? Are you certain it is the building directly opposite? Linglan questioned incredulously, as the establishment across belonged to the regent prince. Did this girl purchase it? Indeed, sister. You must come visit me. I will prepare a feast for you. I imagine you enjoy hot pot, and this weather is perfect for it. I will prepare the broth, and you can tell me what ingredients you desire. I will have them ready. Tian Xiaojun said, delighted to encounter someone akin to her in this unfamiliar world. Very well. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. Whatever you prepare will be fine. Sister, do you know that the building across belongs to the regent prince? Are you acquainted with him? Langlan Inguit? Acquainted, I suppose. I previously served in the Rong Wang Fu, and we met a few times, though we never interacted much. He resembles my elder brother somewhat, Tian Xiaoju mentioned. Do you think he bears a resemblance to a certain celebrity? I thought he looked familiar. Perhaps from a television show I saw long ago. Langlan Vima? As they spoke, Ling Lan led Tian Xiaojun to the hearth, pulled up a stool for her to sit, and they warmed themselves by the fire while engaging in conversation. Sister, let me tell you, he is incredibly similar, especially in his portrayal of Xiang Lu. He is just like the regent prince. I absolutely adored that character from the drama, but alas, you have not seen it. It was simply extraordinary. His silver hair was breathtaking. As soon as Tian Xiaojun mentioned these matters, she felt an exhilarating rush. It had been quite a while since she last indulged in a television drama, and she found herself reminiscing about those electronic devices. Surely, they must have undergone rapid updates by now. Linglan's expression of nostalgia seemed genuine, likely a reflection of her own longings for the past. Sister, from now on,
You shall be my true sister. It is indeed rare to encounter someone from a similar background. Let's take care of one another, Tian Xiaojun declared. Indeed.
You will become my beloved sister. Feel free to choose any garments from my collection. Just let me know which ones catch your eye. By the way, you mentioned needing warmer attire. I happen to possess a mink coat that is exceptionally cozy. We could wear matching outfits. Who knows, we might turn heads. Ling Lan responded with a smile. Ah, splendid. Let us venture out together, sister. I am grateful for your kindness. Here, enjoy this if you fancy it. I shall bring you more later. I don't have many on me, just a little treat for myself, Tian Xiaojun said, producing 2 apples from her clothing and offering them to Ling Lan. This is quite a rare find here. Where did you procure these? They appear to be of excellent quality. Ling Lan inquired as she accepted the apples. They were a gift from the prince, and I still have some left. If you like them, I can certainly bring you more later, along with other items I believe you would enjoy, as they are not commonly found here, Tian Xiaoju replied, carefully omitting the fact that they were from her space, instead attributing them to the prince's generosity, thus sparing Ling Lan from further inquiries about the old prince. Very well. I have not savored fruit in ages. Given the current weather, the vendor's offerings are rather monotonous. It's settled then. I shall visit you tonight for hot pot, and any dishes will suffice as long as they are delectable, Ling Lan stated. With that, she rose to select clothing for Tian Xiaoju, who followed closely behind, assuring her sister that after one taste, she would surely crave a second. Ling Lan chose several garments from the rack for Tian Xiaoju, carefully packing them into bags she had hand-stitched herself, which were quite practical and had proven to be quite popular. Observing the abundance of clothes Ling Lan had prepared, Tian Xiaoju mused that her sister must be quite affluent, indicating that her clothing business was thriving. Here, these are all for you. If you find them insufficient, do not hesitate to tell me. Just remember, if you worry about me being at a loss, simply prepare me some delicious food in return. My culinary skills are merely adequate. I cannot guarantee the flavors. Thus, I have felt a twinge of guilt over the meals I have consumed here these past years. Ling Lan remarked, All right then, sister, I shall return to gather the ingredients, ensuring you are thoroughly satisfied. Tian Xiaoju replied, accepting the bag filled with garments. Take care. Be cautious on your way. The roads are slippery, Ling Lan cautioned as she escorted Tian Xiaoju to the entrance, watching her cross the street toward her own domain. Once Tian Xiaoju arrived at her territory, she opened the door and waved goodbye to Ling Lan, who remained at the threshold before entering her courtyard. Ling Lan observed that Tian Xiaoju was indeed sincere, as she had truly moved into the house directly opposite. It appeared that she would no longer be lonely. Having someone to converse with was a delightful prospect. Upon returning home, Tian Xiaoju laid out all the clothes on her bed and began trying them on, one set after another. It must be said that Ling Lan possessed an exquisite taste. Each garment looked splendid when worn. After putting the clothes away in her space, she harvested a bounty of fresh vegetables and caught numerous small fish. She pondered whether her space could also accommodate chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. If so, her future worries would be alleviated. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a line of words appeared in the bamboo house within her space. The space has upgraded to the highest level, allowing for the breeding of chickens, ducks, geese, and other animals. Tian Xiaoju wondered how she could achieve this highest level and what the current level of her space was. Another line of text materialized above the bamboo house. Once the number of cultivated crops reaches a certain threshold, the space will upgrade automatically. Upon reading this, Tian Xiaoju felt a twinge of humiliation, wondering if the space was mocking her. Was it truly so easy? No challenge whatsoever? When no further words appeared, she resigned herself and replanted the area she had just harvested. Since planting could lead to an upgrade, she decided to cultivate a few more plots. However, feeling her energy waning, she promptly halted her efforts, not wishing to faint as she had the previous day. Exiting the space, she began preparing the broth for hot pot. Having purchased a leg of lamb during her shopping trip the previous day, it was perfect for a lamb hot pot. She ignited the fire, set the pot in place, and added water. The first step was to place the lamb into the pot, adding scallions, ginger, and white wine. She brought it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to a gentle simmer, skimming off the foam that rose to the surface. As she monitored the fire and skimmed the foam, she allowed the lamb to cook until tender. Afterward, she removed it, rinsed it with cold water, and sliced it into thick pieces, setting them aside for later use. Tian Xiaoju then prepared the accompanying vegetables, washing and chopping the cabbage, with ear mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Unable to find a suitable pot, she resorted to using a large clay pot, which she had searched for extensively. Placing it over the charcoal fire, she poured in some oil, added scallions, ginger, and garlic to saute until fragrant, then introduced the lamb to absorb some of the flavors. Next, she poured in some of the broth from the lamb, bringing it to a vigorous boil before adding the small fish harvested from her space. After allowing the broth to simmer for a while, Tian Xiaoju ladled some out to taste, and the flavor was exquisite, truly a delightful combination of fish and lamb. The broth, infused with the essence of the spring water from her space and the fish she had caught, was nothing short of extraordinary. As she used iron tongs to pull some charcoal out to keep warm, she ensured that all the vegetables meant for the hot pot were thoroughly washed. A quick glance at the kitchen revealed that the rice was cooked to perfection. She could now call for Ling Lan. Just as she opened the door, she spotted Ling Lan approaching from across the way. Upon seeing Tian Xiaoju, she smiled and remarked, "I could smell your culinary skills from afar." The aroma wafted all the way to me. I came overdrawn by the scent, and I can hardly wait to eat. Sister arrived at the perfect moment. I was just about to call for you. The meal is ready, and I promise to ensure your satisfaction. Tian Xiaojun walked over, linking her arm with Ling Lan, leading her into her courtyard. What business are you planning to establish here? Lang Lan In Guit? What was this place previously known for? Tian Xiaojun did not answer directly. Instead, she posed a question in return. It was once a jewelry store, but for reasons unknown, it suddenly relocated, and then you appeared, Ling Lan responded. Tian Xiaojun wondered if perhaps fate was favoring her, as Ling Lan's words implied that the previous occupant had vacated the space specifically to make way for her arrival. It seems I am rather fortunate to have secured this prime location. I must have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, Tian Xiaojun remarked. Xiaojun, your culinary skills are quite impressive. The aroma alone makes me feel famished, Ling Lan observed, gazing at the steaming pot. Sister, in this frigid weather, I couldn't procure many ingredients, so I prepared only this. The lamb was a stroke of luck. Yesterday, I encountered someone butchering sheep and bought some, Tian Xiaojun explained. She then used serving chopsticks to place a generous piece of meat onto Ling Lan's plate. Do try it. After you have some, I will add vegetables. Well then, I shan't hold back. I consider this place my home now, and I shall be visiting frequently for meals. Your skills are truly unmatched. Even a five-star chef would pale in comparison. This lamb is tender and devoid of any gamey taste, Ling Lan exclaimed, giving Tian Xiaojun a thumbs up as she indulged in the meal. Tian Xiaojun merely smiled at the compliment. It had been a long time since she had savored hot pot. She too craved this delightful dish. The flavors were spicy yet fragrant, as she was not particularly fond of the numbing spiciness typical of her Hunan roots. Besides, she had yet to procure Sichuan peppercorns, as she had never cared for them, and therefore they were not cultivated in her garden. Sister, what delectable dish have you prepared? The little emperor had climbed onto the wall, peering into Tian Xiaojun's courtyard, drawn by the enticing aroma. Tianyi, how many times must I tell you not to climb the wall? Tian Xiaojun called out. Did I not advise you to enter through the front door for your meals? What if you fall? Hurry down. I will wait for you at the entrance. Once the little one had climbed down, Tian Xiaojun stood up and said to Ling Lan, Sister, please continue eating. I will fetch that little friend to join us. She then walked towards the door, waiting for the child. Shortly, the little one came running and leaped into Tian Xiaojun's arms. Sister, what delicious food have you made? It smells divine. The little emperor inquired, his voice soft and sweet. I'm taking you to enjoy hot pot, but it may be a bit spicy. Can you handle spicy? Tian Xiaojun closed the door and carried the little emperor back inside. Hooray! More delicious food. The little emperor cheered, clapping his hands in delight. Tian Xiaoju seated the young emperor beside Ling Lan, and then went to the kitchen to fetch him some bowls and chopsticks. Ling Lan gently washed the little one with clean water and then began feeding him vegetables. After taking a bite, the young emperor squinted his eyes in happiness and exclaimed, This is so delicious, even better than what my chef makes. I wish my sister could come to my house and cook for me. Your family even has a chef? Ling Lan inquired with a smile. Not only do we have a chef, but we also have embroiderers. So many, the young emperor boasted. After all, he was merely a child. It was commendable enough that he managed not to reveal that he was the young emperor. One could hardly expect him to keep more secrets. When Tian Xiaoju returned with the bowls and chopsticks, she found the little one already eating, and his adorable demeanor was simply delightful. By the time they finished the hot pot, night had fallen. The young emperor cheerfully bid farewell to Tian Xiaoju, blissfully unaware that chaos had erupted in the palace as they searched for him. Outside, the young eunuch waiting for the emperor was frantic. never anticipating that the little emperor would take so long. He wondered if his own head would remain intact. Even if the young emperor chose not to punish him, the regent would surely flay him alive. This time, the regent had not searched within the palace, but instead waited at the palace gates, hoping to catch the young emperor as he emerged. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted the young emperor bouncing toward the gates. "Did you dismiss what Uncle Lier said? Why have you once again left without a word?" The regent sternly questioned. "My sister made such delicious food that I completely lost track of time. I ate so much that my belly is round," the young emperor replied, patting his stomach to emphasize his point. The regent observed the young emperor's plump belly and pondered who had been feeding him, questioning whether there were any ulterior motives behind it. Holding the young emperor, the regent noticed he had fallen asleep again, displaying the innocence of a child who, after a hearty meal, succumbed to slumber. There was little he could do to reprimand him. After placing the young emperor on the dragon bed, the regent stepped outside and surveyed the kneeling palace maids and eunuchs. "You should accept your punishment," he said, before flicking his sleeves and departing. He was curious to discover who had concocted such delectable dishes that could captivate Heir's discerning palate. What flavors could possibly delight a child accustomed to the finest delicacies? Gazing up at the now pitch-black sky, he wondered how the girl had managed to tidy up the courtyard. As he stood outside the shop, he could still catch a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. The regent mused, "What is she cooking now? Even at this late hour, the air is filled with the lingering scent of food." At that moment, Tian Xiaoju was busy tending to her vegetables and harvesting them, working tirelessly to elevate her space's level. Until she felt mentally exhausted, she remained in the space. Once she lay down, sleep enveloped her. After several days of diligent labor, the space seemed to exhibit a subtle transformation, appearing somewhat larger than before, suggesting that her hard work bore some fruit. Inside the shop, Tian Xiaoju had also commenced tidying up. She had sketched out some blueprints, albeit with limited artistic finesse. Sister Linglan was adept at design. When the time came, she would discuss it with her and seek assistance in crafting a refined version of the plans. She would still need to invest some money to hire individuals to bring her vision to life, as she aspired to open a dessert shop. Convinced that many young ladies would be drawn to such delights, for few can resist the allure of sweet treats. Determined, Tian Xiaoju cleaned both upstairs and downstairs before heading across to seek out Linglan. "Sister, are you there?" she called from outside. "Little sister, I'm in here. Come on in and have a seat." Linglan's voice responded. Upon entering, Tian Xiaoju observed Linglan busy with threading silk. "Sister, do you have a moment? I could use your help," she implored. "What kind of assistance do you need?" Linglan inquired, puzzled. Tian Xiaoju produced a sheet of paper from her pocket, filled with dense notes and sketches. "Sister, your artistic skills are commendable. Could you help me illustrate this design? My talent is lacking, and my attempts are far from satisfactory," she explained. "Sure, no problem. Just leave it here. I'll draw it for you when I get a chance," Linglan assured her. Chapter 33. An uninvited guest. Tian Xiaoju watched as Linglan worked on a garment, inching closer to observe. She envied the craftsmanship of others, as her own hands were clumsy. She was the type who could grasp a concept at a glance, yet falter upon execution. By the time Linglan completed the dress, the afternoon had slipped away. Tian Xiaoju realized she had been absorbed in watching for quite a while. Had it been her stitching, she doubted she could manage more than 2 stitches before succumbing to frustration. It was rare for her to focus so intently, yet she had witnessed Linglan finish the creation. "Sister, you truly possess remarkable skill. Are all the clothes in your shop sewn by your own hands?" Tian Xiaoju poured a cup of water and handed it to Linglan. Inquiring, Linglan accepted the cup, saying, "Thank you. Yes, every piece is crafted stitch by stitch, which is why my prices are higher. However, the innovative designs attract a considerable clientele. I envy your talent. While my eyes may comprehend, my hands falter. Such intricate tasks remain beyond my grasp. I'd likely end up pricking my fingers countless times before completing even a few stitches," Tian Xiaoju jested. Linglan picked up the design blueprint Tian Xiaoju had laid on the table, glancing at it, quickly discerning her intentions. "Are you planning to renovate the shop over there? What type of establishment do you intend to open? Did you not mention wanting to travel for a while?" Linglan queried, perplexed. Given the inclement weather, I thought it best to complete the renovations first. Once spring arrives and blossoms flourish, I can venture out. After all, returning home will perfectly coincide with the preparations for opening. I plan to establish a snack shop and offer some delectable treats, Tian Xiaoju replied. Indeed, your culinary skills are exceptional. If you were to open a snack shop, it would undoubtedly flourish. However, I worry that if you become too busy, you might need to hire assistants. Ling Lan pondered for a moment before speaking. Sister, do you understand this blueprint? Tian Xiaoju inquired. Rest assured, I shall complete it for you by tomorrow, enabling you to finish your work promptly, Ling Lan replied with a smile. I appreciate your efforts, sister. Come over for dinner later. I shall prepare it now and call you when it's ready, Tian Xiaoju said before turning and exiting Ling Lan's shop. Last night, she had harvested an abundance of vegetables from her space. She had consumed some for breakfast and lunch, yet many remained. She needed to devise a plan to utilize these vegetables, as they could not simply be left in her space indefinitely. While preparing dinner, she contemplated how best to exhaust her stock. Perhaps she could set up a stall at her doorstep, selling these greens at a premium price, especially since fresh vegetables were scarce in the winter. Surely, there would be buyers, even if the common folk could not afford them. After all, there were always the affluent. Tonight's menu was relatively simple. One could not indulge in meat daily. Although she had some wealth, procuring meat was no easy feat. It is worth noting that in this era, raising a pig to a substantial size required considerable effort. She still had some lamb from her earlier purchase, which she prepared with scallions. She chopped a generous amount of chives for a stir-fry with eggs and also sought plates of bok choy and baby mustard greens, finishing with a small fish soup and steamed sweet potato rice. Just as she arranged the dishes, she found herself fortuitously timed for dinner. As Tian Xiaoju set the table, an unexpected guest appeared, the master of the Moon Palace, Yu Zibai. Tian Xiaoju looked up in surprise and asked, How did you find your way here, young master Yu? It has been a while. You still have that remarkable aroma about you. I followed it here, Yu Zibai replied. I shall take that as a compliment to my culinary skills. Tian Xiaoju smiled, choosing to ignore the implications of Yu Zibai's earlier remark. After all, it was of no consequence to her. Who was the extra set of utensils for? You should fetch another pair for me. I would like to join you. Yu Zibai said playfully. Help yourself to the kitchen. I will go call my sister to join us. Tian Xiaoju indicated towards the kitchen, leaving Yu Zibai to retrieve his own utensils. She needed to summon Ling Lan. Observing Tian Xiaoju's resolute demeanor, Yu Zibai noted her growing assertiveness. Previously, when they were at the royal court, she had shown some deference. Now, away from that environment, her attitude had markedly changed. Had Tian Xiaoju been privy to Yu Zibai's thoughts, she would have insisted he return every morsel he had consumed. When Tian Xiaoju and Ling Lan arrived, they found Yu Zibai alone, sipping from a wine cup. Upon seeing them, he smiled and remarked, Girls, this wine is quite delightful. Where did you procure it? When Ling Lan first laid eyes on Yu Zibai, she mistakenly believed he was associated with Tian Xiaoju, casting a flirtatious glance in her direction. Tian Xiaoju leaned in and whispered, He is the Lord of the Moon Palace, known from our time at the Prince Rong's residence, where he often dined uninvited. Now he has come to my place. I suspect he will continue to indulge himself. What are you murmuring about? Speaking ill of me? Yu Zibai interjected, noticing that Tian Xiaoju had chosen not to respond to his words, but rather to converse with the woman beside him. How could I dare to speak ill of you? The wine was purchased from the tavern right ahead. You may inquire there, Tian Xiaoju retorted, rolling her eyes. Sister, let us eat together. We shouldn't let him finish alone. With that, she pulled Ling Lan down to sit. Child, why not come to my moon palace and help me with the cooking? What do you think is a fair price? Yu Zibai inquired earnestly, gazing at Tian Xiaoju. I certainly won't be going to your moon palace. If you wish to dine, you can occasionally come here. It merely requires an extra pair of chopsticks. Should you insist I come to the moon palace, I fear I would spend my life as fortune there. Tian Xiaoju replied candidly. This unexpected refusal took Yu Zibai aback. The rationale behind it allowed their friendship to remain intact. Should she step into the moon palace, the power dynamics would shift, placing her under his command. If she faltered even slightly, it could lead to dire consequences. Very well, it is settled then. I shall come over to dine whenever I have the chance. Rest assured, I will not bring along that certain arrogant individual, Yu Zibai stated. Upon hearing the mention of an arrogant individual, Ling Lan assumed there was gossip to uncover and inquired. Who? Tian Xiaoju interrupted Yu Zibai before he could respond, saying, Sister, no need for gossip. He refers to the young prince of the Rome palace, who has always looked down upon me, constantly nitpicking at my faults. Consequently, I tend to leave whenever he appears. Ah, I see. Understood. No gossip here, Ling Lan replied. Meanwhile, the young emperor, as mealtime approached, plotted to stealthily escape the palace. Having been returned on numerous occasions, I refuse to eat. These dishes are unappetizing. Take them away. He fumed, eyeing the ordinary fare before him, which he had grown weary of after consuming it for so long. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of barbecued meats and hot pot. Regrettably, none of the royal chefs possessed such culinary skills. The petulant young emperor, still under the watchful eye of the regent, begrudgingly consumed a small bowl of rice, albeit with evident reluctance. After the meal, he threw another tantrum before collapsing onto his bed, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes as he longed for the dishes prepared by his beloved sister, wishing for her to come to the palace and assume a position of authority. Unbeknownst to Tian Xiaoju, someone was considering securing a position for her. The regent sat beside the bed, observing the serene expression on the young emperor's face. He contemplated arranging for someone to follow the young emperor and locate the individual responsible for preparing the delightful meals for him. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju and Ling Lan had finished their meal, leaving only a few remnants, which Yu Zibai consumed in a single sweep. After finishing, he bid farewell to Tian Xiaoju and vanished without a trace. Leaving behind these two modern individuals, they were astounded by the fleeting moment that vanished before their eyes. After tidying up the dishes on the table, the sky had darkened, and Ling Lan had retired for the night, leaving only Tian Xiaoju, who, after completing her chores, sat in the courtyard gazing at the moon. As she contemplated the moon, a wave of homesickness washed over her. Regrettably, returning home was no longer an option. In this world, only she and Ling Lan had arrived unexpectedly. During the tranquil depths of night, the longing for home became unbearable, and in her dreams, she found herself back home, though the possibility of returning was forever lost. Chapter 34. Journey after a spell of daydreaming in the courtyard. Tian Xiaoju retreated to her room to rest. As time passed, the weather finally began to warm, the ice and snow melting away, and heavy garments were shed. No significant events had unfolded during this period. Due to the weather, her plans to renovate the shop had been delayed. However, with the gradual warming of the climate, Tian Xiaoju was ready to initiate the renovations. Although she had no prior experience in such matters, Ling Lan was well-versed, and with her presence, Tian Xiaoju felt she merely had to voice her desires, entrusting the execution to her sister. Tian Xiaoju took charge of cooking, ensuring Ling Lan was well-fed, and the sisters had clear divisions of labor. Occasionally, Yu Zibai would drop by to sample the delicacies, bringing along some game, ensuring that his visits were not in vain. Observing the shop gradually transforming into the vision she had, Tian Xiaoju felt a sense of fulfillment. Although she could not return to the modern world, she resolved to live vibrantly in this parallel universe. On the day of completion, Tian Xiaoju prepared a lavish feast for the workers, settling their wages afterward. After indulging in the meal, the workers praised her culinary skills. Even the minor cleaning tasks that remained in the shop were swiftly completed by the workers after their hearty meal. Although she had toiled in the kitchen all day, witnessing the shop's cleanliness brought Tian Xiaoju immense joy. At least her efforts were not in vain, for had she tackled the cleaning alone, it would have consumed half a day, and she might have needed a ladder for the higher spots. Early the next morning, Tian Xiaoju arrived at Ling Lan's shop. Sister, are you busy? She called from outside before stepping inside. Not yet. Sister, why are you here so early? Ling Lan emerged from behind the counter, noticing the small bundle and food container in Tian Xiaoju's hands. I made you some breakfast. I plan to go out and explore today. Would you like to join me? Tian Xiaoju offered the food container to Ling Lan. No, I've already taken my turn. Be cautious out there. I'll keep an eye on the shop for you. You need not worry. Although our great Liang kingdom is peaceful and prosperous, there are still some who venture into the mountains to cause mischief. Exercise caution. It will be wise to dress as a man for added safety. Also, stick to the main roads and avoid any shortcuts. Don't hesitate to take a longer route. Safety comes first. Ling Lan took the food box and chatted incessantly with Tian Xiaoju. All right, I understand. Thank you, sister, for considering me. When I return, I shall bring you a gift. I must take my leave now. I entrust the household to you, Tian Xiaoju said. Wait. Ling Lan suddenly recalled something and called out to Tian Xiaoju. Stopping in her tracks, Tian Xiaoju turned around to see Ling Lan walking away inside, uncertain of what was happening, and waited for her. After a while, Ling Lan emerged with a bundle, handing it to Tian Xiaoju. Here are 2 sets of men's clothing I wore during my travels. Take them. They will save you the trouble of buying new ones. Please be careful on your journey. Thank you, sister. I am truly fortunate to have you. Tian Xiaoju embraced Ling Lan. While Tian Xiaoju embarked on her spontaneous journey, the regent and Prince Rong were deliberating the flooding issues in Hala. I shall go myself. This will help to reassure the people. As for matters within the court, handle what you can. If you find yourself uncertain, consult your father for guidance, the regent stated from his elevated position. Yes, Uncle Wang, I understand, Prince Rong replied. Seeing that his nephew had grasped the situation, the regent rose to depart. He noted that his nephew lacked half the resolve of his elder brother and was ill-suited for heavy responsibilities. However, at this moment, the heir had yet to mature, and the other brothers were in their respective fiefs. Only he and the old Prince Rong remained in the capital. Thus he had no choice but to seek assistance from him. After concluding his instructions, the regent returned to his royal residence, where the servants had already prepared the items he needed to take. He was waiting outside with the carriage. Your Highness, everything is ready. We can depart. Heir and the others should be arriving shortly, He said as he hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain for the regent to enter. Let's go. Aiming to reach the post station before nightfall, the regent said, rubbing his temples, feeling the burden of successive matters weighing on him. Even the mightiest of individuals experience fatigue. He had made some progress in uncovering those who had attempted to assassinate him, yet the true instigator remained elusive. The flooding in Halua could potentially be an opportunity, as it was rare for him to leave the capital, making it likely that an attempt would be made while he was away. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju walked alone along the official road, admiring the scenery on either side and feeling quite pleased, though lamenting her inability to ride or drive a carriage, which would have spared her the fatigue of walking. Master, Miss Tian is walking ahead alone with a bundle in tow. It seems she is setting out. He called out from the carriage. Go and inquire where she is headed. If she can share a part of the journey, then let her, the regent instructed. Yes, master, He replied happily, as this was the first time he had seen the regent show interest in a woman, albeit subtly, leaving him uncertain of the regent's true feelings. As the carriage approached, He slowed down, looking at Tian Xiaoju and asking Miss Tian, where are you headed? Tian Xiaoju turned and, surprised to see He, responded, where are you going? Accompanying the master on some business. And you, where are you off to? If it is on your way, I shall give you a ride, He remarked. I am heading south. I am open to exploring anywhere, simply taking a stroll. Tian Xiaoju replied. Then hop on. We are headed to Hala, and I can drop you off there before you continue your journey, He suggested. Will your master not mind? Tian Xiaoju inquired, secretly wishing to ride in the carriage, as her legs were weary from walking such a distance. However, given that it was not her carriage, she would not board without permission from Chi's master. Rest assured, I saw you from afar and consulted my master. You are welcome to join us. Just sit in this space beside me, He assured, patting the spot next to him. The regent, who was listening to their conversation from within the carriage, felt a strong urge to reprimand He for allowing Tian Xiaoju to sit outside instead of inside the carriage. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. If he suggested she enter, how would that reflect on his authority? Well, thank you then, Tian Xiaoju replied as she climbed onto the carriage and took a seat beside Qi. Where are you off to, Miss Tian? Qi asked, intrigued by her audacity to roam alone as a young woman. I wish to see the world. Staying cooped up in that small area makes me feel utterly stagnant, Tian Xiaoju expressed. The regent, overhearing her sentiments, found them quite thought-provoking. Indeed, how could such a vibrant spirit be confined to such a limited space? The world was vast, with corners yet to be explored, yet small enough that two seemingly unrelated individuals could encounter each other merely by venturing out. Have you ceased your dealings in reselling? When did you begin working for the wealthy? Tian Xiaoju queried. I have always worked for others. Reselling is merely a side endeavor, Qi clarified. I see. I had thought reselling was your primary occupation, Tian Xiaoju replied. Qi contemplated that this was his first time engaging in such activities, and had it not been for his master's request, he would have preferred to refrain from them. The regent, silently listening to their exchange, decided not to interject, though he mentally noted to hold Qi accountable upon their return. Unbeknownst to Qi, he had attracted scrutiny, and, as he attempted to continue the conversation, a sudden sneeze disrupted his thoughts, causing him to forget what he wished to say. Chapter 35. The Flood at Hulua. Qi halt, commanded the regent. Tian Xiaoju, hearing the familiar voice from outside, felt an odd sense of recognition, as if she had encountered it before, yet she could not place it. Qi swiftly reined in the horses, remaining in the driver's seat, and inquired, Master, what is your command? I find myself somewhat parched. Please fetch me the water flask. The regent instructed. At once. Qi responded. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion, for it was unusual for his master to request such a thing so soon after their departure. Today seemed to carry an air of peculiarity. This notion remained merely a thought within her mind, for she dared not voice it. After all, her life was of utmost importance. As she withdrew the water flask from her waist to offer it, she found it somewhat inconvenient. Tian Xiaoju also noticed this, and took the flask from Qi's hands, lifting the curtain to extend the vessel inside. The moment the curtain was drawn aside, their gazes met, prompting Tian Xiaoju to hastily avert her eyes, for his presence exuded an overwhelming aura. She had felt this intensity when she had bandaged his wounds in the forest, and later, upon encountering him at the Prince Rong's residence, she realized he was the very regent that others spoke of. Your Highness, here is the water you requested, she said, extending the flask towards the regent. Unfortunately, her reach fell short, as he made no move to adjust his position or stretch out his hand. Tian Xiaoju found him rather presumptuous, silently cursing him countless times in her mind, though she dared not display her disdain. Hearing the regent's voice echo in her ears, she initially thought she had misheard, yet he repeated his command, bring it in. With no other choice, she stood up to deliver the flask, knowing that she needed to ingratiate herself. Please take a seat, Qi. We shall depart, the regent instructed. Only then did Qi realize that this proud prince intended for the young lady to enter the carriage. He felt rather foolish for having conversed with her for so long, potentially inciting the prince's ire. Had the regent been privy to Qi's inner thoughts, he would have remarked, at last, you comprehend. With unexpressed grievances, Qi took up the whip to urge the horse onward, and the carriage began to move. Inside, Tian Xiaoju dared not glance at the regent, fearing that her suppressed desires might overwhelm her. With a visage akin to that of Tan Jianqi, exquisitely crafted yet capable of inciting envy, she found it overwhelming to be in such an enclosed space alone with him. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Are you afraid? The regent inquired, observing the distance she maintained. Not at all, Your Highness. You are so amiable and approachable. How could I possibly be afraid? She replied, her flattery flowing freely. The regent, hearing her words, allowed a smirk to grace his lips. This girl was indeed amusing. Although she appeared intimidated, she stubbornly insisted otherwise. Well then, come a bit closer, he commanded, his tone imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. Tian Xiaoju shifted a mere inch, maintaining her rigid posture, fearful of provoking his wrath. Noting her perfunctory movement, the regent seated himself beside her, leaning in to whisper, Why do I sense that you are indeed afraid of me? The sound of his voice, so close, made Tian Xiaoju so anxious that she could scarcely respond, too intimidated to turn her head or make any further movements. The regent's playful teasing brought him considerable amusement, alleviating some of the gloom that had settled upon him due to the recent flooding in Hala. "Have you brought any provisions?" he inquired. Though she no longer whispered into Tian Xiaojun's ear, she remained in close proximity, for Tian Xiaojun could still sense that palpable pressure. "Is the prince hungry?" Tian Xiaojun hurriedly inquired, swiftly unfastening the bundle she carried. "What do you have?" the regent asked. "There are these soft scallion pancakes, some firmer sesame cakes, and this sandwich," Tian Xiaojun replied, unveiling the contents for the regent to see. "What is a sandwich? May I try it?" The regent expressed curiosity at the mention of the sandwich. Tian Xiaojun produced the sandwich and explained, "This is a creation of mine, composed of toasted bread encasing leafy vegetables, eggs, meat, and jam. Do give it a taste." "Your Highness, why is it called a sandwich and not a triangular piece?" the regent inquired, observing the triangular form of the dish. This question left Tian Xiaojun momentarily perplexed. She had never pondered the reasoning behind the name. Since childhood, she had simply known it as a sandwich. "I find the name quite fitting. Do you not agree?" she retorted. The regent took a bite of the sandwich and remarked, "It is rather delicious. I shall reward you upon my return." "Thank you, Your Highness," Tian Xiaojun replied. With the act of sharing the sandwich, the previously awkward atmosphere between the two began to dissipate. "What brings you out on this occasion, Your Highness?" Tian Xiaojun boldly asked. "You would not comprehend if I told you," the regent replied, casting a glance at her. "If you do not speak, how can I know whether I understand?" Tian Xiaojun countered. "You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish? You are not me. How can you know what I do not know?" Upon hearing her words, the regent found her rather intriguing and remarked, "There has been flooding in Ho. Do you have a solution?" Although Tian Xiaojun was not well versed in history, she recalled the tale of the Yu and replied, "To manage flooding, one must first employ diversion methods. By excavating waterways to align with the river's flow, we can guide the floodwaters to the sea, thus controlling the inundation. Of course, this method is only applicable post-flood. However, if we prepare these projects in advance, we can utilize them effectively in the event of future floods. That is merely your first point. Do you have a second, third, and fourth?" The regent leaned in, recognizing some merit in her words, and continued to inquire. "The second point is to dredge the riverbed. By removing silt and obstacles within the river, we can enhance its flow capacity and mitigate the occurrence of flooding," Tian Xiaojun explained. "The third point involves channeling water in arid regions. Constructing channels to direct river water for irrigation not only optimizes water resources, but also aids in flood control to some extent. The fourth point is to build levees to encircle the sea. In certain cases, constructing dams can prevent seawater from backflowing and rivers from overflowing. The fifth point entails flood diversion and drainage. Based on the construction of dams and reservoirs, rationally distributing floodwaters can alleviate pressure on the main river while simultaneously irrigating farmland. Is there more? The regent listened intently, finding value in Tian Xiaojun's insights. "That seems to be all. What do you think?" Tian Xiaojun dare not say much, fearing she might reveal something amiss. Moreover, it is crucial to note that after a flood, the outbreak of epidemics is quite common. The prince must be prepared in advance. Otherwise, when it comes to the pearls, you may only take one, as I've sent the rest to my brother, Tian Xiaojun remarked. "The medications have already been prepared," the regent replied. "As long as everything is ready, it is essential to ensure that nothing is overlooked," Tian Xiaojun emphasized. Outside, he listened to the voices inside and thought to himself that his master truly seemed rather foolish, having grown so tall, yet remaining oblivious. Suddenly, the carriage wheels struck a stone, causing the two people inside to collide unexpectedly, having been seated rather closely. Their eyes met, and Tian Xiaojun felt a wave of embarrassment. This position, leaning against the regent, was quite awkward. She hastily exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to lean on you. I apologize. I shall get up right away." Tian Xiaojun suddenly found the posture too intimate, conjuring all sorts of thoughts. She quickly rose but nearly toppled over, almost landing on certain important parts of the regent. Embarrassed, her face flushed deeply. Chapter 36. The relay station, my lord. I believe I should step outside. Tian Xiaojun quickly scrambled to her feet and made her way out, the carriage jolting, nearly causing her to stumble again. The regent could have easily dodged, but refrained from doing so, concerned for Tian Xiaoju's safety. Observing her hurried exit, a mischievous smile played at the corners of his lips. This girl was indeed quite endearing. He found it peculiar that Miss Tian had emerged, her face slightly flushed. Could it be that his lord had done something to her? However, he kept his thoughts to himself and diligently continued to drive the carriage. As the moon rose, the sky gradually darkened, and he noticed a distant glow. He guided the carriage towards it, pondering that if not for the prince's recent injury, he would not have needed to travel by carriage. "My lord, we are nearing the relay station. Shall we rest there?" Waited. "Indeed. Let's stop and rest for the night. Even if we're not weary, the horses surely are. After a good rest, we shall depart at dawn and reach our destination before dark," the regent replied. "Yes, my lord." He continued to drive the carriage. Tian Xiaoju also noticed the light ahead. Resting at the relay station would be quite beneficial. She could also take advantage of the station's kitchen to prepare a meal. Before long, the carriage arrived at the relay station, where personnel were on duty. He called out to those inside the carriage, "My lord, we have arrived." The regent soon lifted the curtain and stepped out, noticing Tian Xiaoju standing beside him. He remarked, "Let's go inside together." Tian Xiaoju followed closely behind the regent as they entered the relay station. He handed over the carriage to the station staff, instructing them to ensure the horses were well fed. Upon reaching the main hall, he presented the token to the guards, who, upon recognizing the regent's insignia, promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. "Your Highness graces our humble relay station. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please, this way." The staff at the relay station escorted the regent and Tian Xiaoju, along with Qi, to a relatively secluded area. Tian Xiaoju observed that it was a small private room, furnished with a table and boasting a pleasant view. Outside the window flowed a river, and though the light had dimmed, the scenery remained enchanting. "Your Highness, would you care for something to eat? I can arrange it," inquired the relay station staff, who had just ushered them into the room. The regent glanced at Tian Xiaoju, who caught his gaze and promptly replied, "Might I borrow the kitchen? I wish to prepare a meal for you, Your Highness." "Of course, miss. Please follow me," the staff acquiesced. Recognizing her association with the prince and understanding that granting such a request posed no trouble, they proceeded directly to the kitchen without any convoluted paths. As the relay station was modestly sized, a left turn and a few steps from the private room led them there. "Here we are. You may use anything you find," the staff member said. Tian Xiaoju, surveying the kitchen, found it surprisingly well equipped for its size and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I can manage alone. You may return to your duties." Unhurriedly, she began to retrieve the ingredients she had brought along. The staff member, observing the array of items she produced, realized why she had been entrusted with the cooking. Many of the ingredients were unfamiliar to him. After a brief while, he discreetly exited the kitchen, knowing he wouldn't be able to enjoy the meal anyway. Once alone, Tian Xiaoju set to work, and soon the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas, making the relay station staff long for the previously consumed fare. She cooked swiftly, utilizing the multiple stoves to prepare 2 dishes simultaneously, and before long, a splendid spread was ready. Calling out to Qi, he promptly appeared to assist her with the platters. As the rice was not yet prepared, she opted to make some flatbreads instead. The regent, gazing at the array of dishes, found the scent delectable. Having tasted one of her flatbreads at noon, he was still savoring the flavor, and the evening's offerings only heightened his appetite. Tian Xiaoju detected the faint scent of blood emanating from the regent. Her innate sensitivity to smells allowed her to discern even the slightest trace. She had infused all the dishes with spring water, intending to aid the regent in his swift recovery. Unbeknownst to her, there were still those intent on pursuing him. Previously, in the mountains, she had glimpsed those cloaked figures, their identities shrouded in mystery, emboldened enough to attempt the regent's assassination. Had he not been alone, vastly outnumbered, he likely would not have sustained injuries. Tian Xiaoju suddenly felt a pang of sympathy, reminiscent of the sorrow she experienced while watching Xiang Lu fall valiantly on the battlefield. In that fleeting moment, she was uncertain whether her heart ached for the regent or for Xiang Lu himself. Why are you all staring at me? Is the food unappetizing? She inquired as she noticed the regent and Qi gazing at her. Tian girl, what were you just thinking about? The master called your name several times. You did not respond. Qi whispered to her. Realizing that her deep contemplation had caused her to overlook their calls, she felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, wondering if there was something on her face that warranted their attention. My apologies, Your Highness. I was lost in thought. Please indulge in this soup. It will aid in your recovery, Tian Xiaoju said, as she ladled a bowl of broth, rich with ingredients and brewed with spring water, sure to promote healing. The regent accepted the bowl she offered and drank it in one swift motion. Despite harboring doubts about the veracity of her claims and the efficacy of the physician's remedies, he pondered whether the blades of those assailants had been poisoned, for his wounds had lingered far too long without improvement. After their meal, the innkeeper arranged accommodations for them, providing 3 adjoining rooms. The regent casually selected one, instructing Tian Xiaoju to occupy the middle room, while Qi took the one at the far end. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from their day's journey, the regent felt an overwhelming fatigue. As soon as he lay down, slumber enveloped him, the blanket untouched. In his dreams, he found himself wed to Tian Xiaoju, the imagery vivid and striking. Upon awakening the next day, thoughts of the previous night's dream lingered in his mind. Was it possible he had genuinely developed feelings for her? They say that dreams reflect one's thoughts, and having dreamt of her so vividly, could it be an indication of his true sentiments? Remarkably, the pain that had been nagging at his wounds had lessened significantly. He lifted his garment to inspect the injury, discovering that it was indeed scabbing over. Could it be that this girl possessed some healing prowess? How could a mere meal have transformed his wound so? Truly miraculous. After adjusting his attire, he exited his room, only to find Tian Xiaoju emerging from hers. Good morning, Your Highness. I am off to prepare breakfast, she announced. Good morning, the regent replied, finding the exchange rather pleasant. I shall begin making breakfast now, she reiterated, hastily descending the stairs to the kitchen. She preferred to avoid solitude with the regent, as it was quite anxiety-inducing. Seeing her flee once more, the regent mused to himself whether he was indeed perceived as a formidable presence. While others eagerly sought his attention, this girl seemed to maintain a respectful distance. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Qi waiting below and inquired, Have the horses been fed? Yes, Your Highness. They have been tended to, Qi replied, glancing behind the regent, but not catching sight of Tian Xiaoju, his expression dimming slightly. She has gone to prepare breakfast, the regent explained, offering clarification. Tian Xiaoju had prepared breakfast, but upon noticing that neither the regent nor Qi had appeared, she called out to them. Upon approaching, she saw the two engaged in conversation at the entrance and remarked, Gentlemen, breakfast is ready and awaits your presence. The regent, however, said nothing and continued toward the compartment they had occupied the day prior. Chapter 37. Arrival at Hulua. After their meal, the trio set forth once more. This time, Tian Xiaoju opted to sit outside, feeling a certain pressure when in the same confined space as the regent. To address the flooding, afflicting Hulua, the regent chose to personally oversee the situation, while the relief supplies and provisions followed behind with his substantial entourage. Given the weight of their cargo, their pace was not as swift as that of the regent and Qi. As they approached the region of Hulua, the number of displaced individuals became increasingly apparent. For Tian Xiaoju, this was her first encounter with such a scene. Witnessing the suffering of those who had lost their homes stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Suddenly, she recalled a troubling thought. In ancient times, certain officials had profited from disasters, enriching themselves with the relief grain and funds allocated by the court. Determined to bring this to the regent's attention, she ascended and lifted the curtain to enter the carriage, saying, Your Highness, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. The regent glanced at Tian Xiaoju, puzzled by her unexpected entrance. Throughout their journey, he had not provoked her, yet she had consistently kept her distance. Her initiative to approach him now was indeed surprising. Speak your mind, the regent replied. We must be nearing Hulua, and the number of distressed individuals along the road continues to grow. Might your highness consider disembarking to inquire whether the relief grain and funds previously sent by the court have reached them? Tian Xiaoju suggested. Very well, Qi. Halt the carriage. The regent acquiesced, having contemplated this course of action himself, yet not anticipating that Tian Xiaoju would broach the subject. He had intended to walk to the disaster area after lunch, taking the opportunity to gather information along the way. Qi brought the carriage to a stop, somewhat bewildered, and then heard the regent instruct, "Find me a set of worn clothing to change into." At once. Although Qi was uncertain of the regent's reasoning for desiring tattered garments, he complied and procured a suitable outfit for the regent. When the regent emerged before Tian Xiaoju clad in worn attire, she was momentarily taken aback, finding him striking even in such simple clothing. Observing her astonishment, the regent found her reaction endearing and could not resist teasing her, saying, "You seem to be drooling." Tian Xiaoju wiped her mouth, realizing there was no drool, and quickly grasped that she had been jested with. Frustrated yet unwilling to retaliate, she stomped her foot, huffed, and turned away, refusing to look at him. The regent, witnessing her petulant display, felt a smile tug at his lips, his earlier gloom dissipating, and his spirits lifted considerably. However, Tian Xiaoju suddenly had a thought. This person, despite wearing tattered clothes, possessed an air that seemed incongruous with that of a refugee. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she brushed her hands against the ground and approached the regent, saying, "Wait a moment, Your Highness. Your appearance hardly resembles that of a disaster victim. It requires some embellishment." The regent felt a sense of foreboding, but was intrigued by what this girl intended to do. He inquired, "What more is to be done?" Tian Xiaoju then wiped her hands across the regent's face, smearing it with a bit of dirt, which, in her opinion, rendered him more visually appealing. The regent, already enduring the discomfort of wearing tattered garments, found it unbearable to have his face adorned in such a manner. Tian Xiaoju was deliberately provoking him. Sensing his slight obsession with cleanliness, not severe, but enough to irritate her, especially since he had just deceived her. Therefore, her actions were not merely retaliatory. They were grounded in truth. Even clad in rags, the regent's fair and pristine face belied the appearance of a disaster victim, making it evident at a glance. With the mud smeared on his face, he no longer exuded the same commanding presence. Tian Xiaoju produced a small copper mirror from her sleeve and handed it to the regent, saying, "Take a look for yourself. This is far more agreeable. Now you truly resemble a disaster victim. In your previous state, no one would believe you fit that description." The regent examined his reflection in the mirror and envisioned his unblemished visage. Indeed, he appeared more like a refugee in his current state. Silently, he felt a tinge of melancholy. This girl was intentionally smearing dirt on his face, and she had done so quite liberally. Tian Xiaoju secretly delighted in her mischief. Though she concealed her amusement, she then dashed into the carriage and emerged wearing a more ragged outfit, this time in the guise of a young man. With mud smeared across her face as well, her disheveled appearance, now more fitting, prompted her to lift the curtain and stride over to the regent, deliberately deepening her voice as she proclaimed, "How do I look, my lord? Do I compliment your appearance?" The regent was taken aback. She had indeed donned male attire. Although tattered, it suited her surprisingly well, and he found her most agreeable, feeling they matched closely in appearance. "You are quite the pair," he remarked, leaning closer to Tian Xiaoju, his voice laced with playful intimacy. Tian Xiaoju felt an urge to retreat, pondering if the regent was being overly flirtatious by standing so near that she could detect his scent. She raised her hand to shield herself from his encroachment, saying, "Hold on, Qi, have you not changed yet?" The regent was merely teasing her, unaware that she was so easily flustered, darting away like a frightened rabbit. Qi, having also changed into tattered clothing, mimicked Tian Xiaoju's earlier actions, smearing dirt and dust across his own face. Once the trio was suitably attired, they resumed their journey. Taking into account the regent's injuries, they decided to travel by carriage for a while longer before proceeding on foot. As they neared the city of Helo, they finally secured the carriage at a nearby farmhouse, offering some money before venturing into the city. As one approaches the disaster-stricken area, the plight of the displaced victims becomes increasingly comprehensible. They drag their weary bodies away, scavenging for wild vegetables and tree bark along the roadside to satiate their hunger. Tian Xiaoju approached a woman and inquired, "Dear sister, has the court sent relief grain and funds? Have the local officials not arranged for their distribution to you?" The woman, astonished, replied, "Relief grain and fund from the court? We were unaware, young lady. I must continue my journey, for there is little to eat around here. I hope to find something edible further ahead." Tian Xiaoju, reaching into her bundle, produced a cake and offered it to the woman, saying, "Sister, please take this to eat." Upon seeing that Tian Xiaoju possessed food, others nearby began to converge towards her. Alarmed by the gathering crowd, Tian Xiaoju, having never experienced such a situation, had not considered the potential danger when offering the food. These famished victims, driven by desperation, could resort to anything, especially as this morsel was akin to a lifeline for them. Nevertheless, she remained cautious, opening her bundle and revealing its contents, declaring, "All of this is for you." Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, she swiftly slipped away, genuinely fearful that lingering any longer might cost her life. "What news have you gathered?" the regent asked, observing the disheveled Tian Xiaoju's arrival. "They are entirely unaware of the relief grain and funds. Your Highness, you must arrange for an investigation to uncover who has pocketed this money and grain." Tian Xiaoju responded with indignation. "My inquiries yield similar results. No one seems informed about this." Qi chimed in from another side. "Qi, once we arrive in the city, you will act independently. Focus on investigating the matter of the relief grain and funds. Whoever has embezzled these resources must be apprehended and sent to the capital. I will personally oversee the examination of this affair. Who gave them the audacity to act in such a manner?" the regent expressed with evident anger. Chapter 38. The investigation. The trio continued their inquiries as they made their way towards the city. Upon entering the city gates, the soldiers stationed there displayed a lackadaisical demeanor, which the regent noted with disapproval, mentally taking account of the local officials' negligence. Upon reaching the heart of the city, they did not rush to find accommodations, but rather were taken aback by the desolation that surrounded them. The regent had previously visited Hala, where the streets were alive with bustling crowds. Now, the aftermath of the flood left the streets marred, with remnants of yellow mud dried upon the ground. Scarcely a corner of Haloa city remained unscathed. "Father, mother, where are you?" A child's wailing pierced the air. "Please do not leave Bayer alone." Upon hearing the cries of a little boy, Tian Xiaoju listened intently, discerning the direction of the sound. She approached the sobbing child and knelt beside him. "Do not cry, little one. Your tears will not resolve any issues. Is there a dilemma you wish to share? Perhaps I may assist you," said Tian Xiaoju gently. The little boy, however, continued to weep, ignoring her words. Observing this, the regent approached Tian Xiaoju. She shrugged and remarked, "He persists in his tears and offers no reply. I wonder if he has been separated from his family." At that moment, the boy lifted his head and spoke to the two newfound figures before him. "My mother and father were swept away by the flood. I am now an orphan, a child without parents." His sorrowful cries tugged at Tian Xiaoju's heartstrings. The child appeared no older than 5 or 6, and it pained her to witness such loss at such a tender age. Floods may be merciless, yet humanity is imbued with compassion. Without seeking the regent's consent, she asked, "What is your name? Come with me." "Big sister, my name is Bauer. My parents always call me Bauer," the boy replied, gazing up at her. Tian Xiaoju was taken aback. The boy recognized her femininity despite her male attire and deliberately lowered voice. She felt a pang of embarrassment at her perceived failure to disguise her true identity. She retrieved a biscuit from her clothing and offered it to Bauer, saying, "You must be hungry. Here, have a bite to fill your stomach." "Thank you, big sister," he exclaimed, devouring the treat with fervor. Tian Xiaoju approached the regent and whispered, "Your Highness, do I still appear as a woman?" The regent remained silent, casting a cursory glance her way, seemingly unconvinced of her femininity. Noticing his indifference, she muttered, "If Qi were here, he would certainly provide me with an answer." Coincidentally, the regent's keen ears caught her remark, and he replied, "You do not resemble one. If she does not appear as a woman, how did the boy discern her true nature?" Tian Xiaoju pondered silently. As they walked through the city with the little boy, she inquired, "Bauer, where is the government office?" "Big sister, the office is just ahead." "Why do you wish to go there?" "None of those officials are diligent. They squander the hard-earned money of the people and do nothing," Bauer responded, trailing beside her. "What do you mean by their inaction?" The regent interjected, curious about how the officials of Hulua City exploited the populace. This presented an opportunity to address the matter once and for all, preventing future complications. "Our governor appears to have only one wife on the surface, yet he secretly keeps numerous mistresses, perhaps even more than the maidservants in your household," he continued, his youthful voice contrasting with the gravity of his words. Tian Xiaoju nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain herself as the absurdity of the situation weighed upon her. The boy's candid remarks were more entertaining than she had anticipated. Tian Xiaoju deliberately turned her head to take a glance. "What else?" inquired the regent. Moreover, the county magistrate below has also followed suit, adept in indulgences of all kinds, yet utterly inept at addressing the affairs of the common people. As they spoke, Bauer had already escorted Tian Xiaoju and the regent to the entrance of the government office. "Bauer, will you accompany me inside, or shall you wait alone at the door?" Tian Xiaoju asked. After some contemplation, Bauer replied, "I shall enter with you, dear sister. I will protect you." Tian Xiaoju affectionately patted Bauer on the head and said, "Very well, let us go in together." The grand doors of the government office stood ajar, and there was not a soul on guard outside. Peering inside, one could discern nothing. Not a single shadow was visible. The three of them ventured into the interior, whereupon they were met with a cacophony of sounds, reminiscent of a theatrical performance. As they progressed further in, the sounds grew increasingly distinct, and the regent's countenance shifted dramatically. Tian Xiaoju sensed the regent's boundless fury. It seemed these individuals were in grave peril. Chapter 39. Enraged, however, Tian Xiaoju noted that the attire of those present was ragged and tattered. It was evident that, even upon entering, they would likely be cast out. She wished to convey this to the regent, yet his anger surged, and he strode forward with haste, oblivious to the dilapidated garments adorning him. Upon entering the government office, it became apparent that everyone was engrossed in revelry, drinking and watching performances with no one stationed at the entrance, revealing the utter decay that permeated from top to bottom. The regent had already stepped inside, and few paid attention to the rear, their focus solely on the performers on stage. Tian Xiaoju intended to urge the regent to step out and change his attire, but it was too late. She heard him deliberately cough a few times, drawing the attention of others. A burly man, brandishing a knife, menacingly declared, "Who let this beggar in? This is no place for panhandlers. Begone, or you shall feel my wrath." As he spoke, he partially drew his blade from its sheath. The regent paid little mind to the man's words and advanced a few steps forward. "Let anyone dare to touch me," the regent proclaimed. Yet the gravity of his statement clashed with his present appearance, rendering it rather comical. The same man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You a beggar! Think I wouldn't he dare?" As he unsheathed his knife, Tian Xiaoju beheld the blade glinting ominously, as if a mere brush against its edge would draw blood, which was indeed frightening. Tian Xiaoju leaned close to the regent's ear and whispered, "Your Highness, you are too enraged. You are still clad in these tattered garments. It is only natural that others perceive us as beggars." The regent glanced down at his own attire and realized the truth. He had been so incensed by these officials that he had neglected to change his clothes. The noble demeanor befitting a regent, when paired with such attire, indeed diminished his stature. The man wielding a knife, his face revealing a fierce demeanor, was about to approach the regent with his weapon drawn when Qi arrived from outside. Tian Xiaoju was unaware of the martial arts Qi employed. All she saw was the assailant clutching his hand, the knife having fallen to the ground. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Qi inquired as he reached the regent, surveying him closely. "I am fine. What have you found out? Is everything clarified?" the regent asked, surprised by Qi's swift return. "I have already dispatched personnel for a thorough investigation. These individuals are indeed deserving of their fate. The disaster relief funds allocated by the court have been systematically siphoned off by them, leaving the common people with nothing, not even the relief rations." Other matters are still under careful examination, Qi replied. Boldly, you dare to create disturbances in the government office. Seize them all. A man in official garb shouted sternly. Though Tian Xiaoju could not discern his rank, the silence of the others suggested he was likely the highest authority present. The guards of the office, armed with knives, encircled the regent, Tian Xiaoju, and the others. The child named Bauer had been trembling in fear ever since the guard had drawn his weapon. Yet he steadfastly remained by Tian Xiaoju's side, having promised to protect this kind-hearted sister. Very well indeed. Today I have truly opened my eyes. I never imagined that our great Liang kingdom harbored such a multitude of scoundrels. Had I not come personally to witness this, I might have remained oblivious to the presence of so many parasites. Excellent, splendid. The regent was infuriated by these individuals, lamenting that they were truly the bane of his kingdom, each one preying upon the populace. Qi produced a golden medal, declaring, "This medal signifies my authority. To see it is to behold the current sovereign, who can ascertain whether what you hold is genuine or counterfeit. You are clad in such tattered garments that one might suspect you merely stumbled upon it," another official retorted. Tian Xiaoju, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh in exasperation, realizing that in the Liang kingdom, officials were judged by their attire rather than their deeds. What if the sovereign were to conduct a secret visit incognito? Is it not common knowledge that the current sovereign is but a child, with all affairs managed by the regent? Another official interjected. Tian Xiaoju was oblivious to this, as she typically remained detached from the affairs of the world. Even if he is a child, how can you be sure that the one in disguise is not the regent or another prince? Must one rely solely on garments for identification? As the others fell silent, unsure of the truth, they observed the fervor with which these men spoke, doubting their authenticity. Tian Xiaoju retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, dampened it with water from her flask, and offered it to the regent, whispering gently, "My lord, perhaps you should wipe the dirt from your face." The regent accepted the handkerchief and cleaned his face, revealing a countenance of striking beauty. Upon seeing his visage, the pointing hand of the central official began to tremble uncontrollably. "Why you?" he stammered, unable to complete his sentence. "What has come over the magistrate?" Another official remarked. Could they truly be individuals of the regent? The individual disregarded the officials nearby and hastily approached the regent, kneeling on both knees before him. "Your Highness, this humble servant pays his respects." Just now, it was as if the flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple, with families not recognizing one another. "Please, Your Highness, take a seat. I shall promptly arrange a banquet in your honor." The attendants surrounding Tian Xiaoju, witnessing the governor kneeling in reverence, sheathed their weapons and followed suit. Bowing in unison, "We pay our respects to Your Highness." The performers on the stage also ceased their act, kneeling in deference. The regent made no move to bid them rise, instead striding forward. Qi swiftly moved to place a chair at the center of the stage, allowing the regent to take his seat. "Continue, why have you stopped?" "Do not cease," he commanded, his calm voice betraying no hint of anger. However, Tian Xiaoju sensed the simmering rage beneath the surface. These individuals were indeed audacious. While the common folk suffered from disaster and displacement, these officials had shamelessly profited from the calamity, indulging in excess. Aside from Tian Xiaoju and her companions, the others dared not breathe, fearful of being executed on the spot by the regent. Had they not just been laughing? The populace outside awaited the distribution of relief grain and disaster funds. Yet here they were, erecting a stage in celebration of their ill-gotten gains. The regent felt an overwhelming urge to drag each of them to the guillotine. Chapter 40. Distributing porridge. The main contingent soon arrived. Upon seeing his men, the regent addressed Qi, "Confine all these individuals." Having spoken, he departed, and Tian Xiaoju did not follow. She watched as Qi led the officials away, one by one, to the prison. Tian Xiaoju felt compelled to assist the afflicted populace. Accompanied by Bao she sought out an open grocery store and borrowed a large pot from the proprietor, deciding to provide porridge for the townspeople. Her space was devoid of many items, yet it overflowed with grain. "Bao, watch over this while I attend to something. I'll return shortly." She needed to find a place to release the grain from her space, and should the region inquire, she would simply claim it was purchased. She then hired a cart operator to transport a load of grain to the makeshift shelter she had prepared. Noticing Tian Xiaoju was distributing porridge to the citizens, the cart operator refused payment, saying, "Just let me have an extra bowl of porridge later." Grateful, Tian Xiaoju agreed and began washing rice and cooking porridge, using water drawn from a neighboring well by Bao. Witnessing her charitable act, several families nearby came to assist, offering to help with firewood, kindling, and fetching water. In a fleeting moment, Tian Xiaoju felt she had made an exceedingly wise decision. These individuals were indeed kind-hearted. When someone merely inquired about her purpose in setting up the tent, she explained that she was there to distribute kanji to those affected by the disaster. Many were eager to lend a helping hand, and even firewood was generously provided by others without charge. Tian Xiaoju discreetly added a touch of spiritual spring water into the pot of kanji, believing it would hasten the healing of the injured and provide them with greater sustenance. Soon, a delightful aroma of rice porridge wafted through the air, drawing a crowd. At that moment, Bauer exclaimed, "Dear uncles, aunts, grandparents, and brothers and sisters, this benevolent sister is offering everyone some complimentary kanji. Please return home, fetch a bowl, and line up here for your serving." Upon hearing Bauer's words, many rushed home to retrieve bowls, while some remained skeptical, opting to wait until others had received their free kanji before fetching their own. Once the first pot of kanji was ready, Tian Xiaoju ladled it out into bowls, placing them aside as she began to prepare a second batch. Observing that people had begun to bring bowls, she started serving those in line. Each bowl varied in size, yet Tian Xiaoju was generous, for her supplies were abundant in her storeroom. Regardless of the bowl's dimensions, she filled each to the brim. Those who initially stood by, watching, quickly realized the kanji was indeed free and scurried home to retrieve their bowls, some bringing the largest they could find. Fortunately, the line remained orderly, with no one attempting to cut ahead. Having prepared 4 pots of kanji, Tian Xiaoju surveyed the still lengthy queue, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Qi approached, noting the extensive line. He stepped beside Tian Xiaoju and said, "Miss Tian, you should take a moment to rest. I will keep an eye on things here. It's all right. So many people have yet to receive their kanji, and everyone is hungry. There's no rush. Where's the prince? Has he gone to rest?" Tian Xiaoju inquired. "The prince sent me to find you. He is fine, but has been somewhat distressed by the crowd. Please take a moment to enjoy some kanji while I stand in for you," Qi replied. Initially, Tian Xiaoju had no intention of partaking, yet her stomach was certainly protesting. She borrowed a bowl from someone and ladled herself some kanji, passing it to Bauer. "Here, Bauer, have some. The line is still quite long, and who knows how long we will be busy today." "Thank you, sister," Bauer exclaimed, accepting the kanji and drinking eagerly, heedless of its temperature. It had been a long time since she had tasted such delicious porridge. Tian Xiaoju insisted that those who were actively helping ensure their own hunger was satiated before continuing their work. She too served herself a bowl and sat down to enjoy her meal. As twilight descended, the line for kanji grew shorter, and Tian Xiaoju lost track of how many pots she had prepared, knowing that the next time she would make kanji was uncertain. As the last of the crowd dispersed, twilight had already descended. Qi accompanied Tian Xiaoju and Bauer to the government office, where he arranged their accommodations. Tian Xiaoju chose not to seek out the regent, and Bauer was led by Qi to his own quarters. After a brief wash, Tian Xiaoju returned to her room, secured the doors and windows, and then ventured into her space. Her overwhelming fatigue demanded a soothing soak in the spiritual spring to rejuvenate her. Reclining in the spring, the comfort enveloped her to the point of slumber. Upon awakening, the weariness had vanished. She dressed and wandered through her space, sensing an unfamiliar essence in the air. The fragrance seemed to have taken on a sweetness that puzzled her, with no explanation or indication from the space itself. She had sown a vast expanse of rice. The recently harvested grains were neatly arranged, ready to be stored in the room the following day. Exiting the space, she found the outside world enveloped in silence. Lying in bed, she initially feared she would be unable to sleep, but to her surprise, she succumbed to slumber within moments of resting her head on the pillow. The next morning, she was roused by the cacophony outside, unaware of the cause of such commotion. Upon opening the door, she spotted the regent standing not far from her threshold. "Good morning, Your Highness," she greeted. The regent regarded Tian Xiaoju with growing admiration. The clamor outside was filled with voices expressing gratitude towards her, though the crowd did not know her name. Hence, they had gathered at the government office seeking assistance in locating her. "They have come to find you. Will you hide away or graciously accept their thanks?" The regent inquired. "I shall retreat for a while. I struggle with social anxiety, and such attention overwhelms me. However, there is an empty house to the east where I have stored a considerable amount of grain. Please have Qi arrange for porridge to be distributed. These people are suffering greatly. I wish to assist them as best I can to endure the days ahead," Tian Xiaoju replied. "Bao can accompany you. I must leave for other matters, lest I delay too long and be unable to proceed." With that, she handed the key to the regent, feeling it was time to depart, for her presence here served little purpose. Chapter 41. Journey south, exiting through the small gate in the back courtyard. Tian Xiaoju paid no heed to any carriage. As long as she followed the official road, safety was assured, and she could reach the next town before nightfall to secure lodging. She was not an official, nor did she harbor ambitions of grand endeavors. She merely sought to do what she could, filling the empty house with grain, which should sustain for several days. After her departure, the regent took the key and proceeded to the empty house she had mentioned. Upon unlocking the door, he was taken aback by the sight of the room brimming with grain. Where had this girl procured such an abundance? What fortune must it cost her? Did she leave with any money left? Though the regent harbored a desire to catch up with Tian Xiaoju to express his gratitude, he was not one to be swayed by romantic sentiments. His fondness for her had indeed deepened, yet it was not enough to overshadow his responsibilities to the populace, especially with a multitude of pressing matters at hand. As he ambled through the picturesque scenery, he found solace in the journey. Whenever hunger struck, he would procure sustenance from his spatial realm to satiate his appetite, and when thirst arose, he refreshed himself with the pure water of the spiritual spring. By the time twilight descended, Tian Xiaoju arrived at a quaint town beneath the Heluo River. Although it could not rival the bustling splendor of Heluo City, it possessed a unique charm of its own. She located the largest inn in the area and secured a single room. After a day of wandering, fatigue did not weigh heavily upon her, perhaps due to the restorative qualities of the spring water. However, feeling somewhat sticky from perspiration, she retreated into her spatial realm for a rejuvenating bath and donned a fresh set of garments, feeling invigorated enough to embark on another day of exploration. Post-bath, she leisurely strolled through the town, where vendors lined the streets, offering an array of delightful wares. As she perused the stalls, she sampled various delicacies, each more delectable than the last, many of which she had never encountered in her modern life. The handmade sugar figurines were particularly lifelike. Passing by a stall selling rouge, the vendor noticed her lingering gaze and remarked, "Young sir, would you care to select a box of rouge for your beloved?" With a thoughtful pause, Tian Xiaoju nodded and replied in a husky voice, "May I inspect the colors?" "Certainly, take your time. Whichever you fancy, I shall package it for you," the vendor responded. Examining the vibrant hues, she found them quite appealing. There were samples available for testing, and she was pleased with the color payoff and the subtle fragrance, a stark contrast to the technologically laden cosmetics of her former world. After deliberating, she selected several boxes for herself and a few for Ling Lan, discovering that the quality surpassed even that of Kyoto S Rouge. It was later revealed that Kyoto S Rouge was, in fact, sourced from this very town, renowned for its exceptional products. Having procured several boxes, she discreetly tucked them into her spatial realm, untroubled by the risk of spoilage. As night deepened, the vendors began to pack up their stalls to return home. This marked the first time she had enjoyed such a late evening in this foreign realm. A delightful experience that left her with the impression that, despite being merely a town beneath the Heluo River, it was quite vibrant. Though her wanderings had left her wanting more, the sight of the vendors closing up shop signaled it was time for her to head back to the inn for rest. Even though this inn was the largest in the town, she had learned from past experiences and had taken precautions, securing a few items at the entrance. dressed in male attire, she avoided much of the trouble that often accompanied her travels. After 2 days of indulging in the town's culinary delights and amusements, she settled her bill at the inn, ready to embark on her journey to the next destination. Without a specific destination, one wanders wherever the path may lead. Little did anyone expect to encounter an unforeseen individual along the way. Tian Xiaoju strolled along the official road, observing the flowers and grasses flanking the path, along with some wild vegetables that are now a rarity in modern times, but here they were quite commonplace. She had already transplanted many varieties into her space. At that moment, a figure clad in vibrant red approached on horseback, moving at a rather swift pace. In modern society, such speed would surely be criticized as reckless driving, liable to reprimand or even legal consequences. Unfortunately, such regulations were non-existent in this realm. As Tian Xiaoju recognized the rider, she was unceremoniously knocked over by the horse. Scrambling to her feet, she disregarded her appearance. After all, no one else was around, and shouted, "Yuji Bai, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Can't you see me?" Yuji Bai, who had already ridden some distance away, turned back upon hearing his name called. He spotted a man dressed as an attendant, angrily pointing in his direction, and felt an odd sense of familiarity. "How could you not see me, standing by the roadside? What a Moon Palace master! Can he really trample lives at will?" Tian Xiaoju fumed, reflecting the era's harsh reality where power and might reign supreme. "You are Tian Xiaoju?" Yuji Bai furrowed his brow, finally recalling her identity, though he had never anticipated meeting her here. "After consuming so many of my meals, you only now recognize me?" Tian Xiaoju placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head defiantly. "Huh, who's to blame for your diminutive stature? I truly did not see you." Yuji Bai replied with a charming grin. "I am not diminutive. I stand at 168 centimeters, and you ought to check your eyesight. In broad daylight, how could you overlook someone of my stature?" Tian Xiaoju retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Yuji Bai dismounted and scrutinized Tian Xiaoju with a hint of playful arrogance. "There is a certain smallness to everyone, and what does 168 mean to me?" Seeing the unabashed gaze of Yuji Bai and the tone of his voice, Tian Xiaoju felt a twinge of disdain. So what if her bosom was not ample? She believed her proportions were just right. Umph. With that thought, she resumed her walk, ignoring him entirely. Yuji Bai, left with no choice, led his horse and followed her, asking, "Where are you headed? Shall I give you a ride?" Noticing that Yuji Bai's tone had softened, Tian Xiaoju turned to him and replied, "I do not know where I am going. With no destination, I shall wander wherever I please. The scenery of Daliang is splendid. I must explore and take in the sights while I am here." "Very well, mount up. I shall take you to the next location," Yuji Bai declared. He helped Tian Xiaoju onto the horse, and before she could settle, the steed began to gallop swiftly. The sound of the wind rushed past her ears, accompanied by Yuji Bai's commands to the horse. In this, her first experience atop a horse, Tian Xiaoju found the sensation quite enchanting. Although the position was somewhat intimate, Yuji Bai remained silent, leaving her at a loss for words. Indeed, the speed of horseback riding far surpasses that of walking. By the time the sun reached its zenith, they had already arrived at the nearest small town. Having crossed into the Yunmeng region, "Are you hungry?" asked Yuji Bai. "A little. Will you treat me?" inquired Tian Xiaoju. "I shall, but what benefits might I reap?" responded Yuji Bai. "What sort of benefits do you seek?" Tian Xiaoju questioned, sensing that Yuji Bai had deliberately spoken close to her ear, the breath tickling her neck. "Prepare 2 delightful meals for me," Yuji Bai proposed, noticing Tian Xiaoju's body tense up. "It's a deal, but you must wait until I return before you come to dine," she replied. "No problem, it's settled," exclaimed Yuji Bai before dismounting. "Stay on for now. Dismount when we arrive." Yuji Bai held the reins as they walked along the road. Tian Xiaoju perched upon the horse, observing the lively streets below. Although not as bustling as the previous town, the streets were impeccably clean. Yuji Bai led the horse to an inn, and upon seeing its 4 or 5 stories, Tian Xiaoju deduced it to be the tallest in the town, splendidly crafted. "Come down." Yuji Bai extended his hand to assist Tian Xiaoju, who, filled with excitement, leapt from the horse, leaving Yuji Bai somewhat embarrassed. Have you been here before? She asked him. He nodded. Indeed, the cuisine here is quite delightful. You must try it. Especially the fish, which is exquisite, though not as delectable as your cooking. Then I shall take that as a compliment. Tian Xiaoju responded without hesitation. Esteemed guests, how many are you? Inquired a waiter at the inn. A private room has been reserved, Yu Zibai replied. They were led to the uppermost floor, where he pushed open the door to a private chamber, revealing an unexpected figure. Greetings, Prince Xiao. Tian Xiaoju curtsied. The prince, however, disregarded her, turning to Yu Zibai with a question. Why did you bring her here? Yu Zibai took a seat beside the prince and explained. I happened to encounter her on the way. Noticing the prince's apparent disdain for servants, Tian Xiaoju remarked, If you dislike me, I shall take my leave. Sensing the disapproval in the prince's eyes, she turned to exit. Why do you, a man, always seem to enjoy opposing this girl? Yu Zibai reproached the prince. As Tian Xiaoju opened the door to leave, she thought to herself that she was not destitute enough to impose on their meal. Just as she stepped over the threshold, she heard the prince's voice call out, Please stay. He himself was unsure why he felt compelled to retain her presence. But her sudden turn had stirred an unexpected emotion within him, prompting his request. No, I wish you a pleasant meal, Prince Xiao. Moreover, I extend my gratitude to young Master Yu for accompanying me. Upon my return, I shall prepare a delectable meal as a token of appreciation. After Tian Xiaoju finished speaking, she closed the door and stepped outside. Inside the room, the remaining two exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. It is all your fault. Do you think this is your royal Wang residence? Yu Zibai felt a surge of frustration and, having uttered this, exited in pursuit of Tian Xiaoju. Upon reaching the door, he found no trace of her. He glanced around the first-floor hall, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Venturing into the street, he grew increasingly anxious, for this girl had quite the temper. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju had found a nearby stall where she indulged in some food, oblivious to the fact that her departure would prompt Yu Zibai to search for her. Although they had known each other for some time, their interactions primarily revolved around dining, and they had rarely spent time together otherwise. Their recent ride here marked one of the few instances they had shared in solitude. Having satisfied her hunger, Tian Xiaoju resolved to remain in the vicinity for a day or two. During her meal, she had overheard discussions about an auction taking place at the Moon Palace, featuring numerous treasures. Having never attended an auction before, especially not in modern times, she was intrigued by what an auction in the Liang Dynasty might entail. She was eager to witness it for herself. However, she suddenly recalled a detail. The person she had overheard had mentioned that the auction was indeed being held at the Moon Palace, which suggested that Yu Zibai's presence here was likely related to the auction. Approaching the individual who had spoken of the auction, she cheerfully inquired, Excuse me, sir. I heard you mention the auction. What are the requirements for entry? Seeing that Tian Xiaoju was quite polite, the man replied, There is a ticket booth at the entrance. Simply purchase a ticket to gain entry. Of course, if you possess any treasures that meet their auction criteria, you may also be allowed in. Thank you, kind sir. I have treated a few gentlemen to some dishes. I appreciate your assistance, Tian Xiaoju said with a smile. The prospect of entering with such ease delighted her. The fee was minimal, and she would gain valuable experience, making it quite worthwhile. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered Yu Zibai. Just as she contemplated hiding, he spotted her. Why are you running? I want tea bite, Yu Zibai said, catching hold of her. Haha, I merely wish to avoid disturbing you, Tian Xiaoju replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Enough of that. He is just like that, rather awkward. I shall speak to the old prince. He will undoubtedly reprimand him, Yu Zibai assured her. You think too much. I simply enjoy my own company. I find it quite comfortable not to concern myself with others' expressions. Besides, they possess the means to be proud. Unlike me, I am alone, and I am indifferent, Tian Xiaoju countered. Just now, I heard you inquiring about the auction. You might as well have asked me directly. Here, take this. No need to buy a ticket yourself. If you prefer solitude, then stay by yourself. I haven't eaten yet, so I shall grab a bite. We shall meet again at the auction tomorrow, Yu Zibai said. All right. Tian Xiaoju received the token and replied, although she was unaware of its purpose. The quality of the token suggested it was anything but ordinary, undoubtedly of considerable value. It was only later that she would come to understand its true significance. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 43. The auction house. Curious about the nature of the auction, the following day marked the event. Tian Xiaoju donned a set of male attire, transforming from a mere servant into a dashing young gentleman. Gazing into the copper mirror, she found her masculine appearance quite pleasing. Having neglected to inquire about the auction's location from Yu Zibai the previous day, she asked the innkeeper, who fortunately was well informed. The auction was to be held next to the tavern, in a tea house that hosted such events every few years. A plethora of items would be available, some exceedingly rare, albeit at elevated prices. Yet, even without the intent to purchase, attending would offer an enlightening experience. The innkeeper remarked with a smile that he regrettably could not attend that day. "Thank you, innkeeper." Tian Xiaoju expressed her gratitude before departing towards the tavern. Despite a prior unpleasant encounter with a certain miserly individual, she felt magnanimous, recognizing that the young Prince Rong had been spoiled by his family. Upon arrival, she indeed observed a throng of individuals queuing. Remembering Yu Zibai's assurance that she could enter without a ticket, Tian Xiaoju retrieved the token from her sleeve and approached the attendant. "Excuse me, sir, I can't enter without a ticket, correct?" Initially, the attendant intended to reprimand her for skipping the line, but upon noticing the token in her hand, his demeanor shifted instantly. With utmost respect, he replied, "This way, please. I shall escort you to a private box." Tian Xiaoju was taken aback. She had anticipated a scolding, yet a mere token had transformed the attendant's attitude. Clearly, the token held significant weight and was not easily acquired. She wondered if Yu Zibai had been prudent in entrusting her with such an important item. However, having arrived, she decided to concern herself with nothing further. The attendant communicated with his colleague and led Tian Xiaoju into the venue. "This way, please," he instructed, guiding her down an alternate passage. This was Tian Xiaoju's first experience of such treatment. It appeared she was on the VIP route. Her opinion of Yu Zibai improved slightly. Although he seemed carefree, he was evidently competent in his endeavors. At that moment, a charming woman emerged from within, spotting the attendant accompanying a gentleman through the exclusive passage. She halted them. "How is it that he walks this way? Are you not aware that this path is reserved for VIPs?" She spoke sharply, directing her words at the attendant. However, Tian Xiaoju recognized that although the woman addressed the attendant, her true intention was to imply that Tian Xiaoju should not be permitted here. "Miss Bai, he possesses a special token granted by the palace master." The attendant whispered to the woman. "Show me the token." The woman pointed at Tian Xiaoju and commanded. Tian Xiaoju despised such confrontations. Who was she to demand anything? "You assert your authority over my possessions? I am the fiancé of my brother Zibai, who is yet to wed. Hurry up and show it to me." The woman insisted, eyeing Tian Xiaoju. "You mentioned being an unwed wife, not the Moon Palace's consort. If you wish to see it, I wouldn't show you even if I could. There are no doors, much less windows," Tian Xiaoju retorted. The dialogue between the two was overheard in its entirety by Yu Zibai and Prince Xiaorong. Yu Zibai mused that Tian Xiaoju was indeed sharp-tongued, and he found himself increasingly amused by her spirited nature. Conversely, Prince Xiaorong deemed her nothing more than a rustic village woman, utterly uncouth. As the woman prepared to act, Yu Zibai appeared and firmly admonished, "What do you intend to do, Lianhua? This is my esteemed guest." Upon hearing Yu Zibai refer to the woman as Lianhua, Tian Xiaoju couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zibai, look, she's laughing at me." The woman, wanting to grasp Yu Zibai's clothing, was deftly evaded by him. Tian Xiaoju observed the two with amusement, noting that the name suited the woman perfectly. She pondered who had arranged such a match for Yu Zibai. If it were to come to fruition, he would surely be driven to madness. "Do not mention our engagement in public again. I have made it clear that I intend to withdraw from it. It was not my desire to be betrothed. I do not fancy you. Had it not been for my master's insistence, do you think I would have consented? Now that my master has departed for so many years, our engagement must be dissolved. In a few days, once I am finished with my affairs, I shall visit your family and explain everything," Yu Zibai stated resolutely. Tian Xiaoju felt grateful for her choice to don male attire. Had she been in women's clothing, this by Lianhua might have devoured her whole. Why? What is wrong with me? Can I not change? Brother Zibai, do not annul our engagement. If you do, who will marry me? No one will want me. Bai Lianhua pleaded, attempting once more to seize Yu Zibai's garment, only to be evaded again. Yu Zibai glanced disdainfully at her and took Tian Xiaoju inside. Marry whoever you like. Just don't marry me, Yu Zibai remarked as he departed. Tian Xiaoju felt somewhat incredulous. She had nearly become collateral damage. Mustn't the girl maintain some dignity? Dislike is one thing. If you wish to marry me instead, your culinary skills have certainly captured my interest. Yu Zibai teased with a mischievous smile. That jest is far from amusing, Tian Xiaoju replied, firmly believing that Yu Zibai's words were insincere. If you marry her, we shall sever ties, Prince Xiaorong interjected hastily upon hearing Yu Zibai's declaration. Their voices coincided almost perfectly, and Tian Xiaoju sensed a distinct disharmony between herself and Prince Xiaorong. Otherwise, why did he find her so intolerable? Determined, she resolved that after today's auction, she would set off tomorrow. Could she not evade this Prince Xiaorong, whom she felt ill-equipped to confront? Fortunately, the young Prince Xiaorong merely engaged in verbal sparring and did not resort to leveraging his authority or employing force against me. Otherwise, I shudder to think of how many times I might have met my demise. Upon entering the private room, Tian Xiaoju remarked to Yu Zibai, if there are no other places available, I shall take my leave from here, lest certain individuals' disdain for me provoke an ailment. Yu Zibai glanced at the pouting young prince and suggested to Tian Xiaoju, why not move to the adjacent room? It offers refreshments and delicacies. Please indulge, for the pastries are a local specialty. Indeed, thank you, Tian Xiaoju expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yu Zibai. To speak candidly, she found Yu Zibai to be quite amiable. Despite being the master of the Moon Palace, he did not impose his authority nor wield his considerable strength to intimidate others. Moreover, he possessed a commendable appearance. And it was indeed a stroke of fortune that someone of such elevated status treated her with such courtesy. Tian Xiaoju entered the nearby private room, slightly smaller than the previous one, yet still spacious enough for her solitary enjoyment. She was content, as the auction hall below was visible from her vantage point. And although each room was draped for privacy, the seclusion remained commendable. Inside the room was a table adorned with several chairs, upon which lay an assortment of pastries, tea, and a selection of fruits, quite satisfactory indeed. As she gazed down at the audience, she noticed that individuals were gradually taking their seats. Before long, nearly all the prime positions were occupied, indicating that a considerable number of attendees had arrived for the auction. Taking a piece of pastry, she began to savor it while awaiting the official commencement of the auction, which was still in a preliminary phase as guests continued to enter. The flavor of the pastry was delightful. Upon careful tasting, she discerned hints of osmanthus, lily, and almond, as if the latter two had been finely ground and blended with glutinous rice flour, then steamed to perfection, dusted with sugary osmanthus. Each bite was a fragrant indulgence, soft and chewy. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she discovered it was not merely a simple infusion. It bore the essence of lotus leaves and jasmine, sweetened to a pleasant degree, quite refreshing. After relishing a piece of pastry and sipping her tea, she glanced once more at the audience below, which was now nearly full, indicating that the auction was about to commence. Chapter 44. The auction too soon. A strikingly dressed woman took center stage, her presence commanding attention amidst the lively atmosphere. From her vantage point in the private room, Tian Xiaoju could see the woman clearly. The lady offered a gentle smile, her ruby lips parting as she welcomed everyone to the triennial auction held at the Moon Palace. Tian Xiaoju noted with surprise the woman's powerful voice. Although she appeared delicate, she was likely a skilled practitioner. Despite her limited knowledge of internal strength, she recognized that in such a vast space without a microphone, the ability to project one's voice to reach the entire audience must surely require considerable prowess. The opening remarks were lengthy.
Yet the crux of the matter had yet to be addressed. Tian Xiaoju felt on the verge of slumber, while those around her appeared thoroughly engrossed.
Perhaps her frequent encounters with modern beauties had dulled her interest in the allure of contemporary women. Next, the first item up for auction was introduced. A millennium-old warm jade pillow, extolled by the auctioneer for its purported beauty-enhancing and longevity-promoting properties. The auctioneer's enthusiastic discourse bordered on hyperbole, nearly suggesting that this jade was a celestial rarity. Tian Xiaoju, however, felt little fascination for the jade, glancing at it only briefly. She lacked any discernment regarding the quality of jade, whether it was the grade or the water content, only recalling the jade bracelet her mother had gifted her, which she still wore. As she raised her hand to inspect it, she felt it had gained an added charm. Meanwhile, the bidding for the jade pillow had reached 2,000 taels. The auctioneer called out for further bids, going once, going twice. Just as she was about to announce the third and final call, another bid came in at 2,100. "Is there anyone else wishing to bid?" she inquired, scanning the room. The bids continued to rise. 200, 300, 500. Listening to the escalating offers, Tian Xiaoju felt a pang of poverty wash over her. Despite her presence in this luxurious private room, she was acutely aware of her financial constraints. Having thought that her modest earnings at the Rong Wang Fu would afford her some leisure, she realized she needed to work harder. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to purchase a jade pillow. Soon, the bidding escalated to 500 taels, and no further offers emerged. The jade pillow was ultimately sold for that price. She mused that it would take her several years of labor at Rong Wang Fu to earn such an amount. Indeed, the world is filled with the wealthy, yet she felt excluded from that realm, be it in the present or in this alternate world. The term wealthy seemed forever beyond her reach. The next auction item was rather peculiar. The auctioneer signaled for an item to be brought forth. As she unveiled the red cloth, the audience beheld a rather unusual black stone. The auctioneer began her introduction. "This is a black stone, and we are uncertain of its properties. However, it is being offered by one of our esteemed VIPs, so even if it fails to sell, we must proceed with the auction. Bidding begins at 1 tael." Tian Xiaoju felt an inexplicable affinity for the stone upon seeing it, as if encountering an old acquaintance. Noticing the silence as no one else bid, she took the initiative. 1 tael, once, twice, thrice, sold. The black stone was auctioned off for 1 tael to the guest in box 3. The audience found the scenario amusing. The notion that anyone would bid on such an unremarkable black stone was indeed curious. Such oddities were common, yet this year's occurrences seemed particularly plentiful, reflecting the thoughts of those present at that moment. Soon, with the assistance of the staff, Tian Xiaojun procured the dark stone, exchanged her money, and cast the stone directly into the Lingquan pool, disregarding it thereafter as she continued to observe the auction below. To her surprise, the next item was a substantial piece, covered with a red cloth, and the audience appeared to be filled with anticipation, eager to unveil its contents. Tian Xiaojun herself felt a tinge of curiosity. What could possibly be concealed within such a large object? "I believe everyone is equally intrigued by its mystery," the lady remarked with a smile. She continued, "Today's offerings are indeed peculiar. However, even if I do not want to bid, I consider it an opportunity to broaden my horizons, as many of these items are unfamiliar to me." Her tone ignited a sense of expectation among others. Indeed, should it be an extraordinary artifact, even without a successful bid, the mere experience would suffice as a tale to share, boasting of having witnessed such remarkable curiosities. "All right, let us unveil the answer. This auction piece starts at 10,000 taels." The lady's dulcet voice resonated, as though she were speaking of a mere 1 tael. Yet, when the red cloth was lifted, revealing the item within, it elicited gasps of astonishment. It truly was a unique specimen. What purpose could such a creature serve? A pet? It appeared far too large for that. Perhaps a guardian for the home? One could fear it might be unmanageable. It was more intimidating than a tiger or lion. And its breed was a mystery. Its fur gleamed with luster, adorned with antlers reminiscent of a sick deer, and its coat was akin to that of a tiger, while its face bore resemblance to that of a Labrador. Its tail was rather short and oddly shaped, indeed a sight to behold. Tian Xiaojun held no interest in such creatures and chose not to linger on it. The ferocity reflected in its eyes was somewhat unnerving. What if it were to be brought home and posed a danger? The thought was quite daunting. She settled down to soothe her nerves with some pastries. Upon tasting, She was enveloped by the fragrant essence of lotus flowers, complemented by the taste of chestnuts. She examined the unfinished pastries, savoring the flavors further. It seemed they were crafted from steamed and crushed mung beans and chestnuts, skillfully prepared into a semi-dry, moldable form, with a hint of lotus powder incorporated, as the flavor was distinctly floral. Such an unusual combination, yet remarkably delectable. After finishing one piece, she eagerly reached for another. How are the pastries? Quite delightful, I presume. If you fancy them, I can have 2 more plates brought to you, Yu Zibai said as he approached. Noticing Tian Xiaoju relishing the treats with her eyes narrowed in pleasure. No need, this is sufficient. They are indeed delicious. But what is that thing down there? It's rather frightening, Tian Xiaoju inquired. That, my dear, is called a tiger dog. An odd creature, yet fiercely strong, difficult for an ordinary person to tame, Yu Zibai replied, settling beside her. What brings you over here? What that individual from earlier? Tian Xiaoju asked. He found it rather dull and left. Only now do I have the chance to come and see you, he responded. Yu Zibai also took a piece of cake and began to savor it. How about trying this? Tian Xiaoju, like a magician, secretly retrieved some items from her space. This Yinpian cake was crafted by her before setting out, stored in her space, allowing her to indulge whenever she pleased during the journey. What is this? The taste was pleasantly sweet, not sticky, and delightfully white. Yu Zibai was somewhat taken aback. This seemingly simple, white delicacy possessed an unexpectedly exquisite flavor, sweet yet not cloying. He was aware of Tian Xiaoju's exceptional culinary skills, but did not anticipate her prowess in confectionery as well. What kind of cake is this that I have never tried before? He inquired, although he already had a hunch about the answer. Yes, I made it. It's called Yinpian cake, an original creation. How about it? Your pastry chef wouldn't have anything like this, would they? Tian Xiaoju could tell from Yu Zibai's expression that he had never encountered Yinpian cake, which emboldened her to claim it as her own invention. The name suits it quite well. I didn't expect you to be so adept at naming. I must say, it's quite wonderful to be friends with you, Yu Zibai remarked with a smile. Indeed, with the Moon Palace Master having a friend like me, you are bound to experience a plethora of delightful culinary novelties. Tian Xiaoju replied. What was that black stone you just photographed? It looks quite unremarkable and seems to be taking up space, Yu Zibai commented disdainfully, completely unaware that it was an item auctioned off from his own establishment. Chapter 45. Auction 3. Tian Xiaoju found Yu Zibai's dismissive tone somewhat amusing. Although the stone was inconspicuous, it resonated with her, and even if she spent money on it, her spirits were lifted, and that was sufficient. I spent my money willingly. I think the stone is rather nice, black, and quite appealing, she retorted. Yu Zibai likely did not expect such a response from her, but his inquiry was casual, and he had no intention of probing further. Perhaps you should check if the person next door has returned, Tian Xiaoju suggested, preferring solitude. Although her VIP card was provided by Yu Zibai, she felt more at ease being alone in her private room. She sensed the stone with her thoughts, still lying in the spiritual spring. However, Tian Xiaoju did not enter her space. She merely felt that the black stone remained in its original place, unmoved. When she eventually found time to enter the space, she would discover it had undergone significant changes. Yu Zibai sensed a hint of disdain in Tian Xiaoju's tone and was about to say something further when he noticed her attentively observing the auction stage. He opted to retreat to his own private room. Not only was the young prince of Xiaorong present, but Bai Lianhua was also there, instantly dampening Yu Zibai's mood. After knowing the young prince for so long, he realized that this person acted entirely on impulse. It was evident that he did not like Tian Xiaoju, yet he relished her cooking, leaving Yu Zibai perplexed about his contradictory sentiments. Why was he so complicated? Upon entering the private room, Bai Lianhua immediately approached me. Keep your distance, or you may find yourself outside, Yu Zibai disdainfully remarked. Brother Zibai, I merely wish to converse and draw closer to you. You show more kindness to that impoverished fellow than to me. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Bai Lianhua's affected tone sent a shiver down Yu Zibai's spine. Do not call me Brother Zibai. Refer to me as the Moon Master. Furthermore, rest assured that my previous declarations will be fulfilled. You have labeled him a boy. How could I possibly have affections? I have no inclination towards such inclinations. Cease your subtle probing and either depart or remain seated to observe the auction. Yu Zibai retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the overwhelming fragrance that caused him discomfort. Stung by Yu Zibai's words, Bai Lianhua's face fell, and she left, tearfully cradling her face. At last, she is gone. Yu Zibai exhaled in relief. You cannot continue this way. No woman will ever fancy you, remarked the young prince after Bai Lianhua's departure. And you, with your approach, have admirers? Yu Zibai retorted. Pray tell, what grievance do you hold against Tian Xiaoju? Why do you regard her with such disdain? Mind your own business. The young prince replied, exasperated. Furthermore, heed my warning. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Bai Lianhua is a formidable character. Do not allow yourself to be drawn to her type, lest we find ourselves unable to remain friends, Yu Zibai cautioned. The young prince's expression shifted, as if a sensitive nerve had been struck. Surely not. You truly have feelings for Bai Lianhua? Yu Zibai gazed at him in disbelief. If you do not fancy her, why may I not? The young prince countered. In the adjacent space, Tian Xiaoju overheard their exchange and inwardly scoffed. This young prince truly lacks discernment. Bai Lianhua may possess a modicum of beauty, yet her temperament is undeniably challenging. However, Tian Xiaoju found the two strangely compatible. After all, a turtle may find a match in a green bean. Unfortunately, it appeared that while Bai Lianhua was wholly enamored with Yu Zibai, she would not be swayed towards the young prince. Should she intervene to facilitate a union between them? Tian Xiaoju pondered, her thoughts a whirlwind. The auction proceeded, yet her mind was preoccupied with devising a plan to pair the young prince and Bai Lianhua. Since both were indifferent to her, perhaps it would serve her interests to see them together. Throughout the remainder of the auction, her mind remained fixated on this scheme, entirely neglecting the items being presented. Was there anything more entertaining than orchestrating the affairs of others? While she could not stoop to underhanded tactics, she sensed that Bai Lianhua would not simply let her be. A counterstrike was inevitable. Waiting for her to make a move would provide the perfect opportunity for her to respond, thus ensuring her actions would be justified. Before she could devise a plan, the door to Tian Xiaoju's private room swung open, and Bai Lianhua stormed in, seething with anger. What kind of potion did you give to Zibai Gij? He wants to break off our engagement. At that moment, Tian Xiaoju looked at the seemingly deranged Bai Lianhua and could not comprehend how her current attire, which was distinctly masculine, could pose a threat to her. It was bewildering that Bai Lianhua, who was not particularly well-liked, could cast blame upon her. Moreover, she held no interest in Yu Zibai. While he was indeed a handsome man, he was not her type. She could consider him a friend, but the prospect of a romantic relationship did not appeal to her. Before Tian Xiaoju could utter a word, Yu Zibai entered. If you want to go mad, do it elsewhere. It has nothing to do with me. I am breaking off the engagement, not because of anyone else, but solely due to my lack of feelings for you. Why? Is it because I am not attractive enough? Am I not gentle enough? Bai Lianhua sobbed, pleading for answers. Sister Lianhua, you are wonderful. He simply does not appreciate you. Please do not cry. Your tears pain me. Xiao Ronwang said, approaching Bai Lianhua and offering her a handkerchief. Tian Xiaoju felt a shiver run down her spine. She chose to remain silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. Perhaps it was best to slip away, as she had no desire to witness the potential fallout of this confrontation, fearing that she might be blamed for any discord that arose. Really? I am wonderful. Xiao Ronwang thinks I'm not so bad. Bai Lianhua glanced at Xiao Ronwang, seeking confirmation. Tian Xiaoju found herself perplexed by the titles and hierarchy in this Liang Dynasty. Why could this prince pass on his title to the next generation? Should not the prince's son be referred to as the heir? With the family comprising an old Ronwang, a Ronwang, and a Xiao Ronwang, she often questioned her understanding. Yet she felt compelled to use the same terms as everyone else. Xiao Ronwang solemnly nodded and declared, if Zibai Gij breaks off the engagement, I shall go to your family and propose. If you marry me, you will become my princess. To her astonishment, Bai Lianhua blushed deeply. Tian Xiaoju sensed that there was no longer a need for her to orchestrate anything. It seemed that Bai Lianhua had already been captivated by Xiao Ronwang. Rather than feeling discomfort at the notion of Xiao Ronwang proposing to the woman he was about to sever ties with, Yu Zibai felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Having conveyed his feelings to Xiao Ronwang, he recognized that if the latter chose to ignore his counsel, there was little he could do. Let things unfold as they may. Tian Xiaoju had initially intended to unleash her full verbal arsenal, but she found herself without the opportunity to speak. As Xiao Ronwang swiftly resolved the situation, it seemed they were indeed a perfect match. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, Tian Xiaoju made her discreet exit. She felt no inclination to remain for the auction. She had acquired what she desired and was genuinely pleased. At this moment, she was eager to return to her space and examine the stone. What if it turned out to be a piece of imperial green jade? If that were the case, she would strike it rich. Upon returning to the inn, the innkeeper inquired, "Esteemed guest, you attended the auction today, did you not? How was it? What fascinating treasures did you discover?" The shopkeeper, in the morning, expressed gratitude for the guidance provided, yet found little of interest. Only a plethora of peculiar trinkets, accompanied by exorbitant prices. After a brief survey, he chose to exit. The shopkeeper, somewhat disheartened, had not anticipated that this individual would leave without exploring the entirety of the offerings. Noticing the shopkeeper had no further inquiries, Tian Xiaoju hastily ascended the stairs, feeling a restless eagerness to delve into her space. She was certain there was something within that stone, though its nature remained unknown. She yearned to polish that particular stone, hoping it would reveal what she envisioned. Chapter 46. Changes in the space upon returning to her room at the inn. Tian Xiaoju conducted a thorough inspection before securely closing the door and barring it with various items. She needed to explore her space, and it was imperative to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. After ensuring the door was fortified and checking the windows for any issues, she felt reassured and stepped into her space. The moment she entered, she sensed an alteration. A wispy white mist enveloped the surroundings, a phenomenon that had not been present before. The mist gradually approached her, enveloping her completely. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Tian Xiaoju found herself immobilized, ensnared by layers of the white fog. Soon, she succumbed to unconsciousness, though a flicker of awareness lingered, allowing her to perceive her surroundings. She felt as if she were floating, the mist cleansing every cell of her being. Time lost its meaning as she gently awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was within her space, having seemingly slumbered for an extended period. However, her senses were heightened, and her body felt lighter. Noticing a peculiar sensation on her face, she raised her hand to wipe it away. The sight that greeted her elicited a startled gasp. Fortunately, she was within her space. Had this occurred outside, her exclamation might have echoed for miles. Her hand was sticky with grime, and a similar layer coated her clothing, presenting quite the surprise. Disregarding any notions of decorum, she swiftly shed her garments and leaped into the spirit spring pool. Thankfully, upon her initial discovery of this space, she had unearthed a substantial pit nearby and had subsequently dug a channel to redirect the spring water into it, creating her own bathing haven. As Tian Xiaoju cleansed herself of the filth, the once pristine spirit spring water transformed from clear to murky, only to regain its transparency after a brief interval. She emerged from the pool, her body entirely purified. After donning her undergarments in the bamboo hut, she sought her outer garments. In an unguarded moment, she glimpsed her reflection in a bronze mirror and noted a subtle brightness to her complexion. Approaching the mirror, she observed that she appeared even more alluring than before. Raising her hand, she examined it closely, noting with delight how remarkably delicate and smooth it had become. Despite being in her 20s, her hands appeared youthful, akin to those of a mere child, fair and tender. She then caressed her face, noting that the small bumps from her previous indulgence in spicy foods had vanished, leaving her skin as flawless as a freshly shelled egg, evoking a sense of admiration within her. She had fallen in love with her reflection in the bronze mirror. Though clad in loose undergarments, the changes in her physique were evident. While her height remained unchanged, she had become noticeably slimmer since her arrival in this new world. Before her transmigration, Tian Xiaoju had spent countless hours poring over study materials in preparation for exams, resulting in a slight bulge on her abdomen. Even after some time had passed since her arrival, remnants of that small belly lingered. However, after washing away the grime, she now beheld a taut and flat stomach, complete with visible abdominal muscles. Alas, this enviable figure was concealed beneath her undergarments. She needed to don male attire, for her youthful appearance would seem inappropriate. A touch of makeup would also be necessary, otherwise, her curvaceous form might raise suspicions. Wrapping a strip of white cloth around her chest multiple times, she felt as if she could scarcely breathe. The discomfort was excruciating. Yet she had no choice. Out in the world, her beauty could attract unwanted attention, and she wished to avoid any trouble. Once dressed, she applied a bit of makeup to give herself a less pristine appearance. Satisfied with her reflection in the bronze mirror, she realized her cosmetic skills had significantly improved over the past few days. At that moment, she suddenly remembered her original purpose for entering this space, to inspect the black stone. Thus, she approached the spring, gazing at what lay within the pool. To be precise, it was not merely a stone, but a bracelet entirely black in hue. With a mere thought, she summoned the bracelet from the depths, intending to examine it closely. Before she could fully inspect it, the bracelet slipped on her wrist, an astonishing occurrence. Could it be that this bracelet was the reason for her physical transformation? Master, I am Xiaomo. Who is speaking? Tian Xiaoju was startled by the unexpected voice. Look at your wrist. I am right here. She glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist, pondering whether Xiaomo referred to it. Are you this bracelet? She inquired. Indeed, Master, I am Xiaomo. Hello, Xiaomo. Are you a space, a system, or something else? Tian Xiaoju questioned. Master, Xiaomo is your growth strategy system, capable of assisting you with various tasks. Though you must also complete certain assignments. Will I receive rewards for completing tasks? Asked Tian Xiaoju, her excitement evident. What luck! She had discovered a jade bracelet that opened a space and now encountered a growth system. Was this a double benefit, an extraordinary advantage? If only she were to engage in palace intrigue. With such aids, she could master the art of courtly maneuvering. What rewards would you desire, Master? Each corresponding task will yield reward points, which can be exchanged for items you require. And how do I grow? How do I strategize? What is the ultimate task I must complete? Tian Xiaoju felt a sense of skepticism, but could not resist inquiring. After all, this was an external aid, a tool for cheating. How could one not take advantage of it? The ultimate task is to bear a child. The system's childlike voice made Tian Xiaoju question its seriousness. How could such a trivial task be labeled as the ultimate? This was the first time she had encountered such a system. It seemed that in all the novels she had read, those involving systems and tasks were grand in nature, healing the sick, saving lives, or punishing the wicked. Yet here she was, faced with the proposition of childbirth. Was it possible that the system, upon reaching her, had decided to assign such an ultimate task? Are you certain the ultimate task is to have a child, rather than something like healing or upholding justice? Tian Xiaoju asked, perplexed. Indeed, Master. I'm absolutely certain that bearing a child is the ultimate task. Are there any other tasks? Tian Xiaoju inquired. Main task, conquer the male deity, the regent. Side task, prepare 100 dishes. Please make your selection. As the system's youthful voice resonated, Tian Xiaoju felt it was jesting, yet in her mind, she could distinctly sense the gravity of its words. I shall choose the 100 dishes, she declared. As for conquering the male deity, she perceived it as somewhat challenging. She preferred to opt for the simpler task. The main quest likely revolve around romance, marriage, and childbirth, while the side tasks probably involve cooking and farming, she mused. The system's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, Master. Your thoughts are indeed accurate. Tian Xiaoju felt a loss of privacy. She had just contemplated these matters, and the system had confirmed her thoughts. If it could discern her intentions, what else would it know in the future? Although it was merely a system, she felt an unsettling lack of privacy. Master, if you wish for me not to know your thoughts, simply disable the sharing function. Then I shall disable the sharing function. Tian Xiaoju replied. Sharing function has been disabled. Should you need anything, please call for Xiaomo, who will appear at any time. Xiaomo is now entering sleep mode. Tian Xiaoju found the situation reminiscent of a robot. Xiao Mo was rather amusing. With the sharing function disabled, it went to rest, creating an amusing paradox. Had she not taken a moment to explore the space, she would have missed the significant transformations occurring within it, including its considerable expansion, thanks to the growth system infusing energy into the environment. Upon exiting the space, Tian Xiaojun returned to her room and noted that only a quarter of an hour had passed. Indeed, time within that realm flowed considerably faster than in the outside world. Chapter 47. The regent arrives feeling refreshed. Tian Xiaojun decided to procure some items before continuing her journey southward the following day. Progressing further south would lead her to the region of Dongxiangfu. The outside world buzzed with activity, likely due to the ongoing auction, as groups of people congregated, engaged in animated discussions. What do you suppose that black stone is? It must be something valuable to be put up for auction. As Tian Xiaojun traversed the bustling thoroughfare, she overheard a conversation nearby. She mused to herself that it was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune, allowing her to undergo a transformation. Fortunately, she found herself surrounded by a multitude of unknowledgeable individuals. Otherwise, how could she have stumbled upon such a bargain and acquired a system? Although this so-called growth system seemed somewhat dubious, the events unfolding in her life were almost too incredulous to fathom. After all, to traverse realms while possessing a spatial domain and an additional system felt akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage. Despite the somewhat questionable nature of this growth system, she had yet to explore its offerings. With a side quest promising 100 points, she pondered whether it might yield some useful items. It seemed she had not paid particular attention to the system thus far. Perhaps she would delve into it later that evening. For now, she resolved to procure some provisions. As it was impractical to cook on the road, she figured she would purchase what she could, knowing her spatial domain had preservation capabilities, ensuring that a stockpile of food for the next destination would suffice. The murmurs of those around her flowed into her ears, discussing a peculiar black stone, an odd creature resembling a tiger dog, and various ancient tomes, each more expensive than the last. Naturally, there was a rationale behind their high prices. However, the most valuable acquisition was the stone she had purchased for a mere 2 silver coins. Strolling along the main street, she bought items that caught her eye, disregarding their taste. However, she reasoned that they were unlikely to be unpalatable, given the long queues at those stalls. If they were not enjoyable, why would so many people be waiting? Trusting in the collective judgment of the crowd, she felt assured that following the masses would not lead her astray. At a bun shop, she purchased several buns. The aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. Unable to resist, she retrieved one from the oil paper bag and savored it as she walked. The flavor was delightful, bursting with savory juices and rich meat. It was far superior to the mechanized and harshly produced foods of the modern age. In the distance, she spotted a somewhat familiar silhouette, but in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. Hastily, she quickened her pace in pursuit, yet found no trace of anyone leaving. Could it be that her eyes had deceived her? "Are you looking for me?" came a voice from behind her, belonging to the regent. Turning around, she beheld the man she had not seen in quite some time, his face etched with fatigue. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. "The object of your affection has appeared, triggering the main quest. Pursue the male lead. I suspect you are nothing but a flirtatious system, always urging me to pursue. The most elusive target in Liang Kingdom requires one's own initiative to conquer. I shall not engage in such endeavors," Tian Xiaojun thought to herself. Although it was indeed the sight of the regent's figure that had compelled her to investigate, she had not anticipated the reality of his presence. No need for formalities while outside. The regent interrupted her gesture of respect. Tian Xiaoju raised her gaze to the exquisite man before her, who had just resolved the pressing issue of the Heluo flood, yet was now hurrying over, likely weary from his endeavors. Observing the dark circles under the regent's eyes, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Now that I am out, I thought I might don a disguise and conduct a discreet inspection to see if there are any issues of corruption in other areas," the regent replied. "Have you just arrived? Have you found a place to stay? Have Qi, Yi, and the others come?" Tian Xiaoju asked. "What? Are you concerned about Qi, Yi, and the others?" The regent's tone was calm, yet it seemed to harbor an undercurrent of suppressed anger. Leaving Tian Xiaoju to ponder her response, fearing his ire if she misstepped. "Oh no, I merely asked out of curiosity. If you haven't secured accommodations, you are welcome to stay at the inn where I reside." Tian Xiaoju thought that lingering here might jeopardize her safety. "Let's go. Show me the way," the regent commanded, his mood appearing to lighten considerably. Tian Xiaoju led the way, with the regent following leisurely behind, observing the girl dressed in men's attire. He found her appearance quite intriguing. This girl, he mused, her idea is rather commendable. After all, a young woman's safety is paramount when traveling. Her attire is of lesser consequence. In this guise, she possesses a unique allure. What is to be done? I fear that the longer I remain in her company, the more I shall unwittingly succumb. Unaware of the regent's thoughts, Tian Xiaoju continued walking, anxious that if she paused, he might collide with her, while secretly connecting to the system. Has the main storyline task commenced? Is there a countdown? She queried. Master, the first main storyline task has indeed begun its countdown. What is the allotted time for this task? The duration cannot exceed 6 months. Master, you have half a year to win over the regent. Failing to do so will result in penalties. Very well. Can you discern what the regent is thinking? If the master wishes to hear another's thoughts, it requires 100 points to exchange for the ability to listen. So it seems I must complete the side tasks before I can acquire anything. Indeed, if you succeed in the ultimate task, you will unlock all functionalities. Tian Xiaoju couldn't help but roll her eyes at the absurdity of it all, filled with trivial chatter. Upon entering the inn, she spotted Qi Yi and Qi Er. Master, the rooms have been prepared, Qi Yi announced to the regent. All right, since the rooms are ready, let us first have something to eat, the regent replied. Yes, they answered in unison. The regent chose an empty seat, and Tian Xiaoju sat on a nearby stool. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say to the regent, even though she knew there were things she could express. Yet, she felt utterly unable to articulate them. Soon, Qi Yi and Qi Er arrived as well. Miss Tian truly shares a remarkable affinity with our master. As they chanced upon each other on the street, Qi Yi glanced at the two, sensing an atmosphere laden with subtle hints of intimacy. Esteemed guests, please take your time, the innkeeper announced as he placed a dish on the table. Once he departed, Qi Yi began serving the regent with a pair of chopsticks. That is sufficient. No more is needed. Please take a seat and join us, the regent spoke. Qi Yi and Qi Er settled onto the adjacent stools, ensuring the regent's protection. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoju recalled something and inquired, Is it ready yet, Your Highness? It is prepared. It is they who insisted on this, fearing I might suffer further injury. He replied with a resigned gesture. Tian Xiaoju quietly consulted the system. Has the regent's injury healed? Replying to the master, the regent's body has indeed recovered, though his internal strength has yet to be restored. It would be prudent for him to rest a while longer, came the response. Very well, I understand. Thank you, she acknowledged, relieved to know the regent's wounds had healed. This system, it seems, is not entirely incapable. At least it can ascertain whether someone is injured. The fare at this inn proved to be quite delectable. Although Tian Xiaoju had resided here for several days, she had yet to partake in any of the meals, opting instead for provisions from her own space or casual bites from street vendors. Eating at this inn for the first time, she was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the cuisine. After their meal, the regent requested her presence. Come over and assist me with a few matters. All right. Though she was uncertain of the nature of the request, Tian Xiaoju acquiesced. Chapter 48. An ambiguous atmosphere despite not fully grasping why the regent sought her out. Tian Xiaoju felt an inexplicable desire to draw closer to him. In her modern life, she was a fan of Brother Tan, and in this otherworldly realm, the regent bore an uncanny resemblance to him. She sensed herself on the brink of surrender, and although the system had instructed her to win the regent's favor, she felt as though she had already succumbed before even beginning her pursuit. Returning to her room, she placed her belongings into her space and tidied her appearance before seeking out the regent. Qi Yi awaited her outside, and upon her entrance, he opened the door for her. Inside, she found the regent engrossed in official duties, and she refrained from disturbing him. opting instead to take a seat in an unoccupied spot. Chi brought her a cup of water. Miss Tian, please have some water. The master will finish shortly. So do wait a moment, Chi said as he offered her the drink. Thank you, she replied, accepting the cup. Taking a sip, she found the tea to be quite pleasant, though it could not quite compare to the brews from her own space. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly high-quality tea. For how could a dignified regent lack access to fine leaves? After a short while, the regent completed his tasks and looked up to find Tian Xiaoju asleep with her head resting on the arm of the nearby chair. The scene was indescribably heartwarming. The regent approached, squatting down to observe Tian Xiaoju. Her long eyelashes framed a face that appeared to have been enhanced with some cosmetic application, giving her complexion a rather heavy hue, perhaps an attempt by the girl to mask her femininity. Nevertheless, her audacity to roam alone in this place was indeed commendable. Dressed in male attire and masquerading as a man, such ingenuity could only belong to this spirited girl. He had initially thought that selling the estate to her would allow frequent encounters in the capital, yet she had scarcely settled in before retreating behind closed doors. Had it not been for the floods in Hala, their paths would not have crossed, and he surmised that Kyoto might have been turned upside down by her ambitions. Sensing a burning gaze upon her, Tian Xiaoju reluctantly opened her eyes to find the regent so near. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. Your Highness, have you finished your business? Is there something you need from me? Her voice trembled slightly. The regent smirked, finding amusement in her animated expression, and decided to tease her further by leaning in closer. Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason? His warm breath brushed against her face, causing her heart to race. Goodness, this was rather overwhelming. Her delicate heart struggled to cope with the proximity, and she found herself stammering, nearly breathless under the weight of his potent presence. Just as she felt on the brink of suffocation, the regent straightened, creating a distance that brought her a sigh of relief as she inhaled deeply. Are you so afraid of me? He inquired. Tian Xiaoju, unable to meet his gaze, felt her cheeks flush. His every word was so enticing, unaware that her innocent demeanor was equally appealing to him. No, I'm not afraid, she stammered, thinking to herself with such an imposing aura. How could I not be intimidated? This troublesome system requires me to win his affection. What am I to do? How can I possibly win over this male deity? Enough teasing. Let us discuss serious matters. Where do you intend to go? The regent seated himself on a nearby chair, inquiring. I plan to travel across the entire Dalian, she replied without a moment's hesitation. Then let us journey together, he declared, as he had decided to discreetly inspect various provinces, a venture known only to a few close associates. Others remained oblivious, mistakenly believing he was occupied with flood relief efforts in Hala. This opportunity would allow him to root out the corrupt officials exploiting the populace, as the common folk lamented their plight, distanced from the emperor's awareness. Together? Are you not concerned that I might be a burden? Tian Xiaoju queried. Not necessarily. Perhaps your assistance will be invaluable. After all, none of us are adept at cooking. The regent replied with a smile. Very well, then, let us embark together. Tian Xiaoju contemplated that only through frequent interactions could she seize the opportunity to win over this prince. Without such encounters, how could she possibly capture his heart? What is this? Your tone suggests some reluctance, remarked the regent. No, not at all. Absolutely not. I am very eager. Tian Xiaoju hurriedly waved her hands in protest. If the prince has no other matters to attend to, I shall return to my quarters to rest. Should anything arise, please feel free to summon me. With that, she swiftly exited the room, feeling overwhelmed by the regent's commanding presence. Observing her retreating figure, the regent chuckled softly, finding her amusing. She appeared so fearful, yet endeavored to maintain her composure. Back in her room, Tian Xiaoju's heart raced, and her cheeks felt flushed from their previous proximity. The atmosphere had been undeniably intimate. That night, she struggled to sleep, as her dreams were filled with images of the regent drawing near. Reflecting on it now made her cheeks burn once more. She needed to stop thinking about it before she blushed again. The regent bore an uncanny resemblance to her idol, and she had originally purchased tickets to see him perform, only to find herself transported to another world before the concert, with dark circles under her eyes. She joined the regent and his companions as they departed, this time on horseback instead of in a carriage. Feeling somewhat out of place in the regent's embrace, she noted that he insisted she could not ride alone, claiming concern for her safety. However, Tian Xiaoju suspected he was merely teasing her. Thankfully, riding was swift, and the quartet reached the main city of Dongxiang Prefecture before nightfall. It was said to be the most populous state capital. Upon arrival, their horses were entrusted to a local farmer for care, dressed in inconspicuous attire to avoid drawing attention, essential for observing the conditions of the local officials without arousing suspicion. Once the horses were settled, the force sought accommodation in an inn. As darkness enveloped the sky, the outside remained lively. Tian Xiaoju caught a whiff of a familiar aroma, stinky tofu. What is that foul smell? Chi'er exclaimed, pinching his nose. Chi followed suit, expressing his disdain, while the regent merely furrowed his brow, refraining from covering his nose. Excitedly, Tian Xiaoju recognized that the aroma was far more authentic than any she had experienced in modern times. It reminded her of her childhood. Turning to the regent, she said, "My lord, I shall procure some delicacies and return promptly." Without waiting for his consent, she dashed outside, following the scent to a stall selling stinky tofu. "How much for this?" she inquired. "What can I get for you, miss?" The vendor asked. "I'll take a bowl, please." "Would it be possible to purchase the bowl as well?" "I wish to bring some back for my lord," Tian Xiaoju replied. Observing the oil used to fry the stinky tofu, which still appeared relatively clear, Tian Xiaoju felt a sense of satisfaction. In modern times, this delicacy is crafted through technology and skill, unlike in this era where it is purely made from naturally fermented ingredients. The aroma alone is enough to tempt one into savoring a bowl. The stall owner prepared a bowl for Tian Xiaoju, costing only a few coins, a testament to the remarkably low prices. As she returned to the inn with the stinky tofu, Chi and Chi'er found the dish less appealing. However, upon seeing the dark, odorous treat in Tian Xiaoju's hands, they immediately departed, foregoing their meal altogether. Chapter 49. The Smell of Stench, the Taste of Delight. Upon witnessing the bowl of black delicacy adorned with garnishes, exuding a potent odor, the regent wrinkled his brow in distaste. When Tian Xiaoju entered with her dish, Chi and Chi'er discreetly excused themselves. "Master, I have discovered a delightful dish. I just tasted it, and it's quite authentic. This bowl is not expensive. You should give it a try," Tian Xiaoju said, using her chopsticks to offer a piece to the regent. The regent stepped back a few paces, exclaiming, "Remove it. It smells far too foul." Noticing a flicker of emotion on his otherwise stoic face, Tian Xiaoju mused on his complex nature, cold in public, yet playfully mischievous in private, a riddle she found difficult to decipher. She set aside the piece of stinky tofu, leaning closer to the regent with a sultry tone. "Master, just taste a piece. It's truly delightful. Shall I feed you?" The tone of her voice repulsed her, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Suddenly, she heard the regent's irritated voice. "Impertinence. Be serious." Seeing his expression falter, she decided to push further, even if it meant feeling nauseated herself. "Am I so frivolous that I cannot offer my master a piece of stinky tofu? I must be failing in my duties," she thought to herself, mentally berating her own words 1,000 times over, feeling even more repulsive than the tofu itself. "Just you wait," the regent declared before departing, leaving Tian Xiaoju feeling as though he had fled in a panic. Since the three of them refused to indulge in stinky tofu, she resolved to enjoy it herself. The flavor was exquisite, even surpassing her childhood memories of the dish, which had deteriorated in quality over time. Before her time travel, she had seen a video suggesting that stinky tofu had also embraced modern techniques. After finishing the stinky tofu, Tian Xiaoju drank a pot of tea to cleanse her palate. She discreetly retrieved a few mint leaves from her space to chew on, rinsing her mouth with tea until the taste was gone before returning to her room. Unbeknownst to her, a certain man, angered by her earlier remarks, was seated in her room, awaiting her return to confront her. Upon opening the door and finding the regent inside, she stepped back, glancing at the sign on the door, confirming it was indeed her room. "How could he be here? Come in, this is your room." The voice of the regent bore no trace of anger, yet Tian Xiaoju felt an inexplicable chill creeping down her spine. sensing an impending storm within his demeanor. Upon entering the room, she left the door ajar, positioning herself against it. "Your Highness, may your magnanimity overlook my previous transgressions. Were you not just insisting that I partake in that peculiar dish?" Noticing her reluctance to approach, the regent rose and advanced towards her. With each step he took closer, she instinctively retreated until her back met the wall, leaving her with no further space to escape. He halted a mere step away from her. I found it quite delectable after sampling it myself. Though the aroma was somewhat off-putting, the taste was truly delightful. She hastily clarified, "However, since you did not prepare it yourself, I have no inclination to try it. Perhaps you might consider crafting a delightful meal to soothe my startled heart?" The regent, with a teasing flick of his finger under her chin, locked eyes with her and spoke in a voice laced with allure. "Very well, I shall prepare a feast fit for your highness," Tian Xiaoju replied, her heart racing. The system had tasked her with winning over the regent, yet she felt as though he was the one ensnaring her heart. Thoughts of her senior faded in comparison to the regent's compelling presence. Before she could exit, she was unexpectedly seized by the regent. In her surprise, she collided directly with his chest. At 168 centimeters, she barely reached his height, while he towered above, perhaps nearing 190 centimeters, surpassing even her idol. "Should it not please your palate, punishment awaits you. Do you comprehend?" Hearing his words, she felt a sudden rush, and before she could depart, he turned to leave. His posture reminiscent of a familiar phrase, a hasty retreat. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she crashed into him sent his heart racing, as if a beat had been lost. That night in the snowy expanse, when she unwittingly danced into his life, had colored his once mundane existence with a hint of femininity. Their time together had revealed her intriguing nature, igniting a desire within him to possess her. That brief collision had struck a chord deep within his heart. Thus, the regent hurriedly concluded their interaction and departed, fearing he might lose control upon witnessing her endearingly aggrieved expression as she rubbed her nose, even while clad in male attire, which could not conceal her inherent radiance. What Tian Xiaoju remained unaware of was that once the grime of her past was washed away, she emanated a unique glow that could inadvertently draw others in, regardless of her current garb. Covering her flushed face, Tian Xiaoju approached the innkeeper to explain her situation, offering a sum of money to borrow the kitchen. Coincidentally, her side quest required her to prepare 100 dishes, and with none completed thus far, this opportunity would allow her to create several, hoping to see an update in her task progress. In the kitchen, a chef was busily preparing dishes, while an empty pot and stove awaited attention nearby. After explaining her intentions to the chef, Tian Xiaoju began her quest for the ingredients she required. The pungent aroma of chili peppers filled the air, yet as someone who relished spicy food, she paid little heed to the piquant scent, which in turn earned her the chef's admiration. "My dear girl, are you not afraid of spice?" the chef inquired. "Chef, your stir-fried chili pork lacks a hint of garlic. The flavor is somewhat diminished," Tian Xiaoju responded, deftly diverting the conversation. "Do not deceive me, young lady. If garlic were to accompany the meat, what a delightful taste it would impart. This dish has a touch of spiciness, but overindulgence may lead to unpleasant breath. However, pickled garlic could be a palatable addition," the chef remarked. "Just wait and taste my stir-fried chili pork. I assure you it will entice you to devour 3 bowls of rice. I am not boasting. This is my specialty," Tian Xiaoju declared, her confidence unwavering. After all, while garlic was present, many were unaware of its culinary potential. She had witnessed its underutilization in the grand kitchen of the Rome Wang mansion, where it was often left unused, ultimately discarded without a second thought. Each visit to her modest kitchen unveiled fresh ingredients, and her occasional excursions to the grand kitchen revealed a similar bounty. "Very well, then, prepare a bit more meat for me to sample," the chef said heartily. Tian Xiaoju gathered her ingredients, all prepped and ready for the cooking process. To her surprise, she discovered the base for stinky tofu in the inn's kitchen. She thought to fry some, recalling how the regent had claimed he would not eat any dish she prepared. She was determined to see if he would change his mind about stinky tofu once she perfected it. As she envisioned the regent savoring the dish, her heart raced with anticipation. Once the chef completed his final dish, he stood beside Tian Xiaoju, observing her culinary technique. Initially skeptical of her claims, he was soon captivated by her deft movements, as the kitchen filled with the enticing aromas of her creations. Before long, she had prepared 8 dishes, dividing the stir-fried chili pork into 2 plates, one for the chef and one for herself. In the Dongxiang prefecture, it seemed impossible to cook without chili peppers, and Tian Xiaoju noted that even the chef incorporated them into his vegetable dishes. Tian Xiaoju had also elevated the stinky tofu, adorning each piece with garlic sauce, cilantro, and other garnishes, presenting them beautifully. If one disregarded the aroma, the dishes appeared quite appealing. After sampling the stir-fried chili pork, the chef exclaimed in delight, eager to learn the preparation from Tian Xiaoju. Chapter 50. Side Quest Progress 10. The chef was earnest in his learning, and Tian Xiaoju imparted her knowledge with equal diligence, explaining how to prepare 2 additional dishes. As the final dish was completed, she glanced outside to assess the time. The sun hung high in the sky, and waves of heat danced through the air with the breeze. The weather here bears a resemblance to that of their home province of Xi'an. Tian Xiaojun took a tray and carried the dishes into the room. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Side quest progress, 10%. Main quest progress, 5%. Puzzled, she noted that the main quest had already reached 5%. It seemed that a little flirtation with a certain individual was in order, although she suspected it was more the prince who was flirting with her. However, at this moment, she had no time to inquire with the system, so she set it aside. At least the task had commenced. She placed the dishes on the table, arranged them neatly, and then went downstairs to fetch some rice. Once the bowls and chopsticks were set, she approached the door of the regent's room and knocked softly. "Your Highness, please dine." Tian Xiaoju knocked on the door, making no attempt to push it open, simply waiting quietly outside. When Qi Yi and Qi Er heard her knock, they emerged and also waited for the regent to appear. After a brief moment, the regent opened the door and, seeing the 3 of them waiting, said nothing as he strode out. "Your Highness, in my room," Tian Xiaojun informed him. The regent then headed toward her room, the vague, ambiguous atmosphere that had lingered between the 2 earlier dissipating at this moment. Before they even entered the room, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, mingled with a particularly distinct scent. Upon entering, they discovered it was the infamous stinky tofu that Tian Xiaojun had previously mentioned. The 3 of them frowned slightly, but once the prince took his seat, they settled beside him. Qi Yi and Qi Er had initially intended to return to their own quarters to eat, but the regent insisted they join him, prompting them to sit down. Tian Xiaojun looked at the regent and said, "Your Highness, this is what I have prepared for you, as you requested." Gritting her teeth, she picked up a piece, not bothering to place it in her bowl, and ate it directly. Truth be told, while the stinky tofu base was sourced from the inn, the preparation was entirely her own. She had secretly added some spring water, which lessened the pungency, and combined with her unique cooking techniques, it tasted far superior to the previously purchased version. The regent took a bite of the stinky tofu, expecting to spit it out, yet was astonished by the flavor that unfolded. He squinted in surprise. Indeed, this girl's culinary skills left a lasting impression. The stinky tofu, which smelled so foul, turned out to be quite delectable. Qi Yi and Qi Er, witnessing the prince's enjoyment, also dared to sample a piece. Initially bracing themselves for something unpleasant, their expressions transformed dramatically after the first bite. In mere moments, the plate of stinky tofu was devoured, as if they had unlocked the door to a new world, having never tasted such uniquely flavored food before. Despite the overwhelming odor, once it graced their palates, it was anything but unpleasant. Instead, it was surprisingly delightful. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" Tian Xiaoju gazed at a few individuals and inquired, "Well, it's acceptable." The regent prince nodded slightly and replied succinctly. Indeed, he was rather reticent with his words. His demeanor appeared aloof before others, yet he displayed a markedly different persona in private. Tian Xiaoju mused inwardly. "Delicious. I never anticipated this dish would be so exquisite. Miss Tian, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to make such an unusual flavor taste delightful." Qi exclaimed with excitement, to which Qi Er readily concurred. Following this, a tranquil meal ensued, with no further conversation, and every dish on the table was thoroughly devoured, including the broth beneath the bowls, which was mixed with rice until every last drop was consumed. Tian Xiaoju initially intended to clear the table, but was halted by the regent prince, who instructed, "Come with me. They shall handle the cleanup." "Oh, very well." Though unsure of the regent prince's intentions, she welcomed the opportunity to avoid washing dishes, as she much preferred cooking. After sipping some tea, she followed him downstairs. As they strolled along the street, Tian Xiaoju maintained a distance of approximately 1 meter behind the regent prince, trailing wherever he went, refraining from initiating conversation. In truth, she pondered how to flirt with him. This man exhibited a facade of aloofness in public, yet in their private moments, he seemed to transform, every gesture appearing as if he were courting her. "Where are we headed, my lord?" She wondered aloud, uncertain of his purpose. Their prolonged silence was becoming cumbersome, and with the system persistently prompting her to pursue the main quest, she steeled herself to engage. Initially, she referred to him as master along with Qi Yi and Qi Er, but later realized the regent prince was not her master, so she opted for my lord, which had a pleasant ring to it. He resembled an esteemed elder, exuding an air of calmness that made her want to challenge him. Yet alas, her physical prowess was insufficient for such endeavors. Following his lead sufficed, she resolved to refrain from prying. The regent prince halted, turning to regard the individual trailing behind him. Oblivious to his stop, Tian Xiaoju inadvertently stumbled into his embrace. "Oh, this chest is quite solid," she concluded after the collision. "Be mindful of your surroundings. Will you continue to walk with your head down?" He playfully tapped her on the head, though his tone bore a hint of affection, his lips curling into a brief smile that soon reverted to his usual icy demeanor. That fleeting smile did not escape Tian Xiaoju's notice. Leaning closer to his ear, she remarked, "My lord, you seem quite joyful." "You mischievous girl, just wait," he responded, half in jest and half in warning, upon witnessing her triumphant expression. Unfazed, Tian Xiaoju stuck her tongue out at him, her playful demeanor eliciting a mixture of delight and exasperation from the regent prince. Without further ado, the regent led Tian Xiaoju towards the government office. He had been wandering aimlessly in this vicinity merely to ascertain the location of the office. Dressed in a rather unremarkable manner, his attire did not reveal his true identity or purpose. Outside the government office, there were guards on duty, yet the interior remained a mystery to him. The regent's visit at this moment was merely a reconnaissance. Any significant actions would have to await the cover of night. After a brief exploration of the surroundings, he had gained a rough understanding of the layout of the office, despite being unable to discern the inner workings from the outside. Certain aspects were still visible. Just as he was about to escort Tian Xiaoju back to the inn, the sound of drums reverberated through the air. Pausing for a moment, he then heard cries of injustice. A throng of onlookers was drawn to the sound, gathering to witness the spectacle. Reluctantly, the regent allowed himself to be pulled into the crowd by Tian Xiaoju. Initially uninterested in the commotion, but reconsidering the opportunity to determine if the grievances were indeed genuine and whether the local magistrate would uphold justice. Two gatekeepers, initially intent on dismissing the aggrieved individual, found themselves compelled to send a shorter messenger inside upon seeing the swelling crowd. After a brief interval, the magistrate finally made his leisurely entrance. "Who dares to create such a ruckus here?" he bellowed, his ample belly resembling that of a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy. As the crowd continued to swell, the magistrate, accustomed to a life of luxury, felt a twinge of apprehension. He gazed at the person voicing their grievances and contemplated instructing his subordinates to silence them with force. Chapter 51. What a mighty official the governor of Dongxiang is, with the crowd growing increasingly dense. The portly magistrate reluctantly ordered his subordinates to escort the complainant into the office for questioning. Meanwhile, Qi Yi and Qi Er, having finished washing the dishes, set out to find their lord. Not yet locating him, they noticed a surge of people moving in one direction and followed suit. In the midst of the gathering crowd, they spotted their master and Miss Tian. Had it not been for their master's considerable height, they might have overlooked him entirely. It appeared that a spectacle was unfolding. Qi Yi and Qi Er squeezed through the throng until they reached the regent's side. "My lord," Qi Yi whispered as he leaned closer. The regent exchanged a few words with him, which Tian Xiaoju could not overhear. However, after their conversation, she noticed Qi Yi departing, presumably to attend to some task. On this outing, the regent had brought only Qi Yi and Qi Er, leaving his shadow guard behind. Tian Xiaoju had been a last-minute addition to the group, primarily intended for clandestine inquiries into the integrity and diligence of the local officials. As the crowd surged into the yamen, the onlookers remained outside, thwarted by the constables. "Who dares to beat the drum below?" the magistrate exclaimed, striking the wooden block. The previously raucous assembly quieted considerably. However, the magistrate's imposing demeanor left Tian Xiaoju with the impression that he was likely not a benevolent official. Stealing a glance at the regent's expression, she discerned no signs of his approval or discontent. Inside, the man beating the drum proclaimed, "Commoner Zhang San pays his respects to the magistrate. I hail from the countryside and wish to lodge a complaint. I accuse our county magistrate of forcibly taking my daughter as a concubine. When my daughter refused to marry him, he orchestrated the destruction of my home and abducted her. Alas, my unfortunate daughter died just 2 days after being taken. Magistrate, you must seek justice for me." The man, weathered by hardship, fell to his knees, weeping. "Preposterous! Without evidence, you slander. I could imprison you for this," the magistrate retorted. Hearing this, he was reminded of his own brother-in-law's reckless actions. He had warned him against causing any fatalities, for such matters would prove troublesome. Now, with so many witnesses, he had to devise a solution. "Magistrate, you can investigate in the countryside. What I say is the absolute truth. There is not a single falsehood in my words. I implore you to look into this matter," Zhang Xin begged, bowing repeatedly. Observing the fervor of his bowing, Tian Xiaoju felt a twinge of discomfort. Such forceful gestures could surely leave his forehead bruised. Yet, the main concern was the magistrate's insistence that Zhang Xin was merely fabricating tales, threatening to imprison him. "Do you believe Zhang Xin's words to be true?" Tian Xiaoju whispered, tugging at the regent's sleeve. "Qi Yi has gone to investigate, but I cannot reveal myself. Qi Er is on his way with assistance," the regent replied, his tone calm, though Tian Xiaoju sensed an undercurrent of chill. "Zhang Xin, I maintain that I did not cause your daughter's demise. She took her own life by hanging. You cannot blame me. I provided for her well. Why did she choose to be so capricious? Did she aspire to be the magistrate's wife?" A figure emerged from the crowd, a man of similar stature to the magistrate, both portly and imposing. Tian Xiaoju scrutinized the two men, a magistrate and a county official. They had likely exploited the common folk for far too long, growing plump and prosperous at their expense, a stark contrast to those they governed. "You murderer! How dare you be so brazen? I shall kill you," Zhang Xin exclaimed, lunging towards the county magistrate. "Someone, seize him at once." The magistrate cried out in alarm, fearing that if his brother-in-law were harmed by Zhang Xin, he would face severe repercussions upon returning home. Attempting to assault a high-ranking official is a grave offense. Seize him and hold him for punishment. The magistrate's sole desire was to have Zhang Xin imprisoned swiftly, hoping that the man would quietly perish in his cell, allowing the incident to be forgotten. Just as the constables prepared to drag Zhang Xin away, Qi Yi swooped in with another person in tow. Tian Xiaoju felt that swooping was not an exaggeration, for the individual was indeed brought down from the heavens by Qi Yi. It appeared that not only was the regent's own strength inscrutable, but those who accompanied him were equally formidable. Who possesses such audacity to intrude upon the magistrate's court? Someone seize them. With the magistrate's command, the constables advanced, surrounding Qi Yi and his companion. "Let me see who dares." The person brought by Qi Yi spoke with grave authority. Upon recognizing the visitor, Magistrate Wang Shi trembled in fear, hastily approaching the individual as if about to kneel in supplication. "Your Excellency, how fortunate to have your presence. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Please take a seat." The magistrate led the provincial governor to the front desk, and Tian Xiaoju found the inscription above somewhat ironic. Was the so-called clear mirror truly so transparent? It seemed to her that over the common people's heads hung not a mirror, but rather a multitude of sharp blades. You were the one who summoned Qi Yi. Tian Xiaoju leaned closer to the regent and inquired. He nodded, continuing to observe the crowd without intent to intervene. The presence of a provincial governor should suffice. After all, a higher-ranking official could easily exert pressure. Zhang San, upon seeing a more significant official arrive, cried out in lament, insisting on his innocence. Originally, Magistrate Wang Shi intended to have Zhang San removed, but with the provincial governor's arrival, he witnessed the scene of his own unjust handling of the matter, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Governor Mu Qing, though not particularly tall and somewhat hunched, bore a resemblance to the character Lu Luogua. He was slender and did not fit the mold of a corrupt official, especially contrasting with the two plump and corrupt magistrates beside him. His patched clothing, particularly the conspicuous repair on his back, further underscored this distinction. You, come forth and explain the matter. Governor Mu Qing commanded from his seat, pointing at Zhang San. Upon being singled out by such a high-ranking official, Zhang San hastily wriggled free from the constable's grasp and knelt in the center, repeating the words he had initially shared with the magistrate. Has the county magistrate arrived? Mu Qing inquired. The magistrate, previously hiding like an ostrich, had no choice but to emerge from the crowd and kneel beside Zhang San. Speak, is what Zhang San claims true? Did his daughter indeed perish within your court? Mu Qing demanded. Indeed, she died within the court. The county magistrate started to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by the provincial governor. She died within your court. So how can the charges against you be unfounded? Why does the magistrate intend to imprison him before addressing the matter? What is the relationship between the magistrate and the county magistrate? Mu Qing's questions sent beads of cold sweat streaming down the magistrate's brow. Even the kneeling county magistrate felt an overwhelming sense of perspiration. Tian Xiaoju stood amidst the crowd, captivated by the unfolding drama, entirely unaware that the regent was holding her hand tightly, as if fearing she might be spirited away. What followed promised to be a spectacle indeed. The regent's voice was low, yet Tian Xiaoju still caught his words. The magistrate, who had been standing beside the governor, suddenly fell to his knees, proclaiming his innocence with fervent cries. Unbeknownst to who had leaked the information, the governor's wife, who was resting at home, hurried to the yamen upon hearing that her brother was being interrogated. Without grasping the situation, she began to wail uncontrollably. Oh, my unfortunate brother! It is I, your sister, who has failed you. I lack the influence to speak on your behalf before my husband, and I promised our parents to take good care of you. I have disappointed them. The governor's wife lamented with heart-wrenching cries, stirring the crowd into a frenzy with a cacophony of opinions. It was revealed that the county magistrate was the governor's brother-in-law, which explained the latter's brazen demeanor. He had a powerful backing and thus felt no fear. The sentiment of officials protecting one another was palpable, inciting disdain within the crowd. The atmosphere became chaotic, reminiscent of a disturbed beehive, as numerous discussions erupted. Chapter 52. A dual downfall. As the situation spiraled out of control, the governor slammed the gavel, momentarily quieting the room. Yet, amidst the mournful wails of the governor's wife, the turmoil reignited. Oh, my wretched brother! You lost your wife and then married another, only for her to perish, and now you are accused. Why must your fate be so cruel? I have failed our parents. I promised to care for you, yet I have not. Her cries were so poignant that they tore at the heartstrings of all present. Tian Xiaoju, witnessing such raw emotion for the first time in her 20-something years, thought the woman would be perfect for mourning at funerals. Her expression and demeanor were truly remarkable. Governor Wang Shi attempted to restrain his wife, but he lacked her strength and was nearly pushed to the ground. Such force! Tian Xiaoju muttered under her breath. The regent turned his gaze towards her, and in that moment, it was as if a long-dormant heart was awakened. Sunlight danced upon her long eyelashes, creating a halo around her, as her lips curved into a gentle smile, revealing delicate dimples. The soft pink of her lips sparked a curiosity in him, an urge to experience their sweetness. Had she not been clad in men's attire, which somewhat obscured her beauty, he would have admired her even more. Previously captivated by her dance and later enchanted by her culinary skills, he now felt an undeniable stirring of emotions within him. Main quest progress, 50%, echoed a childish voice in Tian Xiaoju's mind. What was this? The quest's progress had reached 50%, while she merely observed the unfolding drama. Looking up, she noticed the regent's gaze fixed upon her, causing her face to flush with heat. She feigned nonchalance and continued to watch the commotion, all the while pondering how the quest progress had surged so suddenly. Before she could decipher the reason, the sounds from within drew her attention once more. Oh, my dear brother. The wife of the prefect was initially weeping in the arms of the county magistrate, lamenting her plight. However, upon noticing Zhang San kneeling not far from her, she frantically rushed towards him, exclaiming, "I shall fight you to the death, you commoner. It is a tremendous favor that my brother even considered your daughter as a concubine. If she is to perish, so be it, yet you dare to blame my brother. Should he die, you shall accompany him to the grave." It is often said that a virtuous wife brings little misfortune. Yet it is truly lamentable for the prefect to be wed to such an unreasonable woman. Nevertheless, the prefect himself is not a virtuous man. One who oppresses the common folk is hardly deserving of his position. The provincial governor had not yet brought his own attendants, as they were still en route to Dongxiang Prefecture. He, instead, had been escorted by Qi Yi, thus arriving sooner. But the officials within the yamen did not heed his commands. Qi Yi had initially intended to intervene, but being a woman, he held back. Had it been a man, he would have certainly subdued him. The provincial governor's wooden block was nearly shattered in his frustration, yet the prefect's wife paid no heed to him. Just before reaching Zhang San, she stumbled and fell, landing ungraciously in the dirt. Tian Xiaoju let out a light laugh, casting a curious glance at the regent, who happened to meet her gaze. In that moment, she understood that the prefect's wife had fallen due to the regent's subtle intervention. How remarkable! The distance to the entrance was still considerable, not to mention having to navigate through the crowd to directly strike that madwoman. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts! My leg is broken. Oh, heavens! Why must you torment us, sisters? She resumed her wailing. Chier, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a cloth and stuffed it into the prefect's wife's mouth, finding her antics unbearable. After silencing her with a cloth, he bound her with rope, finally bringing a semblance of peace to the scene. The onlookers, witnessing the prefect's wife gagged, fell silent, with only the sound of breathing breaking the stillness. The provincial governor, observing the newfound tranquility, resumed his authority, striking the wooden block and commanding, "Zhang San, please recount the events once more." "Yes, my lord," Zhang San replied. "In my humble abode, I have a daughter who is quite lovely. Many suitors from the surrounding villages have sought her hand. However, she has already pledged herself to someone who has gone to the capital to partake in this year's imperial examinations. On the day she was returning from seeing him off, she was spotted by the recently bereaved county magistrate, who sent someone to follow her home. That very night, he came to the yamen and took my daughter away. I wished to rescue her, but the number of officials in the yamen was overwhelming, and I could not prevail alone. Before I could report to the prefect, my daughter's lifeless body was delivered to my doorstep on the third day. I had only just buried her when I came to lodge my complaint. To my shock, the prefect and the county magistrate are relatives. My poor daughter met such an unjust fate. Zhang San's voice trembled with sorrow as he recounted the tragedy of his daughter. The onlooker, Tian Xiaoju, believed the county magistrate deserved his fate, and the other villagers echoed this sentiment, asserting that both the governor and the magistrate should face execution for their misdeeds. Such actions had led the populace to harbor doubts about these officials. If what you say is true, my men will investigate the matter upon their arrival, and these two will undoubtedly face severe penalties. You need not worry, the governor reassured Zhang San. Qi Yi and Qi Er promptly detained the governor, his wife, and the county magistrate, while the other constables would be dealt with after these three had been addressed. The crowd gradually dispersed as the main figures had departed, leaving little for the onlookers to witness. Upon returning to the inn, Tian Xiaoju reflected on the audacity of these individuals, attributing their brazen behavior to the distant authority, which allowed them to act with impunity. Accompanying the regent had afforded her the opportunity to witness such events. Not only could she appreciate the local customs and traditions, but she could also observe the downfall of numerous corrupt officials, a rather unique experience. Having spent so long amidst the excitement without sustenance or even a sip of water, she hurried to her room and promptly retrieved some spring water from her space, gulping down several cups. After quenching her thirst with the refreshing water, her fatigue vanished, and she realized she needed to prepare dinner. After all, it was only fitting to contribute some meals for those who ensured her safety. The kitchen master greeted her with enthusiasm, eager to share what ingredients had been procured that day. Noticing the abundance of fresh produce compared to the previous day, it seemed they had set aside a selection just for her. The master appeared curious to learn about her culinary preferences, but Tian Xiaoju freely shared her intentions for the evening's meal. Observing the plate of finely chopped chicken, which appeared quite tender, she inquired, "Master Hu, is this chicken a young one?" "Indeed, it is a young chicken, perfect for a spicy stir-fry," Master Hu replied. "I shall teach you a new recipe today, braised chicken with yellow sauce. The sauce makes it delightful even when served over rice," Tian Xiaoju declared. She selected some chicken, slicing a few mushrooms. Although shiitake would have been preferable, the wild mushrooms available would suffice, albeit perhaps rendering the dish slightly less authentic. With ginger, garlic, onion, scallions, chili, potatoes, and chicken pieces prepared, Tian Xiaoju commenced her dish. She briefly blanched the chicken, rinsed off any impurities, and set it aside to drain. After cutting the potatoes into chunks, she sautéed them until golden. Heating oil in a pan, she sautéed the aromatics, then added the chicken and mushrooms, continuing to stir until fragrant. After incorporating the seasonings, she mixed everything thoroughly, adding enough water to submerge the ingredients. After simmering for a while, she introduced the potato chunks and continued cooking for a short time before adding the chili, allowing it to cook through. As Tian Xiaoju simmered the chicken, she began to stir-fry other dishes. The chef, observing her nimble movements, felt a sense of admiration. He learned much by assisting her. By the time Qi Yi and Qi Er returned from their tasks, Tian Xiaoju had already prepared a lavish spread. Chapter 53. Miss Tian has disappeared. What a delightful aroma. "Miss Tian, have you concocted yet another delicacy?" Qi Er remarked as he stepped inside, noticing Tian Xiaoju arranging the bowls and chopsticks. "Just in time for your return. It's time to dine. Qi Yi, please fetch your master downstairs," Tian Xiaoju instructed, quickly retrieving another set of utensils upon seeing the governor appear behind them. Once the utensils were set, the regent descended the stairs, and the group waited for him to take his seat before they settled down. "Is today another new dish?" the regent inquired, though his tone suggested certainty rather than doubt. "Indeed, this dish is called braised chicken, and the others are also new creations. This one is steamed pork, while that is stir-fried asparagus, and this is yam with lilies," Tian Xiaoju explained, pointing to each dish in turn. A chime echoed in her mind, notifying her of the system's voice ding. "Side quest progress at 20%. Congratulations, Master. At this pace, the first side quest will be completed in 8 days, with a reward of 100 points. Miss Tian, your culinary skills are remarkable. The chicken is extraordinarily flavorful, and this sauce pairs excellently with rice. Where did your master find such a talented cook?" Previously, he had nothing but men around him, each lacking in skill, the governor remarked. Tian Xiaoju pondered the governor's insinuation. Was he implying that she was the first woman to be by the regent's side? Or was it simply her culinary talent that secured her position? "You're jesting. I was merely drawn into your master's entourage on short notice. I couldn't simply indulge without contributing, so I had to prepare the meals myself, allowing me to feel more at ease," Tian Xiaoju replied. The regent cast a glance at her, sensing her desire to distance herself from any implications of closeness. Even in collaboration, she insisted on maintaining clear boundaries. A sense of bitterness washed over him. The chicken in his mouth lost its appeal. Did she truly view their relationship in such a detached manner? Qi Yi and Qi Er sensed the shift in the regent's demeanor. After Tian Xiaoju's words, they thought it odd for the governor to make such comments. No wonder people said he was amiable in every way except for his ineptitude in conversation. The regent picked at his food for a moment before rising to leave. Tian Xiaoju felt perplexed by his abrupt departure. What a peculiar individual. If he wished to eat, he could, If not, why wear such a sour expression? Tian Xiaoju also stood to leave, leaving the remaining three exchanging glances. Since they hadn't eaten enough, they finished all the dishes on the table before the governor returned to his duties, and Qi and Qi attended to their own affairs. Upon returning to her room, Tian Xiaoju closed the door securely and ventured into her space. She needed to clarify the circumstances surrounding the system's tasks. How was it possible that her main quest had progressed to 50% when she had yet to embark on it? Was there some sort of error? Tian Xiaoju, System Sprite, please appear. System, Master, I am called Xiao Mo, not a System Sprite. Tian Xiaoju, very well, Xiao Mo. Why has my main quest advanced so rapidly? I have not even commenced the main tasks. Is there a mistake with the progress bar? System, the system is currently retrieving data. Retrieval successful. Main quest progress stands at 50%. Tian Xiaoju, Xiao Mo, I require your physical presence, not a robotic interface. System, what is your command, Master? Tian Xiaoju, could you assist me in strategizing how to approach the regent? System, the system is retrieving data. Unable to provide this service. Please upgrade. Tian Xiaoju, what a defective system, requiring an upgrade. Xiao Mo, what is one upgrade? System, Master, to upgrade the system, you must complete either main or side quests. In a fit of frustration, Tian Xiaoju exclaimed, you may leave now. System, Master, please use courteous language. Thank you. Having grown weary of the system's theoretical responses, Tian Xiaoju forcibly severed her connection. This system was utterly inadequate compared to her space, which had significantly expanded. Now, casually harvesting a couple of acres of crops felt remarkably effortless. She believed that if she did not sell the goods from her space for some currency, it would be a missed opportunity. Uncertain if the system accepted these agricultural products or if she could sell them through it, she mused that this would spare her the trouble of selling them on the street. Tian Xiaoju, Xiao Mo, come forth. System, Master, Xiao Mo is here. Tian Xiaoju, can you list the items in my space on the system for sale? System, regrettably, your permissions are insufficient. An upgrade is necessary. Please complete your tasks promptly. Tian Xiaoju, you may leave. System, Master, please use courteous language. At that moment, Tian Xiaoju felt an overwhelming urge to express her frustration in less refined terms. This system was utterly disappointing, demanding upgrades for everything. She decided to let the crops continue growing without further harvesting. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside her space. Hastily, she exited and opened the door to find Qi standing there, his expression noticeably different. What is the matter? Did you not have something to attend to? Have you finished so quickly? Miss Tian, the master is missing. Have you seen him? Qi inquired anxiously. Not at all. I returned to my room after dinner and didn't he go out? I haven't senior master. Given his capabilities, he should be fine, shouldn't he? In truth, Tian Xiaoju shared her uncertainty, but she reasoned that a man of his stature and skill would likely be unharmed. I need to find him urgently. If you see him, please inform him, Qi said before departing. As Tian Xiaoju gazed at Qi's hurried departure, she found herself inexplicably unsettled, compelled by an unseen force. She closed the door, exited the inn, and ventured onto the bustling street in search of him. However, before she could stray far from the inn, she was rendered unconscious and abducted. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself enveloped in darkness, her hands bound while her feet remained free. Confusion enveloped her mind as she pondered who had captured her and for what purpose, as well as the whereabouts of the regent. A cascade of questions flooded her thoughts. Nevertheless, her immediate priority was to escape this ominous place. Swiftly, she retreated into her spatial realm, procured a suitable tool, and severed the bindings around her wrists. Within this safe haven, she could hear the commotion outside and decided to bide her time, uncertain of her captor's intentions. Could it be a consequence of her association with the Moon Palace Master? If so, she felt unjustly ensnared. Little did Tian Xiaoju realize that her close interaction with the Moon Palace Master had precipitated this abduction. Meanwhile, the regent, having wandered about, returned to the inn to search for Tian Xiaoju. However, he was intercepted by the innkeeper, who inquired about his recent whereabouts. Miss Tian was just looking for you. Where have you been? Before the innkeeper could finish, the regent had vanished, leaving the innkeeper shaking his head in disbelief. Upon hearing that Tian Xiaoju had gone out to find him, the regent was seized by a sense of foreboding and rushed outside. He had sensed they were being followed recently, and now, with Tian Xiaoju missing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. If anything were to happen to her, he would never forgive himself. As he reached the riverbank, he spotted a piece of jade pendant that had fallen from Tian Xiaoju's possession. He had previously mocked its cheapness. Though it had an intriguing design, it appeared she had been taken from that very spot, and the only nearby refuge for a hidden presence was a mountain not far away. Yet, he had heard rumors of miasma in the mountain, which could poison anyone who ventured too deep, although the fringes were said to be safe. With a mindset of cautious hope, the regent made his way toward the mountain, praying that she had indeed been taken there, for at least he would have a chance of finding her. Should she have been taken elsewhere, he would be left with no leads. Chapter 54. The disappearance of Miss Tian. 2. Upon surveying his surroundings, the regent discovered only a solitary path leading into the mountain. He followed this trail and, halfway up, stumbled upon a thatched cottage. Upon closer inspection, he discerned signs of recent activity within, though there was no one present at the moment. The cottage had no door, revealing its interior, where a teacup still bore warmth, indicating someone had departed only moments before. Yet, he remained unaware of any other potential hiding places nearby. The woman has escaped, brother. How should we explain this to the young lady? Strange, I assent it. We have been vigilantly guarding the premises, and the cellar has remained untouched. How could she have escaped? Nearby, two individuals were engaged in conversation, prompting the regent to swiftly depart and seek refuge in a concealed location. He reflected upon their dialogue, which mentioned a Miss Tian, a woman intended to be abducted. It seemed unlikely that this was a mere robbery. Could it be a matter of the heart? With whom had this girl become entangled? Typically, she had no notable acquaintances. The regent found himself perplexed, yet he understood that the immediate priority was to locate the missing person. The mention of a cellar piqued his interest as he cautiously searched the vicinity. The two individuals he had overheard could indeed be dealt with, but he was uncertain whether others were lurking nearby. His goal was to rescue the girl, not to engage in conflict. Regret washed over him as he realized he had not brought enough accomplices. When the need for manpower arose, he discovered his resources were insufficient. Unbeknownst to him, another group was already in pursuit of Miss Tian, albeit without crossing paths with him. News had just reached them that Bai Lianhua had orchestrated the abduction of Miss Tian. After the confrontation between Bai Lianhua and Tian Xiaoju, Yu Zhibai had positioned his men to monitor Bai Lianhua's movements, never anticipating her to possess such a cruel heart. He hastily instructed his subordinates to search for Tian Xiaoju, acknowledging that this calamity was a consequence of his own actions. Had he not shown interest in her at the auction, Bai Lianhua would likely not have targeted her. The woman's jealousy was indeed formidable. Just as he had gone to Bai Lianhua's residence to withdraw his proposal, trouble had befallen Tian Xiaoju. If anything were to happen to her as a result of this, he would carry a heavy burden of guilt. Send more people to find the young lady. It is imperative that we locate her and bring her to me, he commanded his subordinates. Understood. Once his men departed, Yu Zhibai, filled with fury, made his way to Bai Lianhua's abode. Master Yu, the young lady is currently bathing. You cannot enter. A maid attempted to block his path. Step aside, or I shall not be courteous, Yu Zhibai retorted, shaking off her grasp and storming inside. Bai Lianhua, what is your intent? Where have you taken her? If anything happens to her, you will bear the consequences, he demanded, his anger palpable. Oh, Brother Zhibai, I merely wish to teach her a lesson. I have no intention of harming her. She will be returned by tomorrow, Bai Lianhua replied, her appearance suggesting she had just bathed. With her hair still damp and her attire rather revealing, deliberately swaying near Yu Zhibai as if to ensure he noticed her. Regrettably, Yu Zhibai was entirely indifferent to her attire. Even if she were clad in nothing, it would hardly pique his interest. Had it been anyone else, he might have shown a modicum of compassion. Miss, trouble has arisen. A guard rushed in, urgency etched upon his features. I am perfectly well. What troubles do you speak of? Bai Lianhua inquired, gazing at the man. No, y mispuka. It was you who made that woman disappear. We searched everywhere, but could not find her. Just as the person finished speaking, a figure swiftly darted past, vanishing in an instant. Yu Zhibai had lost all interest in Lianhua. The priority now was to locate the missing individual. Other matters could wait until they had resolved this issue and dealt with by Lianhua later. Meanwhile, in the space, Tian Xiaoju was blissfully unaware that a search was underway outside due to her absence. She was indulging in grapes, sipping on spiritual spring water, reclining in a rocking chair, thoroughly enjoying herself. It was only when she heard some commotion outside that she perked up her ears to listen. The regent had stealthily found the entrance to the cellar, which was indeed quite concealed. He called out, "Tian girl, are you there?" Upon recognizing the regent's voice, Tian Xiaoju hurriedly emerged from her space and concealed herself in a corner. Once the regent entered the cellar, he realized it was quite spacious, though devoid of clutter. It was merely shrouded in darkness. He pulled out a fire starter, blew on it, and with a flicker of light, began searching for Tian Xiaoju. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Tian Xiaoju inquired as she spotted the regent's figure. "Fortunately, I found you. Are you unhurt? Do you know who abducted you?" The regent observed Tian Xiaoju closely, but due to the dim light, he could not see her clearly. He untied the ropes binding her hands and feet and led her outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the cellar, the glaring sunlight was momentarily blinding, and it took a while for her to adjust. The regent scrutinized her, but found no signs of injury, aside from some dirt on her clothes and face. And her hair being a bit disheveled, she appeared otherwise unscathed. "Thank you, Your Highness." Tian Xiaoju expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "It is a relief that you are well." "We should not linger here," the regent advised. As they descended the mountain, they soon encountered the hurried approach of Yu Zhibai. "Tian girl, are you all right?" Yu Zhibai rushed to Tian Xiaoju's side, inspecting her closely. "I am fine. What brings you to Dongxiang Prefecture? Have you come to look for me?" Tian Xiaoju observed the urgency in Yu Zhibai's demeanor and began to piece together the situation. Although she felt powerless to address the matter, it did not mean she would forget the transgressions against her. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. However, she could not fathom why Lianhua insisted on opposing her despite her clear declaration of indifference towards Yu Zhibai, having narrowly escaped danger. Upon returning to the inn, Tian Xiaoju immediately went to boil water for a bath. Even though nothing had happened, she felt a sense of misfortune and sought to cleanse herself of the lingering negativity. The regent had tasked Qi with investigating the matter. Once Qi completed his duties and returned to the inn to find Tian Xiaoju safe, he felt reassured. He had been preparing to search for her. But the regent had found her first and went to report back to him. Upon returning from the investigation, Qi's gaze towards Tian Xiaoju had changed noticeably. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" Tian Xiaoju inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, Your Highness. I have something to discuss with you." Qi waved his hand, then turned to the regent and said, "Let us go upstairs." The regent replied. Upon returning to the room, Qi closed the door and reported, "Your Highness, Miss Tian has been kidnapped by someone arranged by a girl named Lianhua, who intends to teach her a lesson." Noticing that Qi seemed hesitant to express his thoughts, the regent interjected, "Speak plainly, stop being so fidgety like a woman. This Miss Bai is the daughter of the wealthiest family in Dongxiang Prefecture and is betrothed to the Moon Palace's master. Recently, at the auction held by the Moon Palace, we encountered Miss Tian, and there was an unpleasant altercation between her and Miss Bai. Moreover, just the day before yesterday, the Moon Palace master visited her family to break off the engagement. It's likely that this has incited her to have Miss Tian kidnapped." "All right, I understand. You may leave now," the regent commanded. Qi bowed and exited, leaving the regent alone to ponder. He anticipated that Tian Xiaoju had connections with individuals from the Moon Palace, which held a notable standing in the martial world and was regarded as quite reputable. Chapter 55 by Lianhua. By the way, the man encountered at the foot of the mountain was someone he had seen once or twice at the Ronghua mansion. When did his indifferent elder brother start mingling with people from the martial world? The regent considered too many details. However, it was not the time for such thoughts. There were others awaiting his attention, and he needed to arrange for his subordinates to investigate this matter. As he descended the stairs, he happened upon Tian Xiaoju, who had just emerged from a bath. Her hair was still damp, and her unadorned appearance inadvertently stirred the regent's heart. Previously, she had deliberately darkened her makeup, but now she had just bathed and hadn't had the chance to apply any cosmetics. "Sir, are you leaving?" Tian Xiaoju remarked, noticing the regent's slightly surprised expression. She pondered whether her appearance warranted such astonishment. After all, it was merely a bath, something he had witnessed before. The regent, however, was most astonished by her sudden radiance. She appeared far fairer than before, her skin flawless and luminous, akin to a freshly shelled egg. "Shall we go together?" he inquired. "You go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. I will join you shortly." At that moment, Tian Xiaoju recalled that she had not applied any makeup and was dressed rather casually. Returning to her room, she closed the door and began to prepare her appearance. The regent likely could not foresee that when Tian Xiaoju re-emerged, her skin would revert to its previous state, rendering what he had just witnessed almost unrecognizable. He was unaware that the art of modern makeup had reached an extraordinary level, where a person's appearance could be altered to resemble their true self with over 95% accuracy. Though Tian Xiaoju's skills did not quite reach that standard, they surpassed that of the locals, perhaps due to the shock she experienced that day. Once Tian Xiaoju finished her preparations and descended the stairs, the meal had already been ordered, allowing her to enjoy a ready-made feast without needing to lift a finger. The regent was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tian Xiaoju revert to her previous demeanor. This woman truly possessed an ever-changing nature. He found himself questioning the authenticity of what he had observed earlier upstairs. "Master, how is the Bai family being dealt with?" Chi inquired during their meal. "Let Miss Tian decide. She will handle it as she sees fit. You may assist her as needed," the regent replied, casting a glance at Tian Xiaoju. For a fleeting moment, Tian Xiaoju believed his gaze suggested he was taking credit, conveying that he had managed the situation, leaving her merely to resolve the matter with the individuals involved. If there are any illicit dealings within their family business, let the law take its course. As for this by Lian Hua, she merely relies on her family's influence. Once their fortunes decline, I suspect she will learn to tread carefully. "However, master, it seems your nephew, the young prince, has quite an affection for Bai Lianhua," Tian Xiaoju remarked, hoping to glimpse surprise in the regent's eyes. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, leaving her feeling somewhat disenchanted as she continued to sift through her bowl of rice. Notify the young prince to come and escort her away. As for the others, proceed as Miss Tian has suggested. Be thorough in your investigation, the regent instructed Chi'er. "Yes, master." After their meal, Chi'er set off to investigate the Bai family. To his astonishment, he uncovered a web of substantial wealth coupled with severe tax evasion. Although they contributed to the national treasury annually, it was grossly insufficient, evidently having satiated the officials responsible for their records. He even enlisted some personnel from the provincial governor's office, apprehending them and sending them to jail for trial, with only Bai Lianhua being taken away by the young prince. This was, in fact, the regent's tacit approval. He was curious to see what his nephew could achieve. The woman had clearly rejected him, yet he persisted in his pursuit, leaving one at a loss for words. The next encounter with Bai Lianhua occurred 2 days after the Bai family's arrest. Upon seeing her, Tian Xiaoju felt a sense of irony, particularly with the unfriendly young prince in attendance. "Oh, I wonder who it might be. Why are you alone today? Who are you enticing with your male attire? Last time, you deceived me so thoroughly. If it weren't for Brother One, I would have believed you were a man. Who would have thought you were merely a woman dressed as one?" Bai Lianhua blocked Tian Xiaoju's path, speaking haughtily. "Ah, I mistook you for a wayward dog with a loose leash, barking here. It turns out to be you two. Just ended an engagement, and now you are pursuing someone else? Are you after the young prince's power or his wealth? Surely, it cannot be his person you desire. For your brother, Bai would surely be heartbroken." Tian Xiaoju mimicked Bai Lianhua's tone and mannerisms, nearly repulsed by her own theatrics, finding it all rather absurd. After Tian Xiaoju finished speaking, she deliberately glanced at the reaction of Prince Xiaorong, only to find him utterly indifferent. This white lotus appeared to be anything but innocent. She likely harbored untoward secrets. "What nonsense are you spouting? Brother One is such a wonderful person, and I surely admire him for who he is. As for Brother Zibai, I regard him merely as an older brother. The White Lotus hurriedly clarified, fearful that Prince Xiaorong might doubt her sincerity. In a place where he could not see, she shot several fierce glares at Tian Xiaoju. Indeed, your brother one is the best. You two are perfectly matched. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness, eternal unity, and many blessed offspring, Tian Xiaoju exclaimed, having rummaged through her mind for suitable phrases. Now, may I take my leave? No, my family has been imprisoned. And is this your doing? The White Lotus inquired, genuinely perplexed. For many years, nothing had gone amiss. It was only after she had someone abduct Tian Xiaoju that trouble arose. Your family being imprisoned is of no concern to me. I did not imprison them. Whether you allow me to leave or not is up to you, Moon Palace Master. Ah, you have arrived, Tian Xiaoju responded. Seizing the opportunity as the White Lotus turned away, she swiftly slipped away, laughing, just kidding, you fell for it, didn't you? Seeing Tian Xiaoju depart, the White Lotus was so enraged that she stamped her feet. Come, are you not eager to explore? I shall accompany you. I cannot assist you in teaching her a lesson at this moment. She is currently working for my royal uncle. If I were to take action against her, my uncle would surely flay me alive, Prince Xiaorong said, unable to meet the White Lotus's gaze. Chapter 56. More deceptive than Sister Ku. Tian Xiaoju, having wandered far enough, did not hear the conversation behind her. She felt that the two of them were like turtles observing green beans, seemingly smitten with each other. She had encountered many adept pretenders before, but none surpassed the White Lotus. In modern times, there were indeed individuals more skilled at deception, humorously referred to as custodies by netizens. The White Lotus still fell short in comparison. Only someone as infatuated as Prince Xiaorong would find her so appealing. Had the White Lotus lived in her era, she would likely have emulated Sister Ku, savoring cake in tiny bites with dramatic sighs and bubbly tones. With each mention of Brother Bai and Brother One, Tian Xiaoju felt a shiver run down her spine. Having spent several days in Dongxiang Mansion without much exploration, she noted that the White Lotus was now all alone, as her family's fortune had collapsed. Were it not for Prince Xiaorong's presence, she too might have been seized by the regent's men. Tian Xiaoju perceived that Dongxiang Mansion bore a resemblance to her home province of Hunan. From the flavors of the dishes to the distinctive local cuisine, even their accents, whether in dialect or Mandarin, closely mirrored the modern Hunanese intonation, all blending seamlessly. Why are you out alone? Aren't you afraid of being captured again? A voice from behind startled her. Turning around, she was surprised to see Yu Zibai standing there. Oh, what brings you here? Just exploring, or do you have business? Tian Xiaoju inquired. Young lady, do you still desire this item? The vendor beside her asked. Please wrap it up for me. How much is it? Tian Xiaoju responded. 10 copper coins will suffice. The vendor replied. The vendor said, wrap it up, handing the package to Tian Xiaoju. Thank you. Tian Xiaoju accepted the bundle of snacks, passed the money to the vendor, expressed her gratitude, and departed. As she walked, she conversed with Yu Zibai, offering him the snacks, care for a taste. Yu Zibai casually took a small handful, questioning, is this any good? Indeed, it's delicious and fragrant. You should try it. It's tangy and sweet, surely to your liking, Tian Xiaoju replied. Hesitant, he placed the morsel in his mouth and found it as delightful as she had described, with a balance of tartness and sweetness along with a subtle aroma. What is this? Yu Zibai inquired, puzzled. Hasn't your sister Lian Hua ever shared this with you? Isn't she a local? Tian Xiaoju remarked. Ah, true enough. She likely looks down on such common fare, as well as people like us. She refrained from directly addressing Yu Zibai's comment, suddenly realizing that even in this otherworldly realm, inequities persist. Some are born into privilege, while others toil like beasts of burden. This realization fueled her determination to strive for a significant achievement in this unfamiliar land. Had she been in a modern world, she might have surrendered, resigned to the futility of her efforts. Yet, here, she refused to allow herself such complacency. With her higher education and superior cultural knowledge compared to the locals, and armed with the myriad recipes she had learned from various platforms, she felt prepared to make her mark. Previously, she had only visited this place a few times with her parents when her master was alive. She was not well acquainted with him, having hardly met him more than a few times. The engagement between them was revealed only just before her master passed, leaving her entirely unaware. Yu Zibai, anxious that Tian Xiaoju might take offense, hastily exclaimed, "I had no idea about our engagement until now. So this is called purple perilla papaya. How is it made? Do you know?" "Of course. What? Are you hoping for more when you return?" "I must say, as the head of a martial sect, you seem rather idle. Don't you have affairs to attend to in your moon palace?" Tian Xiaoju intended to explore alone, but found herself interrupted. "Of course, I want to taste your cooking. It must be far superior to this. If I were the palace master and still so busy, it would indicate that my subordinates are not diligent enough. One must learn to delegate authority and balance kindness with discipline," Yu Zibai replied. This left Tian Xiaoju momentarily speechless, yet he spoke the truth. If he were truly that occupied, his subordinates would be merely coasting. The sounds of hawkers filled the streets, but at this moment, Tian Xiaoju had no desire to linger. She wished to avoid excessive interaction with the martial world, for she lacked any martial skills and feared becoming a victim of violence. "I must return now, Moon Master. Please enjoy your time. I shall not accompany you any further," Tian Xiaoju declared, tossing this remark over her shoulder as she turned to leave. As Tian Xiaoju gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Zibai, the words she longed to express remained unuttered. The Bai family was ensnared in turmoil, with the regent already dispatching individuals to seize their estate. It seemed that even her master was oblivious to the Bai family's recent tribulations. Otherwise, his temperament would not have permitted such ongoing relations. After walking a considerable distance, noticing that Yu Zibai had not followed, Tian Xiaoju took a detour toward the Bai residence. Once a symbol of grandeur, the estate had fallen into disrepair in just a few days. The household servants were hastily gathering their belongings and fleeing, while the remaining assets were sealed by the authorities. Tian Xiaoju never anticipated that the machinations instigated by Bai Lianhua, who had arranged for her abduction, would result in such dire consequences. The regent, it seemed, possessed a commendable sense of loyalty, although she recognized that her status was not commensurate with his. His striking appearance and abundant wealth, coupled with a profound sense of justice, compelled her to resolve that if the regent required her assistance, she would exert herself to the utmost. As for affection, she deemed it sufficient to cherish her feelings in silence. Within the Bai courtyard, Qi Heir and his men were busily gathering the family's gold, silver, and jewels. The extent of their findings was astonishing. The sheer volume of valuables uncovered was staggering. The national treasury had greatly benefited from this, supplemented by goods seized from the governor of Dongxiang and local magistrates, ensuring that resources would last for years. As boxes were loaded onto carts, Tian Xiaoju felt a twinge of melancholy. Yet, she did not lament. These individuals deserved to be apprehended, and their wealth should be confiscated. With the removal of such a malignant presence from society, it would be better off. Bai Lianhua would not escape unscathed for long. Even if the young Prince Rong had an affinity for her, could he possibly transcend the authority of the regent? After observing for a while and finding little amusement, she resumed her stroll through the streets, which were, in fact, larger and more populated than those of London. It was no wonder that the governor's office had unearthed such a trove of wealth. The populace had been mercilessly exploited. Chapter 57. This wretched system having finished the Zisu papaya in her hand, she turned her attention to the candied hawthorns at the roadside. Truth be told, she had not indulged in many of these treats, especially in modern times where a plethora of variations existed: orange, strawberry, and more, limited only by one's imagination. However, after sampling a multitude of candied fruits, she still found that the hawthorn variety she held was the most delectable. Priced at a mere coin per skewer, the cleanliness was questionable, yet the flavor exceeded that of her modern experiences, offering a delightful balance of sour and sweet. Unlike the overly sugary varieties of today that could be cloying, the sweetness of the skewer in her possession was just right. After perusing the area, she had purchased some snacks, but little else. With her hunger sated, she felt drowsy and decided against further shopping, opting instead to return home for a rest. "Have you heard? The entire Bai family is to be exiled to the far north," remarked one passerby to another. Quite deservedly so. I remember when I worked on their estate renovations, they promised 10 taels of silver for my labor, yet the steward only paid us 1 tael. When we sought to file a complaint, they had bribed the officials, making it impossible for us to find justice. Now it seems these corrupt officials are being apprehended, along with those unscrupulous merchants, replied the other. On the road, Tian Xiaoju frequently overheard the sentiment that the Bai family deserved their downfall. Many proclaimed they should be condemned to hell, and even banishment seemed too lenient. It was evident that the Bai family had long been notorious for their misdeeds, prompting widespread satisfaction at their misfortunes. Upon returning to the inn, Tian Xiaoju noticed a considerable number of patrons dining, leading her to inquire with the innkeeper. Master Jean, what brings such liveliness today? Is there a significant event? Master Jean smiled broadly, clearly delighted, as these guests represented a substantial profit. He did not find her question bothersome. Rather, he felt gratitude towards her. Could it be that these guests are drawn by Master Shi's culinary skills? I am well aware of his talent. To describe it as merely stunning would be an understatement. To call it delicious would not suffice. How should I articulate it? Ah, yes. It is akin to a dish that lacks flavor, yet feels a pity to discard. I inquired with him, and he mentioned that you were the one to teach him. I owe you my thanks. Such expertise is rarely shared with others. Tonight's meal is on me. Whenever you wish to dine, I shall have Master Shi prepare it for you. Master Jin's joy was palpable. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Master Jin. Tian Xiaoju replied with a smile before retreating to her room on the upper floor. At that moment, the regent and his companions were preoccupied, and arrangements for the evening meal were already in progress. Once in her room, Tian Xiaoju entered her space. She had a craving for the perilla and papaya she had enjoyed that day, and as she thought of them, seedlings of perilla and papaya appeared before her. Time to get to work, she mused. No need for mere thought. A bit of hands-on effort will do me good. She found an empty patch of land, picked up her tools, and began her labor. She dug a relatively large hole for the papaya seedlings and planted 5 or 6 of them, while the vacant ground was reserved for the perilla. Given the space's rapid growth rate, she anticipated a swift harvest. After working up a sweat, she took a shower within the space before returning to her room. Feeling somewhat bored, she decided to engage with Xiao Mo. Come out and chat with me. Master, how may I assist you? What is the progress of my current tasks? In response to your query, the main quest is at 50% completion, while the side quest stands at 30% with 0 points accumulated. Report complete. Are there no additional tasks available? There are other tasks, but they can only be accepted after the completion of these 2. How can I expedite the completion of my tasks? Is there a shortcut? In response, Master, one must consume their meal bite by bite and traverse their path step by step. One cannot gain weight by devouring food in one go, nor can one ascend to greatness in a single leap. The only shortcut lies in the necessity for increased effort on your part. Am I not putting in enough effort? I feel I'm trying very hard. Do you think I am insufficiently diligent? Would you prefer to hear the truth or a falsehood? I wish to hear nonsense. Master, to indulge in idleness, one must reach the highest level. Only then can all functions be activated at will. What functions do I currently possess? Apart from the reminder function, all other functionalities are in standby mode. The companionship you seek does not qualify as a system function. Hence, I can converse with you. Is there no hidden functionality? Perhaps to create a touch of romance? As the system was retrieving data, a message appeared indicating that the service could not be provided. What items are available in the Points Mall? After a brief moment, Tian Xiaojun envisioned the contents of the Points Mall, much like a display on an LCD screen in her mind, with a white dot resembling a cursor guiding her thoughts. There were various items, including paper products, intimate goods, fitness equipment, and baby supplies. Even clothing was available, showcasing styles from this very location. Upon glancing at the required points, she felt relieved, as the prices were not exorbitant. At least a pack of sanitary napkins cost only 1 point. This was particularly fitting, as she was somewhat unaccustomed to using menstrual pads. It seemed that in pursuit of these sanitary napkins, she would need to exert herself, especially to secure the 100 points from the side quest, allowing her to purchase numerous items. Miss Tian, are you in your room? Came Chi Yi's voice. Tian Xiaojun quickly focused her thoughts to exit the Points Mall. dismissing Xiao Mo, dressed appropriately, and moved to the door, opening it. "Ah, you're back. Have you finished your tasks?" "Yes, most of it is done. Only a few finishing touches remain. The master is downstairs, asking me to call you for dinner," Qi replied. "Very well, let's go down together." Tian Xiaoju closed the door securely and followed Qi downstairs. From a distance, she observed the regent, who appeared somewhat fatigued, clearly worn out from the busy days. The dining table was already set with dishes, and the governor approached, smiling at Tian Xiaoju. Few women had the privilege of being in the regent's presence, so it was only courteous to treat Miss Tian with respect, thought Mu Qing. "Sir, I shall fetch a pot of water," Tian Xiaoju said, noticing that the water jug on the table was nearly empty. This provided her the perfect opportunity to discreetly fill it with some spring water. The regent nodded in acknowledgement, and she took the jug toward the kitchen, where she diluted the spring water and poured it into the jug. She added a small amount of tea leaves from the space as collection, careful not to overdo it lest the flavor become too pronounced. As she carried the freshly prepared tea back, just before reaching the regent, she was accidentally bumped by someone nearby, causing her to stagger and lurch forward. In an instinctive motion, the regent moved to catch her, but her stumble sent her straight into his embrace. Such unexpected encounters often culminated in a dramatic embrace, a trope she had encountered in novels. Initially, she thought these scenarios were mere fiction, yet here she was experiencing it firsthand. While it felt somewhat cliché, she couldn't deny that without the regent's support, she might have fallen flat on her face. He caught the teapot from her hands and gently secured her slender waist, preventing her from hitting the ground. In that moment of eye contact, Tian Xiaoju felt as though she had been electrified, even if such moments had only occurred in dreams. "I never anticipated that my aspirations would materialize." Observing the regent from such proximity, I was captivated by his flawless skin, the delicate texture of his pores, and the elegance of his eyelashes. Although I later felt as if I had been rejuvenated by some external force, enhancing my complexion considerably, the regent's beauty was undeniably authentic. To say his skin was as delicate as a dewdrop might be an exaggeration, yet it was indeed remarkably exquisite. Though it was merely a fleeting instant, Tian Xiaoju felt that this moment would linger in her memory for ages. Suddenly, the voice of the system, Xiao Mo, echoed. "Main quest completion rate, 80%. This startled Tian Xiaoju. What sort of gameplay was this? Had such a simple embrace yielded such significant progress? One could only imagine the results if their affection deepened. "My apologies, Your Highness. I was unexpectedly hindered by something. I just brought this tea from the kitchen. Please indulge." To mask her embarrassment, Tian Xiaoju resorted to action. But anyone observing closely could note the telltale blush creeping upon her ears. The regent feigned nonchalance, yet in his heart, he mused that her waist was exceedingly slender. It lacked substance. He contemplated that she ought to gain a bit of weight, as a fuller figure would be much more pleasant to touch. Kia. And the governor observed the interaction between the two, sensing a hint of ambiguity, though neither party was aware of the underlying tension. "Let's sit down and dine," suggested the regent, also seeking to alleviate his own awkwardness. Yet his heart raced. When he had touched Tian Xiaoju, he felt none of the usual aversion, but rather an unfamiliar sensation blossoming within him, a yearning to engage with her more intimately. Unlike with other women, whose presence often repulsed him, Tian Xiaoju was an exception, able to draw near without eliciting discomfort. As Tian Xiaoju settled down, she poured tea for everyone, and only when the regent began to eat did the others follow suit. She would occasionally steal glances in his direction, but when caught in the act, she hastily averted her gaze, hurriedly consuming a few bites before retreating to her room. Not long after entering her chamber, still flushed with warmth, she heard a knock at the door. Assuming it was Qi or Qi, she splashed cold water on her face before opening the door, only to find the regent standing there. Startled, she quickly attempted to close the door again. However, he prevented her from doing so, stepping inside and leaning against the doorframe, leaving scant space between them. The regent flashed a charming smile at Tian Xiaoju and remarked, "Weren't we just in a warm embrace? Why the sudden shyness?" "And no, that was merely an accident. I truly did not intend for it to happen." Tian Xiaoju raised her right hand, holding up 3 fingers as if to swear, insisting that if she were to lie, the heavens would strike her down. The regent lord grasped Tian Xiaoju's hand, drawing her close to the door and enveloping her with his arms. In that moment, her face flushed crimson. She had been wall-slammed by the regent. What was this? Should she yield or resist? Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Suddenly, the voice of little Imo echoed in her mind, announcing the completion of the first main task with a score of 500 points. The system was upgrading, and upon completion, it unlocked query and point exchange functions. The second main task had commenced with a completion rate of 10%. You are blushing, Xiaojun. The regent murmured into her ear, his warm breath tickling her skin and sending delightful shivers down her spine. His voice, imbued with an enchanting quality, rendered her incapable of rational thought as they maintained this ambiguous position. Please, my lord, not like this, Tian Xiaoju said, gently pushing against the regent's firm chest, which proved impervious to her efforts. Yet, the sensation was exquisite, contradicting her spoken words, a classic case of saying one thing while feeling another. What do you mean by not like this, my dear? He replied, his alluring voice leaving her at a loss. It was overwhelmingly tempting. In a moment of audacity, she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck and mimicked his earlier stance, asking, "So, my lord, what do you wish to do?" Upon witnessing her transformation into a spirited little cat, the regent found himself momentarily flustered, aware that this was not the right time for such advances. He gently pushed her away and fled the scene, amused by the irony of the regent's retreat after being the one to initiate flirtation. Tian Xiaojun found him rather intriguing. Yet, she pondered the regent's true intentions. Was he merely playing with her, or did he genuinely desire a connection? As a time traveler, she was no stranger to such dynamics. After all, in the modern world, relationships often flourished outside the bounds of marriage. Even if the regent sought only a fleeting dalliance, she did not perceive herself as losing anything, for he was undeniably handsome and someone she found appealing. Perhaps he was merely a charming rogue, but the fact that she had playfully provoked him only to have him retreat left her feeling uncertain. In his chamber, the regent reflected on the earlier encounter, bewildered that the tables had turned so unexpectedly. He had intended to charm the girl, yet she had caught him off guard. The sight of her flushed cheeks stirred within him an impulsive desire to kiss her, but he knew the circumstances were not yet appropriate, as they remained unanchored by any formal connection. Chapter 59. Astonished, both individuals felt ripples of emotion, lingering in a state of ambiguity without crossing any boundaries. Tian Xiaojun, believing herself to be more liberated than the regent, was blissfully unaware that her face resembled a ripe shrimp, flushed with color. In their respective rooms, Qi Yi and Qi Er whispered to one another, "Do you think our lord has feelings for Miss Tian?" "Brother, only now have you realized? I thought you held some affection for Miss Tian, considering your attentiveness," remarked Qi Er. Qi Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Realizing his feelings had been discerned by Qi Er, did the prince notice as well? "No, how could I dare entertain feelings for Miss Tian? I merely noticed our prince's particular fondness for her, which prompted me to offer her a bit more care. If I fail to do so, wouldn't I be the one facing criticism?" Qi Yi hastily replied, attempting to mask his true sentiments. Qi Er scrutinized Qi Yi's eyes, sensing his unease. Pushing Qi Er away, who was sitting too closely, Qi Yi retorted with irritation, "What are you staring at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? I merely wish to ascertain the truth of your words. If you do harbor feelings for Miss Tian, I suggest you extinguish them promptly. She is not someone we can aspire to," Qi Er responded. "I understand. I dare not even think such thoughts. I am fully aware. No need for reminders." Qi Yi replied, somewhat vexed by Qi Er's words. After uttering this, he stepped outside for some fresh air. At this moment, he needed to comfort himself. This unreciprocated affection was drawing to a close. Miss Tian belonged to the prince, he reminded himself, refusing to entertain any improper thoughts. After spending nearly half a month in Dongxiang Prefecture, matters were finally settled. The necessary officials had been dealt with, and all confiscated properties were accounted for. The remaining issues were left to the governor, and new officials had already been arranged, promoting capable individuals from below. With these affairs concluded, the group prepared to embark on their next journey. Before departing, Tian Xiaoju instructed Master Shi at the inn on a few recipes, having completed 80% of her side quest. In the following days, she experimented with a variety of dishes, bringing her side quest closer to completion. In high spirits, Tian Xiaoju savored a tonghulu, humming a tune. The weather is splendid today, with beautiful scenery all around. Busy butterflies, busy bees, and little birds, even the clouds are bustling. Within the carriage, the regent observed Tian Xiaoju enjoying her tonghulu and singing, tempted to lift the curtain to gaze at the landscape outside, which indeed matched the lyrics of her song. The tune was lively and joyous, a delightful surprise. Outside, as Qi and Qi drove the carriage, they too found themselves enchanted by Tian Xiaoju's singing, unconsciously joining in. "Did you compose that?" the regent inquired after she finished, his curiosity about her growing. She was truly a treasure girl. Just when he thought he had uncovered all her facets, she revealed yet another unexpected side, much to his delight. "It's not my composition. I heard someone sing it before and remembered it. Although these are modern creations, in this otherworldly realm, claiming them as my own wouldn't be known. However, I chose to be honest. If it's not my creation, it's not, and there's no shame in that. At least they haven't heard it before, and who knows? They might just think I composed it myself," replied Tian Xiaoju. "You possess a talent for melody. Why had I never known this before?" "I've never heard you sing," remarked the regent. "That does not imply a lack of opportunity to sing. I possess a wealth of talents, Your Highness. You shall discover them gradually in due course." Tian Xiaoju felt no hint of ambiguity in her words, yet to the ears of the regent prince, it suggested the potential for their future together. "Very well. I shall take my time to uncover them," the regent prince replied. Observing Tian Xiaoju's increasingly exquisite profile, he mused on the idea of concealing her from the world, claiming this treasure of a maiden as his own. Upon rising this morning, Tian Xiaoju donned women's attire. Had she been alone, she would have opted for men's clothing. Now, in the company of several skilled individuals, there was no need to disguise her true gender. Nonetheless, her outfit was not overly elaborate, a simple Ruchu in style, which was quite fashionable in their Tang Dynasty. To her surprise, such garments also existed here. The dress, adorned with embroidered orchids, was predominantly a refreshing light blue, evoking an air of elegance. She applied a subtle makeup, with an orchid painted delicately between her brows, harmonizing with the flowers on her dress, presenting an ethereal image akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. As she gazed outside, Tian Xiaoju sensed the regent prince's eyes upon her. Turning to him, she inquired, "What do you gaze at?" "You look exquisite," he stated candidly. Tian Xiaoju was taken aback by his forthrightness, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Was it genuine beauty or mere flattery? Noticing her uncertainty, the regent prince shifted closer, leaning toward her, and asked, "What do you think, My lord, please do not draw so near. Qi and Qi are outside," she urged, pushing him away, feeling somewhat flustered by their proximity. "Fear not. They wouldn't dare to look," he replied with a mischievous smile, leaning closer to her ear. The regent prince's flirtatious demeanor left Tian Xiaoju momentarily speechless. Unfortunately, as she remained still, the uneven road caused the carriage to jolt, and Qi and Qi failed to notice, resulting in a sudden bump that sent Tian Xiaoju tumbling into the regent prince's embrace. "My dear, you have once again thrown yourself into my arms. Could it be that you have feelings for me?" His voice, imbued with a charming, roguish magnetism, was undeniably captivating. Tian Xiaoju's ears flushed crimson, her wide almond eyes fixed on him, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she retorted, "Your Highness, I do harbor feelings for you. What do you intend to do about it? How about becoming my princess?" The regent prince whispered softly into her ear. This declaration left Tian Xiaoju utterly astonished, her eyes widening, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Seeing her reaction, the regent prince assumed he had frightened her and quickly added, "I was merely jesting. Do not be so alarmed." Despite his words, a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. It seemed that a gradual approach was required, Rushing would only frighten her further. Chapter 60. My dear, your water tastes better than others. The carriage finally became steadily balanced, while outside, Qi and Qi were sweating nervously. How had they allowed their minds to wander and overlooked the stones beneath? Now, they would likely face reprimand for their inattention, having heard nothing of the situation inside. What's the matter with you two? Did you not notice the stones on the road? The regent released Tian Xiaoju's hand and spoke to the outside. Yes, your highness. Qi and Qi replied in unison, their faces long and mournful. It was truly a case of loss outweighing gain. They had heard nothing and initially thought they might eavesdrop on some inappropriate content. Now, not only had they failed to overhear anything, but they also faced punishment. The very thought left them feeling both disheartened and unfortunate. Tian Xiaoju covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, for she did not wish to give the impression to the two outside that she was reveling in their misfortune, although she truly found delight in their plight. It was best kept to herself. Observing her suppressed amusement, the regent felt vindicated in his earlier decision to punish the two outside. At least the girl had lost her tearful expression. Are you quite pleased? The regent inquired softly. Tian Xiaoju lifted her gaze to meet the teasing glint in the regent's eyes and could not help but nod, though she felt somewhat ungracious. The two had attempted to eavesdrop, and such actions warranted consequences. Despite her lack of extraordinary abilities, ever since she had consumed the spirit spring water, her senses had become more acute than those of ordinary folk. She had overheard Qi and Qi's whispered speculations about whether the regent held affection for her, and if he had stolen a kiss. Sir, where shall we proceed next? Following the earlier events, Tian Xiaoju felt considerably more at ease. She could not remain overly coy, as it would hinder their companionship during the long journey ahead. We shall head south from Dongxiang Prefecture. This stretch we've just traversed is relatively manageable, but the further south we go, the more treacherous the roads become. There may even be sections where the carriage cannot pass, and we must walk. Can you manage that? If not, I can arrange for Qi to escort you back, the regent replied. It's quite all right, I can walk. Southward, is it hot? Tian Xiaoju asked, sensing that their destination might resemble the modern Guangdong region, which was likely to be quite warm. Indeed, the Nanling region can be somewhat warm, but it's manageable if one dresses lightly. I have heard that the fruits from Nanling are plentiful, though they do not fare well over long distances. They are primarily sent as tribute to the court, and by the time they reach the palace, they are no longer fresh. When we arrive, I shall take you to sample the local produce. It should be quite delightful, the regent explained. His knowledge of the Nanling region was limited to geographical texts, and this was his first visit. Here, he truly felt as if he were a stranger in unfamiliar territory. Very well, then I shall thank you in advance, sir. Tian Xiaoju's enchanting smile captivated the regent, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Her smile possessed a sweetness that could penetrate the hearts of those around her, exuding a remarkable charm. After an indeterminate period, the carriage began to sway, rousing Tian Xiaoju from her slumber. She overheard Qi and Qi conversing outside. Go check the road ahead. You should halt the carriage for now. I will inspect the path. Following this, Qi descended from the carriage and ventured forward. After a brief interval, Qi returned, reporting, Master, the road ahead is rather treacherous. The carriage cannot pass. Understood, the regent replied, disembarking from the carriage, with Tian Xiaoju following suit. Upon observing the twilight sky, she noted that daylight was fading. Should they fail to find accommodation soon, they would be compelled to endure the night outdoors. After a moment of contemplation, the regent declared, Let us remove the carriage. We shall ride on horseback. While the carriage cannot traverse, a single horse certainly can. Yes, sir, Qi and Qi responded, promptly unfastening the harness and dismantling the carriage. They secured it in a nearby location, camouflaging it with grass and branches, and equipped the horses with saddles, leaving behind any non-essential baggage. With 2 horses and 4 individuals, the regent glanced at Qi and Qi, instructing, You two will share 1 horse, while I will escort Miss Tian. First, let us partake in some sustenance before resuming our journey. As the others busied themselves, Tian Xiaoju discreetly rummaged through her belongings. using her pack as a cover to retrieve provisions from her hidden space. She had stocked it with ample supplies, ensuring that even if they found no food along the way, she could sustain herself for an extended period. "Let us eat first," the regent announced, prompting Qi Yi and Qi Er to accept the food from Tian Xiaoju's hands. Each received a savory egg pancake, which she had prepared in advance at the inn, specifically for their convenience on the journey. "Miss Tian, did you prepare these beforehand?" "Kia inquirit." "Indeed, how do they taste?" Tian Xiaojun replied. "Need you ask? The dishes crafted by Miss Tian are unparalleled. Just observe how Qi Er has already devoured his. He surely desires more." Ji remarked it, noticing Qi Er hastily finishing the last remnants of his pancake. "I have more. Wait a moment while I fetch you 2 more. Ji, would you like some as well?" "Master, what about you?" Tian Xiaojun asked as she readied to retrieve more pancakes for Qi Er. "1 more for each, please." "Young lady, not finishing your delightful creations would be a disservice to your culinary skills. They are exquisite, and I am pleasantly surprised that they remain tender even when cooled," the regent said with a smile directed at Tian Xiaojun. "Very well. I shall fetch 2 more for each of you," she replied. To ensure that the egg pancakes do not become tough, the method is rather simple. Use boiling water for half of the flour and cool water for the other half. This technique ensures that the dough is well prepared, resulting in a delightful fare that is neither dry nor hard. As she shared her culinary secrets, she distributed 2 additional pancakes to each of the 3 individuals. After a hearty meal, Tian Xiaoju retrieved a water flask and several small cups, crafted from bamboo, with each segment serving as a cup. In her leisure time, she had fashioned these cups in her space using bamboo. She poured each person a cup of water infused with the essence of the spiritual spring. "My dear, why does it seem that the water you pour tastes better than anyone else's?" the prince remarked. "Indeed, Your Highness, I share your sentiment. Both err, and I find that Miss Tian's water is more delightful." Qi Yi chimed in, echoing the regent's words. Chapter 61, The Southern Ridge Region. "Isn't it all just water? The same water we filled at the inn. Surely, I haven't added any sugar," Tian Xiaoju replied, not wanting to disclose any secret ingredients. "Have we all eaten enough? Let us prepare to depart," the regent said, extending his hand towards Tian Xiaoju. "Come here, I shall assist you onto your horse." Tian Xiaoju offered one hand to the regent while steadying herself on the horse with the other. With his help, she finally mounted the horse, and the regent gracefully followed, taking his place on the steed. As soon as he mounted, Tian Xiaoju felt enveloped in a warm embrace and caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance emanating from him, likely from the incense on his garments. The scent was pleasant and not overpowering. Though she could not identify it, it soothed her senses. At that moment, the sun was setting behind the mountains, painting the sky in vibrant hues of red. It was a breathtaking sight. Had there been a camera or smartphone, it would have captured a magnificent scene. In the modern world, due to environmental pollution, such splendid sunsets were a rare sight. As the wind caressed her face, it felt like a fledgling bird experiencing the sky for the first time, yearning for freedom. In that instant, Tian Xiaoju truly relaxed, leaning against the regent's chest, unconcerned about any societal norms regarding propriety. She felt as though she had discovered a newfound motivation for living in this foreign realm. Previously, her existence here had merely been about surviving, but now she sensed the possibility of embracing life with a more liberated spirit. Main Quest 2, completion at 75%. Keep pushing forward. Xiaomo's voice resonated in her mind. Tian Xiaoju pondered whether her uncontrollable excitement could contribute to her score, or if their shared journey on horseback was the reason for the increase. The regent, inhaling Tian Xiaoju's fragrant hair as he held her from behind, noted how her waist was delicately slender. In such a position, one with weaker resolve might entertain inappropriate thoughts. The regent had to suppress his own stirring emotions. As darkness fell, they had yet to find suitable lodging. The regent, resigned, told Tian Xiaoju, "It seems we must make do tonight. You will have to endure sleeping outdoors with us." Tian Xiaoju dismounted, supporting herself on the regent's arm, and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. I have yet to experience sleeping outdoors. Consider it a new adventure. Besides, I have the esteemed prince accompanying me, which is no small consolation. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Tian Xiaoju, the regent lord felt a sense of relief. Uncertain of what the night might hold, he recalled his days of military campaigns, where he occasionally encountered packs of wolves in the wilderness. He wondered what peculiar creatures might inhabit this region near the Nanling Mountains. "My lord, I shall venture into the mountains to see if there are any wild rabbits. If so, I shall hunt a few." Qi respectfully bowed to the regent. "Go ahead, but exercise caution," the regent commanded. "Yes, my lord." With that, he and Qi made their way toward the nearby hills. They found themselves in a clearing, adjacent to a wild pond, more accurately, a patch of grass that resembled meticulously cultivated turf. The grass was low, and in modern times, this would be an ideal spot for camping. "Master, I shall check if there are any fish in the pond," Tian Xiaoju remarked, preparing to engage in her own pursuits as Qi and Qi departed. "Wait, I shall accompany you," the regent said. Together, they strolled to the pond, which was only a few meters away. The water was remarkably clear, although the lighting was not optimal. Upon closer inspection, they could see small fish swimming about. "I wonder if there are larger fish in this pond. I am curious about how it was formed. The water appears to be fresh and clean. I wonder where its source lies, and if there are any undercurrents," Tian Xiaoju mused aloud. Master, the Points Mall offers fishing tools. You can exchange 10 points for a fishing net." The system's voice, Xiao Mo, chimed in. Tian Xiaoju couldn't help but roll her eyes. If a fishing net were to appear, the regent might very well think she was some sort of creature. As she pondered how to catch fish, she noticed the regent had acquired a stick. Before she could inquire, he plunged the pointed stick into the water. Moments later, he emerged with a 3 to 4 pound grass carp. Though not particularly large, it would suffice to stave off hunger for the 4 of them. Excitedly, she clasped the regent's arm and exclaimed, "My lord, you are truly remarkable. Despite the darkness, you managed to catch a fish." Seeing Tian Xiaoju's joyous smile, the regent chuckled and replied, "Given your earlier demeanor, it seemed you had a craving for fish. How shall you express your gratitude to me for satisfying your culinary desires? I will roast the fish and ensure you receive the portions with fewer bones," Tian Xiaoju replied, spinning a small bead. She was not about to fall for any trickery, lest she end up being sold and counting someone else's money. Noting her cleverness, the regent merely smiled and shifted the conversation. "Is one fish sufficient? If not, we can wait and catch another." "One is enough. Let's start a fire." "We have water here, which is quite convenient," Tian Xiaoju suggested, as she began gathering twigs and bamboo shoots from the ground, suitable for kindling. Upon observing that the 2 horses had completely grazed the patch of grass, Tian Xiaoju made her way to the barren area, rummaging through her bundle. In truth, she was utilizing the bundle as a shield to discreetly extract items from within. She retrieved a modest earthenware pot suitable for boiling water, while opting to roast the food directly to avoid suspicion from the excessive items she might produce. From the folds of her clothing, she procured several packets of condiments intended for grilling. Once added, these seasonings would undoubtedly enthrall her companions with their delightful aroma. Noticing her preparations, the regent found himself waiting for Qi and Qi. Thus he took it upon himself to clean the fish. In past military campaigns, he had managed not only fish but also hares and wild fowl. After gathering her supplies, Tian Xiaoju produced a fire starter. Grateful for the many fine bamboo twigs she had previously collected, which made igniting the fire a straightforward task. With a gentle breath, the fire starter caught flame, igniting the carefully arranged bamboo. Once the fire blazed, she proceeded to add thicker sticks, and soon enough, the regent had also completed his task of cleaning the fish. Chapter 62. From now on, you shall be family fortune was on their side, as the few hares they had caught would suffice for their meal. "Hurry! Don't keep the prince waiting." Ki Wugate Kia. The 2 hastily traversed the woods towards their point of entry, quickly spotting the distant flicker of the fire. "Your Highness, look! We have captured several wild hares and a few nests of bird eggs," Qi exclaimed, eager to showcase their recent successes. "Very good. Clean the hares thoroughly," the regent replied, nodding in approval. "Ha! We have indeed been fortunate. I shall attend to it right away," Qi grinned, eagerly carrying the hares toward the pond's edge alongside Qi. Tian Xiaoju glanced at the pile of bird eggs on the ground. In modern times, such a collection would be deemed quite illegal. She recalled a news story about a university student who had faced a 10-year sentence for taking a nest of bird eggs. A memory that transported her back to her elementary school days, so many years ago. She dampened the eggs and nestled them in the ash from the fire to prevent them from cracking. The fish roasting above the flames began to emit a tantalizing aroma, prompting Tian Xiaoju to carefully reposition them to avoid charring. Seizing the regent's dagger, she made a few slashes across the fish's surface and began to sprinkle her secret blend of barbecue spices. The moment she tore open the paper bag, a rich fragrance wafted forth. After evenly distributing the seasoning, she placed the fish back over the fire. At this juncture, it required only a brief grilling before it would be ready to eat. Meanwhile, the two individuals by the pond, cleaning the hairs, were also drawn in by the savory scent, hastening their movements. With the hairs prepared and the fish perfectly grilled, Tian Xiaoju, lacking bowls and chopsticks, ingeniously utilized the bamboo cups from which she had earlier drunk. The regent had also fashioned a few branches into chopsticks for their use. Through the flickering flames, Tian Xiaoju observed the regent prince, who was meticulously carving branches. Indeed, a man engrossed in his work exudes a certain allure. The regent prince glanced up, noticing Tian Xiaoju's gaze upon him, and inquired, "Do you find it appealing?" Tian Xiaoju felt a slight flush of embarrassment. His directness was rather disarming, yet she replied, "It is indeed appealing. A man diligently at work is most handsome." Although the regent prince did not fully grasp the meaning of her compliment, he assumed it was not unflattering and returned her a warm smile. Fortunately, Qi Yi and Qi did not witness this exchange. Had they, it would undoubtedly have elicited their teasing. Since the regent prince had become acquainted with Tian Xiaoju, his expressions had become far more animated. Previously, he wore a perpetually aloof demeanor, exuding an air of unapproachability. Now, he seemed much more approachable. Tian Xiaoju selected a section of branch with fewer thorns and prepared it. Moving to his side, she said, "Your Highness, do give it a try." The regent prince set aside his dagger and branch, took the cup from her hands, and began to eat with the rudimentary chopsticks he had fashioned. The fish was delectable, with a rich flavor and firm texture, even with the seasoning. The freshness of the fish shone through. He gave a thumbs up to Tian Xiaoju, exclaiming, "Not bad, quite delicious." "My lord, you have started eating already?" Kia, carrying a rabbit, approached and remarked with a hint of jealousy, "Go away, you disrespectful one. Have you forgotten how my temper can be?" The regent prince, while savoring his meal, admonished Qi Yi and Tian Xiaoju watched the scene unfold, stifling their laughter. It was indeed a surreal period, as the regent prince had become increasingly amiable, almost as if transformed. "Tian girl, these rabbit skins are for you. When winter arrives, you can sew a pair of gloves." The skins from these 4 rabbits are in pristine condition, Qi Yi offered, handing the cleaned rabbit skins to Tian Xiaoju. "Thank you. And please give me the rabbits as well. I shall roast them." "The fish is already prepared. Come eat with Qi," Tian Xiaoju replied, touched by their kindness. Aside from the young Lord Rong and by Lianhua, everyone here had treated her quite well. "Tian girl, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This roasted fish is divine. What spices did you use? Do you carry your own seasonings?" Qi asked, savoring a bite of the fish, his eyes narrowing in bliss. In such a remote wilderness, the ability to enjoy such exquisite food was a testament to Tian Xiaoju's prowess. "This is a secret recipe. I borrowed some ingredients from the inn's kitchen before I departed. It was a prudent measure. Thankfully, I prepared them, or else, even with these provisions, the flavors would have been lacking. Enjoy it. I will roast the rabbits now." "Though it will take a little while," Tian Xiaoju said, deftly placing the 4 wild rabbits over the fire. The regent gazed at Tian Xiaoju, marveling at her remarkable capability. Her movements were so deft, reminiscent of someone who had performed these tasks countless times before. She was still quite young, yet she seemed to adapt to the wilderness better than many seasoned individuals. If Tian Xiaoju were aware of the regent's thoughts, she would surely dismiss his admiration, asserting that her experience in outdoor survival was minimal. She had merely accompanied her skilled friends, which alleviated her fears. Her prior camping excursions and barbecuing with friends had honed her skills in grilling. Do you have any family, parents, siblings? The regent inquired suddenly. Tian Xiaoju was taken aback by the abruptness of the question and replied, I'm the only one in my family. I have been doing these things since childhood. Hearing a hint of melancholy in her voice, the regent felt a pang of regret for having asked such a probing question. It was akin to pricking a tender heart. From now on, consider me your family, he blurted out, leaving Qi Yi and Qi Er, who were eating nearby, momentarily speechless and causing Tian Xiaoju to pause in confusion. What did he mean by family? Such a commitment could not be made lightly. The main quest's progress was at 90%. At that moment, the malfunctioning system unexpectedly chimed in, and Tian Xiaoju found herself less startled by the sudden voice than before. Otherwise, she might have screamed and drawn unwanted attention. Your Highness, please do not jest. This is hardly amusing. She laughed awkwardly, hesitant to accept such a proposition. You have been busy for quite some time. The rabbit is roasting over there. Come and have some fish. Otherwise, there won't be any left, the regent suggested, masking his disappointment with a change of topic. All right, Tian Xiaoju replied, relieved that the conversation had shifted. She picked up the fish fillet that the regent had expertly deboned for her and began to eat. Despite knowing her cooking skills were commendable, she found the fish more delectable than any she had previously tasted, perhaps due to the regent's attentive preparation. Other than her father, he was the first man to have deboned fish for her, and it stirred a deep sense of gratitude within her. To conceal her emotions, she gazed upward at the sky, willing her tears not to fall. Yet, despite her attempts to mask her feelings, the regent noticed the slight redness in her eyes. After finishing her fish, she sought to divert Qi Yi and Qi Er's attention by tending to the rabbit, which had been roasting for a while. She flipped it to the other side and began sprinkling some seasoning. After evenly coating the first side, she turned it back and seasoned the opposite side. With several rabbits roasting simultaneously, she moved from one task to another, and as the enticing aroma of well-seasoned rabbit meat wafted through the air, it was simply irresistible. In modern times, Tian Xiaoju visited the Shu region and savored the exquisite rabbit heads, renowned for their spicy flavor. However, some individuals feign innocence and pity. During her previous visit to Shu with a few classmates, one of them, in a pretentious manner, lamented, "How could we eat such adorable rabbits?" Reflecting on it now, such affected individuals seem ubiquitous, reminiscent of a pure lotus flower, as their names suggest. They continually murmur sweet nothings about elder brothers, and only a fool like the young Prince Rome would fall for a woman's deceitful words. The fish had already been devoured by the four of them, and the rabbit meat was nearly finished. Holding a dagger, Tian Xiaoju sliced off a piece of rabbit meat and offered it to the regent, saying, "Sir, please have a taste." The regent, lacking any suspicion, accepted the meat and brought it to his mouth. The exterior was slightly charred while the interior remained tender. The texture firm, the saltiness perfectly balanced, and it exuded a unique fragrance. One could only wonder what ingredients Tian Xiaoju had used. It was truly delectable. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he gave a thumbs up, unwilling to spit out despite the heat, pointing at the rabbit meat. Tian Xiaoju inquired, "Would you like more?" The regent nodded while chewing, prompting her to present the entire rabbit to him. "Here, this largest one is for you, my lord." Observing that the regent had taken his share, Qi Yi and Qi Er retained another, slightly larger rabbit, while the remaining ones were divided equally between the two of them. Ignoring the heat, they were unable to resist the enticing aroma and began to eat voraciously. With a single bite, they were captivated by the savory rabbit meat, finishing it in no time, rubbing their slightly full bellies. Qi Yi and Qi Er remarked, "Miss Tian, your culinary skills are so exceptional that it would be a disservice not to open a restaurant. What will you do when you return to the capital? If you open a restaurant, I would surely patronize it daily." The regent, squinting at the two, inquired, "What, is the food at the royal residence not to your liking?" Upon hearing his tone, they felt a tinge of anger and quickly knelt, responding, "No, my lord, the royal cuisine is not lacking. We simply find Miss Tian's dishes more delightful." Enough, enough. They merely wish to support me. Don't you think, my lord?" Tian Xiaoju interjected, swallowing her bite of rabbit meat. Then I shall also support you, the regent replied, gazing at Tian Xiaoju. Very well. I would be honored to welcome your esteemed presence for guidance. While I promote the restaurant, I shall mention that it has been visited by the regent, assuring that many young ladies will come to savor the same dishes you have enjoyed. Tian Xiaoju spoke this casually, yet it carried a deeper implication in the ears of the regent. However, I have yet to decide what type of establishment to open, so I might indeed require your assistance, my lord. If I encounter difficulties with certain procedures, I will need to trouble you. Tian Xiaoju said as she poured some water from a clay pot and handed it to him. The regent accepted the water from her hand, remarking, "These trivial matters can be delegated to Qi and Qi for resolution. Indeed, leave it to the two of us brothers. We shall ensure that everything is arranged perfectly for Miss Tian." Qi patted his chest, fearing that the sound of his gesture would not be sufficiently convincing for Tian Xiaoju. "Then it is settled," Tian Xiaoju replied. As they conversed, feasting on rabbit meat and basking in the warmth of the fire, time seemed to pass swiftly. In the wilderness, one must make do. Once they finished their meal, Tian Xiaoju rested her head on her knees, gazing into the flames, preparing to take a respite. Although this position was somewhat uncomfortable for slumber, lying directly on the ground was not an option. When fatigue enveloped a person, sleep came easily, and Tian Xiaoju was unaware of when she drifted off. It was only upon awakening that she discovered her head resting on the shoulder of the regent. "You are awake," the regent remarked, sensing her movement. He opened his eyes to find Tian Xiaoju gazing at him, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. "When did you come to be beside me? Is your shoulder hurting?" she inquired, perplexed. "Not at all. It is fine. I noticed you had fallen asleep last night and nearly stumbled, which is why I sat beside you," the regent explained. "Thank you, Your Highness," Tian Xiaoju replied, uncertain of what else to say, managing only a terse expression of gratitude. "What of them?" she asked, glancing around but failing to spot Qi and Qi. "They have likely gone to relieve themselves," the regent suggested as he stood, stretching his shoulders. He could not simply watch her fall to the ground. This girl indeed had an ungraceful way of sleeping, deep and unyielding, impervious to calls. After fetching some water from the pond for washing, Qi and Qi returned, carrying a moderately sized wild piglet. "Your Highness, look what we have hunted. Last night, we were fortunate. We encountered no wild boars. Just as we ascended the mountain, we spotted this solitary piglet, weighing perhaps 70 to 80 pounds, though it is somewhat cumbersome to carry. We are unsure how far we are from Nanling," Qi exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. "Well, the bird eggs you brought back last night will suffice for breakfast. Let us consume them and set off early. I suspect we are not far from the Nanling region," Tian Xiaoju said as she sifted through the ashes of the previous night's fire to retrieve the bird eggs. In Chapter 64, titled Guan Shao, she distributed several eggs to each person and took out 2 pieces of bread for a light meal. The wild pig could not be prepared in time, so they had no choice but to carry it along. The town below the Nanling should not be far now. "Gee, please see if there are horses available for purchase. Acquire one for each of you to ride," the regent instructed, observing Qi struggling to manage the multitude of items in his arms, while Qi squeezed onto a single horse. "Yes, Your Highness," Qi replied. They resumed their journey toward Nanling, and this time, Tian Xiaoju found herself more adept at riding than during her initial attempt. She was unaware of how long they had been traveling until hunger struck, and at last they glimpsed the city gate, adorned with the characters Guan Shao. "Your Highness, ahead lies Guan Shao, the boundary between Nanling and Dongxiang. The stretch south of Guan Shao belongs to Nanling. Qi, let's proceed. It is a perfect opportunity to rest," said the regent. Gently patting the horse's rear, Tian Xiaoju felt the steed quicken its pace, and soon they arrived at the city gates. At the entrance, guards were stationed, and Tian Xiaoju observed that inspections were underway, though she was uncertain of their purpose. Step down, inspections are in progress," called one of the officers, pointing at Qi, Tian Xiaoju, and the regent. The regent did not issue any commands to Qi and Qi. Instead, he dismounted and watched as several officers approached. Tian Xiaoju inquired of one officer, esteemed official, "What is the nature of this inspection?" Upon noticing the beauty of a young lady addressing him, the officer softened his demeanor, responding, "Merely a routine inspection, nothing to concern yourself with." "Thank you, esteemed official. Please accept this small token," said Tian Xiaoju, producing some silver coins from her belongings and offering them to the officer. The officer accepted the silver, exchanged a nod with his fellow inspectors, and the group was allowed to pass. Once they entered the city, the regent turned to Tian Xiaoju and asked, "Child, what were you discussing with that officer?" "I was merely inquiring about the inspection. The officer assured me it was routine and without incident, thus permitting us entry," Tian Xiaoju replied. The regent then glanced back towards the city gates, where a poignant scene unfolded. "Esteemed official, I truly possess only this little. I fled here, seeking refuge with relatives. This is all I have left. If you take it, I will be left with nothing," cried a woman, her lamentation escalating into sobs. Move along. What a misfortune," one of the officers retorted, tossing the woman's belongings back to her and delivering a few kicks for good measure. The woman gathered her scattered garments and made her way into the city. Witnessing this, Tian Xiaoju felt a pang of discomfort. The plight of the common people weighed heavily on her heart, realizing that the officials' actions only exacerbated their suffering. She felt a flush of embarrassment over her earlier decision to give money to the officer, recognizing it as a form of bribery, an act she deemed most disgraceful. It was ironic how her actions had contradicted her values. The regent cast a glance at Tian Xiaoju, who, feeling ashamed, lowered her gaze. She regretted her choice to offer money. The regent's purpose for this journey was to scrutinize whether these officials were exploiting the populace. Noticing the regent's displeasure, Tian Xiaoju approached him and gently tugged at his sleeve, saying, "I am sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. I only wished to expedite our entry and did not foresee this outcome. Qi, send a message to the others and instruct them to arrange for assistance." The regent commanded, directing his attention to Qi. Tian Xiaoju, aware of her fault, kept her head bowed, staring at the ground, uncertain of how to rectify her mistake. As an ordinary person, she understood that errors were inevitable, and in this moment, she had come to a profound realization of her misjudgment. Even when faced with the regent, Tian Xiaoju felt a twinge of injustice and melancholy within her heart. As the woman approached her, Tian Xiaoju grasped her sleeve and inquired, "Annie, may I ask how much those officials took from you just now?" Upon realizing that the girl was quite beautiful and aware of her own questionable integrity, the woman swiftly withdrew her hand and replied, "My dear, why do you ask such things? I must caution you. Do not provoke those officials. If you lack money, they might seize other valuables from you, given your striking appearance. They are insatiable. I lost my last 5 coins to them, and now I must search for my family in this city. The days ahead may prove difficult." Tian Xiaoju took a piece of silver and pressed it into the woman's hand, saying, "Auntie, please accept this. I hope you find your loved ones soon." The woman hesitated, refusing to take the silver. Yet Tian Xiaoju insisted, placing it directly into the woman's bundle, asserting, "This is but a small token of my goodwill. May it aid you in your search." Reluctantly, the woman accepted it, bowing her head in gratitude before moving on. Once the woman had distanced herself, the regent gazed at Tian Xiaoju with a look of exasperation, reproaching her, "Is it so easy for you to trust the words of others? One day, you might find yourself sold off, and still, you could be aiding someone else with their money." Tian Xiaoju pouted, casting a sorrowful glance at the regent, feeling that nothing she did was right. She had never been involved with such officials before and was utterly bewildered, her expression one of pitiful confusion. The regent, softened by her innocent gaze, said, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply remain behind us next time. As a young lady, you need not be so headstrong." Tian Xiaoju nodded in agreement, though internally she sensed a touch of paternalism in his words. The notion that a young lady should not assert herself seemed a relic of outdated ideals. Yet, as a modern individual navigating an ancient world, she found it challenging to fully adapt. Noticing her silence, the regent refrained from further comment and simply stated, "Let us proceed and find Nin." Before they could move forward, Chi rushed over, panting, "Master, let's find a place to rest." "What is the matter?" the regent inquired, observing Chi's breathlessness. "I shall explain in detail at the inn," Chi replied, leading the way as they made their way to the lodging. Chapter 65. Cantonese cuisine. Upon arriving at the inn, the rooms had already been arranged for them by Chi and the others. Tian Xiaoju placed her bundle in her room, choosing not to eavesdrop on the regent's conversation. After closing the door, she entered her space to take a bath. Xiao, let me see what functions my points can redeem," she communicated with the system. "Opening the points redemption system for you. Please hold on." The points redemption system is now available. As Tian Xiaoju indulged in her bath, she browsed the points redemption interface and discovered that there were indeed items available for exchange. With a modest accumulation of points, she pondered over what to select. Yet, nothing particularly piqued her interest. Sanitary pads were unnecessary at the moment. But she resolved to redeem them when her period arrived, as she found the local menstrual products quite unfamiliar. After bathing and changing her attire, she felt significantly rejuvenated. Thankfully, the space allowed her the freedom to bathe whenever she pleased, without the dread of winter's chill or summer's heat. Exiting the space, she noted that not much time had passed outside. Upon opening the door, she observed that her companions had yet to emerge, prompting her descent downstairs. Her stomach began to grumble, urging her to satiate her hunger. She surmised they were engaged in conversation about matters concerning the city gate, a topic in which she felt no inclination to interject. "Master, what special dishes do you offer?" she inquired as she approached the counter. "My dear, it's all listed here. Please take a look and let me know your choice, and I will arrange it with the kitchen." The proprietor gestured toward a nearby blackboard. Tian Xiaoju glanced at the board, noting dishes such as white-cut chicken, squab, and roasted meats, all reminiscent of the culinary delights found in modern Guangdong. She personally had a fondness for rice rolls, but it seemed they were not on the menu. "Master, do you not serve rice rolls?" she asked. "Ah, young lady, are you not from out of town? You seem quite knowledgeable. Rice rolls are only available in the morning, and at this hour, we are preparing for lunch. If you desire rice rolls, I can reserve some for you tomorrow," the proprietor replied with a smile. Nodding, Tian Xiaoju responded, "Then I shall return shortly to order. As my companions have yet to arrive, you may rest over there for a while." "Waiter, please serve this young lady a pot of fine tea," the proprietor directed, indicating a table across the room. Seated comfortably, Tian Xiaoju sipped the tea brought by the waiter. Frankly, the quality of the tea left much to be desired. It bore the taste of aged leaves rather than fresh ones. Although she was no connoisseur, her frequent tea drinking since arriving here had made her acutely aware of the differences between aged and fresh tea. As her pot of tea neared its end, she spotted the regent and his entourage descending the stairs. She waved to them. "Have you been waiting long?" the regent asked as he settled into the vacant seat beside her. "Not all. I merely rested for a while and enjoyed some tea," she replied. "Have you finished your official business? Are you hungry? The special dishes are listed on that small blackboard. Is there anything you wish to try?" She gestured toward the board. It struck her as curious that the proprietor relied on written menus, as she wondered how business would fare if a customer were illiterate. "Anything will do." "Chi, please go and place the order," the regent instructed. Quickly, Chi rose to approach the counter, uncertain of what to choose. Nevertheless, he decided to request a couple of the chef's specialties along with several common vegetable dishes, believing that would suffice. 4 individuals sat together. Aside from Miss Tian, whose appetite was rather modest, the other 3 had hearty appetites, easily finishing 5 or 6 dishes. Chi felt he had ordered a sufficient amount of food, yet was taken aback when the dishes arrived, each seemingly full but actually quite sparse. With just 2 or 3 bites from each plate, the food was soon depleted. "Brother, why did you order so few dishes? Look, we haven't even had our fill," Chi lamented about the insufficient portions. Chi stood up and addressed Chi. "I will go and order some more. It is my first time here, and I had no idea the servings would be so small." Approaching the counter, Chi expressed his dissatisfaction to the innkeeper. "These portions are rather deceptive. While they appear abundant, in truth, they are quite meager. After just a couple of bites, the plates are nearly empty." "Dear guest, one must not speak so harshly. This is the customary serving size here." In fact, you may find that my establishment offers slightly more than others, who may serve even less than half of what I provide. Tell you what, I will send you 2 additional dishes. Surely that will suffice, the innkeeper replied, eyeing Qi Yi's sword at his waist, sensing he was not to be trifled with. That sounds more reasonable. By the way, could you tell me where the magistrate's office is located? I need to find someone, Qi Yi inquired. Just down the street. Exit my establishment, turn right, and walk about a mile, and you shall arrive at the county office. Who are you looking for? I have acquaintances there and can inquire on your behalf. The innkeeper offered eagerly, his face betraying his curiosity. No need. I'm uncertain if he is even present. I will investigate on my own. Thank you. Innkeeper, Qi Yi replied before returning to his seat. Sir, the innkeeper mentioned that if we exit and turn right, we will reach the magistrate's office, Qi Yi informed the regent. The regent tapped his fingers on the table and said, let's not rush. We shall go in the evening. For now, let's explore the area and assess the situation. Understood. Esteemed guests, these additional dishes are courtesy of the innkeeper for your enjoyment. Please, take your time, the waiter announced as he brought the food. Once the waiter departed, the group resumed their meal. Tian Xiaoju found the dishes reminiscent of Cantonese cuisine, but the flavors were rather bland for her palate. As a girl from Hunan, she preferred spicier fare. Even when preparing Cantonese dishes herself, she typically reserved them for breakfast. As they quietly dined, a commotion erupted outside. Innkeeper, bring us several jugs of fine wine and some hearty dishes. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Tian Xiaoju turned to see the official she had previously bribed. It appeared his pockets were now full and ready for indulgence. Esteemed officials, please come in. We have prepared the finest food and drink for you. The innkeeper effusively welcomed the officials. Waiter, quickly inform the kitchen to prepare some of our signature dishes for these esteemed officials and bring them several barrels of fine wine. Post haste. The shopkeeper gestured to the young attendant to promptly arrange accommodations for the officials. The attendant hurried towards the kitchen, while Tian Xiaojun shook her head, reflecting on the ever-looming presence of power. Regardless of the time, authority commands a certain reverence. As the saying goes, when one rises, even the chickens and dogs ascend with them. Otherwise, how could her modern-day mother continually urge her to pursue a civil service examination, as if striving for a higher status? In her youth, she had scoffed at such notions, yet reality eventually humbled her. Upon her arrival in this realm, she had heard classmates with children mention that schools now require parental information. If one were to disclose that their parents were mere farmers, they would be looked down upon. Thus, she endeavored to pass the civil service exam for the sake of her future offspring, hoping to shield them from societal disdain. However, just as she had passed the exam and was on the brink of enjoying its benefits, she found herself transported to this unfamiliar world. Child, the regent called, observing Tian Xiaojuan's occasional silly smiles and moments of melancholy. Uncertain of her state, he called out to her twice, but received no response. He gently patted her shoulder, startling her. What's wrong? Is there fire? Tian Xiaojun, taken aback by the sudden touch, looked at the regent with suspicion. What are you thinking about? You're neglecting your meal and ignoring my calls, the regent remarked. Realizing his concern, Tian Xiaojun smiled and replied, I was just lost in thought and didn't hear you call me. Apologies, my lord. Is there something you need? Nothing of importance. Please continue your contemplation, the regent said, somewhat exasperated. He sensed her distraction and felt it was futile to voice his thoughts. She appeared preoccupied, likely due to the exhausting journey over the past few days. After their meal, he would suggest she rest. All right then, Tian Xiaojun said as she pushed her food around in her bowl, finding it rather unpalatable. It seemed she would need to speak with the shopkeeper later about using their kitchen. Home-cooked meals were far more satisfying. After finishing her meal, she noticed the officials still engaged in their food and drink, oblivious to their presence. Tian Xiaojun was uncertain about the regent's intentions. She felt awkward following him, yet equally uneasy about not accompanying him. Before she could voice her concerns, the regent addressed her, Child, you should rest. You haven't looked well these past 2 days. If you're able to prepare dinner, please ask the shopkeeper to borrow their kitchen. I'm sure they wouldn't mind if you offer to pay. If not, it's no trouble. Just focus on resting while we take our leave. All right, Tian Xiaoju responded, momentarily touched by the regent's kindness and thoughtfulness. She momentarily forgot the bloody scene she had witnessed on a certain mountain, where he had fought valiantly against 10 foes, emerging wounded yet victorious. Upon returning to her room, Tian Xiaoju had barely settled onto her bed when a wave of discomfort washed over her. Oh no, her menstrual cycle was about to begin. She grimaced inwardly, dreading the heat of this place during such a time. Xiaomo quickly exchanged for 2 packs of sanitary pads, one for daytime use and one for nighttime. The system is currently processing your exchange for goods. Beep, beep, beep. The exchange of sanitary pads has been successfully completed. Upon noticing the pads at her feet, Tian Xiaoju felt a wave of relief wash over her. With these pads, she could finally discard the cumbersome monthly supplies. As soon as she obtained them, she sensed a rush of warmth surging within her and hurried to her space to change into a fresh pair of underwear, applying the sanitary pad with ease, which significantly improved her comfort. After washing her underwear in the space, Tian Xiaoju returned to her room, lay down on her bed, and soon drifted off to sleep. In a state of semi-consciousness, she found herself in a vivid dream. "No, grandfather!" Tian Xiaoju exclaimed as she rushed forward to shield the regent from an impending threat. A knife plunged into her chest. "Foolish girl, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive." The regent's eyes burned crimson, determined to eradicate the assassins. Once all the assailants had been dealt with, the regent, consumed by rage, commanded Qi, investigate who orchestrated this and their motives. "I want every one of them to pay for the girl's sacrifice." Cradling Tian Xiaoju's lifeless body, he stepped outside, his sorrow profound yet devoid of tears, his eyes only reflecting a deep crimson intensity as he held her tightly. Tian Xiaoju was jolted awake by the intensity of her dream, her heart racing. "Thank goodness it was just a dream," she murmured, though it felt hauntingly real. Was the regent in danger? Just as she contemplated venturing outside to find them, she hesitated, realizing she had never been to this place before and had no idea where they might be. Where could she search for them? What if she could not find them and ended up needing their help instead? Sitting in her room, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as she resolved to seek them out, she heard the sound of her window creaking open. Turning her head, she was startled to see the regent, bloodied and weary. "What happened? Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Assisting him to sit on a stool, she could hardly wait for his response. Without hesitation, she tore open the fabric where he was bleeding, revealing the wound beneath, still oozing blood. She swiftly exchanged a vial of hemostatic powder from the system, ensuring to replace the container, and procured a small vial of spring water. Pretending to retrieve it from her bundle, she knelt before the regent, first cleansing the wound with the spring water, then applying the hemostatic powder, and finally bandaging the injury with a clean cloth. "Where are Qi Yi and Qi'er? How could they fail to protect you?" she inquired anxiously. "Thank you, girl," the regent replied, his gaze intense and fervent, causing Tian Xiaoju's cheeks to flush. "They went after the assailants. My injury is not severe. It missed any vital areas. Are you worried about me?" he asked, his eyes fixed intently on her. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Tian Xiaoju realized she might have been overly concerned for him. Yet, the possibility of not being able to return home and the thought of perhaps embarking on a romantic journey with him emboldened her spirit. "Indeed, is it wrong to worry about you?" Tian Xiaoju retorted, "There is nothing to feel shy about. One should be forthright." Chapter 67. A single pot ha. "I am truly pleased by your concern for me," the regent prince said, gazing earnestly at Tian Xiaoju. "How about becoming my princess?" As she tidied the medicine she had just presented to the regent prince, Tian Xiaoju replied, "I shall consider it. It is rather abrupt, and my heart cannot quite bear it." Noticing Tian Xiaoju's slight concession, the regent prince smiled and remarked, "Very well, take your time to think it over. Contemplate seriously. Being my princess comes with numerous advantages. What a cunning old fox he is," revealing to her that there are additional benefits. Does he think she would agree solely for the sake of those advantages? Perhaps, just perhaps, she might be captivated by the prince's striking appearance. Spending each day in the company of the regent prince, It would be disingenuous to claim her heart remained untouched. Yet, Tian Xiaoju felt it was all too sudden. Even if the regent prince harbored a modicum of affection for her, in this era, a single word from him could cause others to tremble. As a mere newcomer in this world, she was certain her looks could not possibly attract him. After all, the daughters of noble families were far superior to her. Each was adept in skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and embroidery. What could she offer? She could cook, but beyond that, her talents were limited. Perhaps if singing is considered a skill, she could claim that as her own. Could it be that her culinary prowess captured the regent prince's heart? Shaking her head to dispel such fanciful thoughts, Tian Xiaoju carefully bandaged her wound, tying it with an elegant bow. Does the prince know who has caused you such harm? She could not help but inquire. The individuals from the mountains last time were likely sent by the same person as today's assailants. They are all assassins. Capturing them is futile, as they would merely crush the poison hidden in their teeth. By the time we secure them, they're already beyond saving. Do not concern yourself with these matters. However, you must ensure your safety while with us. I have already arranged for an investigation. We uncovered some leads last time, but the trail went cold. Now that these individuals have returned, we shall surely uncover the truth. The regent prince gently patted Tian Xiaoju's head and said, "Understood. Please be cautious while you are out. What would you like to eat tonight? I will eat whatever you prepare. The dishes are simply delightful, as long as you cook. I shall enjoy it," the regent prince replied. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements," Tian Xiaoju said. "My lord, you should take a moment to rest on my bed while I see what ingredients I have in the kitchen." "All right." Tian Xiaoju assisted the regent prince to the edge of the bed before stepping out. Descending the stairs, she spoke to the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, my lord is not accustomed to your cuisine. For the next few days, I shall rent a stove in your kitchen. Here is the payment. I will be preparing the meals myself." Tian Xiaoju held a silver ingot in her hand and tossed it into the air, only for it to return to her grasp. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing the gleam of silver, had his eyes light up, grinning broadly, and exclaimed, "Splendid. Feel free to use whatever you wish, and take as many vegetables as you desire." To which Tian Xiaoju replied, "Please write me a receipt so that when I use your vegetables, you want tea, demand payment later." The shopkeeper promptly fetched paper and ink, scribbling a receipt which he sealed with his stamp before handing it to her. Satisfied with the document, Tian Xiaoju tossed the ingot to the shopkeeper, who, disregarding the potential ridicule, bit down on the silver to test its authenticity, nodding in approval upon finding it genuine. As Tian Xiaoju entered the kitchen, one of the female assistants remarked, "Miss, this is the back kitchen. Outsiders are not permitted here." To which Tian Xiaoju responded, "My master is not accustomed to your dishes, so I have come to rent a stove to prepare my own meals. I have already discussed this with the shopkeeper. I am free to use the tools and ingredients." Realizing she was not there to usurp their positions, the assistant's demeanor softened. Quietly murmuring her relief, she thought, "Thank goodness. Come over here, young lady," the assistant beckoned. "This stove is usually left unused. You may utilize it. The vegetables are over there, and the plump one is our head chef, while the slender one is the server. I am responsible for washing the vegetables and dishes. If you need anything, just come and ask me." The middle-aged woman's attitude had notably shifted upon hearing that Tian Xiaoju was merely borrowing the stove. Such trivial matters did not concern Tian Xiaoju much. As long as they did not interfere with her, she was content. She nodded and expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you. I can manage on my own, and I will inquire if I need assistance." In the midst of the fresh produce, Tian Xiaoju selected some greens and a piece of pork belly, as well as some cornmeal. She planned to prepare a one-pot dish, first washing the ingredients before starting the fire. The assistant, meanwhile, sat chatting with the chef, leaving Tian Xiaoju to her own devices. The kitchen was filled with the sound of her chopping, occasionally interrupted by the chatter of others. Once she had thoroughly cleaned the necessary ingredients, Tian Xiaoju approached the stove to ignite the fire. After building a robust flame, she fetched a bucket of water from the nearby well, pouring some into the pot along with the entire piece of pork belly, scallions, ginger, and garlic. As the water began to boil, she skimmed off the foam, then added whole eggplants, peppers, and seasonings. While it simmered, she mixed the cornmeal into a dough, shaping it into cakes as she pressed against the pot's walls, covering it with a lid as she sat comfortably by the stove, tending to the flames. The fragrant aroma began to waft from the pot, drawing the attention of the three individuals engaged in conversation nearby. They turned their gaze towards Tian Xiaoju, who had extracted a long wooden stick from a stove, its end still flickering with flames, and placed it into an adjacent empty stove. She then lifted the pot lid, releasing an even more intense fragrance that tantalized the senses, nearly causing the onlookers to salivate. "My dear, what delectable dish are you preparing? It smells utterly divine," inquired the woman as she approached Tian Xiaoju's pot. "Ah, this is not yet ready. It's all for my family's enjoyment," Tian Xiaoju replied with an indifferent tone. Chapter 68. A subtle flirtation. The woman found herself at a loss for words in response to Tian Xiaoju's unassuming remark. With a slight pout, she returned to her conversation with the other two. Tian Xiaoju paid little heed to their opinions. Their prior demeanor had left her with a lack of fondness for them. She focused solely on perfecting the meal. She plated the flatbreads onto a large dish, knowing they would serve as the main course, soaked in rich broth, ensuring a satisfying bite. With deftness, she extracted the scallions, ginger, and garlic, setting the eggplant aside for a brief cut to be drizzled with garlic sauce later. The pork belly was cooked to perfection, cut into generous chunks, and placed on a platter accompanied by a dish of spicy garlic sauce. A flavor combination that was simply exquisite. The green beans and vegetables were neatly arranged, and a sprinkle of cilantro elevated the broth's aroma. After ladling the soup into bowls, she heated oil to saute the garlic. Soon, the kitchen was filled with an enticing scent. Once the garlic turned golden brown, she added the remaining minced garlic and spices, completing the fragrant garlic sauce. The rich aroma of garlic lingered in the kitchen, capturing the attention of the three conversing individuals, who now watched with interest. The woman, no longer seeking to be bothersome, approached Tian Xiaoju once more. Tian Xiaoju prepared some spicy garlic chili sauce, placing it beside the pork belly, while the golden garlic sauce was evenly spread atop the eggplants. She was concerned about how to serve all these dishes at once when Yi arrived with two helpers to assist with carrying the plates. Not wanting to leave the food unattended in the kitchen for fear of the three stealing a taste, she felt relieved. "Tian girl, we've come to help serve the dishes," Yi directed the two individuals behind him. Tian Xiaoju offered a polite smile to the newcomers and replied, "Perfect timing. I was fretting over how to transport all these dishes, and your arrival is just what I needed." With assistance in serving, she felt a sense of ease and followed the group into her room. Upon entering, she noticed the regent seated at the table, appearing completely unscathed. "What delightful dishes have you prepared, Tian girl? The aroma is simply irresistible. How fortunate that I returned in time. Otherwise, I would have missed out," Yi exclaimed as he stepped in, captivated by the array of dishes laid out, each exuding an alluring fragrance that stirred his appetite. In the county office, Yi approached the regent, preparing to speak, but was halted by the regent's gentle reminder to pause and partake in a meal first, acknowledging the hunger that must surely accompany their labors. With no choice but to cease his words, Yi settled onto a nearby stool. The other two companions did not linger for long. They assisted in bringing bowls of food before promptly departing, leaving only a few of them to dine together. "Sir, why did those two not join us for the meal?" He inquired. "They had matters to attend to. Pay them no mind. Come and sit, lest you toil alone and miss your meal," the regent urged, guiding Tian Xiaoju to a seat beside him. "Miss Tian, the dishes today appear delectable. Is this a different preparation method?" Yi remarked, eyeing the spread before him. Tian Xiaoju perceived Yi as a true gourmand, one who could hardly resist the allure of fine cuisine. "Have you discerned that? Do taste and offer your critique," she replied with a smile. The regent picked up a piece of braised pork, dipped it into the sauce, and brought it to his lips. The meat was tender and flavorful, the sauce aromatic. This combination was entirely new to him, surpassing even the royal chef's creations. Observing the regent's enjoyment, Yi's anticipation grew, and he eagerly followed suit, savoring the delightful fusion of spice and garlic intertwined with the richness of the meat. Each morsel left him craving more. Noticing Yi's silence as he indulged, Yi intrigued by his rapture, joined in, and soon enough, both were lost in the culinary ecstasy. A chime echoed in their minds. Side quest 2 completed. Main quest 2 progress at 99%. Congratulations, Master. You have earned 100 points. Tian Xiaoju's heart overflowed with joy upon hearing the notification of her points. Surprised at the swift completion of this secondary task, the prospect of exchanging points for various goods filled her with anticipation, envisioning a time when her rewards would be plentiful. As she glanced at a piece of meat that had found its way into her bowl, she turned to the regent, who was smiling warmly at her. It seemed only fitting to indulge in the offering from such a distinguished lord, so she yielded, taking the food he had graciously placed before her. The regent, noticing her delight, continued to serve her generously until she felt her stomach nearing its limits, prompting him to finally cease his attentions. The group finished their meal in a tranquil atmosphere, and Tian Xiaoju was relieved of the duty of clearing the table. Once Qi Yi and Qi Er completed their tasks and exited the room, the regent locked the door behind them. "Ah, it aches, my dear," the regent lamented, gazing at Tian Xiaoju with a pitiful expression. She examined him closely, but found no sign of blood seeping from the bandaged area, leading her to believe it was not a serious matter. "What does it hurt? Should I summon a doctor for you, sir?" Tian Xiaoju approached the regent a little closer. The regent pointed to his chest and said, "Girl, it hurts here." Upon seeing where he pointed, Tian Xiaoju was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to dismiss him. His blatant teasing was too apparent to ignore. She shot him a disdainful glance, which made the regent burst into laughter. "Do you not have official duties to attend to?" Tian Xiaoju inquired. "I do, but I must wait for them to arrive." "What, are you interested?" The regent replied with a smile. "Not at all. I merely wish to rest for a while. After such prolonged exertion, my back is aching, and I would like to lie down," Tian Xiaoju remarked, rubbing her sore waist. Observing her evident fatigue, the regent relented and stood up, saying, "Rest well. I shall go check on their progress." "Go ahead, but do be cautious, especially with your injury. You must not let it reopen," she cautioned. "Understood. You worrywart," the regent replied. Once he departed, Tian Xiaoju firmly shut the door, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth. Chapter 69. A midnight visit to the county office in the stillness of the night. Tian Xiaoju heard Qi Yi calling her from outside. Miss Tian, Miss Tian." Rising to open the door, she found Qi Yi clad in dark attire. "Are we going out?" she asked. "The master has asked me to bring you along to watch a performance," Qi Yi announced. "Oh, just a moment. I need to change," Tian Xiaoju said, glancing at her cumbersome dress. "Sure, take your time. I'll wait here," Qi Yi replied. After closing the door, Tian Xiaoju selected a loose-fitting black outfit and a pair of black cloth shoes from her belongings. "Let us go. What about the master and Qi Er?" she asked upon emerging, dressed for the occasion. "They are waiting over there. Let us move." Qi Yi pointed towards the room where the regent resided. Following Qi Yi to that room, she observed that both the regent and Qi Er were also clad in dark attire, suggesting they were about to embark on some covert mission. The regent regarded Tian Xiaoju in her black ensemble, although it was somewhat loose. It possessed a unique charm on her. He picked up a triangular black cloth from a nearby table and gently covered her face, securing it with care before nodding in satisfaction and saying, "Perfect." He then donned a similar piece for himself, and Tian Xiaoju found him particularly handsome, reminiscent of the poetic imagery of a figure half concealed by a pipa. Both Qi Yi and Qi Er had also donned their face coverings. Just as Tian Xiaoju was about to inquire about their exit route, she noticed Qi Er had already pushed open a window and leaped out from the sill. "If only I possessed such remarkable agility," she thought, but before she could fully process it, the regent took her hand and leapt out the window, nearly causing her to scream. "Do not be afraid. Simply close your eyes," he reassured her. The voice of the regent echoed in her ears, and in an instant, Tian Xiaoju felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, allowing her to close her eyes with ease. Although she was not afraid of heights, the thought of opening her eyes did instill a hint of trepidation. After an indeterminate passage of time, as the wind ceased to be felt, she cautiously opened her eyes and gazed up at the regent, who was already looking at her. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze to the ground beneath her feet. To her astonishment, She found herself atop a rooftop. Was this a clandestine act of observation from above? Having watched numerous dramas before her time travel, she recalled scenes of individuals donning night attire, peeking into others' homes from rooftops. She had often mused about how she would seize such an opportunity if she ever found herself in ancient times, and now it seemed her wish had been granted. It appeared that she and she heir had ventured elsewhere, for upon surveying her surroundings, she noticed no one else was present. She whispered, "My lord, is your wound all right? Thanks to your medicine, little girl, it has begun to scab over. Truly, you are my lucky star. Normally, such injuries would take at least 4 or 5 days to heal," the regent replied. The depth of his gaze held a certain significance, which Tian Xiaoju perceived but chose not to comment on. She understood that as long as she did not confess, even if the regent harbored suspicions, it would amount to nothing. Seeing her silence, the regent did not press further. Instead, he crouched down, removing a tile to peer below. Tian Xiaoju followed suit. Her curiosity piqued. To her surprise, the ancient people appeared to indulge in quite the revelry. What had she just glimpsed? Before she could fully comprehend, the regent swiftly covered her eyes. Startled, she realized that the ancients were not as conservative as she had previously thought. Her assumptions had been overly simplistic. The scenes unfolding in the room were rather scandalous, far from the decorum she had imagined. As she became engrossed in the spectacle, the regent's hand abruptly obscured her vision. "Let me go," she protested, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "I shall not release you unless you promise not to look," he stated. "Why?" she asked, perplexed by his sudden action that left her feeling disoriented. "Do you wish to gaze upon another man's body? Is it that appealing?" he teased, his tone suggesting a veiled threat. Though reluctant in her heart, Tian Xiaoju found herself repeating, "All right, I promise not to look." Once the tile was replaced, the regent finally lifted his hand from her eyes. Stealing a glance, she noticed the tile was securely in place, inwardly critiquing the regent for his jealousy. After all, she was not interested in viewing him. Seeming to perceive her thoughts, the regent swept her away into the air, questioning her desire to see other men's bodies. "I do not like them. My lord, what are you planning?" she exclaimed. "Master, the prince seems intent on executing you right here," Xiao Mo's voice chimed in. The sudden sound of Xiao and Mo nearly made Tian Xiaoju cry out in surprise. The regent lord sought an open space, disregarding whether Qi and Xi'er had completed their tasks, and directly took Tian Xiaoju away from the county office. "I will say this once more. You are not to gaze upon the bodies of other men." The regent lord lifted Tian Xiaoju's chin, their eyes locking in a compelling gaze. Unable to resist the allure of his eyes, she mechanically nodded and replied, "I won't look, I promise." "Then, would you be willing to become my princess?" The regent lord continued smoothly. "Yes," Tian Xiaoju responded, utterly captivated by the depth of his gaze. Her thoughts clouded, leaving her bewildered at her own acquiescence. Upon reflection, she felt as though she had been enchanted by the regent. Otherwise, how could she have so readily agreed in that moment? "Upon our return, I shall marry you," the regent lord declared, his joy evident. In a buoyant mood, he felt inclined to converse even with a passing bird. "Wait, what did I just say? You cannot deceive me in this manner." Upon hearing the regent's intent to marry her, Tian Xiaoju suddenly realized how she had been seduced into compliance. "Once promised, you cannot retract your words, my dear," the regent lord said, drawing her close and gently stroking her head. In Chapter 70, she felt the solidness of his chest beneath her touch. The sensation of being petted on the head was akin to being cradled like a cherished pet, and at that moment, Tian Xiaoju felt like a beloved animal in the regent's embrace. Her knowledge of ancient hairstyles was limited, and each attempt to style her hair took an eternity. Tonight, she had hastily tied it into a ponytail, which the regent had now tousled. "May I offer a small suggestion?" Tian Xiaoju looked up at the regent lord. "Speak," he replied, his hands continuing their gentle ministrations, for he relished the act of stroking her head, finding it delightfully comforting. Tian Xiaoju swatted at his hand, saying, "Could you refrain from messing with my hair? It's all in disarray now." This relentless head petting was proving to be overwhelming for her, far too potent. The regent lord gazed deeply into her eyes before responding, "Very well, but only in the presence of others shall I refrain. When we are alone, I shall still wish to touch your head." Tian Xiaoju felt her protests were in vain. This lord would insist on his desires regardless. Internally rolling her eyes, she recognized his formidable power and martial prowess, leaving her, a mere frail girl, with no choice but to submit. "My lord, we have uncovered evidence of the county magistrate's crimes and found his private treasury. Truly, his greed knows no bounds. Previously, South Ridge was thought to be a land of savages, yet now it appears that was not the case," Chi-E reported as he approached the regent lord, cupping his hands in respect. "What do you mean by that?" the regent lord inquired, intrigued as he regarded Chi-E. Tian Xiaoju finally sensed the absence of a large hand caressing her head. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, she mused that this place bore a striking resemblance to the Guangdong province of their era. Guangdong is indeed a prosperous economic hub, and this Guangshao might be geographically akin to the Qing city of Shao in Guangdong. Although it is situated in the northern part of the province, its economic development surpasses that of many other regions. As a mere county magistrate, the treasures within his private treasury far exceed those of the Dongxiang governors. Were it not for the area's affluence, it would be inconceivable to amass such wealth in one's private coffers. If the governor of Nanling were equally as avaricious, his riches would likely be even greater. Chi-E, too, felt a profound sense of lamentation. They genuinely believed themselves beyond the reach of authority, issuing command to dispatch 2 guards to investigate these officials, big and small, and to scrutinize each one. Any found to be corrupt would be sent to the capital's Supreme Court for judgment, which he would personally oversee. By dawn, he would return to the capital with the girl, leaving the arrangements here to Chi-E, as he only desired to see results. The regent's anger was barely contained. These corrupt officials had truly grown brazen, believing they were free from oversight. "Indeed," replied Chi-E and Chi-E in unison. The regent led Tian Xiaoju away from the county office, feeling a sense of revulsion towards the place. Although he understood that even in the more lavish establishments frequented by the wealthy, the debauchery might exceed what he had just witnessed, he found it difficult to accept. While Tian Xiaoju was unaware of how much gold, silver, and jewels had been unearthed from the Dongxiang governor's residence, the wealth displayed by the Bai family was already substantial. It was no wonder the regent was so infuriated upon learning that the county magistrate's private treasury was even more abundant than that of the Dongxiang governor. Yet they were to embark for the capital the very next day. Tian Xiaoju felt a twinge of regret, as she had yet to explore the entirety of the great Liang kingdom. Having finally ventured out, opportunities to return may not present themselves frequently in the future. However, given the regent's current temper, any attempt to express this sentiment might result in an unwelcoming reprimand. Sensing Tian Xiaoju's emotions, the regent took her hand and said, "My dear, once I have purged these corrupt officials, and my imperial nephew has learned to manage these affairs independently, I shall take you on journey. By then, we will be free of such troublesome matters and can revel in joyous exploration. We will set out from the capital, first heading north, then west, wherever your heart desires. That is where we shall go. What do you say, my dear?" Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoju could only nod in agreement, though a sense of regret lingered. She had been away long enough to miss the people of the capital, wondering how they were faring. Upon returning to the inn, the regent swept her up in his arms and ascended directly through the window. In her clumsiness, Tian Xiaoju accidentally knocked him to the ground. "Is it so soon that you wish to throw yourself into my embrace?" The regent smirked, tightening his hold on her even more. As Tian Xiaoju found herself embraced by the regent, she could distinctly feel his firm chest. An impulse surged within her to reach out and touch it, curious about the sensation. Unbeknownst to her, her hands began to move restlessly. "My dear, what do you intend to do?" the regent inquired, slightly stirred by her mischievous touch. It was only upon hearing his words that Tian Xiaoju realized her hands had indeed wandered across his form, leading her to awkwardly chuckle and apologize. "I'm sorry. I lost control for a moment." In her flustered state, she hastily scrambled away, inadvertently brushing against a sensitive area, eliciting a sharp gasp from the regent. She quickly retreated to her room, leaving him bemused. This girl, teasing and then fleeing, he mused, dusting himself off with a resigned shake of his head. Meanwhile, as Tian Xiaoju lay in her bed, her thoughts were consumed by the image of the regent and his solid chest. She had touched it, and the sensation lingered delightfully in her mind. The more she pondered, the more restless she became. Eventually, she drifted into a slumber, giving way to a vivid dream where she boldly tackled the regent, intent on disrobing him. Just as she was about to act, the crowing of a rooster jolted her awake. Rubbing her eyes, she realized dawn had broken outside. What a pity I didn't succeed in my endeavors, she thought. Reluctant to rise from her bed, she felt her face still warm to the touch. "Miss Tian, are you awake? We are waiting for you downstairs," came a voice of Qi air from outside. "I'm up. I'll be down shortly," she replied. After hastily preparing, she descended the stairs to find the regent and his companions already awaiting her arrival. Chapter 71. The journey home, though it was Tian Xiaoju who had boldly touched the regent the night before, she now felt a surge of timidity. Unable to meet his gaze, guilt gnawed at her. The previous night's boldness had deprived her of a restful night's sleep. "What shall we eat?" the regent asked, observing her flustered demeanor. "I've heard there's a local breakfast specialty called rice noodle rolls, and I would like to try that." "What about you, your highness?" she responded. "Then I shall have the same," he decided. Go inform the innkeeper that the girl and I will have their specialty rice noodle rolls. As for you two, choose whatever you desire," the regent instructed. Finding a suitable spot to sit, he continued, "Have you gathered everything? Once we finish breakfast, we shall head back." "Yes, I'm ready, but I must step out shortly to purchase some buns for our journey," Tian Xiaoju replied. "No need for you to go. Let them handle it," the regent said. As he observed her attire, the regent noted how this girl possessed a remarkable versatility. Dressed in male clothing, she exuded a gallant charm, and the crown she wore complemented her ensemble beautifully. The girl's hair was lustrous and smooth to the touch, a delightful sensation indeed. "Sir, everything is prepared for you. Is there anything else you wish to command?" Qi approached and inquired of the regent. "Please fetch some steamed buns. The girl and I had a bite on the way. Should any matters arise that you cannot resolve, send a message to me immediately. Discuss any issues with the two of you," the regent said earnestly to Qi. While both possessed capabilities, their personalities differed. However, as a pair, they complemented each other perfectly. Before long, Qi arrived alongside the innkeeper, who carried 4 plates of rice rolls, moving with an air of briskness. "Esteemed guests, here are the rice rolls you requested. Enjoy," he announced, placing the plates on the table along with an assortment of side dishes. The rice rolls appeared translucent, filled with eggs and minced meat, accompanied by some greens. The small dishes contained an array of condiments, including chili sauce, chopped scallions, minced ginger, crushed peanuts, fried sesame,
Pickled green beans, and spicy radish, amounting to quite an assortment. Upon tasting the rice rolls, their authenticity shone through. They were smooth and delectable, with the seasoning perfectly balanced.
Could it be that someone here has mastered the art of brewing soy sauce? Tian Xiaoju pondered, for the flavor of soy sauce was unmistakable. Yet, she knew that the evolution of soy sauce had roots in ancient times and had only matured in the present. In this grand Liang kingdom, it was certain that there were many talented individuals. "Have you heard? The county magistrate perished last night in the company of a woman, reportedly the star of the brothel," a nearby patron remarked. Witnesses claim the magistrate was sprawled atop the courtesan, engaged in the act, when he suddenly met his demise. "Where did you hear such news?" another patron queried. "From my grandaunt's household, right next to the county office. During the commotion last night, I heard the woman scream for help, which roused us, and we rushed to see what had transpired," replied a bystander. "But the magistrate has a wife. Surely that little vixen wouldn't escape her wrath?" Another chimed in. "Who knows? Once these officials amass wealth, they tend to indulge, forgetting their humble beginnings," the first bystander sighed. "Come, let us go to the county office and join the spectacle. No doubt a throng has gathered there," the second urged, finishing the last morsel of rice roll and pulling the first along. Tian Xiaoju reflected on the scene she and the regent had witnessed the previous night, which differed significantly from what these two were recounting. The regent, too, was engulfed in uncertainty, for he distinctly remembered 4 individuals engaged in their revelry. while the rumors spoke only of the magistrate and a courtesan, suggesting a deeper intrigue at play. Noticing that Chi'er had finished his meal, the regent addressed him. Investigate the circumstances surrounding this matter. Yes, sir. I shall do so at once, Chi'er replied before making his way out, heading towards the county office. Given the circumstances, it remains uncertain whether we can return today. The sudden demise of the county magistrate ensures that we will have visitors. One wonders if the governor will make an appearance. At this moment, Chi'er returned from outside with a bag of buns. Noticing Chi'er's absence, he inquired, "Where is heir, sir?" "He has gone on an errand. You may eat first," replied the regent. Very well. After Chi'er finished his breakfast, Chi'er had still not returned. The regent exchanged a few words with Chi'er, which Tian Xiaoju could not overhear. She only noticed that after the regent spoke, Chi'er rose and departed from the inn. "Come, my dear, let us return," the regent softly instructed Tian Xiaoju. Puzzled, she asked, "Shall we not await the outcome from over there? If they cannot handle such trivial matters, they are unworthy of being my subordinates. Rest assured, I shall leave this affair to them. We shall return to the capital. I must ensure that my little nephew is not being bullied." The regent explained. "Are you referring to His Majesty, the current emperor?" Tian Xiaoju whispered. "Indeed. Upon our return, I shall introduce you to him. You see, my nephew, though still young, possesses a clever mind. He even wishes to introduce me to an older sister he knows. But I have no desire for such introductions. Does he not realize that a mere word from him could seal a person's fate?" The regent remarked. Looking at Tian Xiaoju, seemingly seeking her approval, she pretended to ignore his antics. Even if the young emperor intended an engagement for him, he could hardly voice any dissent. It must be understood that a casual remark from the young emperor is tantamount to a command. An engagement would necessitate marriage, lest one be charged with treasonous conduct. Why not meet him? Perhaps His Majesty will present you with an unparalleled beauty, Tian Xiaoju suggested, not fully aware of the envy lacing her tone. "I have you, and that suffices. Even if the emperor wishes to offer me another, I would not accept," the regent stated. "I take you at your word. You must not deceive me," Tian Xiaoju replied earnestly. "Rest assured, my word is as binding as a promise sealed with a nail," the regent assured her. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. Now, let us set forth and return," Tian Xiaoju declared. Chapter 72. Return to the capital. The two of them journeyed forth. The regent maintained a brisk pace, as there was little need for prolonged stops. The journey from Guangzhou to the capital took merely 3 days. Upon their return, Tian Xiaoju felt a surge of joy, as though she were rejuvenated. While it is true that the world outside is filled with wonders, traversing it solely on foot would take years to explore fully. "Shall I escort you home, my dear?" the regent inquired. "I can dismount at the city gate and walk home myself," Tian Xiaoju replied. "Are you certain you do not wish to invite me in for a visit?" the regent asked. Tian Xiaoju nodded. "Once I tidy up my home, I shall invite you over, and perhaps prepare some delightful dishes for you. How does that sound? That is much more agreeable. Then let us part ways here. Be cautious on your journey home, and I shall visit you in a few days," the regent concluded. The regent could not resist the urge and gently stroked Tian Xiaoju's head, saying, "Farewell, my dear." Tian Xiaoju waved her hand at the regent and began to walk in the direction of her home. The regent watched her until she disappeared beyond the city gates before he mounted his horse and returned to the royal residence. Upon his arrival, he spotted his nephew loitering at the entrance. "Uncle, you have finally returned," exclaimed Prince Xiaorong, stepping forward to grasp the regent's hand. "What is it?" The regent was not particularly fond of this nephew, as he found it perplexing that someone of such unremarkable disposition could emerge from a family of otherwise astute individuals. When Prince Xiaorong realized his hand was released, he hesitated for a moment before mustering the audacity to speak. "May I ask a favor of you?" "What is it?" The regent's impatience began to surface. If there was something to be said, it should be stated directly without unnecessary preamble. "Regarding Miss Bai's family, dear uncle, could you possibly spare their lives?" Prince Xiaorong finally summoned the courage to utter. "Do you suppose that the paths your own grandfather cannot traverse would be open for you by me?" The regent replied sternly. "Uncle, I beg you truly, I implore you." Prince Xiaorong stepped forward once more to grasp the regent's sleeve, but was deftly evaded. Enough, do not feign pity here. I will not assist you in circumventing the rules. The regent asserted, shaking off Prince Xiaorong's reaching hand and striding purposefully into the residence. My lord, you have returned. A steward, emerging from the kitchen, greeted him with alacrity. Water has been prepared. Please wash up and take some rest. Yes, arrange for the lunch, the regent instructed. Certainly, I will prepare your favorites, the steward replied. The regent waved his hand to dismiss him. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Tian Xiaoju observed that her surroundings had not changed much. She ran her fingers over the furniture, noting only a thin layer of dust. Finding a stool, she wiped away the dust and then settled in comfortably. Xiao Mo, open the points mall. The points mall is initializing. Beep beep beep, the points mall is now open. Tian Xiaoju recalled seeing an option for housekeeping earlier. Xiao Muntak. Search for housekeeping in the points mall. Understood, master. I am searching for the keyword housekeeping. Beep beep beep, whole house cleaning, 10 points. Deep cleaning of the entire house, 20 points. What is the difference between these two? Tian Xiaoju inquired. Master, whole house cleaning only addresses the surface, such as the dust. Deep cleaning encompasses a thorough tidying of everything, inside and out. I would like to exchange for the whole house cleaning. Processing your exchange. Beep beep beep, the exchange is complete. Just after completing the whole house cleaning, Tian Xiaoju felt as though her room appeared significantly cleaner. She could not discern whether it was merely her imagination or if the system had indeed made some improvements. The whole house cleaning has been completed. Please check. It appears that my earlier perception was not merely an illusion. Indeed, everything has been tidied up. I am uncertain how this was accomplished, for in such a brief span of time, the space has been rendered immaculate, and I have not observed any cloth in motion. Tian Xiaoju rose to her feet and ran her fingers over the table and various surfaces, finding them utterly spotless. Satisfied, she nodded and remarked, quite remarkable indeed. Is very clean. With the cleaning now complete, Tian Xiaoju proceeded to the backyard, retrieving an abundance of fresh ingredients from her storeroom. Sister, you have finally returned, exclaimed a small voice. Oh, little one, how did you come over here? Tian Xiaoju inquired, noticing ear hanging on the wall. Hurry, come in through the front door. She beckoned. Before long, ear appeared from the entrance, making her way to the backyard kitchen. Sister, where have you been all this time? Every time I try to find you, you're nowhere to be seen. Even my uncle has been absent for quite a while and has neglected me. I thought you both had abandoned me. Little ear lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Tian Xiaoju dreaded the sound of a child weeping. Utterly at a loss on how to comfort her, laying down the vegetable she was holding, she picked up little ear. Sister, you smell wonderful. Ear sniffled, her nose twitching. I have not abandoned you, dear ear. I simply had matters to attend to and was away for a while. I apologize for not informing you. Tian Xiaoju gently stroked ear's head. Sister, it's all right. As long as you haven tea forsaken me, I could be magnanimous and forgive you. Sister, what delectable dish are you preparing? May I stay here to eat? Ear blinked her large, dark eyes, gazing at Tian Xiaoju with a pitiful expression. Very well. My dear ear shall dine with me. I am going to prepare the rice now, so please do not wander off. Tian Xiaoju squatted beside you, addressing her earnestly. Okay. Tian Xiaoju entered the kitchen to steam the rice, only to turn around and find the little one following closely behind her. Come here, ear. Can I carry you? She asked. Yay. Sister, carry me. I love it when you hold me. Little ear exclaimed joyfully. Tian Xiaoju lifted ear into her arms and stepped into the courtyard, where the vegetables had already been washed. Once the rice was cooked, she would proceed to stir-fry the vegetables. Have you communicated clearly with your family that you will be dining at your sister's house? Tian Xiaoju inquired. Sister, my uncle is also away, and no one is looking after me, little ear replied, her lips pouting once more. Very well. This is the only exception. If there are no adults present next time, I shall not be able to keep you, Tian Xiaoju stated. Chapter 73. A chance encounter with the lotus flower. Before long, the meal was prepared, and the two of them joyfully began to eat together. Sister, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. They surpass even those of the imperial chefs. Ia declared, her eyes squinting with delight as she spoke, still chewing her food. You've tasted the dishes made by imperial chefs? Tian Xiaoju assumed Ear was merely jesting and responded in kind. Realizing her mistake, Ear hurriedly clarified, I only meant to express that your cooking is so delightful. It must surely be better than that of the imperial chefs. I have never tasted anything as exquisite as your creations. Seeing that Ear enjoyed her meal, Tian Xiaoju added some more dishes to Ear's bowl. Just watching the little one eat filled her heart with joy. After the meal, Tian Xiaoju accompanied Ear back, and upon reaching the entrance, she noticed someone rising from the steps, addressing Ear with a playful tone. Little ancestor, are you trying to take my life? If the master finds out, I shall be skinned alive. Elder sister, I have a family servant here to take me back, so you needn't see me off. Farewell. Ear waved at Tian Xiaoju. As she watched Ear walk away, Tian Xiaoju finally had some free time. Noticing that Lingland's shop across the street was still open, she returned home to fetch some items she had bought for her, neatly packing them in a bag. After securing her own door, she made her way across the street. Elder sister, I'm back. She called out from outside the shop before even stepping inside. Ling Lan, who was assisting a customer with clothing selections, was momentarily startled by Tian Xiaoju's voice. Turning around, she confirmed it was indeed Tian Xiaoju and informed her customer, please continue choosing. I will attend to my friend for a moment. Go ahead, I can manage on my own, the woman replied, casting a glance at Tian Xiaoju as she entered. Momentarily taken aback, the man accompanying the woman followed her gaze and, upon recognizing Tian Xiaoju, scoffed. The duo was none other than Prince Xiaorong and Bai Lianhua, both occupied with their own shopping. Although Tian Xiaoju noticed them, she chose to ignore their presence and walk straight over to Ling Lan. Sister Ling, it has been too long. I missed you dearly. She embraced Ling Lan warmly. Prince Xiaorong, who had been watching Tian Xiaoju, snickered at the display and remarked, two women embracing, what decorum is this? One wonders where such a mad dog has come from, barking so loudly. Sister, do take care, lest you be bitten by it. Tian Xiaoju, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, pray tell, who do you accuse of being a dog? Fuming, Prince Xiaorong approached her, pointing an accusatory finger. Oh, Prince Xiaorong is here as well. This humble servant greets the prince. May fortune smile upon you. Tian Xiaoju curtsied gracefully, deliberately avoiding his previous question. Didn't you go out of town with my young master? How have you returned? Prince Xiaorong inquired. I had matters to attend to. Isn't Prince Xiaorong on the verge of a romantic engagement with Miss Bai? Do not forget to invite this humble servant to partake in the joyous feast. Tian Xiaoju said with a knowing smile. What a simpleton. He is utterly oblivious to the fact that he is being used. The Bai family has been imprisoned, leaving only her. Were it not for the regent's indifference, she too would have been taken away. At that moment, Bai Lianhua gracefully approached. Miss Bai is here as well. Having set her eyes on a particular garment, Tian Xiaojun suggested that her sister offer a discount. However, she quickly corrected herself, realizing that Bai Lianhua likely had no need for such trifles and would certainly dismiss the meager concession. Sister, when you collect the payment, please do so at the original price, Tian Xiaojun remarked. Observing the change in Bai Lianhua's expression, she felt a surge of satisfaction. She relished the sight of someone pretending, curious to see how long the facade would last. Meanwhile, Ling Lan, who was listening to the conversation, pondered how a man of royal lineage could be so petty. After all, this woman had been quite particular in her selections, yet somehow she had caught the princess' attention. Of course, my dear one would never regard such a discount as significant. Please wrap up all the pieces I just examined. How much will that be? Bai Lianhua declared, her head held high like a proud peacock. Young lady, the total for these garments amounts to 520 taels. You may settle for 500. Ling Lan informed her after a cursory glance at the attire. Very well. Please prepare the garments for delivery to the Prince Rong's residence, the young prince instructed. Understood. I will arrange for it immediately, Ling Lan replied. As she watched Bai Lianhua and the young prince depart, Tian Xiaojun rolled her eyes in their direction. Do you have a personal vendetta against them? Lang Lan in Guit? She is merely a love-struck fool, and they seem rather well suited, Tian Xiaojun retorted. Dear girl, Have you been enjoying yourself lately? Ling Lan asked, though her mind was occupied with the prospect of these two returning frequently to shop, which would alleviate her concerns about sales. Yes, quite well, though I haven't had the chance to explore all the noteworthy places in Liang Dynasty. How about you, sister? Are you faring well? Tian Xiaoju inquired. Not too bad, just the usual. By the way, I've placed some local delicacies in the bag I gave you. Make sure to enjoy them while no one is around, or they might go to waste, Ling Lan advised. Understood, I shall take care of it. Since you've just returned, you should rest for a while. Let us chat more when you come by tomorrow, she suggested, noticing Tian Xiaoju in slight fatigue. All right, sister. I'll head back to rest now. You should also get some early rest, Tian Xiaoju replied. Indeed, come back tomorrow for some fun, Ling Lan said as she accompanied Tian Xiaoju to the door, watching her enter a shop across the street before returning to her own store, which was still in disarray from Bai Lianhua's earlier selections. Upon returning home, Tian Xiaoju stretched, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle in. After days of travel, she had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep and certainly needed to recuperate. Lying down on her bed, she fell asleep within minutes, and, in her dreams, she found herself tracing the solid chest of the regent, a sensation that was utterly exquisite. Throughout the night, she dreamt of caressing the regent's chest until the crowing of roosters finally roused her from her slumber, revealing that she had merely been dreaming of a handsome man. Chapter 74. The proposal. The next morning, Tian Xiaoju was awakened by the clamor of drums and gongs outside, making it impossible to continue sleeping. Thus, she rose to wash and prepare for the day ahead. Having completed her grooming, Tian Xiaoju heard what seemed to be someone knocking at her door. With no time to eat breakfast, she hurried to open it, only to be greeted by a matchmaker accompanied by several individuals carrying various items. Confused, Tian Xiaoju wondered what was happening. Is this Miss Tian Xiaoju? The matchmaker asked, her face adorned with a multitude of wrinkles from her smiling. Yes, that would be me. And you are? Tian Xiaoju inquired, puzzled. Greetings, Miss Tian. I am here on behalf of someone who wishes to propose, the matchmaker exclaimed, waving her handkerchief excitedly. Tian Xiaoju was bewildered. Isn't the suitor supposed to come in person? Or does it suffice for only the matchmaker to arrive? Wait, who sent you here? She questioned. As the crowd gathered, their curiosity piqued by the sight of such extravagant betrothal gifts, the matchmaker found herself at a loss. It appeared that the person proposing had not informed the intended bride of their intentions. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized the matchmaker, exclaiming, "Isn't that Liao the matchmaker? The one who specializes in arranging marriages for the nobility. Which young lord is she here for today?" The crowd buzzed with excitement as more people flocked to witness the spectacle. "The regent is coming," someone shouted, causing the crowd to part, allowing the regent to advance. "Well, my dear, have I startled you with my arrival?" the regent said, stepping through the throng to face Tian Xiaoju. Upon hearing the commotion about the regent's arrival, Tian Xiaoju realized who it was, yet she had not anticipated his sudden appearance to propose, nor had he mentioned it when they parted ways the previous day. It was indeed a delightful surprise. While she pondered the unexpected proposal, she refrained from voicing her questions in front of the crowd. Instead, she stepped aside to allow those carrying the betrothal gifts to enter her courtyard. "Congratulations, Master. Task 2 has been completed with 100% progress, granting you 500 points. Task 3 is 80% complete. Keep up the good work." The voice of Xiao Mo echoed in her mind. Tian Xiaoju thought to herself how swiftly the points had accumulated. With such a high score for Task 2, the points for Task 3 must be even greater. She felt a surge of excitement. Once the last individual carried the items inside, the courtyard brimmed with gifts, and Tian Xiaoju closed the door, ensuring that even if someone attempted to steal, they would find nothing. It was best to keep the specifics of the situation concealed. Inviting the guests into the main hall, she prepared flower tea for the matchmaker and the regent, arranging an assortment of pastries from her storage. After efficiently setting everything up, she presented the delicacies on the table. "Miss Tian, as you have no parents or brothers present, this marriage is yours to decide. Today, I have the honor of being invited by the regent to propose to you, thereby facilitating a joyous union. I trust you are aware that I, Liao the matchmaker, have an impeccable track record, I believe you and the regent are destined to forge a beautiful bond. Liao Matchmaker's laughter was so exuberant that her eyes narrowed to mere slits. The regent glanced at Tian Xiaoju, his gaze seemingly conveying a promise. My dear girl, pledge yourself to me, and I shall grant you a lifetime of companionship. Liao Matchmaker also regarded Tian Xiaoju, eagerly awaiting her response. With a smile, Tian Xiaoju rose and accepted the list of betrothal gifts that Liao Matchmaker proffered. As she surveyed the lengthy list, she felt overwhelmed. Such a grand assortment was indeed impressive, particularly since it had been meticulously arranged by their acquaintances. She found it hard to justify any refusal, especially when faced with such a handsome and affluent man, one who bore an uncanny resemblance to her idol, aligning perfectly with her preferences. The notion of her long-cherished crush had faded from her thoughts long ago. Nodding, she expressed her gratitude to Liao Matchmaker, adding, as for what comes next, I shall rely on your assistance, as I am quite lost and have no one to support me. Not at all a bother. I relish the opportunity for such a delightful affair. I would gladly run errands every day. Miss Tian, it is settled then. Once the prince decides on a date for the grand wedding, I shall return to inform you. Liao Matchmaker declared. Rest assured, my dear, no one else shall enter the prince's residence. Later, I will instruct the steward to send some maidservants to assist you. The regent assured Tian Xiaoju. There is no need for maidservants at this moment, Tian Xiaoju replied. Even if they are not needed now, you will certainly require them later, as there are countless tasks to attend to. It is wiser to send them over now, so you have help when needed, the regent suggested. Very well then, please arrange for them to come. Tian Xiaoju acquiesced, though she believed herself capable of managing many tasks. She acknowledged that some matters truly required assistance. Should I arrange for someone to help transport the betrothal gifts to the storeroom? The regent inquired, recalling the numerous gifts outside. Yes, please arrange for someone to move everything to the adjacent room. I am unable to lift them myself. Promptly, the regent dispatched his subordinates to relocate the items to the empty room next door. Once the moving was completed, Liao Matchmaker took her leave with the others, leaving the regent and Tian Xiaoju alone together. My dear, was today too overwhelming for you? The regent asked, observing Tian Xiaoju seated beside him. A bit, she admitted. It was simply unexpected, and you did not forewarn me. I nearly thought it was a prank. Tian Xiaoju replied earnestly. The realization that it was just the two of them caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Although she had spent the past few days traveling closely with the regent without feeling any awkwardness, at this moment, an intimate atmosphere enveloped them. Shall we have lunch here? Tian Xiaoju attempted to shift the conversation. What delectable dish shall you prepare? The regent inquired. What would you like to eat? Tian Xiaoju responded. Given the special nature of today, perhaps you could concoct something extraordinary, the regent suggested. Chapter 75. Culinary Delights. Very well, Your Highness, please wait here for a moment, said Tian Xiaoju. Do refrain from calling me Your Highness. Just refer to me as Yuza, or simply Zhe. Anything but Your Highness feels too distant, the regent remarked. Tian Xiaoju felt a wave of confusion wash over her, unsure of how to respond. It was evident that she had yet to acclimate to this new identity, and it would take time before she felt comfortable with it. All right, Yuza, she finally decided, thinking that using his name felt slightly better. Otherwise, she might cringe at the mere thought. The regent approached Tian Xiaoju, gently running his fingers through her hair, and said, Good girl. She shot him a glance of annoyance. I shall prepare dinner now. Please, enjoy this snack in the meantime, she replied, turning to head towards the kitchen. The regent meandered about the room, noticing the significant changes in its appearance. The new decor was rather appealing. Xiaoju, I heard many visitors came by recently. Were there suitors among them? Who were they? You never mentioned it. Ling Lan entered, pushing the door open. In the kitchen, as Tian Xiaoju busily stirred her dishes, she did not hear Ling Lan's voice. But the regent did. It seemed this girl had a friend visiting, yet he felt no curiosity to venture out and see who it was. Nevertheless, Ling Lan entered without hesitation, and upon seeing the strikingly handsome man within, she was momentarily struck by a sense of familiarity, as if he resembled someone from a modern musical group, though she could not quite place it. Who are you? Ling Lan stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The regent merely glanced her way, noting that she appeared slightly older than Tian Xiaoju, dressed in an audacious manner with arms and legs fully exposed. He turned his head away, dismissing her at once. "Miss, that girl is in the kitchen," the regent stated, tilting his head aside, still avoiding direct eye contact with Ling Lan. Startled by his demeanor, Ling Lan was taken aback. Was she truly such a fright? She had merely cast a glance, yet he averted his gaze, as if she were a threat, her cheeks flushing with an unexpected shyness. However, Ling Lan chose not to tease the man before her. Upon hearing that Tian Xiaoju was in the kitchen, she made her way there, wondering if this man was indeed one of the suitors for Xiaoju. As she approached the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans clattering reached her ears, accompanied by the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Lost in her earlier curiosity, she had initially overlooked the enticing scents, but now they grew more pronounced as she neared. "What delectable dish are you preparing?" Ling Lan inquired upon entering the kitchen. Tian Xiaoju, focused on her cooking, turned to glance at her. "Sister, you've arrived. Perfect timing. We shall dine together shortly. I was too busy to come and fetch you earlier. I just awoke and overheard others mentioning that many guests had arrived here, bringing gifts for marriage, and that the renowned matchmaker Liao was involved. Which gentleman is it? Surely not that one in the other room?" Ling Lan approached Tian Xiaoju, her curiosity piqued. Tian Xiaoju found herself bewildered by the recent turn of events. Even now, as the regent prince sought her hand in marriage, she could scarcely believe it. She pondered what qualities he might see in her. Lacking in both figure and beauty, she mused that aside from her culinary skills, which she recognized were no match for the palace chefs, there was little to commend her. "As you mentioned, it is indeed he who has come to propose," replied Tian Xiaoju. "How did you come to know such an exquisite man? He is truly a paragon among mortals. Just look at his physique. One can tell he is a master of combat. Hurry, tell me how you became acquainted. If you know any other handsome gentlemen, do introduce them to me," exclaimed Ling Lan with enthusiasm. "I do not know why he chose to propose. He did not forewarn me about any customs. By the way, do you know if he is expected to stay here after the proposal?" Tian Xiaoju inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I have no idea. I've never been proposed to myself. Look at you, on the verge of marrying such a handsome man. I'm quite envious," Ling Lan remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, placing her hand over her heart. Tian Xiaoju found Ling Lan's antics amusing and replied, "I do indeed know of a handsome fellow, and you are familiar with him as well. Are you referring to that young master Yu?" Ling Lan asked. "Yes, indeed. Is he not handsome?" Tian Xiaoju inquired. "He is handsome, but there is something enigmatic about him, a certain inscrutability. I have dined with him twice, yet I felt no spark," Ling Lan replied, her mind drifting to the memory of the man clad in crimson, strikingly beautiful, so much so that she could not find the word handsome to describe him, but rather beautiful, surpassing even the modern actress fan in allure. Meanwhile, far away, Yu Zibai was startled by an unexpected sneeze, rendering those around him speechless. He pondered who might be thinking of him, lamenting how long it had been since he had savored Tian's cooking. He wondered if she had returned to the capital or continued her travels. Tian Xiaoju's sudden sneeze startled Ling Lan once more. "Who is speaking of me?" she mused, rubbing her nose before returning to her cooking. Having prepared 7 or 8 dishes already, she still had 4 more to complete, adhering to the custom from her hometown of preparing 12 dishes for guests. Ling Lan remained in the kitchen, accompanying Tian Xiaoju as they exchanged chatter while cooking, soon finishing the remaining dishes. Tian Xiaoju then carried the table into the courtyard, where they served up the delectable spread. Upon hearing the commotion, the regent prince emerged to behold the array of culinary delights, feeling a pang of concern for the young woman. "You've worked hard. So many dishes. Are your hands sore? Shall I assign a few maids to assist you?" the regent prince inquired. "It is not burdensome at all. As for maids, it is unnecessary. With so many guests, there is little space for them to rest. However, on the day of the wedding, I will need a few helpers. You may arrange for them then. For now, I prefer the solitude of my own company," Tian Xiaoju responded. "Very well. I shall respect your wishes," the regent prince replied. Emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of rice, Ling Lan observed the interaction between the two individuals, feeling a twinge of romantic sentiment herself. What should she do? Upon seeing Ling Lan carrying the bowl, Tian Xiaoju grasped her hand and introduced her to the regent. Allow me to introduce my sister, whom I recently met. She runs a clothing store across the street, and her business is thriving. All the garments are meticulously designed and crafted by her own hands. Chapter 76, Qi Si. When I first moved here, I was immensely grateful for Sister Lan's assistance. Otherwise, I would have struggled to manage alone. The renovations to this house were also thanks to her help. She arranged for workers and oversaw the project. Tian Xiaoju gestured toward the regent and continued, Sister Lan, forgive me for not mentioning this sooner. I was taken aback by his presence. This is the regent, whom I met at the Prince Rome's residence. Recently, while expanding my horizons, I encountered him incognito while he was conducting an investigation, which afforded us more opportunities to interact. Ling Lan rose, her face radiating warmth as she addressed the regent. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. Although you have proposed to my sister today, should I discover that you mistreat her, rest assured, I would never allow her to marry you. It matters not whether you are a prince or even the emperor himself. I would sacrifice my own life to ensure my sister's well-being. Indeed, it is the spirited nature of a Sichuan girl that shines through. Tian Xiaoju felt a pang of inadequacy. Though she too considered herself spirited as a girl from Hunan, she was an exception, disinclined to engage in competition. If someone were to snatch something from her, she would willingly offer it up. Yet in this ancient era, she had transformed somewhat, emerging better than before. Rest assured, I am earnest regarding your sister, the regent replied, raising his wine cup and drinking deeply. His solemn demeanor considerably eased Ling Lan's concerns. Noticing both individuals standing as if in a contest of height, Tian Xiaoju took hold of each one and urged them to sit. All right, enough of this. Let's focus on the food. I have labored to prepare this feast, and it would be a shame to let it grow cold. Otherwise, it will lose its flavor. With that, both were seated as Tian Xiaoju served them with chopsticks, saying from now on, let us eat earnestly and refrain from conversation. It would be best to finish these dishes. Thus, the trio entered a state of concentrated dining, the only sounds being the clatter of utensils and the enjoyment of the meal. Indeed, by dedicating themselves to the task, they managed to consume a significant amount of food. Coupled with Tian Xiaoju's remarkable culinary skills, they made considerable headway on the 12 dishes. Though not entirely cleared, they were nearly devoured, especially with the regent indulging heartily in Ling Lan, who had skipped breakfast, also partaking generously. Sister, your culinary skills have only improved. The regent is indeed fortunate to marry you. With such prowess, a man's heart is undoubtedly captured through his stomach, Ling Lan remarked, patting her full belly as she looked at Tian Xiaoju. Sister, please do not tease me. Should I ask the regent to introduce you to a noble son? Tian Xiaoju whispered conspiratorially into Ling Lan's ear. Although the sound was sufficiently muted, the proximity allowed the regent, who was well-versed in martial arts, to easily discern the soft murmurings of Tian Xiaoju. He mused to himself, this girl truly believes herself to be all-powerful. Matchmaking is certainly not his forte. Then I shall desire a handsome man with an 8-pack. I have no use for a frail scholar, who is merely pleasing to the eye but lacks substance. Lang Lan Witzbe. Upon hearing this, the regent realized that the girl's sister indeed harbored such aspirations, even requesting him to be her matchmaker, specifically for a man with an 8-pack. What was this abdominal muscle? If a scholar would not suffice, could it possibly refer to a warrior? Indeed, there were warriors who fit the bill, yet those who met the criteria were still away at the borders. After a brief respite, Tian Xiaoju rose and made her way to the kitchen to brew some floral tea. The water had been boiling on the stove and was now ready for infusion. She procured some dried flour she had crafted herself from her storage, brewed a large pot, and brought it to the outdoor table, pouring a cup for each person. Do taste this freshly made floral tea, Tian Xiaoju urged the two. The regent, intrigued by her creation, lifted the teacup to his nose and inhaled deeply. The aroma wafting forth was delightful, reminiscent of jasmine and citrus. Upon tasting, he found it slightly sweet, akin to honey, with a lingering aftertaste that left his palate fragrant. Seeing the regent savoring the tea so meticulously, Ling Lan mimicked his actions, inhaling the aroma before taking a sip, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Sister, what sort of tea is this? What have you added? Is it jasmine tea? Yet it also has a hint of orange and honey. She inquired directly, her curiosity piqued. Tian Xiaoju smiled and replied, Indeed, it contains jasmine flowers and orange peel, along with a touch of honey. However, I have also included some diced apple, though its flavor is rather subtle, overshadowed by the jasmine. The regent and Ling Lan exchanged impressed glances, giving Tian Xiaoju a thumbs up. On such a day, with a gentle breeze caressing them and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, the blossoms in the courtyard swayed in harmony with the wind. Sipping this cup of floral tea while gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, Tian Xiaoju felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. Accompanied by a close friend and a lover, this was the life she had yearned for. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoju's sentiments, the regent too glanced at the sky and surveyed the courtyard. Indeed, as the girl had articulated, if such a life was what she desired, he could certainly fulfill it. Her request was rather simple. Yet, it seemed his residence lacked a plethora of flowers. It appeared he would need to instruct the steward to arrange for more blooms. With this thought in mind, the regent could no longer remain seated. After finishing his tea, he rose and addressed Tian Xiaoju, saying, My dear, I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you again another day. Should you require assistance, send Qi Si to the palace to find me. As Tian Xiaoju pondered the identity of Qi Si, she suddenly beheld a woman clad in black, her expression inscrutable, kneeling before her. Greetings, Miss Tian. My master has dispatched me to ensure your safety. Should you require anything, simply call my name. Otherwise, I shall not intrude upon you, she stated before vanishing from sight without waiting for a response. My dear, should you have any matters to address, feel free to summon her. If she fails to safeguard your well-being, I shall ensure she faces the consequences, declared the regent. Perched upon a tree, Qi Si nearly lost her footing upon hearing the regent's words. How could a mere commoner, so recently acquainted with the prince, so effortlessly capture his heart? Chapter 77. The thoughts of Qi Si mused over her years by the prince's side, during which she had never garnered such attention from him, while Tian Xiaojun, an acquaintance of but a short duration, had earned his favor and even a proposal. The prince had always maintained a distant disposition toward women. Otherwise, at nearly 30,
he would not remain without a princess consort. Who was this Tian Xiaojun, emerging from obscurity to receive such preferential treatment, seemingly without any delight in it?
Qi Si felt a pang of inequity. Even if it were another noble lady, she would not have harbored such resentment. Yet here she was, tasked by the prince to protect Tian Xiaojun, and after a mere lapse in her demeanor, the prince had reproached her sternly. To speak candidly, she felt a twinge of discontent within her heart. Although Tian Xiaojun sensed Qi Si's unfounded animosity towards her, she remained unperturbed. Since it was the prince's own arrangement, she presumed that even if Qi Si held no affection for her, she would not pose a threat. At worst, she would merely observe from a distance. In any case, if danger were to arise, she did not wish for an untrustworthy protector. Moreover, from her experiences in the modern world, she understood the necessity of self-reliance. After all, historical wisdom had taught her that relying on others was precarious, as mountains may crumble and people may flee. Only by depending on oneself could one find true assurance. Once the regent and Ling Lan departed, Tian Xiaojun busied herself with her own affairs. She needed to gather the betrothal gifts from the previous room, lest some ill-intentioned individual take advantage of her solitude and vulnerability. Thus, she diligently stored the gifts in her space. To maintain discretion, she only gathered the contents, leaving the large chests in the room. One by one, she transferred the items into her space, astonished by the regent's generosity. He had indeed sent her valuable treasures. Although she remained uncertain whether his promise of eternal companionship was genuine, at that moment, she felt a sense of importance bestowed upon her. Gazing at her small bamboo dwelling, now filled with gold, silver, jewels, and fine silks, she was truly awestruck. The scale of this generosity was extraordinary. In this world, few could be compared to the regent. She remained oblivious to the extraordinary stroke of fortune that had befallen her, allowing her to traverse into this foreign realm and capture the attention of the formidable regent. Upon her arrival, her sole desire was to live a tranquil life as a skilled chef in this unfamiliar world. Yet, the gears of fate were destined to enact changes in her life. Was her existence deemed too mundane? Thus, she found herself embroiled in the affairs of the royal family. She recalled her previous psychological tests on her phone, contemplating her potential existence in the ancient court, where one would scarcely survive 2 episodes, meeting an untimely demise upon introduction. She wondered whether the regent's harem included any concubines, though she understood that in this world, the notion of having multiple wives was non-existent, as one could marry only once. Having merely been betrothed, her thoughts had wandered into disarray. However, Tian Xiaoju could not help but fantasize about the regent's impressive physique. The mere thought made her feel faint. Indeed, as she touched her nose, she found herself bleeding, a testament to the bewitching allure of male beauty. After tidying up the gifts in her room, she retreated to her quarters to rest, for she had no inclination to ponder over dowries, as she possessed little of value to offer. Likely, the regent cared little for such trivialities, and thus she deemed it unnecessary to overthink the matter. QS observed from the tree as Tian Xiaoju entered the room where the gifts had been placed. She appeared to be an inconsequential woman, captivated by the rare treasures, taking her time to admire them before finally exiting. With a disdainful glance, he returned to his slumber in the branches. Time passed, and he lost track of when she would emerge. Upon awakening, Tian Xiaoju found that evening had descended, the sunset ablaze with hues of crimson, mirroring her own spirited emotions. Such breathtaking vistas were a rarity in the modern world. Retrieving vegetables from the kitchen, she sat in the courtyard, plucking the produce while gazing at the sky. Having prepared a substantial meal at noon, little remained, so she resolved to concoct a fresh dish for dinner. As she was not dining alone, there was another present. Although she found QS's hostility somewhat perplexing, she recognized that he was dispatched by the regent, and thus deemed it appropriate to provide him a meal. Meanwhile, QS observed her from the tree, bemused by her fixation on the sky. What was so captivating about it? Merely a few clouds visible daily. How trivial. Tian Xiaoju, blissfully unaware of QS's thoughts, continued to prepare dinner, oblivious to the notion that such a woman might starve. Once she had finished selecting the vegetables, the sun had completely set, leaving only the afterglow. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly prepared the evening meal, aware that soon she would need to light the oil lamp. Although candles were available, they were relatively expensive here, while oil lamps were far more economical. "Hey, whoever you are, dinner is ready," Tian Xiaoju called out into the void, uncertain of QS's whereabouts, and resorted to this loud summons. After a brief moment, Qi appeared before Tian Xiaoju, her expression stern, almost startling Tian Xiaoju with her sudden presence. She moved so stealthily, without a sound, that one might fear being stabbed by her and never discovering the assailant. "What is it?" Qi inquired, her face devoid of emotion. "It's time for dinner. I just prepared it." "Do give it a try," Tian Xiaoju replied, seemingly indifferent to Qi's expression. In truth, Qi had already caught a whiff of the delectable aroma from the dishes while perched in the tree, yet her pride prevented her from lowering herself. To her surprise, Miss Tian had actually invited her to dine, which she reluctantly accepted. The enticing scent suggested that the meal would be quite palatable. Tian Xiaoju served a portion of rice to Qi and placed it before her, saying, "Let us eat together." Without waiting for Qi's reaction, she began to eat. Observing Tian Xiaoju's silence, Qi picked up her chopsticks and started to eat as well. Upon tasting the food, her initial intent to critique was swiftly quelled by its exquisite flavor, compelling her to swallow her words and prioritize her hunger. Tian Xiaoju, noticing that Qi had begun to eat, could not conceal the sly glimmer in her eyes. She harbored a fear that Qi might refuse the meal. But now that she was eating, Tian Xiaoju felt assured that Qi would not dare to voice any complaints. For one is always at a disadvantage when accepting another's hospitality. Chapter 78. The lost betrothal gifts. Qi Si remained oblivious to the cunning glint in Tian Xiaoju's eyes, as she was entirely focused on the delightful food before her. It was a rare moment. She found herself so enraptured by the flavors that she forgot to observe the person across from her. Qi Si pondered whether the prince had been captivated by this woman's culinary prowess, ensnared by her cooking as much as his heart was ensnared by Tian Xiaoju. Regrettably, Qi Si lacked such skills herself, being more adept at combat than cuisine. Was it true that women who could cook possessed a certain femininity, while those like her were relegated to mere companionship with men? Despite her tumultuous thoughts, Tian Xiaoju could only guess at Qi Si's inner musings. All she desired was for Qi Si to refrain from causing any trouble. After finishing her meal, Qi Si cleaned her utensils and vanished without a word, leaving no trace behind. Tian Xiaoju paid little mind to her absence. She had little interest in the affairs of someone disloyal. Qi Si was free to pursue her own whims, as long as she did not disrupt the peace. That evening, Tian Xiaoju finished her chores early and retreated to her room. As for Qi Si, since she had not shown herself, Tian Xiaoju made no effort to call her to the guest room for the night. Once inside her room, Tian Xiaoju secured the doors and windows before entering her own space. She was unaware of what might transpire outside, nor did she wish to know, for her mind was preoccupied with pressing tasks. The fields were laden with crops yet to be harvested, and the fruits in the orchard were long overdue for picking. She urgently required assistance to tend to these agricultural duties. Although she could utilize her mental energy to harvest in an instant, it was profoundly exhausting, and overexertion would necessitate a prolonged slumber to recover. Xiao Mo, open the Points Mall and see if there are any harvesters available. As I accessed the Points Mall, I searched for the types of harvesters available. I found several models within the Points Mall. The most economical one required 50 points, while the priciest was priced at 300. After examining a harvester that cost 200 points, I realized that aside from being slightly smaller than the 300 points model, its functionalities were nearly identical. I selected the 200 points harvester and clicked to redeem it. In no time, my points diminished and a brand new harvester appeared in the field. Upon inspecting the accompanying manual, I discovered that this harvester had the capability to operate automatically. Just as I pondered the operational intricacies, I was pleasantly surprised to learn that with a simple program setup, it could harvest autonomously. Following the instructions, I configured the harvester, and so it began to work diligently in the fields. Watching it tirelessly gather the rice, I felt a sense of tranquility wash over me. I moved a rocking chair from the bamboo house and settled by the spiritual spring, observing the harvester as it collected the rice from the field, filling me with joy, especially as this was my first experience sowing rice. Judging by the current yield, the harvest would surely be plentiful. Xiao Montak, can I sell these rice and fruits through the system? I inquired. I regret to inform you, Master, that this function has not yet been activated. Please continue to strive for a higher level. Upon reaching level 8, you will be able to sell the matured products from this space to markets across the world. Gazing at the towering mound of harvested rice, I recalled how I had previously released a considerable quantity during the Hiluo flood, and now faced the dilemma of having even more. It appeared that I needed to process some of the yield myself before I could utilize the system. I overheard voices from outside the space. Where do you think that woman has put the items? A familiar voice replied. I just came to move things today and remember seeing them in that room over there. Let's go check. Eavesdropping on a conversation, I realized I recognized the speakers, as they were part of the wedding gift entourage that had come with me. Listening intently, I monitored their movements with my spiritual sense. As anticipated, the two individuals slipped into the room where the treasures were kept. One of them examined a box and remarked, "This regent truly has a lavish touch. So many boxes. I could live off the contents of just one for a lifetime. Yet this woman has amassed such a fortune. We have served the prince for half our lives, and our combined earnings barely amount to half a box." Noticing that the two did not open the boxes, but instead lifted them to leave, I seized the opportunity to later accuse them of theft, claiming they had taken everything without permission. At this moment, Qi Si had yet to make an appearance, indicating that he was likely to face punishment the following day. Tian Xiaoju's consciousness trailed the two individuals carrying a box until they arrived at an inconspicuous courtyard, where they directly transported the box inside. "Brother, are we still going out?" inquired the leaner of the two. "Not tonight. I shall retire to bed. This item can remain in the side room. I am quite fatigued after a long evening's labor," replied the plump man. The leaner followed him into the room, and neither took the time to inspect the contents of the box. When they later witnessed the officials opening it, they would feel duped, their cries of injustice echoing in the air. As the two reclined, there came a knock at the door from an official. The smaller one reluctantly dressed and answered. "We have received a report regarding your involvement in a theft. Please accompany us." The official promptly detained the lean man. The remaining official entered the room to search for the other individual, along with the box of jewels. They had not anticipated such a swift arrival of the officials. Even Tian Xiaoju found the occurrence hard to believe, having underestimated Qi Si, though the method employed was far from ideal. The following day, the officials sought out Tian Xiaoju, inquiring whether she had lost something. Unaware of who had reported the incident, she only recalled the location where the two had placed their belongings. "Tian Xiaoju, is it?" one official asked upon encountering her. "Yes, esteemed officer, I am indeed Tian Xiaoju. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" she responded. Upon observing her innocent demeanor, the previously skeptical official softened his suspicion and inquired, "Did you lose something yesterday?" Before Tian Xiaoju could respond, Qi Si made a fleeting appearance, leading her to believe that he had reported the matter to the authorities, suggesting that their dinner from the previous night had indeed borne some fruit. "Wait, esteemed officer. I wish to check the items in my storage." Although she knew what was missing, she could not directly disclose it, as she was not the one who reported the incident. The observing official accompanied her to the storage room, where she counted the boxes and stated, "Esteemed officer, I have indeed lost a box of items, the betrothal gifts from the regent, consisting of valuable objects. Might I request that you inspect them to ascertain whether they remain intact?" "Miss, please accompany me to the government office," the official replied, his heart racing at the mention of the regent's betrothal gifts. He had been dispatched merely to relay the message and had not checked the contents of the box. "Very well, I shall retrieve the list of betrothal gifts," Tian Xiaoju said. She went to her room to fetch the list and then accompanied the official to the government office. This was the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze. Those in positions of power were often quite arrogant, yet with matters involving the region at hand, they would certainly not dare to be negligent. Accompanying the officials, they soon arrived at the designated location. Upon gazing at the resplendent characters inscribed on the plaque that read Jingzhou Prefecture, a profound sense of reverence washed over them. When Tian Xiaoju arrived, she noticed two individuals kneeling in the hall, while before them sat the prefect of Jingzhou, clad in official robes, exuding an air of stern authority. Observing his countenance, it was evident that he was not one to be trifled with. However, such individuals were invariably meticulous in their duties. Approaching the prefect, Tian Xiaoju performed a respectful kneeling salute. "I humbly present myself before you, esteemed prefect. I am Tian Xiaoju, and I have brought a box of betrothal gifts from the regent. Here is the list of the gifts for your perusal." After speaking, she awaited the prefect's response. The prefect, initially taken aback by Tian Xiaoju's words, pondered in astonishment. Wasn't the regent known for his disinterest in women? How could he bestow betrothal gifts upon a commoner? Although she might not be exceptionally beautiful, she certainly possessed a graceful charm. Addressing an attendant nearby, he commanded, "Go, present this to me." The attendant hastily approached Tian Xiaoju and took the list of gifts to the prefect. Upon reviewing the contents, the prefect was further astonished. The regent's generosity was indeed remarkable. In his many years of service, he had never witnessed the regent showing such favor towards any woman. "Bring forth the entire box," the prefect instructed, "and compare its contents to the list to ascertain if anything is missing." At this juncture, two officials moved to retrieve the box, swiftly bringing it inside. The onlookers outside were already aware of the regent's lavish gesture towards a woman. Even a single box could contain treasures of immeasurable worth. It was perplexing why anyone would dare to steal from the regent's beloved. As the box was opened, all present held their breath in anticipation, but to their collective astonishment, it contained not the expected gold and silver, but mere stones. Seeing the contents, Tian Xiaoju lamented to herself, "Those thieving rogues deserve a severe punishment." Upon realizing the box contained only stones, she began to weep. "Esteemed prefect, you must seek justice for me. This is my betrothal gift, which was to be presented alongside my dowry at the regent's residence, and now it is lost." As she wiped away non-existent tears, her voice trembled with despair. The two thieves, still kneeling, were equally dismayed by the box's contents. "I am wronged, esteemed prefect. I swear. My brother and I merely carried the box home without ever inspecting its contents. How could it be empty?" The tall, slender man protested. The shorter, stout man echoed his claims of innocence. The prefect, growing weary of their incessant bickering, struck the gavel, silencing the crowd. "Silence! Silence! Zhang San and Li Si. When did you steal the items last night? After you brought the box home, who else approached it?" The magistrate posed a series of inquiries. Zhang San replied, "In response to your esteemed question, after we brought the box home last night, we both went to sleep and did not open the box. As for when the items inside went missing, I am unaware." The onlookers outside were clamoring. Surely these two must have witnessed the regent's betrothal gifts being presented yesterday. Knowing that the young lady lived alone, they harbored ill intentions. It was indeed unfortunate for the young lady to have her betrothal gift stolen. One wonders if the regent is even aware of this predicament. As the crowd parted, a striking figure emerged, a man with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in deep blue garments that lent him an air of composure. "Is it true that my betrothal gifts have been stolen?" The regent's voice resonated from outside. To those in the Jingzhou prefecture, it signified that this matter was still unresolved. Such a straightforward issue should have been settled promptly. Yet it had dragged on, and these two individuals were confined to prison, awaiting their fate. As for the missing items, they still needed to be located. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your highness. Please, take a seat," the magistrate said, rising to greet the regent. "No need for formalities. You may proceed with the investigation and arrange for an additional stool for me," the regent replied, causing the magistrate to shudder in apprehension. Soon, a chair with a backrest was brought forth for the regent. He sat silently, awaiting the magistrate's handling of the situation. "My lord, we have thoroughly examined the box, and not a single item from the inventory remains. It is filled entirely with stones, devoid of any valuables," an officer reported. "Zhang San, Li Si, this is your final opportunity to disclose the whereabouts of the betrothal gifts. If the items can be recovered, there may be hope. If not, you shall face grave consequences," the magistrate warned. Tian Xiaoju mused that even if they were questioned 1,000 or 10,000 times, Zhang San and Li Si would remain oblivious. This served as a cautionary tale, lest others also covet her betrothal gifts. In a remarkable turn, the magistrate encountered a case unlike any before. The thieves were unaware of the fate of the stolen items, having neither used nor pawned them. The box clearly contained the regent's betrothal gifts, a matter of significant importance. And even a person as uncurious as he had taken notice. Zhang San and Li Si admitted to the theft, but claimed that after carrying the items home, they went to sleep without inspecting the contents. Before they could even doze off, they were apprehended by the officers. Subsequent events are well known to all. There was scarcely any time to contemplate trivial matters. The regent had dispatched individuals to pilfer items, and in the interim, Tian Xiaoju had no opportunity to execute a switch. Moreover, the regent had stationed observers, thus rendering the situation rather intricate. Given that neither of you can articulate a coherent explanation, the interrogation shall conclude for today. I, the magistrate, shall continue to assign personnel for further investigation. Of course, should either of you recall any pertinent details, feel free to share, the magistrate stated. Throughout the proceedings, the regent remained silent, perplexed by the circumstances surrounding the inexplicable loss of his gifts. The inability to ascertain who had committed the theft was equally troubling. Nonetheless, the magistrate's suggestion for further questioning met with the regent's tacit approval, absent any evidence of wrongdoing on their part or acknowledgement of guilt from the two individuals. There was little else to be done for the time being. Upon seeing the regent nod, the magistrate declared, "Court is adjourned." On their way back, the regent inquired of Tian Xiaoju, "My dear, Do you suspect that these two are being deceitful? Tian Xiaoju pondered. Could the regent have discerned something? However, she quickly dismissed the notion, for the secret of her spatial abilities was known only to her. I cannot ascertain. I'm not one for adjudicating cases. Yet, they failed to produce evidence of their innocence. We shall await the magistrate's findings. Whatever the outcome, I shall accept it, Tian Xiaoju replied. Qi, come forth. The regent called into the void. Shortly thereafter, Qi materialized beside them, and Tian Xiaoju noticed the twinkle of stars in his eyes upon seeing the regent. However, the words that followed from the regent caused the light in Qi's eyes to gradually fade. I summoned you yesterday to provide care for Miss Tian. Being a woman yourself, you are aware of your duties and responsibilities. My subordinates are never permitted to be idle. Return and face your punishment. And know that should this happen again, you are aware of the consequences, the regent remarked. Having said this, he disregarded the kneeling Qi and took Tian Xiaoju by the hand, departing from the Jingzhou prefecture. My lord, do enlighten me. When did you first take notice of me? And such a grand estate. How could you part with it so cheaply? Does it not weigh heavily on your heart? Tian Xiaoju suddenly remembered that her house belonged to the regent, albeit she had purchased it. The regent paused, gazing at Tian Xiaoju, who looked at him with a radiant smile. I wonder if you recall a snowy night beneath the plum blossom tree at the Prince Rong's estate, where you danced. It was perhaps from that moment that I began to find you intriguing. As I have come to know you better, my affection has only deepened, akin to unraveling a complex enigma, layer by layer. It is a most wondrous feeling. Upon hearing the mention of the plum tree dance, Tian Xiaoju recollected the scene vividly. It was when she had watched Scarlet Heart and emulated Ruashi's dance. Are you not apprehensive that one day, once all the mysteries have been unveiled, you may find nothing but an utterly ordinary me? She queried. Do you ever grow weary and then reconcile with others? Inquired Tian Xiaoju, gazing into the eyes of the regent with a look of earnest curiosity. The regent regarded her intently, contemplating her question for a moment before responding. If I were to shed my identity as regent, I would merely be an ordinary individual. My existence is simply a matter of being fortunate in my birth. Even if you are unremarkable, you remain an irreplaceable part of my life, and my perception of you will not waver due to your status. Should I lose my title, would you still be willing to marry me? Tian Xiaoju was taken aback by the regent's nonchalance, realizing that he did not place undue importance on his own status, nor did he seem to mind her humble origins. This revelation prompted her to reflect on his subsequent query, as she recognized the gravity of her response. In her heart, she thought that even if he were a beggar, she would still gladly marry him, for his exquisite appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of her idol, and she could easily devote her life to supporting him. Indeed, I would be more than willing, as long as you do not disdain me. My feelings for you have always been distinct since our first meeting, apart from the few friends I have here. Upon hearing her words, the regent felt a surge of joy. It appeared that this young lady had developed feelings for him from their very first encounter, which delighted him immensely. As they strolled together, engaging in heartfelt conversation, the matter of the lost betrothal gifts seemed to fade into the background. Flowers for sale. Flowers for sale. Would you like to buy some? A ragged little girl called out from the street. Tian Xiaoju had a fondness for flowers, although her collection was already vast, rendering the purchase unnecessary. However, noticing her apparent enthusiasm, the regent instructed his attendants accordingly. Moments later, one of his subordinates approached, bearing all the flowers the girl had been selling, and cheerfully announced, Master, I have purchased them all. Here for you. What do you think? Do you like them? The regent handed the bouquet to Tian Xiaoju. Upon receiving the flowers, she felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. This man truly had a charming side and understood the essence of romance. Thank you, my lord. I adore this gift. It brings me far greater joy than your betrothal gifts. I hope that in the future, you will strive to surprise me on every anniversary. That would be wonderful. Tian Xiaoju felt no shame in her aspirations. Meanwhile, the regent pondered the term anniversary, realizing that she often used words he did not comprehend, leaving him to decipher their meanings. Chapter 81. Having seen your form. Naturally, the inquisitive regent boldly asked, What is an anniversary? Upon hearing the regent's inquiry, Tian Xiaoju realized she had misused her words and thus felt compelled to clarify. A commemorative day is one that merits remembrance, such as the day we first met, the moment we defined our relationship, or the day of our wedding. Each of these is a day worth cherishing. The regent paid little heed to the other trivial matters. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoju say we, a wave of joy washed over him. The number of such days seemed inconsequential. His sole desire was to unite with the woman before him as husband and wife. Even if their lives consisted of simple fare and humble garments, he would find profound happiness. I understand now. Considering the days, it has been half a year since I met you. Come, let me treat you to something delightful. You should sample the culinary offerings of others and see if there is anything you fancy within the exquisite cuisine of Kyoto, the regent proclaimed. Tian Xiaoju nodded in agreement, replying, "That sounds wonderful. I have not dined much in Kyoto." The streets bustled with people, each engrossed in their own affairs, while the sounds of vendors echoed incessantly. Kyoto remained unparalleled in its vibrancy. No other place, no matter how splendid, could rival its liveliness. After a short walk, the regent guided Tian Xiaoju to a restaurant named Zhe Xiang Lu. Tian Xiaoju gazed up at the five-story establishment, astonished to discover such towering architecture in Kyoto. Unlike the modern era characterized by steel and concrete, this structure was crafted from wood. A five-story building was indeed a rarity in ancient times, a testament to the ingenuity of its creators. The wooden carvings adorning the doors and windows were remarkably lifelike, and upon entering Zhe Xiang Lu, the interior was equally impressive. The wooden tables and chairs, crafted from fine hardwood, appeared exquisite. Though she lacked expertise, her intuition suggested these were fine mahogany pieces. Tian Xiaoju was somewhat awed by the decor. The mere presence of these mahogany furnishings would fetch a high price in contemporary times. While she may not have been as overwhelmed as Lu Laolao in the Grandview Garden, she was nonetheless captivated by the novelty of her surroundings. The restaurant was infused with delightful aromas, the fragrances of various pastries mingling to create a uniquely enticing scent. "Sir, I suspect this meal may not come cheap," Tian Xiaoju remarked, glancing at the regent. "Do you wish for me to save a bit?" The regent turned to her, smiling. Tian Xiaoju thought to herself, "I am not concerned with saving you money. I wish to indulge in something exquisite." In the presence of such opulence, spending a little seemed inconsequential. "No, I would never seek to spare you expenses. I intend to spend, which in turn motivates you to earn," she replied with a smile. The regent was thoroughly charmed by her playful retort. Ruffling her hair, he said, "Very well, let us order the most expensive dishes. Esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs," announced the waiter, who, upon recognizing the regent, hurried forward to lead them to the upper level. The Zhe Xiang Lu is indeed the property of the regent, a fact that the proprietor discreetly shared. Although the regent does not frequent this establishment often, they have nonetheless prepared a private room exclusively for him. Tian Xiaoju ascended to the 5th floor, and to be honest, it had been quite some time since she had traversed stairs. While she was not out of breath, she did feel a touch fatigued. Upon reaching a private room named Quan, the waiter guided them upstairs before retreating to fetch tea and refreshments. This room boasts an exceptional vantage point overlooking the scenery of Kyoto. Just ahead lies the moat, beyond which stands the imperial palace, and in the distance is the very street where one resides. The regent approached the window, gesturing toward the outside and introducing the sights to Tian Xiaoju. It is no wonder that ancient scholars cherish the act of ascending heights to gain broader perspectives. Indeed, standing tall allows one to see far and wide, inspiring countless timeless verses. As the saying goes, one must stand atop the highest peak to behold the diminutive mountains below, a truly immortal line. Initially in good spirits, Tian Xiaoju's mood shifted upon overhearing a conversation from the adjacent room. The sole drawback of this wooden establishment was its inadequate soundproofing. The occupants next door seemed oblivious to the presence of others, their voices echoing loudly. "Lady Yuru, have you heard? The regent has proposed to a commoner. I cannot fathom why he would choose someone of such humble standing when he ought to marry a woman of our caliber," one woman remarked, her tone dripping with disdain, as if her own nobility were paramount. "Ching, do not speak so," If Yu Zhe has affections for another, there is little I can do to change that. Perhaps it is simply fate that we are not meant to be, replied a softer voice. Tian Xiaoju could easily envision the scene. Two women, one arrogant and the other delicate as a white lotus. You have harbored feelings for the regent for years. And did you not say he has seen you in a state of undress? He ought to take responsibility. If you will not seek him out, I shall. I refuse to believe the regent has no sense of honor. Having seen you, how could he turn to wed another? Came the fiery retort of the woman referred to as Qingqing. It was evident that Qingqing possessed a fierce temperament, starkly contrasting with the fragile demeanor of the other woman, who appeared devoid of guile. Qingqing, do not go. If you do, where will I hide my face? You mustn't. If you do, I will no longer play with you. The gentle voice protested once more. Tian Xiaoju could surmise Qingqing's intentions, glancing at the regent with questioning eyes. He, too, had caught wind of the conversation next door, which was steeped in scandal. When had he ever beheld another woman in such a manner? Who was Lady Yuru, and who was Qingqing? The regent was not a man of impulsive nature. He wished to hear more of the tantalizing discourse from the adjacent room. Tian Xiaoju shared this sentiment, and thus they settled against the wall adjoining the next room, eavesdropping on the dialogue of the two women. Though aware that eavesdropping is improper, they could hardly be blamed, for the voices of these two individuals flowed seamlessly into their ears. Euro, why do you prevent me from going? You and the regent are clearly a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Now he is marrying a commoner. What does that signify? Qingqing remarked, feeling somewhat unsettled. Trust me, my father will find me a more suitable match, she added. Qingqing, you must not go, and do not speak of this matter again, Euro sternly replied. Chapter 82. Pulling at her sleeve. Tian Xiaoju could smell a strong fragrance of green tea wafting through the wall, likely pondering. Hurry up and seek out the regent for an explanation. Feeling frustrated without a means to express her grievances, and now an opportunity presents itself. How could she not seize it? Tian Xiaoju had little patience for such individuals. As the regent listened to the conversation next door, his expression gradually darkened. Had he not been eager to hear the continuation, he would have undoubtedly stormed through the wall. Enough of this. I shall not go. Euro, do not dwell too much on your sorrow. Perhaps after our meal, we could visit that newly opened jewelry store and see if there are any beautiful adornments to add to my makeup box, which has been lacking new pieces for quite some time. Qingqing, seeing Euro's reluctance, offered consolation, yet her mind wandered to the thought of visiting the regent's residence. As a mere woman, even if she were to offend him, it would likely bear no consequence on her family. The subsequent dialogue devolved into trivialities, and Tian Xiaoju paid little attention. Yet when she turned to glance at the regent's face, it was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just then, the waiter entered with pastries. Sensing the discordant atmosphere, he placed the delicacies down and promptly departed. Tian Xiaoju observed the beautifully arranged pastries, particularly the chrysanthemum pastry that resembled the flower itself, emitting a faint fragrance. She took a piece and approached the regent. My lord, do calm your temper and have a bite, she said, offering the chrysanthemum pastry to his lips. Seeing Tian Xiaoju remain unfazed and in good spirits, even feeding him a treat, the regent took a bite from her hand. Are you not angry? He inquired, though his thoughts lingered on her remarkable composure. Could she truly be indifferent to the rumors surrounding him and another woman? Why be angry? To punish oneself for another's mistakes is the height of folly. Besides, I have faith that you are not that kind of person, are you? Surely you are not upset? Tian Xiaoju replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing her reasoning, the regent found himself in agreement. Why had he allowed himself to be riled up? The matters he cared for most often stirred his emotions. Tian Xiaoju's words lightened his heart considerably. Yet, while he may not harbor resentment towards those two women, it did not absolve their families of responsibility. Given their immense power, he would ensure a thorough investigation into their affairs. Before long, the waiter returned with additional dishes, setting them down without lingering, sensing that the atmosphere in the room had improved slightly. The individuals present were not to be trifled with, so he wisely made his exit. Tian Xiaoju savored the dishes at Zue Xianglu, finding the flavors quite delightful. Overall, They surpassed those of other establishments by a considerable margin. The spicy fish head was a harmony of fresh, salty, and sweet notes. If only the broth could be enhanced further by adding some noodles, it would be even more fitting. How does it taste? Any suggestions? The regent asked, noticing Tian Xiaoju in silence. It's quite good. This isn't to your establishment, is it? She inquired, realizing the implication behind his question. Upon receiving a nod from the regent, she began her critique. The braised pork could benefit from careful attention during the caramelization process. Avoid overcooking it. Water should be added all at once rather than in increments, as this will yield a more delectable dish. As for the fish head, it would pair beautifully with a bowl of plain noodles on the side. After finishing the fish, one could immerse the noodles in the broth for an enhanced flavor. With each dish she tasted, she offered her insights, while the regent listened intently, having consumed little himself. Noticing that the regent had barely touched his meal, Tian Xiaoju asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm not particularly hungry. If you enjoy it, please indulge yourself," he replied. "I'll jot down these suggestions for you later. I understand that as a busy individual, you may not have the time to discuss them," she said. The regent nodded in agreement, responding, "There's no need for you to deliver them personally. I've assigned San to assist you, so you may relay your thoughts to him." "And Si?" Tian Xiaoju inquired. "She has faced consequences for her inadequate protection," he explained. While Tian Xiaoju felt that Si had not been particularly troublesome, aside from an inexplicable dislike towards her, she recognized that it was the regent's affair and deemed it none of her concern, as Si was not under her command. After finishing their meal, they emerged to find that the two women from the neighboring table had vanished, leaving Tian Xiaoju curious about their identities. The intense aroma of green tea they exuded suggested it was far superior to that of the renowned tea master. "Shall we return, or would you prefer to explore a bit more?" the regent asked as they descended the stairs. "Are you not busy?" Tian Xiaoju queried, pondering why the regent, a figure of authority, seemed free from pressing matters. "The affairs of state are relatively light these days. I can spare some time to accompany you," he replied, though internally he mused about the rarity of finding time for her amidst his duties. "Not that. I merely assumed you had state matters to attend to and did not wish to impede you. However, if you have time to stroll with me, I would be delighted. Let us wander aimlessly. I seldom have the opportunity to do so," she said, tugging at his sleeve. Observing her hand gripping his attire, the regent smiled, feeling a peculiar sensation within. This girl seemed entirely oblivious to the distinctions between genders. Even after his proposal, she remained carefree, playfully tugging at him in the street. While the customs of Liang Kingdom were open-minded, they had not reached such a degree of familiarity. Seeing her joyful demeanor, the regent chose not to dampen her spirits, allowing her to hold onto his sleeve as they strolled together. Two individuals strolled along the bustling street, inadvertently drawing the attention of passers-by. It was only when Tian Xiaoju became aware of the curious glances directed at them that she realized she had been clutching the sleeve of the regent all along. In modern times, she often enjoyed linking arms with her close friends while shopping, and though she had restrained herself by merely holding onto his sleeve, the stares of onlookers made her acutely aware that such displays of affection were ill-suited for this ancient setting. "Why didn't you remind me?" she asked, mildly vexed, as she released the regent's sleeve. "It matters not. You cannot marry another, and you are destined to be my consort. Let others gaze as they will. Your happiness is what truly matters," he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Chapter 83. The strong aroma of green tea. Fortunately, Qi and Qi'er did not overhear that remark. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped in disbelief. Where had the usually aloof regent vanished to? How could he be so amiable in the presence of Tian Xiaoju? This world was indeed surreal. Who would have imagined that the regent possessed such a tender side? At this moment, it was just the regent and Tian Xiaoju, unaccompanied by guards. Aside from the brief attention they garnered when she had tugged at his sleeve, no one paid them much heed as they walked side by side. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoju received a notification from the system, alerting her that the two women they had previously encountered were nearby. Puzzled, she wondered if she had yet to unlock any functions. How could the system provide such a prompt? Had she leveled up without her knowledge? What was happening? Have I leveled up, Xiao Mo? She communicated telepathically. Yes, master. You have completed 4 mainline tasks, and the system has upgraded, unlocking tracking and positioning functions, Xiao Mo's voice replied. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoju understood, though she found it peculiar that she had been unaware of her own advancement. Have you been negligent in your duties? You failed to inform me of my upgrade? She inquired. Xiao Mo was reluctant to admit fault. It had sensed a lack of energy the previous day and neglected to report the change, subsequently forgetting about it. It knew that admitting this would likely incur its master's ire. No, master. Perhaps you misremembered. Xiao Mo quickly denied. Very well. I shall not pursue it further. Please investigate whether there are individuals nearby speaking ill of me. Reporting to master, they are gathered at the Nuanyu pavilion ahead. With that, Xiao Mo chimed and vanished from her mind. Regent, shall we visit the Nuanyu pavilion ahead? Tian Xiaojun asked, tugging at his sleeve once more. Observing the glimmer in her eyes, the regent sensed there was something afoot and nodded, asking, Do you wish to purchase headpieces? Let's take a look. If anything catches my eye, we could decide then, Tian Xiaojun replied. Turning to face the regent, her radiant smile was almost blinding, and in that moment, the regent truly grasped the sweetness that a single smile could convey. As they entered the Nuanyu pavilion, Tian Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback by the opulence of the interior decor. I have never encountered such an opulent decor, resplendent in its golden hues. Could it possibly be made of real gold? My dear, this lavish ornamentation is indeed crafted from gold, its value incalculable. Xiaoma, you have once again eavesdropped on my thoughts. Please deactivate your link function. This Xiaoma makes me feel as though I have never experienced the world, Tian Xiaojun mused internally. Before even stepping inside, she overheard the voices of 2 women, reminiscent of their earlier encounter at the tavern. Euro, do you not detect the scent of rustic simplicity? Remarked a woman named Qingqing, her voice laced with a delicate mockery. Following the sound, Tian Xiaojun beheld 2 exquisitely adorned ladies. While neither was unattractive, one petite and dainty, the other as graceful as a willow, she couldn't help but wonder if they had neglected their dental hygiene, given their foul breath. With no other patrons present besides the 2 disparaging women and the regent, it was unlikely they would dare to speak ill of him, as they were well aware of his identity. Upon hearing their words, the regent's expression darkened, yet, restrained by their femininity, he refrained from responding. Nonetheless, Tian Xiaojun could distinctly sense the chill emanating from him. Qingqing refrained from such remarks. They merely dress modestly and hail from ordinary backgrounds. It is nothing to scorn. Euro's soft and feeble voice emerged, causing an uncomfortable sensation to wash over Tian Xiaojun. Previously, she had found the delicate demeanor of Lin Mimi endearing. Yet Euro's presence elicited nothing but disdain within her. Ignoring the 2 condescending women, she boldly entwined her arm with the regent's, asserting her claim, and guided him toward the display. The 2 women felt as though their words had struck nothing but air, incensed beyond measure. My lord, where did these 2 crows come from, making such a din? What do you think of this hairpin? Tian Xiaojun inquired, selecting a plum blossom hairpin from the display and holding it up to her head for comparison. Who doesn't possess the ability to offend? Engaging in verbal sparring was an art she had witnessed in her modern life. She had seen individuals hurl insults without a single vulgarity, never repeating themselves. Such mastery was unparalleled. Although she might not possess the same skill, she could certainly emulate it. The regent initially believed Tian Xiaojun would let the matter go, only to realize she had been biding her time. Her words carried an incisive sting, demonstrating her prowess in elegant retorts. Who do you call a crow? Qingqing fumed as she approached Tian Xiaojun, pointing an accusatory finger. Gently pushing aside the finger directed at her, Tian Xiaojun met Qingqing's gaze, her ruby lips parting. Whoever fits the description shall be addressed thusly. She then raised her hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness, inciting Qingqing's ire to the point where steam seemed to rise from her head. Initially, Tian Xiaojun had thought Qingqing to be a master of the green tea persona, only to discover she was merely of a bronze caliber. What a pity, she murmured softly. Though her voice was barely audible, the regent heard her clearly and inquired, What is bronze and what constitutes a master? How is it that this girl consistently manages to utter phrases he cannot comprehend? Despite having devoured a plethora of books since childhood, he finds himself perplexed and intrigued by her words, at times even amused by their novelty. He initially believed her to be quite formidable, yet one simple remark shattered that illusion, revealing her to be rather ordinary. Tian Xiaoju explained. Meanwhile, Yuro, observing the regent and Tian Xiaoju engaged in conversation with their heads close together, felt an intense surge of frustration. Approaching the regent, she curtsied and inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you out today?" "My father mentioned he had matters to discuss with you." The regent merely cast a glance in her direction, saying nothing, his disdain for her overly affected demeanor palpable. "Have you selected well? That plum blossom hairpin suited you, though I believe it more appropriate for snowy days. What do you think of this one?" The regent observed as Tian Xiaoju selected jewelry, displaying no impatience, instead offering her advice and suggestions. As for the two women, since the young lady seemed capable of handling herself, he chose not to intervene. Chapter 84. The Foolish and the Wealthy Indeed. I also feel the plum blossom hairpin is more suited for winter, yet I find all the hairpins here quite exquisite. Tian Xiaoju deliberately spoke in a soft tone to the regent, aiming to provoke the two women. Upon hearing her voice, the regent recognized her intent to irritate them. Although he preferred her more straightforward manner, he found her playful antics rather entertaining, adding a lively spirit to the atmosphere. "Shopkeeper, please wrap up that plum blossom hairpin for the young lady." "How much is it?" Upon seeing Tian Xiaoju's fondness for the hairpin and noticing she had yet to pay, Qingqing's temper flared, prompting her to act first. This left the shopkeeper in a dilemma, as it was quite unusual for a customer to claim an item still in another's possession. "Shopkeeper, please wrap it up," Tian Xiaoju reiterated. The shopkeeper glanced between Tian Xiaoju and Qingqing, feeling caught in the middle. He was merely an employee, and it was evident that neither of these women was someone he could afford to antagonize. Just as the shopkeeper pondered his next move, Qingqing interjected, "I will pay double for that hairpin." "I will also pay double," Tian Xiaoju boldly countered. "You foolish woman, unable to appreciate the situation. I will pay quadruple." Qingqing exclaimed in anger, her frustration igniting within her. How could this girl continuously oppose her? And what of the regent, allowing her to act with such impunity? Surely, as a commoner, she could not afford such an extravagant hairpin. It must be the regent who would ultimately cover the cost. "I too will offer quadruple," Tian Xiaoju provocatively challenged, casting a defiant glance at Qingqing. Yuro gently tugged at Qingqing's sleeve, whispering, "Qingqing, let it go. Let that young lady have a hairpin." The rain is indeed capable of putting on airs. This tactic of retreating to advance is executed with remarkable finesse, successfully igniting Qingqing's competitive spirit. A glance at Qingqing reveals her to be rather simple-minded, utterly oblivious to being used as a pawn. "Shopkeeper, I shall offer 10 times the price for this hairpin." "How much silver do you require?" Qingqing exclaimed, producing a banknote from her sleeve and placing it firmly upon the display table. Upon witnessing the girl present such a sum outright, Tian Xiaoju discerned that she was indeed a fool with ample wealth. Noticing the shopkeeper's gaze upon her, Tian Xiaoju smiled and remarked, "Then let this hairpin be given to this young lady. I shall peruse other options." She handed the hairpin back to the shopkeeper, who accepted it with a smile, meticulously wrapping the plum blossom pin before addressing Qingqing. "My dear, the original price of this pin is 100 taels. Your offer of 10 times that amounts to 1,000 taels, yet your 500 taels appears insufficient." Tian Xiaoju mused to herself. How could this trivial hairpin cost 100 taels? After working at the Wang residence for so long, she had only earned a little over 1,000 taels, having spent some along the way, leaving her with roughly 1,000 taels. Qingqing, on the other hand, carried such a substantial amount of notes. She must surely be a young lady from a prominent family, lavishly generous in her expenditures. "Euro, do you have any banknotes on hand? Please lend me 500 taels, and I shall repay you in a couple of days," Qingqing inquired, turning to the side to address Euro. Euro thought to herself how utterly foolish Qingqing was. So hopelessly naive. It was evident that the girl was setting a trap for her, yet she willingly leaped into it. Despite her earlier attempts to dissuade Qingqing, which also intended to provoke her, she had not anticipated that this girl would act so recklessly, landing herself in a predicament. Now, she was left with no choice but to part with her only 500 taels note, albeit reluctantly. With a heavy heart, she handed the note to Qingqing, who accepted it and presented it to the shopkeeper, saying, "Here you go. The payment is settled. May I have a hairpin now?" "Indeed, the hairpin is yours, young lady. We welcome your patronage in the future," the shopkeeper replied politely, handing the pin to Qingqing. However, he pondered silently about the identity of this young lady, wondering how her family could have spoiled her to such an extent, allowing her to be so easily manipulated. Having procured her desired item, Qingqing was gently tugged by Yuro, who softly suggested, "Qingqing, let us return. We have been out for too long, and if we are late, we shall be reprimanded." "Very well, let's head back," Qingqing replied, clutching her prize while joyfully exiting the warm jade pavilion. Yet, the thought of her hard-earned savings vanishing so quickly, coupled with the debt incurred, left her feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Of course, Tian Xiaoju remained unaware of these developments, as she was currently haggling with the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, having just helped you earn such a substantial profit, how about you give me 2 hairpins?" she proposed, her demeanor suggesting that if she was not offered something in return, she would not depart. The shopkeeper contemplated that even if he were to give away 2 hairpins, he would still retain a considerable profit. Noting the nearby gentleman who seemed to have overheard the 2 girls mention royalty, he realized that it would be prudent to accommodate her request and maintain goodwill. "All right, my dear, you may choose any 2 hairpins from the selection," the shopkeeper remarked. The regent prince observed Tian Xiaoju and discerned that the girl had been harboring mischievous intentions. To his surprise, not only was she scheming, but she also managed to earn herself a profit, revealing a remarkable aptitude for commerce. "Sir, which one do you find more appealing?" Tian Xiaoju inquired, pointing at the array of hairpins. "The orchid hairpin and that bamboo one both look exquisite," the regent prince replied earnestly, gesturing towards 2 particular pieces. "Very well, shopkeeper, I shall take the orchid hairpin as well as the bamboo one," Tian Xiaoju said, her eyes gleaming with delight as she addressed the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper retrieved the 2 hairpins, carefully wrapped them in cloth, and handed them to Tian Xiaoju. Though he felt a pang of regret parting with them, he acknowledged that the girl had indeed helped him earn a substantial profit, so he acquiesced, as long as the accounts balanced out. "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. I wish you prosperous business," Tian Xiaoju replied, accepting the wrapped hairpins and discreetly placing them into her sleeve pocket, where they were actually stowed away in her spatial compartment. She then took the regent prince's hand and exited the warm jade pavilion. Meanwhile, a man seated on the upper floor of the pavilion sipped his tea and remarked, "What an intriguing girl she is. Dark, go investigate her background." "Yes, my lord," came the reply, although Tian Xiaoju remained oblivious to the scrutiny she was under. The regent prince was acutely aware. However, he made no move to act, for in this world, there was but one individual whose strength could rival his own, undoubtedly. It was that person alone who possessed the capability to transform this jewelry establishment into its current state. Chapter 85. Caught red-handed, my dear. I have instructed my men to select an auspicious date, the regent prince announced as they made their way back from the marketplace. Tian Xiaoju looked up in astonishment, her disbelief evident. "We've only just spoken of courtship, and now you're suggesting marriage? I am utterly unprepared." Yet, gazing upon the regent prince's handsome visage, she reflected that perhaps she had not lost out entirely. This was certainly the perspective of a modern woman. However, for those of ancient times, such a swift progression might seem inappropriate. Fortunately, this era was relatively progressive. Women were allowed to present themselves publicly, and it was said that the court even employed female officials, sparing them from the traditional practice of foot binding. Quite commendable indeed. Paying no heed to the excited interjections of her system companion, Xiao Mo, she perceived this system as merely a facilitator. They were on the cusp of matrimony. Surely, the main quest was nearing completion. Once she bore a child, her system level would ascend to its pinnacle, unlocking a plethora of skills. Noticing Tian Xiaoju staring vacantly at him, the regent prince waved his hand before her eyes, prompting her return to reality. Embarrassed, she confessed, "I was taken aback by your sudden declaration. You nearly led me to believe you were reluctant." The regent prince jested, though he had genuinely questioned whether he had acted too hastily, given her stunned reaction. "Since marriage is inevitable, the timing matters little. I was merely surprised by your sudden announcement," she replied, her expression softening. Tian Xiaoju felt a tumult of emotions within her heart, contemplating the implications of becoming the consort of the regent. The thought of navigating relationships with his sisters-in-law filled her with trepidation. After all, those in positions of power are often adept at employing cunning strategies. She feared becoming a mere shadow of herself under their scrutiny. The regent gently caressed Tian Xiaoju's head and reassured her, "You need not worry about anything. I will arrange for others to handle matters on your behalf. Your only obligation is to ensure your own well-being, avoid injury and illness. Everything else will rest upon my shoulders. As for what you wish to pursue after our marriage, I shall wholeheartedly support your desires. I can see from your renovations that you wish to establish a small business. Whatever you choose to do, then, is entirely up to you, as long as you do not overexert yourself." Tian Xiaoju was deeply moved by his words, nearly brought to tears. Such a man is rare to find. In the modern world, it is predominantly women who make sacrifices after childbirth. It is usually women who assume the role of full-time caregivers, often postponing their own aspirations until their children are older. However, by that time, they risk becoming estranged from society. While some parents-in-law may offer assistance, there is always the fear that they might meddle in one's life, which is daunting. Consequently, she had long resisted the notion of marriage, preferring to immerse herself in books and prepare for civil service examinations rather than surrender her life to another. Yet in this ancient context, faced with a man who was not only handsome and wealthy, but also considerate of her needs, she found it difficult to remain indifferent. "Thank you, Yuza," she expressed sincerely, elated at her fortune to have met him. "Shall we step inside for a cup of tea before you depart?" she inquired as they arrived at her doorstep. "Certainly," the regent replied, captivated by the sparkle in her eyes. Initially planning to return and attend to some matters, he reconsidered and decided to postpone those arrangements for the moment. As they walked through the front of the shop toward the backyard, an idea struck her. Perhaps they should install a door in the back, allowing for easier access without traversing the shop. It seemed their thoughts aligned, as the regent too recognized the practicality of having a door in the backyard to create a separation from the front. "After you," they both said in unison, leading to an amusing moment of shared embarrassment over their unexpected synchronicity. "Please, you go first," he urged. "All right. What do you think about adding a door in the backyard? It would certainly simplify access without disturbing the front area," Tian Xiaoju proposed. "Indeed, I was just contemplating the same. Such a door would facilitate movement and maintain a degree of separation from the activities in front," the regent affirmed. "Then I shall invite a craftsman tomorrow," she decided, envisioning how frequently the little one might visit once the wall was opened. She found herself wondering about the identity of the adorable child. "Leave that to me. I will have Chi-san arrange for it shortly," the regent remarked. "She is but a young lady, alone here, inviting other men over. I remain somewhat uneasy. Our own servants possess considerable skills. Let them suffice." While the two conversed, a voice called out, "Sister, sister, are you home?" Tian Xiaoju suddenly recalled that the little one had not visited for some time, and was surprised by the timely arrival. "I am home, dear brother. The front door is unlocked. Please enter without climbing over the wall." "All right, sister, I am coming," the cheerful voice echoed back. Upon hearing that familiar sound, the regent felt a twinge of curiosity. How did come and know this girl? Could it be that the matchmaking she had mentioned previously referred to Tian Xiaoju? Moments later, footsteps approached, filled with joy, as the little one exclaimed, "Sister, sister, I've come. I missed you so much, but my uncle wouldn't let me out, so I sneaked away." You have run away again. How are your studies?" The regent's voice resonated. The once exuberant halted abruptly, wondering if he was imagining things. Cautiously, he ventured into the courtyard, where he spotted the regent seated and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Caught in the act, he feared the consequences that awaited him. "You know, could he be the little emperor?" Tian Xiaoju asked, pointing first at the regent and then at Ear, her disbelief evident. The regent, noticing her expression, realized that she was unaware of Ear's royal status. Sister, save me. My uncle is going to punish me. The little emperor hid behind Tian Xiaoju, appealing for her assistance. Address me as sister-in-law, not sister, the regent corrected sternly. Now it was not Tian Xiaoju who was astonished, but the little emperor, his mouth agape in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside. Really? Is it true? Ear. No. You must pay your respects to his majesty. Tian Xiaoju turned to the little emperor and bowed. Sister, there is no need for such formalities, and you needn't bow to me in the future, the little emperor said, tugging at Tian Xiaoju's sleeve. Understood. Tian Xiaoju mimicked the gesture she had seen on television, executing a proper bow. Sister, could you help me discipline my uncle? He is terrifying, always forcing me to study. I can't even take a break. The little emperor continued his plea from behind Tian Xiaoju. Tian Xiaoju glanced at the regent, feeling uncertain. The little emperor displayed no airs of superiority. While others spoke of themselves with grandeur, he conversed with her as if they were equals. She had not known his identity before, but now that she did, he remained unchanged. You rascal, every time you sneak out, you have Shunzi cover for you. Today, I've caught you red-handed. Speak, what's your legitimate reason for being out? Without a valid excuse, do not venture out again. Your homework will be doubled tomorrow, the regent said, pulling the little emperor from behind Tian Xiaoju as one might lift a chick. The young emperor, feeling quite indignant as he was being led by the regent, declared, Uncle, I shall charge you with a grave offense of disrespect. The regent set the young emperor down and produced the imperial seal, stating, Very well. You may do as you please. I shall not interfere. From now on, all state affairs shall rest solely on your shoulders, and I shall relinquish my duties as regent, especially since you intend to punish me. However, he pondered inwardly, realizing that his nephew had been preoccupied with leisure and had fallen behind in his studies. He also lamented his own lack of time to accompany him, and after some consideration, decided against bringing others into the matter. Please, uncle, I merely yearn for my aunt's cooking, the young emperor pleaded, tugging at his uncle's sleeve with a forlorn expression. Witnessing his nephew's softening demeanor and realizing the request was not unreasonable, given the boy's youth and the tragic early demise of his parents. He felt sympathy for the lad's plight. Very well. Next time you wish to savor your aunt's culinary delights, simply inform me. Do you think your uncle would ever deny you? The regent gently replied, ruffling the young emperor's hair. Tian Xiaoju observed the tender interaction between the two, sensing the regent's fondness for children, and contemplated what it would be like if she were to have a child of her own. In the midst of her musings, the young emperor approached her, tugging on her garment. Aunt, today I desire barbecued food, he said. Tian Xiaoju knelt down, affectionately patting the young emperor's head. Very well, but first, play with your uncle for a while, she instructed before turning to the kitchen to gather the necessary ingredients for the barbecue. As for the meat and vegetables, she would have to prepare them fresh. She transported the iron grill, charcoal, and racks to the courtyard, moving the greens and meat alongside the well outside, where they could be washed. Once the ingredients were prepped, she called upon the regent to ignite the charcoal. After all, he should contribute some effort for the feast. The scene resembled a warm and joyful family gathering, radiating a sense of togetherness. Once the preparations were complete and the coals were glowing robustly, Tian Xiaoju placed the beef on the grill. This beef was indeed a rare treat, as during this era, cattle were primarily utilized for farming and were only slaughtered when they could no longer work. In her youth, she had heard that the family's plowing cattle were never killed. They would be buried when they passed away, and no one would consume the laboring cattle. In this ancient time, eating meat was considered a luxury, though wild game was more abundant, with various birds and bears being hunted. The beef could not be grilled for too long. As it began to change color, she brushed on her homemade barbecue sauce, instantly elevating the flavors. Sister, I bought a fish today. Shall we share it? Linglan's voice called from the front courtyard. After a while, Linglan appeared, carrying a grass fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Noticing others in the courtyard, she recognized the little emperor and the regent. It's quite lively today. I pay my respects to your highness. Linglan greeted the regent with a bow. Before the regent could respond, the young emperor approached. Sister Lan, you're here too. How will we eat such a big fish? Don't worry, Sister Ju will prepare it deliciously. Ling Lan affectionately patted the young emperor's head and replied. Observing that this girl was quite familiar with the innkeeper, it seemed she had dined here many times before. Sister Ju, how do you propose we cook this fish? It has already been prepared, Ling Lan asked, bringing the fish to Tian Xiaoju. Are you planning to grill it without inviting me? How superficial. Ling Lan shot a playful glance at Tian Xiaoju. Are your eyes twitching? Tian Xiaoju teased, noticing Ling Lan's exaggerated blinking. Oh please, you're the one with the twitch. I'm in desperate need of culinary comfort for my wounded heart. Ling Lan chuckled while patting Tian Xiaoju's shoulder. Tian Xiaoju retrieved a skewer of beef from the rack and handed it to Ling Lan. All right. If there's food, can we silence the chatter? Ling Lan accepted the skewer, inhaling its delectable aroma. The scent was enticing. It was a mystery how Tian Xiaoju transformed any ingredient into a delicacy. Having relished many of her creations, Ling Lan could never tire of them. Since the fish is ready, I shall prepare a grilled fish for you today, guaranteed to leave you wanting more, Tian Xiaoju said, eyeing the plump fish and nearly drooling at the thought of its flavor. I shall eagerly await your grilled fish. If it's not delicious, you must compensate me with a handsome man, Ling Lan whispered in Tian Xiaoju's ear. Sister, what secrets are you two whispering about? Ye wants to listen too. The young emperor interjected, approaching. Ye is still young. Go play over there. Your two sisters have matters to discuss that you cannot know. Ling Lan gently coaxed the young emperor. The regent, observing the scene, noted the smile on the young emperor's face, which was a stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor in the palace. He pondered whether he had been too strict, realizing that allowing the boy to enjoy some leisure was beneficial. At that moment, the young emperor remained oblivious to his uncle's thoughts. If he were aware, he would undoubtedly be delighted, for it was a rare occasion to see his stern uncle relax. Chapter 87. The automatic vending function. The young emperor stayed close, listening to their banter. Though some words eluded his understanding, he sensed they were discussing matters of romance. While he lacked knowledge of such affairs, he was aware of whom his uncle favored. What do you think of Yu Zibai? Is he handsome enough? Why don't you pursue him? You have a taste for handsome men. After all, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. I dare say you would find it easy to win his heart, Tian Xiaoju joked, flipping the fish as she chatted with Ling Lan. Far away, Yu Zibai sneezed again, causing his subordinates to believe he was unwell, rendering them mute with fear. What is the matter? Have you all lost your voices? Look at the mess you've made. In the Moon Palace, is there not a single capable individual among you? A bunch of useless fools. With that, he discarded the teacup in his hand. One brave soul stepped forward and said, Master, a formidable force has recently begun to encroach upon our territory. Had we not discovered it in time, that faction would have undoubtedly swallowed us whole. We beseech you to take action and turn the tide. Yu Zibai lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Can we ascertain any information about our adversary? The individual signaled to another subordinate, who presented the gathered intelligence. Yu Zibai perused the documents casually, then gestured for everyone to withdraw. Leave me to examine this in peace. Once they had departed, Yu Zibai delved into contemplation over the materials in his hands. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju and her companions had begun to indulge in delicious barbecued delicacies, paired with homemade fruit juices. While basking in the beauty of the courtyard, truly a moment of bliss. I am so full. This barbecue is exquisite. Your Majesty, what delightful fare shall you prepare for me upon our next visit? The young emperor remarked, patting his now distended belly. Just moments ago, he almost let slip a secret. But fortunately, Sister Lan was none the wiser. Ling Lan also patted her belly and said, seeing how delectable this grilled fish is today, you needn't compensate me with a handsome man. I shall seek one out myself. Very well, you all continue your conversation. I must take my leave, she declared, elegantly turning to exit. Your Highness, do take good care of my dear sister. She is but a gentle little rabbit, and we must ensure she does not fall prey to any lurking wolves. With that, she gracefully departed. Once the courtyard was left with only the regent, the young emperor, and Tian Xiaoju. The young emperor felt somewhat in the way and quietly slipped outside, joining the waiting Xiao Shun as they made their way toward the palace. With only Tian Xiaoju and the regent remaining, she began to feel a touch uneasy, as if the air was thick with an ambiguous tension, causing her face to flush slightly. She busied herself with tidying the disarray on the table to mask her discomfort. The regent approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Tian Xiaoju's waist, resting his head on her shoulder. "Are you feeling shy, my dear?" he teased. Tian Xiaoju stiffened at his boldness, but retorted defiantly, "No, not at all." The regent merely chuckled, aware of her bashfulness, choosing not to press the matter further. "Just let me lean on you for a moment. I have some tasks to attend to, and am feeling a bit weary." Reluctantly, Tian Xiaoju ceased her movements, allowing him to rest against her. A twinge of concern filled her. Why couldn't he take proper rest? Surely, he must feel exhausted managing everything alone. Though not an emperor, the young emperor was still learning the ropes, leaving him to shoulder the burdens with caution and diligence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the regent relinquished his hold from around Tian Xiaoju's waist. He adjusted his wrinkled attire, grasped her hand, and declared, "My dear, I must take my leave for now. I shall visit again when time permits. Should there be any matters of importance, relay them to Qi-san. Your subordinate pays respects to the Princess." Qi-san, who had mysteriously materialized, knelt before Tian Xiaoju with utmost reverence. The regent was greatly pleased with Qi-san's demeanor, finding him far more perceptive than Qi-si. "Rise, and refrain from calling me princess. Address me as Miss Tian," Tian Xiaoju corrected him. "Yes, princess," Qi-san replied. Upon hearing Qi-san refer to her as princess once more, Tian Xiaoju felt the urge to roll her eyes, wondering if he were perhaps a bit dense. "Take care of yourself as I depart. Qi-san, ensure the princess's well-being," the regent instructed before making his exit. Watching his retreating figure, Tian Xiaoju suddenly felt a pang of longing for him. What a predicament! She had succumbed to her feelings. Once she tidied the disarray, Tian Xiaoju turned to Qi-san, who was assisting her, and inquired, "Qi-san, have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare a couple of dishes for you?" Although Qi-san intended to decline, his stomach betrayed him with a loud grumble. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Noticing this, Tian Xiaoju promptly headed to the kitchen. Qi-san truly was a simpleton, far more agreeable than Qi-si. In the kitchen, she quickly whipped up 2 homely stir-fried dishes for Qi-san. As time was tight for steaming rice, she resorted to boiling some noodles she had previously sun-dried. Soon, the noodles were ready, and she brought them out to the courtyard. "Qi-san, come and eat. I am unsure if this suits your palate. I simply prepared a couple of random dishes for you to make do." "Thank you, princess," he replied before sitting down to eat. Tian Xiaoju did not linger beside him, but busied herself with washing and scrubbing, giving Qi-san a few instructions before retreating to her own chamber. Having spent the day occupied, she had neglected the space and the system, fully aware that the system must be overwhelmed with notifications. However, she had instinctively muted its alerts. "Xiao Mo," she called out in the space, and the shadow of the system promptly appeared before her, followed by a series of chimes announcing, "Task completed," "Main quest accomplished," "Side quest fulfilled," and so forth. Glancing at the points tally in the upper right corner, she noted it had reached 5 digits. Clearly, she had triggered numerous tasks and achieved quite a few. Otherwise, how could her points have increased so significantly? After reviewing the system, Tian Xiaoju exchanged some points for items she needed and noticed a new automatic vending feature. Curious, she asked Xiao Mo, "When was this automatic vending feature activated?" "Congratulations, master. You have triggered a hidden task and received the automatic vending reward. You may list items from your space in the vending machine. Based on their market value, the corresponding amount will be automatically credited to the point system, which can also be exchanged for currency of this dynasty." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoju felt a surge of delight. The automatic vending feature was indeed quite remarkable. At this moment, her spatial storage was already brimming, and she had refrained from harvesting the ripe fruits hanging from the trees, fearing that her space might not accommodate them. Therefore, she placed the heap of grains beside her left hand into the automatic vending system, which could be operated merely by her thoughts. Before long, the grains were sold out, Although their price was not particularly high, she managed to earn over 1,000 points, which was still satisfactory. Chapter 88. My lord. We are unable to trace the origin of that young woman. Greetings, my lord. A man in black entered the room and addressed the figure in the center, who wore a silver mask and donned white attire. Rise. Have you obtained any information regarding that woman? The man in white spoke in a cold tone, replying to my lord. According to our investigation, the girl appeared in Kyoto over a year ago. Witnesses at the time claimed she had suddenly fallen from the sky. Moreover, her attire was unlike anything we have seen here, remarkably peculiar. She was later taken in by a kind-hearted woman and subsequently went to the Rome Wangfu. She only left there after the Lantern Festival this year. The man in black paused momentarily. Why is that? Can we ascertain more? The man in white inquired. The specific reasons remain unknown. However, the family that took her in has a daughter working at the Rome Wangfu, and their relationship is quite amicable. She, too, is unaware of the reasons. My lord, shall we continue our investigation? A few days ago, the regent visited her home to propose. In the house she currently resides and was previously under the regent's name, the man in black continued. The man in white pondered for a moment before responding. No need for further inquiry. You may withdraw. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju was tirelessly selling her goods in the space, her hands growing weary, yet every sale represented money. Unbeknownst to her, someone had set their sights upon her. On another front, the regent had just returned to the royal residence and entered the study, only to discover an unexpected guest. Ah, what brings the master of the hidden tower to my abode? The regent remarked, seemingly unfazed by the presence of a figure from the martial world, oblivious to the fact that his subordinates had failed to notice. Ha ha! It is indeed an honor for you to recognize me, your highness. The master of the hidden tower replied with a smile. With a graceful turn, he reclined comfortably in a rocking chair within the study. The regent, far from annoyed, found the rumors about the master of the hidden tower's elusive nature to be quite true. It was said that the regent was indifferent to women, yet he had recently proposed to a common girl. Had the tales been merely fabrications, suggesting that the regent was, in fact, fond of the fairer sex? The master of the hidden tower responded in a similar tone. The regent chuckled softly and said, since it is mere gossip, it should not be taken seriously. It's best to simply listen. However, it seems that even you, people of the martial world, are curious about our government affairs. Our hidden tower has always refrained from meddling in court matters, but that girl is indeed intriguing. I have heard she fell from the heavens. The master of the hidden tower replied, uncertain if the regent is aware, marrying a woman of unknown origins is indeed distinct from wedlock with a commoner. Remarked Li Jing with a meaningful smile. There is no need for the esteemed host to remind me. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The regent replied somewhat impatiently. Until we meet again, Li Jing concluded, departing with an air of nonchalance. Once he was gone, the regent's ire became increasingly difficult to contain. Chi Wu, he called, yet received no response. After a considerable pause, Chi Wu still failed to appear. Recently, the defenses of the regent's residence had grown somewhat lax. Those who could be mobilized had been dispatched to investigate various officials, leaving behind only a handful of less capable guards. Observing the room, he noted there were no signs of disturbance. It seemed Li Jing's visit was not related to any court affairs, and he himself harbored no secrets. Could it be that the warning about Tian Xiaoju's ambiguous origins was genuinely the sole purpose of his visit? Lost in thought, the steward knocked at the door. Your Highness, dinner is ready. Would you care to partake? The regent opened the door, regarding the bowing steward. Have you seen Chi Wu? Is he not here? He inquired. The steward, taken aback, replied, Little Wu is not present. At that moment, a disheveled Chi Wu returned. I pay my respects to your highness, he said, kneeling before the regent. Rise. Where have you been? The regent asked. Replying to your highness, I was pursuing two men in black, but unfortunately my skills are lacking and I lost their trail. Chi Wu explained. The regent pondered for a moment. Those two individuals were likely from the hidden pavilion, sent to divert Chi Wu and conceal their master's whereabouts. Enough. You may leave, he gestured, entering his study and shutting the door behind him to begin reviewing official documents. As he perused the reports, he recalled Li Jing's words regarding Tian Xiaoju's uncertain identity. Was his decision to marry her correct, or erroneous. Shaking his head, he cast aside the tumultuous thoughts. The woman he had chosen, regardless of her status, would still be his bride. He almost allowed himself to be led astray by the opinions of others. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoju was sneezing incessantly. If Qi-san were to hear her outside, he would likely inform the regent and summon 2 imperial physicians to examine her. Given Qi-san's obstinate nature, he would undoubtedly take such action. Who is incessantly invoking my name, causing my nose to itch so? It is utterly vexing, she complained, rubbing her nose. After a while, Tian Xiaoju had sold all her mature rice, earning a considerable sum, her joy evident as she beamed. She paid little mind to her slight discomfort. Gazing at the ever-changing figures on the system, she realized they represented a substantial amount of silver. In this brief period, her balance likely ranked among the highest in the Liang Dynasty, especially considering the numerous items yet to be sold. Just then, Xiao Imo interjected, "Master, a man has arrived at your chamber." Tian Xiaoju was utterly captivated by her balance, oblivious to the commotion outside. She turned to Xiao Imo and inquired, "Who is it? Do they possess martial arts skills? Are they friend or foe? Are they armed?" Xiao Imo merely rolled its eyes, bemused by the barrage of questions. It was but a system robot, not a human being. Noticing Xiao Mo's silence, Tian Xiaoju resolved to pay heed to the noises outside. She then overheard a man remark, "Where has that woman gone? How intriguing. She clearly entered the room, yet seems to have vanished. Could she possibly disappear into thin air?" Listening to the man's musings from her concealed space, Tian Xiaoju thought, but it is indeed possible to vanish without a trace, something beyond their imagination. Though lacking extraordinary martial prowess, she was capable of self-preservation. At the very least, this space provided her with a sanctuary from detection. As the external noise subsided, she surmised that the unwelcome guest had departed, yet fear held her back from emerging. Chapter 89. A generous gift with the outside quiet. Tian Xiaoju finally exhaled in relief. She had nearly ventured out, but for Xiao Mo's timely warning, she might have found herself in peril. "Xiao Imo, what functions does the system currently possess?" Startled by the recent revelation of hidden skills, she realized that without Xiao Mo's alert, even if she had escaped into the space, it would have posed its own complications. After all, if others witnessed her disappearance, it would surely attract widespread attention. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. With such an extraordinary space and system, she must ensure it remained concealed from prying eyes. "Master, the system now includes alert and alarm functions. Your relationship with the prince has deepened significantly during this time, and the system's level has risen accordingly. Continue to strive for advancement, as there are more hidden features awaiting your discovery," Xiao Mo replied, its tone tinged with a hint of pride. "Very well, I understand. You may cease your chatter now." Tian Xiaoju found the system's self-satisfaction rather irksome, as if it were the pinnacle of existence. Yet, it was merely a rudimentary system. Without upgrades, it was nothing more than an inconsequential black stone, undesirable even to others, particularly given that she had paid a couple of silver coins to acquire it. With the outside world off limits and the flow of time within her space faster than that outside, Tian Xiaoju lost track of how long she had lingered there. Regardless, she had managed to sell the fruits and other items stored in her system. It was only when she heard the crowing of a rooster from a neighboring yard that she exited the space and returned to her room. Peering through the window, she caught a glimpse of a faint light, indicating that nefarious individuals were unlikely to return at this hour. She decided to rest for a while. Having been preoccupied with listing her goods for sale in the space, she had scarcely found time to sleep. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she succumbed to slumber. Awakening once more, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Qi-san had not disturbed Tian Xiaoju, who roused from her slumber, prompted by the growling of her stomach. Feeling the urgent call of her belly and glancing at the sun above, she realized she had indulged in a rather lengthy nap. After washing up, she prepared a modest meal, which she shared with Qi-san. Once they had finished dining, Qi-san remarked, "Your Highness, the craftsmen have arrived outside. Shall I summon them in? When did they come? I was unaware of their arrival. Please let them in. It is quite hot today. They should come in for some water and to cool off before resuming their work when the sun is less intense." Upon hearing that the craftsmen had already arrived, Tian Xiaoju felt a tinge of embarrassment. How inconsiderate of Qi San to let them wait outside instead of waking her. As Qi San stepped outside, Tian Xiaoju hurried to the kitchen to prepare some fresh orange juice as an apology, knowing well that even if she did not offer it, no one would dare to complain, as the regent had arranged for their presence. When Qi San returned, accompanied by 4 sturdy-looking men, Tian Xiaoju promptly instructed him. I have prepared some juice in the kitchen. Please serve it to them. They can rest for a while, and once the sun is less fierce, they may resume their tasks. Yes, Your Highness, Qi San replied with utmost respect, thinking to himself how approachable and amiable she was. I have matters to attend to outside. If anything arises in my absence, feel free to make decisions without waiting for my return, Tian Xiaoju stated, turning to leave without awaiting Qi San's response. Qi San intended to voice his thoughts, but watched as she walked away, his mouth agape, yet no words emerged. He wished to accompany her for her protection. Yet those sentiments remained unuttered. Returning to the courtyard, he found the craftsman already hard at work. He poured himself a pot of tea, seated himself in the shade of a tree, and commenced his oversight while sipping his tea. Meanwhile, as Tian Xiaoju emerged, she encountered Yu Zibai, who had not visited Kyoto in quite some time. Miss Tian, where are you headed? May I accompany you? What brings you here today? Seeing Yu Zibai's travel-worn appearance, Tian Xiaoju inquired, what brings you here? Have you come specifically to seek me out? Indeed, I have heard that you are betrothed, Yu Zibai replied. You seem quite well informed. How did you come by this news? Tian Xiaoju responded with a smile. Here, take this as a token. Should I not be present on your wedding day, consider it an early wedding gift. If I can make it, I shall bring you a more substantial present, Yu Zibai said, his eyes flickering. No one knew the regret that resided in Yu Zibai's heart. He had been poised to invite a matchmaker once he completed his obligations at the palace, only to find that someone had acted more swiftly than he. How delightful! I shall express my gratitude to you, Master Yu. Such a generous gift merits a wedding invitation. Tian Xiaoju said, choosing not to open the box, presuming it contained nothing undesirable. She tucked it away, secretly storing it in her space. Where are you headed with that bag? Off to buy something? As Yu Zibai observed, Tian Xiaoju was carrying a cloth bag, which he recalled having seen in the possession of another individual. A delicate visage suddenly flickered in his mind. Indeed, she mentioned her intention to procure various items, as she was preparing to open a shop that would offer an exclusive selection of fresh novelties. Master of the Moon Palace, when my little store opens, you must come to support me, Tian Xiaoju remarked. Ha, as long as I am in Kyoto, I shall certainly oblige. However, should circumstances take me away from the city, I may be unable to make it. You remember that token, right? It allows me to send word to anyone at any moneylender's establishment in the Moon Palace, Yu Zibai replied. Agreed, then. I shall ensure someone notifies you. Do not leave me in the lurch, Tian Xiaoju chuckled. Walking alongside Yu Zibai, she felt the admiring glances accumulate. Indeed, he was quite the heartthrob, possessing an undeniably handsome appearance. Rest assured, I shall keep my word. What are you purchasing? Yu Zibai inquired. Just some small items. If the Moon Palace Master has matters to attend to, please feel free to go about your business. However, should you wish to dine with me, do come later in the evening. There is no need for you to accompany me the entire time, Tian Xiaoju replied. Very well, I shall take my leave then. I desire something a bit different for dinner tonight, Yu Zibai said before departing. Once Yu Zibai had left, Tian Xiaoju wandered alone. Although her shopping list was not extensive, she still needed to gather some supplies, as she intended to prepare a feast that evening. While she was uncertain whether the artisans would stay for dinner, it was prudent to prepare extra. Chapter 90. A fateful encounter engaging in a shopping spree. Tian Xiaoju found herself caught in an unstoppable rhythm, buoyed by the aid of the system that alleviated her financial concerns. She could purchase whatever her heart desired, should her funds run low. She could simply sell some fruits and vegetables from her space to replenish her coffers. There seemed to be no end to her spending. Perhaps it was an oversight in checking the calendar, but from a distance she spotted an individual she was not keen to encounter, the Princess Yuro. This woman was a level above the typical schemer. While the latter might orchestrate their own downfall, Princess Yuro covertly sought assistance from others. All the while cloaked in a facade of righteousness, her inner darkness starkly contrasting her outward demeanor. Tian Xiaoju had little desire to engage with such a person, especially as their energies clashed. How could she maintain cordiality with a woman who coveted her partner? It was simply out of the question. Unfortunately, her reluctance to provoke such a person did not deter others from seeking her out, particularly the fiery Qing, who was approaching her with palpable irritation. After being outwitted by Tian Xiaoju, Qing had returned home, enduring considerable pressure from her family to repay the silver note to Princess Yuro. It took considerable persuasion before she managed to gather the funds, narrowly avoiding confinement. I can smell the stench of poverty from afar. Today I am in high spirits, so I shall refrain from conversing with those of inferior standing, Qing declared, her head held high. Tian Xiaoju did not spare a glance for Qing. Walking past her without acknowledgement, she had no intention of engaging in conversation with those who lacked refinement. As Qing observed Tian Xiaoju's disregard for her on a saunter past, she, filled with indignation, turned around and seized the sleeve of Tian Xiaoju's garment, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Are your ears deaf?" Tian Xiaoju rubbed her ears and replied, "I apologize. I only heard the barking of a dog just now and did not catch your words." Meanwhile, Princess Yuru, witnessing Qing's defeat in the initial exchange, muttered softly, "Fool." Although Qing did not hear this remark, Tian Xiaoju, having imbibed the essence of a spiritual spring and undergone a transformation of her senses, caught the words distinctly. Tian Xiaoju looked at Qing and waved her hand, saying, "That Princess Yuru just called you a fool. Employing clandestine tactics is not beyond anyone." She could discreetly relay the disparaging remarks made by Princess Yuru to Qing. Tian Xiaoju was certain that if Qing did not believe it once or twice, surely on the third occasion she would. Sooner or later, a rift would form between the two. That Navi girl, Qing, was oblivious to being used as a pawn. Should Princess Yuru decide to betray her, she would assist in counting the spoils. Indeed, upon hearing Tian Xiaoju's words, Qing, in disbelief, turned to Princess Yuru and questioned, "My lady, I am aiding you. Yet you insult me?" Tian Xiaoju was taken aback by Qing's direct inquiry. Truly, she was quite the simpleton who would admit to slandering another. At that moment, Princess Yuru, feeling flustered, maintained an exterior of composure, stating, No, I certainly did not speak ill of you. Did you hear me? Or was it that woman who spoke to you just now?" Qing, after all these years of friendship, do you not trust me?" As she spoke, Princess Yuru began to feign tears, drawing an increasing number of onlookers, for where three women convene, a spectacle is sure to ensue. "No, my lady, I do not distrust you. Please do not cry. I am most afraid of your tears. Quickly, wipe them away, so many are watching, and you ought to have some modesty." After comforting Princess Yuru, Qing turned to Tian Xiaoju. If glances could kill at that moment, Tian Xiaoju would have been subjected to a slow demise by Qing's gaze as she confronted Tian Xiaoju. "Why did you say that just now? Are you trying to sow discord between me and Princess Yuru? I assure you, the bond we share cannot be shattered by your mere words." "Oh, is that so? Just a moment ago, I was not aware of who was questioning whom. Perhaps I misheard. It seems you have said nothing at all," Tian Xiaoju remarked with a smirk. Observing the two, "Forget it, Qing. You may not possess the verbal prowess that she does. We cannot afford to provoke her. It is evident we always emerge the losers. Let us depart, lest your father scolds you again." Princess Yuru tugged at Qing's sleeve, urging her to leave. Tian Xiaoju could only think that Princess Yuru was a master of pretense, while others may be forgiving. She seemed to harbor a disposition akin to a battleship rather than a mere vessel. Do not think today it is just the two of us. You may take my kindness for granted, but if anyone dares to approach, let them come. I shall deal with them, whether they be maimed or slain. It shall be on my account." Qing waved her hand toward the back, and soon several attendants dressed similarly appeared at her side. Tian Xiaoju, observing the attendants across from her, was taken aback by the cunning of the rainy princess, who had provoked Qing into standing up for her. "Well, you dare to strike me today, and tomorrow your father's official hat will be in jeopardy. Do you think it is impressive to have a princess backing you? Everyone has their own support, don't you think the regent would not seek vengeance for me? If you were to injure or kill me today, you would undoubtedly face the same fate tomorrow, or perhaps an even graver one. Do you see this? This is a golden token bestowed by the emperor himself. For the first time, Tian Xiaoju realized the value of the regent's title. After all, by invoking the regent, the attendants hesitated and took 2 steps back. When she revealed the golden token, she noticed the expression on the rainy princess's face shift, but was this token genuine? However, as soon as Tian Xiaoju unveiled the token, the onlookers surrounding them knelt down, chanting "Long live the emperor." Yet, both Rainy and Qingqing stubbornly refused to kneel, raising their heads defiantly and declaring, "Who can ascertain the authenticity of this rural bumpkin's token? Let us seek judgment at the Dali Temple." "No need for that trouble. Just let me have a look," interjected Lord Wang, the minister of the Dali Temple, who had just finished court and was drawn to the commotion. Upon arriving, he overheard the mention of seeking judgment at the Dali Temple. Upon seeing the central figures, a young lady of a general's household, a princess, and another who, despite being unfamiliar, exuded an air of distinction while holding a golden token, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. What began as a trivial exchange between young ladies had escalated into a matter of significance at the Dali Temple. As Lord Wang approached, the crowd parted to allow him passage. Chapter 91. It is authentic. "Let me see it," Lord Wang requested as he entered the throng, addressing Tian Xiaoju. Although the token appeared genuine from a distance, given that the 2 individuals opposite her were daughters of officials, he decided to exercise caution. Tian Xiaoju cast a glance at Lord Wang. While unsure of his integrity, the expressions of those around indicated he possessed a certain respect among the crowd. She presented the golden token to him, saying, "This humble girl has met Lord Wang. This token is a gracious gift from His Majesty. I kindly ask you to return it after your inspection." Lord Wang accepted the token from Tian Xiaoju, and after a brief examination, he recognized its authenticity. Although he had never possessed a golden token himself, he had seen them before. To gain the favor of a young emperor, this girl must indeed possess exceptional qualities. Otherwise, how could the emperor bestow such an honor upon her? After scrutinizing it for a moment, Lord Wang returned the token to Tian Xiaoju, stating, "My lady, it is yours." He then turned to the others, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady's token is indeed genuine." As soon as Lord Wang concluded his statement, Tian Xiaoju turned her gaze towards the 2 women before her. The complexion of Princess Yuru had turned pale, while the woman, named Qingqing, appeared nearly green, as if she had just consumed something foul. "What is the matter? Do you still doubt the authenticity of my gold medal? To see such a medal and not kneel is to show blatant disrespect to the reigning emperor. Surely, your father would not dare to be so irreverent towards His Majesty," Tian Xiaoju remarked. "For who cannot feign power through the guise of another? She merely found such an act beneath her. Long live our emperor." The 2 women reluctantly echoed, "I had no desire to quarrel with either of you, yet you both seem to take pleasure in troubling me. Today's incident could escalate or diminish at my behest. Should I inform the emperor, I am certain your families would administer some lessons. However, I'm not one to stoop to such pettiness. I merely hope that in the future, when you see me, you will keep your distance, allowing us to coexist harmoniously." Upon finishing her words, Tian Xiaoju left behind a crowd, her silhouette fading. Yet her thoughts lingered on her own vulnerabilities. She realized the necessity of leveraging the power of others. In this ancient world, authority holds great significance. Departing from this realm of conflict, she had little inclination to ponder the thoughts of others, instead seeking out what she required. She intended to establish a fruit and vegetable shop, offering an array of produce that would be unique to her establishment, with prices dictated solely by her. It was evident that such an enterprise would be lucrative, as others would have no means to procure supplies. She discovered a shop selling woven goods and purchased numerous bamboo baskets of varying sizes, envisioning how beautifully they would present her fruits and vegetables, facilitating easier selection for her customers. "Shopkeeper, please pack all of these for me and deliver them to the store opposite the clothing shop," Tian Xiaoju instructed. Having selected everything she needed, the shopkeeper, noticing the young woman's substantial purchase, was filled with delight. Such items had been stagnant in sales for days. And now a significant customer had arrived, warranting exceptional service. "Miss, do you require anything else?" The shopkeeper inquired with a flattering smile. "I shall take a look, but considering the volume of my purchase, I expect a reasonable discount," Tian Xiaoju replied, resuming her selection. The bamboo items were exquisite, and she mused that in modern times, they would fetch a handsome price. She also picked out some delicate trinkets, each seemingly unique, crafted by artisans for their amusement, each piece charming and delightful. And she found herself particularly fond of these small decorations. In the future, such bamboo weaving skills would be deemed intangible cultural heritage, though at this time, many still possess the craft. "Your taste is truly discerning, miss. These trinkets are one of a kind, and I assure you, I will offer you a favorable price. Do you need anything else?" The shopkeeper remarked. Indeed, a businessman is just that. Their words are as smooth as silk, pleasing the ear. "No, I have selected quite enough for now. I will return when I have further needs. Please let me know the total for these items," Tian Xiaoju concluded. The shopkeeper, after calculating with great precision, addressed the young lady, saying, "Miss, the total amounts to 10 taels and 5 coins. I shall round it down for you. You need only pay 10 taels. Additionally, this wicker basket is a gift." He retrieved a sizable woven basket from beneath the counter and presented it to Tian Xiaoju. Upon inspecting the basket, which resembled a modern laundry hamper, she found it quite practical. With a smile, she accepted it from the shopkeeper and placed it among her purchased items. "Could you kindly assist in delivering this as well?" Tian Xiaoju reminded him, thinking he might have forgotten about the delivery. "Old woman, come here and take a look. I am sending this young lady's goods over to the ready-made garment shop across the street. It will be a quick trip," the shopkeeper called out to the back, seemingly anxious to avoid any misunderstanding with his wife, speaking clearly. "How much did you sell that requires you to deliver it personally?" A woman's voice responded from the back, presumably the shopkeeper's wife. The difference in demeanor between the two was striking. Tian Xiaoju observed a woman with graying hair emerge from the back, although she appeared unkempt. Her eyes were sharp and discerning. Upon seeing the pile of goods before Tian Xiaoju, her expression shifted instantly. "Go on, hurry back." With his wife's approval, the shopkeeper beamed at Tian Xiaoju and said, "Miss, let's be on our way." "Thank you," Tian Xiaoju replied gratefully. She had anticipated that the shopkeeper would carry the items in some cumbersome manner, but to her surprise, he produced a simple cart from the back, which proved to be quite convenient. Tian Xiaoju assisted in loading the items onto the cart and then led the way. Throughout the journey, she refrained from conversing with the shopkeeper, pondering the peculiar disparity in age. While he did not appear particularly old, his wife seemed several years his senior. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Just as Tian Xiaoju was about to open the door, Chi-san emerged from within, visibly relieved upon seeing her return. "What are you standing there for? Help with the unloading," Tian Xiaoju urged Chi-san. "Right away," he replied. With Chi-san's help, the items were swiftly transferred. Tian Xiaoju fetched a glass of water from the back and offered it to the shopkeeper, saying, "Thank you for delivering my goods. You've worked hard. Please, have a drink." After finishing the water, the shopkeeper expressed his appreciation to Tian Xiaoju and took his leave. Chi-san, observing the assortment of woven goods laid out on the ground, felt a twinge of curiosity regarding his lady's intentions but hesitated to inquire. Chapter 92. Dragon and Phoenix Soup. Once the shopkeeper departed, Tian Xiaoju made her way to the backyard to assess the progress of the construction. Upon reaching the back, she noticed that an arched doorway had been carved out of the wall, while the carpenter was busy crafting a door from timber in a nearby open space. With the dimensions already established, she remains quite satisfied with the progress of the project, as it will not delay her in any way. Tomorrow, she plans to tidy up and seek a new place to rent, for she needs to ensure that the fruits and vegetables she has, which lack provenance, are properly processed. Upon entering the kitchen, she begins to prepare a meal. Now, whenever she lights the fire, the experience points for her side quest increase continuously, especially when she attempts a new dish or variety, which brings additional rewards. Thus, she finds joy in cooking. It is often said that the smell of cooking oil is detrimental to the skin. Yet she diligently washes her face and hands with the spiritual spring water from her space every day. resulting in skin that is in far better condition than it was when she was 18. Now, she is unperturbed by the task of kindling the fire, confident that she can manage it well, and grateful for the excellent guidance she received from Dia. She wonders how Dia is faring at the residence of the Duke of Rome, as it has been a long time since she last saw that family. Once her shop is up and running, she will make time to visit them. Perhaps inviting Arya to assist her with her work would be a splendid idea. Engrossed in her culinary endeavors, Tian Xiaoju remains oblivious to the presence of two men standing at the kitchen door, their eyes locked in a silent contest. When she turns to retrieve something, she notices them and curiously inquires, "Master, why did you come together with the Moon Palace Master?" "I just finished my work and ran into him at the door," the regent replies, stepping closer to Tian Xiaoju as if to assert his claim, directly taking her hand, which she does not withdraw. Yuezibai offers a faint smile, the bitterness within him known only to himself. Yet he chooses to remain silent, content to guard her quietly. "I've been waiting for you to cook, as promised. I came over today to share a meal," Yuezibai remarks nonchalantly, feigning indifference with a playful demeanor. "You two busy individuals seem quite invested in the matter of dining," Tian Xiaoju replies while stir-frying vegetables. "Of course, one must be proactive. Without food, there is no strength to accomplish anything. With so many affairs to attend to in the palace daily, indulging in delightful cuisine is the only solace for my wounded heart." Yuezibai interjects eagerly. "Haha, you make a valid point. Lacking enthusiasm for meals suggests a problem with one's wit," she quips, recalling a well-known adage from her school days. The two men look somewhat perplexed but manage to grasp its literal meaning. "What have you been occupied with today, my dear?" The regent shifts the conversation. "I went to purchase some baskets and crates. I intend to open a shop here to earn a little money. I wonder if the prince has any capable individuals at his disposal that I might borrow to assist me." Tian Xiaoju responds in a soft tone, almost like a gentle plea. "Certainly, I will have Qi-san arrange it. Just tell him how many you need," the regent replies, seating himself by the stove to help Tian Xiaoju with the fire. Although Tian Xiaojun felt no concern, Yu Zibai was taken aback. It was indeed a rarity for a princely figure to engage in gathering firewood, an act so astonishing that it would likely be met with disbelief were it to be recounted. The regent, however, found no fault in this arrangement. He appreciated the harmony of their shared existence, one kindling the fire while the other prepared the meal, allowing for pleasant conversation. This evening, every dish prepared by Tian Xiaojun was abundant, providing a feast for the artisans at one table, while she and her companions occupied another. Though she bore no disdain for the workers, she surmised that dining together with the regent might leave them too preoccupied to enjoy their meal. Hence her decision to separate the two groups. No one noticed when Yu Zibai slipped out of the kitchen, when Tian Xiaojun had nearly completed her culinary tasks. Yu Zibai returned, this time bearing two unusual items, a black snake and a wild chicken. The snake lay lifeless, while the chicken flapped its wings feebly. "Miss Tian, can you handle these?" Yu Zibai inquired. Tian Xiaojun glanced at the creatures and replied, "You should clean these up. I will prepare this dish first, and then attend to what you have brought." Observing her unflinching demeanor in the presence of the snake, the regent expressed surprise, asking, "Aren't you afraid? It is dead. What is there to fear?" "I would be apprehensive if it were alive," she answered. The regent found himself at a loss for a retort, questioning his own sanity for posing such a foolish inquiry. To mask his embarrassment, he asked once more, "What do you intend to prepare?" "The dragon and phoenix pot, a dish of great nourishment," she replied, her thoughts lingering on the modern prohibitions against consuming snake and wild chicken. Here, however, it seemed that no food was off limits, provided it could be hunted. The so-called rare animals of her previous life were inconsequential in this realm. "It sounds delightful," the regent remarked, his anticipation palpable. Once Tian Xiaojun plated the dishes, she instructed Qi-san to serve each artisan a portion, ensuring they each received rice as well. She was uncertain how Yu Zibai had managed to clean the snake and chicken so thoroughly. "Miss Tian, I eagerly await your unique flavors," Yu Zibai expressed. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Tian Xiaojun replied confidently. Taking the snake and chicken from Yu Zibai, she chopped them into pieces, then heated oil in a pan. Having all the necessary ingredients at her disposal, She first fried the snake in sizable chunks, then set it aside. Next, she added the chicken to the pan, lightly frying it before draining the excess oil. With garlic and ginger in hand, she combined a previously fried snake with them, added some spring water, covered the pot, and began to stew the concoction. Before the explicit prohibition on consuming snake meat, she had once dined on it with classmates, finding its flavor exquisite and reputedly nourishing. However, following a severe outbreak of illness, clear regulations were established forbidding the consumption of snakes, even those raised in captivity. Yet, in this era, such restrictions were non-existent, and she felt no trepidation as memories of that delectable taste made her salivate. Chapter 93: Dragon and Phoenix Soup Outside. Chi-san and the craftsman had finished their meal and tidied up the dishes. After completing their remaining tasks, the craftsman departed. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Tian Xiaoju continued to simmer the soup, while the two men eagerly gazed at the pot, their stomachs already voicing their hunger. The enticing aroma wafting from beneath the lid was truly irresistible, even drawing the attention of the regent and Yu Bai, both of whom had savored the finest delicacies from around the world, creating great anticipation for the pot of dragon and phoenix soup. As the fragrance enveloped them, Tian Xiaoju slowly lifted the lid, ladling out a portion of soup with a bamboo spoon. After blowing gently on it, she tasted a spoonful, followed by a piece of meat, and deemed it ready. Just before serving, she sprinkled in some pepper, a precious commodity from her own supplies, as there was none available for purchase outside. Noticing that the sky had darkened and their dinner was finally ready, she filled a large basin to the brim with the soup. Chi-san, lend a hand, the regent called out. Chi-san hurried in from outside to assist Tian Xiaoju in bringing the dishes to the table. The darkness outside had deepened, so they opted to eat in the kitchen, with a flickering candlelight created a cozy ambience. All right, after a long day's toil, let us sit down to eat. Chi-san, you should join us, Tian Xiaoju invited. Replying to the princess, I already dined outside, so I'm not hungry. I'll wash the dishes. Just call for me if needed, Chi-san replied, hastily making his exit, fearing that lingering too long might provoke the regent's ire, especially with one troublesome individual already present. What are you two standing there for? Sit down and eat. I'm famished, and this dish took considerable time to prepare. I must indulge in the soup to make up for it, Tian Xiaoju urged, noticing the regent and Yu Bai still standing idle. As they took their seats, Tian Xiaoju retrieved 2 jars of homemade lotus wine from a corner of the kitchen, declaring, Enjoy some of my brewed lotus wine. She then fetched several cups and poured the fragrant wine for each, its delicate aroma of lotus wafting through the air, leaving a subtle sweetness on the palate, perfectly smooth without any harshness. Do you have any more of this wine? Send me a couple of jars, Yu Bai said after savoring a sip. This flavor surpassed even the finest wines he had ever tasted. Remembering the delightful plum wine Tian Xiaoju had made previously, he admitted a preference for the lotus wine. Alas, this is all that remains. I'll brew more next time and send it your way. When the time comes, I can come to your place to brew, and you can enjoy it whenever you wish, Tian Xiaoju replied, quickly adding the last part upon sensing a peculiar look from a certain gentleman. The regent was quite pleased with what Tian Xiaoju had said. However, he was reluctant to offer it to the master of the Moon Palace. As the three of them indulged in wine, savored meat, and engaged in conversation, the regent's perception of Yu Bai began to change considerably. Having had little prior interaction, he was surprised to find that this individual possessed a wealth of knowledge, which made him realize his earlier judgments had been rather superficial. As the meal progressed, it was the regent and Yu Bai who conversed the most, while Tian Xiaoju became a mere spectator. Observing their lively exchanges on a myriad of topics, she chose to remain silent and sip her soup, becoming almost invisible in their company. Once they had eaten their fill and the hour had grown late, Yu Bai rose to take his leave. With a final remark, he said, Miss Tian, today's dragon and phoenix soup was indeed delightful, its preparation quite unique. I have never tasted such a combination before. I shall return to seek you out should I come across similar ingredients. Do hurry along. Stop dawdling, the regent interjected, noticing Yu Bai seemed inclined to prolong the conversation, causing his earlier admiration to wane. Instead of exiting through the front door, Yu Zhibai ascended to the rooftop and departed. Qi Xin had already vacated the premises. A cool breeze swept through the courtyard, prompting Tian Xiaoju to wrap her arms around herself. Observing this, the regent draped his cloak over her shoulders, saying, "Put this on. I wouldn't want you to catch a chill." He carefully secured the cloak around her. Tian Xiaoju looked up at the regent, wondering why he lingered so late. "Aren't you returning?" she inquired. "I wish to keep you company," he replied, encircling her waist from behind and resting his head on her shoulder. "What is it? Have you encountered something troubling today?" She remained still, allowing his embrace. "Yes, some news from Qi E and Qi Risnt, very encouraging. Corruption runs rampant among officials, both high and low, some exploiting their distance from authority to commit injustices, leaving the common people in despair," the regent lamented. "It's astonishing what one uncovers upon investigation. The depths of corruption are shocking. Given these issues with officials, we must handle matters uniquely. This could serve as an opportunity to assess these individuals' adaptability. I've heard that the imperial examination is scheduled for 3 years hence. Why not conduct an earlier examination this time to select talent? We could devise the test papers at the last minute, preventing those unscrupulous individuals from manipulating the process," Tian Xiaoju proposed. Though it was merely an unrefined suggestion, the regent distilled wisdom from her words. "Let us combine the literary and martial examinations. I shall issue a notice tomorrow." Sometimes, exhaustion can lead one's thoughts into a cul-de-sac. Just as you said, special matters require special handling. A moment of clarity can be enlightening. "Thank you, my dear," he said. "Why are you thanking me all of a sudden?" Tian Xiaoju was taken aback by his unexpected gratitude. "What is this about?" I thank you for today's meal. It was exquisite. You've spoiled my palate. What shall I do now? The chef at the palace no longer meets my tastes, and I fear I might grow thin." "You must be concerned," the regent chuckled. Tian Xiaoju rolled her eyes and remarked, "If you've spoiled him, then you should be diligent enough to come here yourself." "Am I to reside in your royal palace now?" "That proposal is worth considering," the regent replied. "What were you thinking, girl?" he added, his breath brushing against Tian Xiaoju's neck, sending shivers down her spine. She felt her legs weaken. His voice was simply too enticing. She chastised herself inwardly for her reaction, feeling foolish for making such sounds that might encourage him to misinterpret her dissatisfaction, as if she were implying something far more suggestive. "Never mind, my lord. If you have nothing else to do, you should return." "I'm feeling tired," Tian Xiaoju said. Upon hearing her express fatigue, the regent effortlessly swept her off her feet and began carrying her towards her chamber. Startled by this sudden embrace, Tian Xiaoju instinctively struggled for a moment. Chapter 94. "Auntie, can't you understand? Put me down. I can walk by myself," she protested, lightly tapping the regent's shoulder. "Are you certain?" he inquired. Tian Xiaoju, upon hearing his words, became hesitant to move, stealing a glance at the regent's profile, his jawline, his Adam's apple, each feature tantalizing her with temptation. Noticing her stillness, the regent chuckled softly and said, "I merely wish to escort you back to your room. Rest assured, I shall not act inappropriately." "Oh," Tian Xiaoju replied. "Your tone suggests a hint of disappointment. Do you desire something from me, girl?" he teased. Though the distance from the courtyard to her room was minimal, it felt insurmountable to her now. She could feel her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks flushing. Upon reaching the door, the regent kicked it open and gently placed her onto the bed, cradling her as if she were a delicate porcelain doll. Before Tian Xiaoju could fully comprehend the situation, he pressed a light kiss to her forehead, and, as she stood there in stunned silence, he rose to leave. "I shall take my leave now. Sweet dreams, my dear." With that, he exited the room. He was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to resist her allure. The way she had pouted moments before, looking adorably silly, was simply irresistible, and he hurriedly departed. Left in a daze by the regent's kiss, Tian Xiaoju took a long while to regain her composure. Had she truly been kissed? Covering her face, she could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks, utterly mortified. After a considerable time, she finally got up. She had yet to wash up and could not sleep just yet. Rising, she closed the door securely and headed to her space for a bath. Master, congratulations. You have leveled up. As soon as she entered her special space, Tian Xiaoju disabled the system's shield and heard the excited voice of Xiao Mo. What new functions have been unlocked this time? She inquired while undressing to prepare for her bath. Tian Xiaoju, with her mind adeptly maneuvering the system, observed her points had astonishingly surged to over 99,999,000. This total encompassed the points accrued from selling spatial crops, along with task rewards. She could now lie back without a care for financial woes. However, as a modern individual, she could not simply recline idly in the past without a sense of purpose. Upon awakening the next day, she resolved to inquire with Arya about her willingness to work in her shop, with assistance from the prince's subordinates. She would not need to worry too much, although she still needed to find a courtyard, preferably one she could purchase. After a refreshing bath, Tian Xiaoju retired for the night. She indulged in a deep slumber, not stirring until the first light of dawn. Rising leisurely, she donned her attire, freshened up, and prepared breakfast. As she stepped outside, she noticed Qi-san practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "Have you had breakfast, Qi-san?" she inquired. "Ah, the princess is awake." "Not yet, but I bought buns and soybean milk. What would you like to eat?" "I can go out and get something for you," Qi-san replied. "No need. Since you've already bought something, I'll just make do with my own." "Please, continue your practice," Tian Xiaoju said as she made her way to the kitchen to prepare her meal, for she planned to visit Aunt Wang later to see Arya and the others. After hastily consuming a bowl of noodles, she tidied up and prepared to head to Aunt Wang's home. Noticing that Tian Xiaoju was about to leave again without calling him, Qi-san followed her closely, matching her pace. "You don't need to accompany me, Qi-san. Just stay at home," she said, still unaccustomed to having a bodyguard shadowing her. "That is not an option, Your Highness. I deemed it a dereliction of duty not to follow you yesterday, and this time, I must accompany you," Qi-san insisted, disregarding her words. As she moved forward, Qi-san remained steadfastly at her side, resigned to his presence. Tian Xiaoju chose to ignore him, pretending not to recognize his company, indifferent to the curious glances of passers-by. After a considerable time away from this particular street, she felt a sense of nostalgia as she returned, recalling how she had first stumbled upon it upon her arrival. It was indeed strange. She found it remarkable that she had fallen from a great height without sustaining any injuries. Although she possessed no recollection of how she had arrived, she vividly remembered the events that transpired after her arrival. Upon reaching Aunt Wang's doorstep, she noticed the door was firmly shut. She approached and knocked gently. "Aunt Wang, are you home?" From within, a man's voice emerged, gruff and menacing. "Who is it? What do you want with that wretched woman? Get lost." Hearing the man's words, Qi-san nearly charged in to confront him, but Tian Xiaoju restrained him. "Why can't I go teach him a lesson?" Qi-san asked. "There's no need to stoop to the level of such scoundrels. It would only sour my mood. Besides, he does not know me, nor have I met him. His ire is directed solely at the person I am seeking," Tian Xiaoju explained, calming Qi-san's urge to retaliate. A neighbor, hearing the commotion, stepped out and, upon seeing a beautiful young lady looking for someone, inquired, "Miss, are you looking for Yuexiang?" "Ah, dear aunt, do you know where they've gone?" Tian Xiaoju inquired. "Let me tell you, the man next door is certainly no good. He has a mistress outside and pays no attention to that mother and her 3 daughters. Just a month ago, he used to send some money back, but since his mistress had a child, he has neglected them entirely. Yuexiang is kind-hearted. Last year, she even brought a girl home from the street. However, it is said that the girl has gone to work for a wealthy family, earning a decent monthly wage. Otherwise, she would have been driven out by that man, with nowhere to turn." The aunt sighed deeply. Tian Xiaoju reflected on how much had changed in just a few months since her last visit. Fortunately, Dia could contribute with her earnings. Life without that man would likely not be too difficult. "Aunt, do you know where they have moved to now?" Tian Xiaoju asked again. "Why do you seem so familiar?" The aunt pondered. "Oh, I remember now. You were the girl that Yuexiang brought home, aren't you? Didn't you go to work for the wealthy family with Dia?" she asked, her tone gossipy. Tian Xiaoju felt she had asked the wrong person. The aunt seemed disinclined to answer her questions, too absorbed in her own chatter. Even Qi-san could no longer bear it, and felt the urge to intervene. Chapter 95. Life is quite good, yes. Dear aunt, could you tell me where Wang Shenxi and her daughters have gone? Tian Xiaoju asked once more. Noticing a hint of impatience on Tian Xiaoju's face, the aunt replied, You, little girl, were you not working with the wealthy family before? How long has it been since you last visited them? They have moved to a house on the street ahead. You can find them there. It's a pity Yuexiang took you in, and yet it has been so long since you came to check on them. With that, the aunt closed the door, leaving Tian Xiaoju and Qi San behind. Tian Xiaoju felt quite wronged. How could she be accused of ingratitude, if not for the kindness they had shown her? She wouldn't have taken Ia to the Wang residence or shared her skills so generously. Now, she was being labeled as ungrateful. If she discovered that Wang Shenxi and her daughters also viewed her as ungrateful, she would no longer require their assistance at her shop. She could simply give them some money to settle her debt of gratitude. Let's go to the street ahead and search for them, Tian Xiaoju instructed Qi San. At this moment, Qi San's expression darkened. He felt an urge to confront someone. However, recalling the princess's advice to avoid conflicts with such individuals, he begrudgingly followed Tian Xiaoju down the street. Kyoto, indeed, lived up to its reputation. Although this area was not inhabited by the affluent, the vibrancy of life here was far richer than in the neighborhoods of the wealthy. Even those at the bottom of society continued to strive for a better existence. As I traversed a narrow alley, I arrived at the street that the kind lady had just mentioned. Proceeding inward, I encountered a plethora of vendors selling steamed buns, wontons, candied hawthorn, and an array of delightful treats, including several stalls offering cosmetics. After walking a short distance, I spotted a familiar figure, Sanya. It was unclear from a distance what exactly she was selling, but I was certain she was peddling something. Quickening my pace, I soon found myself standing before her. Good day, esteemed customer. What can I assist you with? I have excellent lip balm made from premium beeswax, Sanya said, engrossed in arranging her wares without raising her gaze, merely acknowledging the presence of a patron at her stall. I'll take 2 boxes of lip balm, please, I replied playfully. Hearing the familiar voice, Sanya hesitated, then looked up in disbelief. Sister Xiaoju, is that really you? If you want a lip balm, you could have simply told me. I would gladly give it to you for free. Where's your mother? I inquired. My mother is at home. Let me take you to her, Sanya said, promptly gathering her items. Not selling today? I asked. Right? I'm not selling today. I'm here to keep you company, Sister Xiaoju, Sanya replied, linking her arm with mine as she carried her basket. All right, just give me all that lip balm, and you can tally up the total. I'll cover it, I suggested, believing that the traditional lip balm crafted by Sanya would fetch a decent price in the market. That one tea due. I can't accept payment. If it weren't for you bringing my sister to work at the Wang residence back then, we might have ended up on the streets. We wouldn't have such a good life now, Sanya expressed sincerely. Her tone of gratitude felt genuine, and I thought to myself how kind the Wang family had been. It was clear from Sanya's words that she truly appreciated my past assistance. All right then, whatever the cost, just give me a little discount. I am not lacking in silver. I intend to buy these as gifts, I smiled. Qi San, following behind, observed the delicate figure of the girl ahead. Her determined gaze and graceful features stirred something within him, reminiscent of the engaging conversations he shared with the princess. His heart raced at the thought. After a brief walk, we reached the residence where Sanya and her mother currently lived. Mother, look who has come, Sanya called out loudly as we entered the courtyard. Upon stepping into the yard, I noted its spaciousness and cleanliness, with neatly tended vegetable plots, evidence of a comfortable life. You silly girl, have you sold all your lip balm today? Why are you back so early? Who is it that has you abandoning your sales? Aunt Wang bellowed, emerging from the inner room. Upon hearing that familiar voice, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me, nearly bringing me to tears. Aunt Wang was one of the few individuals who had offered me warmth in this place. Aunt Wang, you're looking younger than ever, I joked, a smile spreading across my face. Upon approaching Aunt Wang, I embraced her warmly. Surprised by Tian Xiaoju's affectionate gesture, Wang Yuexiang was momentarily at a loss. She gently patted Tian Xiaoju's back and said, You ungrateful girl, why did you leave without a word? Have you endured hardships out there? Now you've finally returned? Do you have a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to stay here with your aunt. This courtyard belongs to us now, so rest assured, no one will turn you away. And I am quite well. I merely ventured out for a while and found myself missing you all, so I came to see you. I didn't expect you to have moved from your original place, Tian Xiaoju replied with a smile. Yet, in her heart, she pondered that aside from Aunt Wang's former husband, who was undoubtedly a scoundrel, the women in this family were genuine souls. They were so preoccupied with their own lives that they even worried about her well-being. It seemed she had encountered a truly good-hearted group of people. Who is this? Could he be your beau? Aunt Wang inquired curiously, noticing Qi San standing behind Tian Xiaoju. He is not my partner, but rather someone my boyfriend arranged to protect me, Tian Xiaoju explained, her frustration rising. Aunt Wang's matchmaking attempts were amusing yet vexing. Thankfully, the regent was not present, for if he had heard this, he would surely reprimand Qi San. Is your boyfriend a high-ranking official? He can afford to send someone to protect you? Where have you been all this time, my dear? It's been ages since I've seen you. And do you mention she didn't know your whereabouts either? Aunt Wang asked, grasping Tian Xiaoju's hand. Sanya emerged from the kitchen, bringing 2 cups of water. Sister Xiaoju, here's some water. And you, big brother, please have some water as well. Thank you, little sister. Thank you. Sanya, Qi San replied. His cheeks slightly flushed at being addressed as big brother by Sanya, as he accepted the water. Tian Xiaoju also accepted the water from Sanya with a grateful nod. As she took the water, she noticed Qi San's ears had turned red, which made her stifle a laugh. It seemed Sanya's springtime might be on the horizon. Surprisingly, Qi San, who appeared rather dull-witted, had developed an instant affection for Sanya. This could lead to a beautiful union, and even if Arya did not assist in the shop, this trip would not be without its rewards. It was likely that Aunt Wang would not refuse, considering their connection. However, she wondered if the man who had abandoned Aunt Wang and her daughters would regret his decision upon seeing them again. Aunt, is Arya around? Tian Xiaoju asked, scanning the area but failing to spot her. Arya's gone to the river behind to wash clothes. You weren't coming just to find her, were you? That would make your aunt quite sad, Aunt Wang replied, looking at Tian Xiaoju. Qi San, take the items into the room for Aunt Wang. You blockhead. Can't you be a bit more nimble with such heavy things? Although Tian Xiaoju directed her words at Qi San, it was meant to draw Sanya's attention. Yes, Miss Wang, Qi San responded, nearly calling her Princess Wang, but thankfully catching himself in time. Hearing Qi San call Tian Xiaoju by that title, Sanya couldn't help but chuckle softly and whispered to Tian Xiaoju, this fellow seems a bit simple-minded, yet he's quite endearing. Sanya pondered whether such a person would make a suitable husband. Sister Xiaoju, do you not feel any shame in posing such a question? Sanya turned her head, her face crimson with embarrassment, surprised by the boldness of Xiaoju's inquiry. You mischievous girl, how can you be so shameless? You're yet to be married and already asking such questions of a young lady. Are you trying to introduce a suitor for Sanya? Aunt Wang discerned Xiaoju's intentions. Truly, the wisdom of the elders prevails. With a mere jest, Xiaoju prompted Aunt Wang's thoughts to wander. Aunt, what do you think? He is quite remarkable. Just look at how he acted earlier. It is evident that he harbors feelings for our Sanya. Xiaoju leaned closer to Aunt Wang and remarked, Youth, come here. I wish to inquire about a few matters, Aunt Wang called into the room. Qi San, who had just entered the house, overheard his name mentioned and hesitated to emerge, opting instead to remain hidden within the confines of the room. Yet, he managed to catch a significant portion of their conversation. Ah, Aunt, I am here, Qi San finally responded, stepping out from the room. Do you have any parents, siblings, or relatives? Where do you reside? Aunt Wang inquired. In response to your question, I am an orphan, without father or mother, brothers or sisters. I merely accompany my master and currently reside at their estate. However, I do possess enough money to purchase a small courtyard. Aunt, if you were to betroth Sanya to me, you would become my only mother. Should anyone dare to mistreat you, I shall certainly defend you. Qi San candidly expressed his feelings. Meanwhile, Sanya, from her chamber, listened to the exchange, glancing at Qi San. She observed his honest demeanor, his dark complexion, and how his smile revealed exceptionally white teeth. He stood a head taller than Xiaoju, and she realized that to meet his gaze, she would need to look up. Aunt, what do you think? After a brief discussion, Xiaoju asked. Well, he seems agreeable. There are no mother-in-law conflicts or bothersome sisters-in-law, which is quite favorable. However, my approval is not sufficient. It must be San Ya's consent that matters, Aunt Wang replied, noting that this Qi San appeared quite commendable, well-built, and employed in a reputable household, ensuring he would not lack for sustenance. It would be advantageous for Sanya to marry him. Sanya, please come out for a moment, Xiaoju called, having noticed Sanya's flushed cheeks, suspecting that she too had developed a fondness for Qi San. After all, the formidable men under the regent's command were all quite handsome, tall, and dashing. In modern times, they would undoubtedly grace the screens as stars. Sister Xiaoju, please stay for dinner. Let our mother prepare something delicious for you, Sanya suggested in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Very well, I shall dine at your home. However, I have something of greater importance to discuss with you. Do you have feelings for Qi San? Xiaoju asked candidly, getting straight to the point. As Sanya's cheeks flushed, she found herself at a loss for words. She had never realized how forthright Tian Xiaoju could be. Shyly, she nodded her head. The man before her appeared quite impressive, not to mention possessing martial skills. If her unworthy father were to return, she could have Qi San give him a proper thrashing, thus ensuring he would cease to harass her mother. Aunt Wang, look, Sanya has nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, I shall invite a matchmaker, and we will prepare a betrothal gift for Qi San. We can proceed with the engagement then, Tian Xiaoju said with a smile, noting that this visit could indeed lead to a delightful union. However, Qi Yi and Qi Er had yet to wed, and she wondered how they would react upon discovering that their younger brother Qi San had found a partner first. Surely, it would infuriate them and provoke cries of unfairness from the regent. Very well, I shall await your return at home. Young man, you must treat my Sanya well. If you fail to do so, even if you have powerful connections, I shall make it my mission to ensure you face the consequences, Aunt Wang warned half-jokingly. Rest assured, Aunt, with Miss Tian watching over her, I would never dream of causing harm to Sanya, Qi San assured, thumping his chest confidently. Why are there so many people here? Mother, have we guests? Arya inquired, returning from washing clothes and noticing several individuals standing in the courtyard, though she could not clearly discern their identities. Upon hearing Arya's voice, Tian Xiaoju turned to look at her. What is this? Have you forgotten me? As soon as Arya recognized Tian Xiaoju, she dropped the bucket she was holding and dashed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Sister Xiaoju, where have you been? I searched for you countless times and could never find you. Have you forgotten about me after all this time?